Chapter 1. In the northern region of the Galan Empire, there lies a remote town under the jurisdiction of Tianshui City, known as Luome. Though distant, the town is nestled amidst mountains and rivers, presenting a truly enchanting landscape. At this moment, a group of young boys gathered in the center of an open space, their eager gazes fixated upon a man clad in white. As he noticed that most had arrived, the man cleared his throat and said, "Silence. The next person I call will step forward." "Joseph." "Here." A young boy immediately raised his hand and walked up to the man. The man nodded and produced a translucent crystal orb. "Place your hand upon the crystal orb and clear your mind. Empty yourself," the man instructed gently. Joseph, feeling anxious, rubbed his hands together before following the man's directive, placing his hand on the orb. After a moment, the orb remained motionless. "All right, step aside and lift some stones." The man's tone turned slightly indifferent. Joseph, disheartened, withdrew his hand from the orb, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. Despite his youth, Joseph understood the gravity of what he had missed. This crystal orb served as a tool to test one's eligibility to become a mage should it illuminate. Even a flicker of light would signify potential for magehood. Mages are the favored ones among humanity, wielding not only high status, but also formidable power. They enjoy privileged treatment across all empires. For the boys from this remote town, becoming a mage is the swiftest avenue to alter their social standing. Yet, the probability of success is exceedingly slim. Rarely does 1 in 1,000 achieve it. Joseph walked to the side, where 3 immense stone spheres lay, weighing 300, 500, and 1,000 pounds respectively. He surveyed the stones and ultimately approached the 500-pound sphere, steadied himself, and embraced it with his small hands. "Hey!" Joseph grunted as he exerted himself, his face contorting with effort. "Huh!" he exclaimed, yet the 500-pound stone remained still, unyielding. "Ha ha! Look at that fool!" Joseph daring to challenge the 500-pound stone, as if he knows his own strength. Not even a level 1 warrior, yet dares to take on 500 pounds. How laughable. Some boys in the crowd mocked Joseph. Silence. The man in white cast an annoyed glance at the crowd, and the boys who had just spoken fell silent. "Challenge failed. Return. Next." The man once again gently instructed the next person to place their hand upon the crystal orb. After waiting a moment, the orb remained dark. "Lift stones," he said blandly. Thus, the number of boys being tested gradually dwindled, none able to make the orb glow, nor lift the 500-pound stone, though a few managed to hoist the 300-pound one. However, lifting 500 pounds was the standard for qualification. Raising 300 pounds merely granted a chance to participate again next year. The 3 stone spheres corresponded to the standards of level 1, 2, and 3 warriors, with only those meeting the criteria of a level 2 warrior having a chance to enter Tianshui Academy. "What a ridiculous name, Curse," the man in white mused. "Curse, are you here?" he called out. "Here." A boy raised his hand and approached without hesitation, placing his hand directly on the crystal orb. "Wow, it's red." Curse actually made the orb light up. "Does this mean we should start calling him a mage from now on? I heard from Grandpa too that one must first start as a mage apprentice, just like him." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The man in white also appeared quite excited. "Finally, one has emerged." The young boy, Curse, gazed at the red glow before him, unable to contain his joy. Though not blindingly bright, it illuminated a significant portion of the crystal orb. The man in white, with a slight air of flattery, said, "Go inform your family. We shall return to Tianshui Academy together the day after tomorrow." In the presence of a future mage, the man felt compelled to curry favor in advance. Curse nodded, turning to the 3 boys in the crowd, lifting his chin high. "Jenny, once I become a mage, we shall compete." "Oomph. Bring it on. Who's afraid?" A boy, nearly the size of an adult man, responded from within the crowd. Curse shot a resentful glare at Jenny before joyfully running home to share the good news with his parents. "I never expected Curse to possess the potential to become a mage. We might need to steer clear of him in the future." Someone beside Jenny remarked, "What's the big deal about becoming a mage? Next time we cross paths, he'll still knock his teeth out." Jenny retorted indignantly. "Yenny, Are you here? The man in white called out. Here. Jinny raised his hand and stepped forward. Despite his disparagement of curse, he understood that offending a future mage was unwise. He too hoped to illuminate the orb, but contrary to his wishes, it remained unresponsive. Disappointment washed over Jinny as he gazed at the orb, muttering, "It makes no sense that curse could do it, but I can't. Is the orb broken?" The man in white chuckled at Jinny, signaling him to lift the stone. Jinny lazily approached the 1,000-pound stone, exerting a slight effort. Up, he bellowed, lifting the stone effortlessly. He ostentatiously lowered one hand, holding the stone aloft with one hand while looking at the man in white. Indeed, Jinny remains impressive. But what does it matter? Can he ever surpass Curse in the future? Curse used to get beaten by Jinny all the time surely. He will seek revenge. Just wait and see. The man in white nodded. Natural strength, very good. Your accepted report to Tianshui Academy before September. Although he was not as obsequious as he had been with Curse, his words remained warm. It was quite normal for a level 3 warrior to lift a 1,000-pound stone, but to do so with one hand and with such ease could only be attributed to innate strength. Such talent, once admitted to Tianshui Academy, would undoubtedly be valued. Next, Aura. Go, big brother. Jinny shouted. Aura nervously stepped forward, only to find, like Jinny, that the crystal orb showed no reaction. In resignation, Aura approached the 1,000-pound stone, attempting to lift it, but to no avail. He then moved to the 500-pound stone. Qualified, the man in white said expressionlessly. Wait for a while and check back for news. You may or may not be accepted, depending on remaining slots. Aura hung his head in disappointment. If my big brother can't get in, neither will I. I'll wait for my brother for a year, Jinny called out loudly. Well, the man in white hesitated at Jinny's words, as Aura's abilities lay between being selected or not. Yet, to lose a talent over this seemed unwarranted. With this thought, the man in white spoke. Very well, you two are accepted. Report to Tianshui Academy before September. Thank you, teacher, Aura exclaimed, transforming his worries into joy as he expressed his gratitude. Next, Leon. Little brother, just do your best, don't overexert yourself, Aura said, suppressing his earlier joy as he looked at his younger sibling. Little third brother, perhaps you should wait a few more years to take the test, Jinny suggested. Behind the two, a black-haired boy shook his head. Lin Long, referred to as Leon by the man in white, was known in this realm as Leon Sori. Lin Long limped forward, his eyes ablaze with anticipation. Look, that little cripple is starting his test. You dare call him a little cripple? Aren't you afraid Jinny will beat you? What do I care? Once Jinny and Aura head to Tianshui Academy, we'll see if I don't give him a beating. He's been quite the nuisance these years. That cripple thinks he could become a mage-wadded delusion. Lin Long approached the man, eagerly placing his hand upon the crystal orb. After a moment, the orb remained dark. A bitter smile crept across Lin Long's face, realizing he too might never become a mage. Without glancing at the nearby stone spheres, he left, his heart heavy. You haven't tested the stone yet, the man in white reminded him. Teacher, he doesn't need a test. He can't even lift the 300-pound stone. Forget 300, he wouldn't manage 100. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Jinny shot a fierce glare at the speaker, and the laughter abruptly ceased. Oomph. Aura and Jinny hurried after Lin Long. Little brother, it's all right this time. You're only 14. There will be more chances. Aura reassured him. Big brother, I'm fine. I still need to gather enough grass for the Baron's household. You and the second brother can head home. First mother must be waiting anxiously. All right, remember to hurry back home once you're done, Aura said, concern etched on his face. However, he understood his third brother's character and refrained from further persuasion. As he watched the two depart, a bitter expression lingered on Lin Long's face. Having been born in this foreign land for 14 years, one could hardly have anticipated that the once most illustrious disciple of the Daoist sect would find himself less remarkable than an ordinary child in this realm. Lin Long harbored a limited understanding of this world. He was vaguely aware that, upon reaching adulthood, men typically attain the strength of a first-tier warrior, possessing a power of 300 pounds. Although the situation was not akin to his original world, where anyone could cultivate immortality, it appeared that there existed a distinct system of advancement. It remained uncertain whether his soul's origins contributed to his physical constitution being far inferior to that of the children in this realm. Presently, he found himself incapable of lifting even a 100-pound stone ball. Seeking a lush patch of wild grass, Lin Long commenced his task of cutting the grass. This grass was required by the Baron's estate in town, which housed a rare breed of magical horse known for its ability to traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Despite possessing only one such creature, it was of great value, necessitating the daily procurement of fresh grass for its sustenance. Though the task seemed straightforward, countless individuals vied fervently for this position. Fortunately, Lin Long's father served as a guard to the Baron, and as one of the few third-tier warriors in their small town, he held a significant status within the Baron's estate. It was mid-July, and the heat was oppressive. On this windless day, after a brief period of cutting, Lin Long was soon drenched in sweat. After taking a short respite, he resumed wielding the sickle, channeling years of pent-up frustration into the wild grass. After nearly an hour, he finally completed his task. Lin Long bundled the grass into 2 heaps, each weighing approximately 50 pounds, and made 2 trips to deliver them to the Baron's estate. Though each bundle weighed only 50 pounds, Lin Long found himself panting heavily from the exertion. The steward produced 50 copper coins and handed them to Lin Long. Upon receiving them, Lin Long expressed his gratitude and wiped the sweat from his brow, inquiring, "Esteemed steward, when will my father return from work today?" The steward glanced up at the sky and replied, "I heard that a wounded 4th-tier magical beast has been sighted not far from the town. The Baron has gone out with Lord Carlo and others to deal with it. No one can say for certain when they will return. However, rest assured, with the Baron present, your father will be safe. Just wait at home." Beyond the town, more than 20 miles away, lay a grand mountain, often frequented by wild beasts, and it was there that Lin Long had suffered a leg injury years prior. However, the 4th-tier magical beast mentioned by the steward was of a different caliber altogether. Rumor had it that magical beasts were far more perilous than ordinary wild animals, boasting astonishing strength and terrifying might. Upon learning that his father had been dispatched to hunt a 4th-tier magical beast, Lin Long felt a flicker of worry in his heart, though he did not allow it to show. After once more expressing his gratitude, he departed from the Baron's estate, limping his way home. Lin Long's residence was not far from the Baron's estate, as the town was relatively small. It took merely half an hour to traverse from one end to the other. Despite having lived here for 14 years, Lin Long still experienced a sense of unreality as he gazed at the houses flanking the path. The architectural style of this world was markedly different from that of his own, with most homes constructed from yellow clay, while a few were built from stone. The courtyard walls were not particularly high, and on summer nights, it was common for single men to eavesdrop from the edges, some even daring to peek over the top, watching and commenting as they did so. As Lin Long approached his home, he noticed his mother waiting for him. In front of their house stood an exceptionally large tree known as the Huangya. To Lin Long, it resembled the silver-leaf tree from his homeland, as its leaves turned a golden hue in autumn. Beneath the tree lay a neatly arranged large stone, upon which his mother sat, accompanied by a little girl playing with a wooden bird. The woman was not strikingly beautiful, yet possessed a certain charm, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Lin Long hurriedly quickened his pace, exclaiming, "Mother, the stone is cold, and your health is frail. It is not good for you to sit there." He gently chided the woman. "Third brother." The little girl, upon hearing Lin Long's voice, dashed into his embrace. This younger sister adored Lin Long, as he often created things not found in this world to entertain her. Lin Long affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and led his smiling mother back into the courtyard. In the family into which Lin Long had been born, there were 4 siblings in total, with the eldest and second being twins, 2 years his senior, while his sister was 4 years younger. "Did you see father while delivering the grass?" his mother inquired. Lin Long hesitated for a moment, but replied, "I heard the steward at the Baron's estate mention that father went out with the Baron to hunt a magical beast, but the exact time of his return is uncertain." Upon hearing her brother's words about their father hunting the magical beast, his sister's eyes sparkled with delight. For each time their father undertook such missions, he would return with meat from the beasts, and it had been quite a while since they had enjoyed any meat. His mother also displayed a look of joy upon hearing Lin Long's response. Only Lin Long understood that, unlike the first, second, and third-tier magical beasts they had previously hunted, the fourth-tier magical beasts were said to possess a strength that could bring about a complete upheaval. Though he was uncertain of the exact disparity between the third and fourth tiers in this world, he knew that in the realm of cultivation, even a dozen cultivators at the spirit integration stage would face certain doom if they attempted to confront a golden core stage cultivator. The small courtyard, though modest in size, was centrally located in a remote town, and thus had occupied a limited area. Make the tea that moment. His elder brother and second brother emerged from the house as mealtime approached, with their mother directing the three brothers to wash vegetables and rinse rice, instructing their sister to stay indoors. The family did not possess much rice. There was a saying that half-grown boys could impoverish their fathers, and they were, after all, 3 half-grown boys. However, this was not the primary reason for their scarcity of rice. The main cause lay in the exorbitant taxation imposed by the state, which was essentially 50%. Fairly, land was allocated according to the number of people. Yet, even with 6 family members, the Lin family often struggled to have enough to eat, surviving on merely 2 meals a day. This was also why Lin Long worked daily, a rather unfortunate reality. In the mortal realm, there is a saying that a penny can defeat even the mightiest of heroes. He had never understood it before, but now he comprehended all too well. Today was a day worthy of celebration, as both his elder brother and second brother had been accepted into the Tianshui Academy. Their mother took out the long-hidden meat of a first-tier magical beast, a long-legged magic rabbit. For the few who had not tasted meat in a long while, saliva pooled in their mouths, Lin Long included. Though it was somewhat shameful, he was no longer in the state of fasting as he had been in his previous life, since tasting the meat of magical beasts in this world. He could not help but marvel at its delightful flavor. After a flurry of activity, they finally prepared dinner. Having eaten only a few bites, Lin Long put down his chopsticks. Indeed, in this world, meals were also eaten with chopsticks, and Lin Long found this quite satisfactory. "What's wrong, Leon?" their mother inquired upon noticing Lin Long had stopped eating. "Nothing, mother. You and my sister should eat more. You both have lost weight recently. Elder brother and second brother, you should eat more as well, for soon you shall leave home for Tianshui Academy, and then you will have to wait a year for another meal like this that I can manage with less." He replied, "You truly are considerate to the point of causing one's heart to ache, my child," their mother said, picking up her chopsticks to offer Lin Long a leg of the magic rabbit. "As the elder bestows, I dare not refuse." "Thank you, mother." Lin Long expressed his gratitude. He had always been quite obedient, which led to his parents showing him a bit more favoritism, especially that year when Lin Long had injured his foot and the doctor had said it might never heal properly. Since then, his parents had indulged him even more. After receiving the rabbit's leg, Lin Long cast a teasing glance at his second brother, who was gnashing his teeth in irritation beside him. Over the years, the two brothers had frequently engaged in subtle rivalries. Lin Long understood his second brother's feelings all too well. Being frail in his youth, he had received more attention from their parents, which perhaps led to the neglect of his other siblings. The elder brother was always steady and uncompetitive. In contrast, his second brother, Genie, redirected his dissatisfaction towards Lin Long. Genie had always known that his third brother was the cunning type. Throughout their childhood, whenever they got into a fight, he returned with injuries while Lin Long emerged unscathed. Though his strength was lacking, he was undeniably the most astute. When the opponent had the numbers, he would be nowhere to be seen, but when the numbers were even, he was the one who struck the hardest. Over the years, Genie had always viewed Lin Long with discontent. However, in their covert competitions, he had mostly been defeated 10 times out of 10. Every time he thought of this, Genie felt a wave of despair wash over him. Lin Long and his second brother reveled in their playful skirmishes, for in his previous life, he had never experienced such joy. Previously, he had been the revered senior disciple of the Daoist sect, feared and respected by all, and such antics had never been part of his life. Thus, in this life, Lin Long frequently engaged in playful rivalries with his second brother. He handed the rabbit leg directly to his sister, who smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. and said, "Thank you, third brother. You are my favorite." Lin Long turned to his second brother, grinning with pride, knowing today Genie had been utterly defeated. As night fell, Lin Long sat atop the roof, gazing up at the bright moon. His second brother's snoring was particularly annoying that night, preventing him from finding rest. However, the primary source of his unrest was his concern for their father. He had never worried so deeply for anyone's safety before. In his previous life, only one person had occupied his thoughts, and that was his master. Yet as the foremost figure of the Daoist sect, he had never worried about his master's being in this life. Merely the fact that his father had not returned home for the night caused him great distress. Ola stepped outside, took a sip of water, and caught sight of someone on the roof. Upon raising his head, he realized it was his third brother. Surprised, Ola leapt up to join him, asking, "What's wrong?" "Third brother. Can't sleep." Lin Long nodded with a smile. "That second brother's snoring is too bothersome that I must ensure father builds a few more rooms. I would rather not share a bed with him again." Hearing the thunderous snores of his second brother, Ola chuckled. "Are you troubled by something?" Ola suddenly inquired, evidently having noticed Lin Long's unusual mood that day. Lin Long opened his mouth but struggled to find the words. Ola did not press him, lying back down and allowing the cool night breeze to envelop them as he patiently awaited Lin Long's response. "Elder brother, do you think I am particularly useless?" Lin Long finally spoke. Gazing at the moon, Ola did not respond, knowing Lin Long had more to say. "Since childhood, I have been incapable of even the most basic tasks like washing clothes or cooking. Other children my age are already hunting with their fathers. While I can only manage the task of cutting grass, which I still rely on father to procure, I had hoped today's assessment would change my fate, yet I still failed. I do not know what I shall do in the future. Am I to burden my parents for my entire life? What merit do I possess to deserve such favoritism from them? Since joining this family, I have contributed nothing, merely extracting nourishment and support." "Elder brother," Lin Long's voice trailed off, his face illuminated by the moonlight, streaming with tears. Guilt towards his family felt like a knife, cutting into him daily. Had he truly been just a 14-year-old boy, perhaps he would not have pondered such thoughts, but he had lived through 2 lifetimes. Ola sat up, placing a hand on Lin Long's shoulder, and gazed at the moon as he spoke softly. "From childhood, you have been the one who causes our parents the least worry. Though you may not know how to wash or cook, you learn quickly. You have always insisted on cutting grass alone, never asking me or Genie for help. Elder brother knows you possess an immense pride within. Today's assessment is hardly significant. Not becoming a mage does not mean one cannot survive. Being an ordinary person is the norm for most. As for whether you burden our parents, you should ask them directly. In any case, elder brother does not fear being a burden to you for a lifetime. Among family, where's the concept of burden?" Ola patted Lin Long on the shoulder before returning indoors. Leaving Lin Long alone, he stared blankly at the moon. Lost in thought, as dawn broke, the sun began to rise. The courtyard was filled with the calls of unknown birds. Lin Long, sporting dark circles under his eyes, quietly began practicing his martial arts in the yard. The martial art he practiced was known as the Daoist Tai Yulong Fist, ever since arriving in this world. Devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, this was Lin Long's first time practicing. The Tai Yulong Fist was a foundational technique of the Daoist outer sect. Even if mastered, Lin Long estimated it would only grant him the strength of a third-tier warrior. With a single punch weighing as much as 1,000 pounds, after last night's conversation with his elder brother, he now aspired to hone the skills of the Daoist outer sect to their utmost potential, accumulating enough silver to ease his parents' burdens. Who would have thought that the once most outstanding genius disciple of the Daoist sect was now striving so hard for mere financial stability? Lin Long's punching sounds roused his second brother from his slumber. Upon rising, Genie teased Lin Long, "Little third, practicing martial arts so early. What use is this soft and weak style? Why don't you just yield today and call me second brother to hear it? I could teach you a thing or two." For the past decade, due to their frequent bickering, Lin Long had never referred to him as second brother, always calling him just second. Lin Long ignored Genie's prattle and continued his training. Their elder brother was awakened by their conversation. Their mother also stepped outside, sporting faint dark circles under her eyes. With her father not returning home, she showed no outward signs of distress, yet it was clear she had been worried throughout the night. After breakfast, the family quietly awaited their father's return. With both elder brother and second brother accepted into the academy, they planned to depart for Tianshui Academy in 3 days. The distance from the small town to Tianshui City was considerable, and as they would be traveling on foot, they needed to set off early. The two brothers intended to spend these last days at home with their parents, eschewing work. Lin Long could have gone out to work as well, but today he felt no inclination to do so. Thus, the family waited in silence for their father's return. As noon approached, a commotion outside the courtyard drew their attention. Though Lin Long faced physical limitations, he swiftly dashed out of the courtyard, followed closely by his elder brother, the second brother, and his younger sister. Upon opening the gate, Lin Long gazed towards the source of the commotion, and soon his siblings collectively cried out. "Father!" Not far from the entrance, two individuals were carrying a man who was approaching Lin Long. The man being carried was none other than Lin Long's father, Carlo Soli. Hearing the cries of his children, Carlo struggled to open his eyes and looked at the children rushing towards him, forcing a smile at the corners of his lips, reassuring them that he was all right and not to cry. However, after uttering these few words, Carlo was overwhelmed by pain coursing through his body. He clenched his teeth tightly, endeavoring to maintain a calm demeanor, fearful of causing distress to his children. Yet, it wasn't long before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Luo Lin emerged upon hearing the commotion, and upon witnessing her husband's tragic state, she felt the world spin and her vision blur, ultimately fainting as well. "Mother!" Lin Long hurriedly carried his mother back in a house. The two men who had been carrying Carlo exchanged glances, their hearts filled with pity. After placing Carlo inside, they handed a portion of beast meat to the eldest brother, along with 20 gleaming gold coins. This was the compensation from the Baron for Carlo, along with some meat from a 4th-tier beast. "Ola, you take good care of this." The eldest brother, Ola, stood in a daze, immobile. Lin Long stepped forward to take the gold coins and beast meat, asking Uncle Des, "What has happened to my father? What exactly transpired?" Lin Long recognized both men as guards from the Baron's estate, who lived nearby and frequently visited their home. Des, with a look of apprehension, refrained from answering Lin Long's questions, instead producing 50 silver coins to hand to him. "This is a small token from us. Use it to buy some nourishing food for Carlo. If you need anything, just call for me at my home. I must take my leave now." As Lin Long watched the two depart, he sensed that this incident was far from simple. If it was merely a hunting accident, even if injured, they would not display such apprehension. They could simply explain the situation plainly without any need for concealment. Lin Long felt utterly lost as he looked around at the chaos that had befallen his home. Both of his parents lay unconscious within, and he was uncertain when they would awaken. His younger sister, frightened by the scene, was crying, while the second brother attempted to console her. The eldest brother, at that moment, was equally at a loss, for they were merely children. Despite their precociousness, they lacked the capacity to make decisions in such dire circumstances. "Brother," Lin Long called out to Ola, "go to the town and fetch a healer to attend to father." Observing Ola regain his composure, Lin Long immediately instructed, "Hurry." "Understood, third brother." Ola responded, quickly making his way out. "Second brother, boil some hot water and prepare some rice porridge. It will be comforting for our parents when they awaken. I will take care of our younger sister." Lin Long approached his sister and spoke to the second brother. The second brother nodded silently. "Uncle Des just brought back a piece of beast meat. Cut some into chunks and add it to the porridge." Lin Long reminded the second brother before gently patting his sister's head. "Don't be afraid, little sister. Stop crying to go lie down for a bit. If the sky were to fall, I would hold it up for you. Be good." Lin Long's voice possessed a certain magic. His sister wiped her tears and ceased to cry. "I'm fine. Third brother, I'll help second brother with the water." She replied, her eyes still red. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Ola returned, leading an elderly man back to their home. "What is the situation?" Lin Long asked the elder with a worried expression. The eldest brother and the second brother held their breath, anxiously awaiting the elder's response. The elder shook his head slowly and began to speak. "It does not bode well if my assumptions are correct. He has suffered a severe blow to his heart meridian. Fortunately, the assailant did not strike with lethal intent. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. Your mother is fine. She merely experienced a shock, and she will recover after some rest. Upon hearing this, the younger sister could no longer contain herself and burst into tears once more. Can my father be saved? Lin Long ignored his sister's sobs, pressing for an answer. It is not difficult to awaken him. But the elder hesitated. But what? The second brother, with a more impatient demeanor, interjected. However, even if he is brought back, he will be rendered a cripple, lesser than even an ordinary person. The elder finally spoke after a long pause. The eldest and second brothers felt dizzy, as though the world were collapsing around them. Lin Long, maintaining his composure, insisted, "Please, have the healer awaken my parents first." The elder nodded and raised his arm, murmuring softly as a green light enveloped Carlo and Luo Lin. The verdant glow persisted for a brief moment before the elder retracted his arm. In a little while, they will awaken. Ensure they consume nourishing food in the following days. There is nothing to worry about. I must take my leave now. Lin Long stood to escort the elder out of the courtyard. What is the fee for the consultation? He inquired. The elder, seeing Lin Long's youth and the family's misfortune, felt a twinge of sympathy. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Typically, I charge 10 gold coins for a visit. But this time, I will only take half." Lin Long did not engage in further dialogue, counting out 5 gold coins to hand to the elder. The elder accepted the coins, his eyes filled with regret as he remarked, "Alas, I possess only modest talent. I am merely a magical apprentice, and my assistance ends here. That if you ever have the fortune to encounter a water mage of the 4th tier or higher, their intervention might restore your father to health. Your mother's affliction could also be remedied." "You say my mother has an affliction?" Lin Long's eyes narrowed, his tone heavy with concern. The elder nodded. "Your mother's constitution appears to be compromised for reasons unknown. However, a 4th tier mage should be able to heal her." After imparting this information, the elder departed, leaving Lin Long deep in thought, though he was uncertain where to seek out a 4th tier mage. When Lin Long returned to the house, both of his parents had regained consciousness. "Father," Lin Long softly called out. Although Carlo had awakened, he remained in a state of discomfort. Yet he managed to muster a strained smile. "Lian, your father is fine?" "Father, what exactly happened? How did you sustain these injuries?" Carlo was reluctant to elaborate, only stating that he had been injured by a 4th tier beast. Understanding his father's hesitance, Lin Long refrained from pressing further. The atmosphere in the room turned somber as Luo Lin also awakened, gazing at her husband with silent tears streaming down her face. After a while, she wiped her tears and instructed Lin Long, "Third, go prepare something for your father to eat. He must be hungry." Before Lin Long could rise, the second brother had already rushed to the kitchen, bringing forth the rice porridge that had been prepared earlier. After consuming a bowl of porridge, some color returned to Carlo's face, and he looked at his wife with a sense of remorse that he knew his own body well. He would never regain his former strength. Not only would he not return to the 3rd tier, but he would be lesser than even a 1st tier warrior. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a tear slipped down his cheek. Carlo turned his head away, unwilling for his wife and children to witness his sorrow. Sensing her husband's turmoil, Luo Lin urged Lin Long and his siblings to have their lunch. It had been a long time since the family had shared a meal, yet no one at the table felt any joy. The siblings sat in silence, an unusual stillness enveloping the dining experience. The porridge, enriched with chunks of beast meat, was exceptionally delicious, yet none of them had an appetite. Lin Long took only a small sip when, suddenly, his eyes widened, and he stood up from the table, astonishment etched across his face, mingled with a hint of excitement. "What is it, third?" The second brother, Jenny, looked at Lin Long with displeasure. Ignoring Jenny's discontent, Lin Long took another large gulp of the porridge, savoring it. Indeed, a trace of spiritual energy was gradually entering his body. Instinctively, Lin Long activated his cultivation method to absorb this energy. Trembling with anticipation, he murmured in disbelief, "Spiritual energy! It truly is spiritual energy. My parents can be saved." "What did you say, third?" The second brother stared at Lin Long in confusion. After a moment, Lin Long's excitement began to subside as he contemplated, realizing that he had never experienced spiritual energy from the porridge before. The low-tier beast meat he had consumed yesterday also lacked any spiritual energy. Hence, the source of this phenomenon must lie within that piece of fourth-tier beast meat. Lin Long hastily made his way to the kitchen. Slicing off a piece of the beast meat, without waiting for it to be cooked, he placed it directly into his mouth that a surge of spiritual energy flowed into him. Father, mother, Lin Long hurriedly ran to his parents. At that moment, Carlo was in tears, having spoken to his wife about something unknown, and quickly wiped his eyes upon Lin Long's arrival. "What is it, Leon?" Mother inquired, observing the urgency of her youngest son. "Father, mother, do you know where I can purchase meat from a tier for magical beast?" Lin Long's tone was somewhat agitated. "Calm down, Leon. Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Mother urged him to collect himself. "I don't quite know how to explain, but I plan to buy some meat from a tier 4 magical beast." As Lin Long's heart gradually settled, he no longer appeared so frantic. Hearing his words, the couple exchanged surprised glances. Carlo looked somewhat troubled and remarked to Lin Long, "Indeed, they are available for sale, but the prices are quite steep. A single tier 4 magical beast may cost over 100 gold coins." Carlo refrained from mentioning where one could acquire the meat, instead emphasizing the price, implying that such an expense was far too extravagant for their family. Lin Long understood the underlying message and pressed his lips together. Carlo then inquired, "Leon, what do you intend to do with the tier 4 magical beast?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Long replied with a single word, "Eat." Hearing this, the couple furrowed their brows. Carlo addressed Lin Long. "Youngest, your father's health is not in jeopardy. There is no need to resort to tier 4 magical beasts. They are far too costly and not worth wasting on me." Carlo misunderstood, thinking that Lin Long intended to purchase the meat for his recovery. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Long earnestly looked at his parents and declared, "Father, mother, I plan to buy a tier 4 magical beast to eat myself." Upon hearing this, Roland was about to interject, but was interrupted by Lin Long, who continued, "Father, mother, if my assumptions are correct, I can heal father." The couple was incredulous. "You say you can heal your father?" Roland questioned, unable to believe her ears. Lin Long nodded and added, "Moreover, I can heal my feet as well." The couple exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long while. After what felt like an eternity, Carlo, somewhat dejected, said, "Youngest, you may not understand my condition, but—" Carlo's words trailed off as Lin Long, with a serious tone, interjected, "Father, I may not fully comprehend your condition, but if my assumptions are correct, should I succeed, I can heal your injuries." The confidence behind Lin Long's words was palpable. Observing the gravity in his demeanor, the couple fell silent. They had never seen their youngest son exhibit such seriousness. Since his birth, he had seldom caused them concern, displaying a maturity and steadiness characteristic of adulthood. Today marked the first time they had witnessed him being so earnest. "Very well. I trust you, Leon. You must have your reasons. And it is the first time I have seen you so serious. However, tier 4 magical beasts are quite rare in our small town." Lin Long felt a twinge of helplessness. The remoteness of their town made the scarcity of tier 4 magical beasts understandable. However, there happened to be a tier 4 magical beast readily available at the Baroness estate. Carlo gestured for Lin Long to assist him in rising, that "I will accompany you to the Baron's estate to procure that magical beast." "Father, your health?" Lin Long hesitated. "I ts nothing. Although I may not possess the strength of a tier 3 anymore, I can still walk and move normally. Moreover, my current appearance might facilitate negotiations, with Lin Long's support." Carlo slowly stood. Roland rummaged through a cabinet and produced a parcel. Handing it to Lin Long, Carlo gazed at the parcel, his eyes reddening once more. This parcel had remained untouched by the couple even in the face of adversity. And now, for his sake, Roland had selflessly brought it forth that he felt a pang of sorrow, knowing that his wife must be feeling even worse. Yet, aside from this parcel, what other options did he have? Carlo stepped forward and embraced his wife, remaining silent for a long time. Roland, however, smiled and said, "It's all right. After all these years, the past has long since faded. Besides, there is nothing I wouldn't sacrifice for you both. This contains enough to be worth hundreds of gold coins. Use it to buy the tier 4 magical beast." Though Roland spoke lightly, she could not conceal the sorrow that lay within her heart. Carlo's eyes were red, tears streaming down his face. It is often said that men do not easily shed tears. Yet Carlo had lost count of how many times he had cried today. Observing her husband weep, Roland gently wiped his face with her hand, her tone tender as she reassured him, "It's all right, it's all right." Stepping outside their home, Lin Long carried the parcel on his left shoulder while supporting Carlo with his right hand. He quietly asked, "Father, what is in this parcel?" Carlo, with a nostalgic expression and a bitter smile, replied, "This is your mother's dowry." Lin Long felt a whirlwind of emotions, realizing the significance of this parcel to his mother. The four brothers had long known that when their mother wed their father, her own father had vehemently opposed the union. Lin Long understood his grandfather's stance. After all, who would wish for their daughter to marry a mere Tier 3 warrior? In their small town, a Tier 3 warrior might be considered formidable, yet in a grand city like Tianshui, such individuals were commonplace. At the time, his grandfather had sought a young and talented suitor. A Tier 6 warrior, an 18-year-old Tier 6 warrior. Yet his mother had resolutely chosen to marry his father. Despite his father's relentless efforts over the years to advance in rank, sometimes hard work is rendered futile in the face of innate talent. His father had been stuck at the Tier 3 level for far too long, and it was likely he would never ascend to Tier 4 in this lifetime. This recent injury had dealt a significant blow to his father. This dowry was secretly given by your grandmother. When your grandfather learned of Roland's determination to marry me, he declared that if Roland were to wed, she would no longer be his daughter. Although your mother may seem gentle, her spirit is quite resolute. Thus, for over a decade, she has refrained from visiting your grandfather's home. Despite the hardships we have faced, we have never touched the dowry your grandmother provided. Your mother would occasionally take it out, reminiscing about the past. It is a shame that your father has been inept, unable to provide you with a happy life. Had I advanced to Tier 6, your mother would not have had to endure the shame of not being able to return to her family for so many years. Carlo lamented, filled with self-reproach. Lin Long halted his steps, patted his father's shoulder, and then playfully remarked, "Father, sometimes being born well is a skill in itself. Once I reach Tier 6, I will proudly take mother home." Carlo retorted, "You little rascal. Do you think reaching Tier 6 is so easy?" Lin Long merely smiled, choosing not to respond, that if he truly could cultivate, what would Tier 6 matter? The distance from their home to the Baron's estate was not far, and they arrived in no time. Carlo approached the door and knocked. After a considerable wait, the door was finally opened. "Honorable Lord Carlo, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Carlo nodded and addressed the steward. "Is Baron Liff here?" The steward replied, "The Baron is currently engaged in battle with 2 Tier 4 magical beasts and is not having an easy time of it. He is taking a nap now." Carlo acknowledged this with understanding, saying, "Then we shall wait in the side hall. There is no need to disturb the Baron. Our matter is not urgent." The steward nodded slightly and led them to the side hall of the Baron's estate. After a full hour had passed, Baron Liff finally arrived. The moment he entered the room, Lin Long's gaze was drawn to him. Baron Liff was of modest stature, only slightly taller than Lin Long, and could be considered of average height. His hair was somewhat unkempt, with a lock falling across his forehead, giving him a lackluster appearance. His eyes appeared somewhat hazy, clearly still not fully awake. Lin Long and Carlo rose to greet the Baron. Once they had completed their greetings, the Baron took his seat at the head of the table and gestured for them to sit and converse. "I am glad to see you well." Carlo, Baron Liff yawned and shook his head, clearly not yet fully alert that "I apologize for what happened with Sarah." Upon hearing this, Carlo stood from his seat and clasped his hands, saying, "Baron, I understand. This matter is not your fault." Baron Liff rubbed his eyes to awaken himself further and gestured for Carlo to sit. "So, what brings you here today?" In a tone of utmost respect, Carlo addressed, "Esteemed Baron, may I inquire if the carcass of the Earth Shatterbear from yesterday still remains? If so, do you have any intentions of selling it? I would very much like to purchase it." Carlo was quite direct. The Baron looked at Carlo in surprise before calmly asking, "May I ask your reasoning?" "Carlo, what do you intend to do with it?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Carlo replied, "To eat." The Baron scrutinized Carlo with a piercing gaze and exclaimed, "My dear Carlo, do you intend to use a 4th-tier magical beast for healing?" "Baron, you misunderstand. It is not for my consumption, but But for Leon, the Baron turned his attention to Lin Long, having previously encountered the young lad. He was taken aback to discover that Carlo sought to acquire the magical beast for his son. Baron Li Fu furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Carlo, if your intention was healing, I could understand. However, to feed Leon such a beast is not a wise choice. While a fourth-tier magical beast would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. This method is typically employed by noble families who specifically hunt high-tier magical beasts for their exceptional heirs. Yet for your family," the Baroness' words trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. "Thank you for your guidance, Baron, but my resolve is firm," Carlo stated resolutely. Very well, Carlo. However, I must inform you that I have already sold the Earth Shatterbear to Mr. Luo Lai from the town. You may not be aware, but his son is about to become the first magician in our little town," Baron Li Fu said, a tinge of envy in his tone, upon hearing that the bear had already been sold. Lin Long felt a tightening in his chest. Moreover, from the Baroness' words, it was clear that Luo Lai was the father of the Cursed One, that reflecting on his past entanglements with the Cursed One. Lin Long felt a headache coming on, regretting that he hadn't acted with fewer ulterior motives over the years. Carlo hurriedly addressed the Baron. "Baron, Leon truly needs that magical beast. Is there any way you could sell it to us?" "I will speak with Luo Lai." A look of difficulty crossed Baron Li Fu's face. "I apologize, Carlo. I had no idea you required this beast so desperately. Otherwise, I would have made it available to you. However, since I have already made a commitment to the other party, I cannot renege on that promise. I hope you can understand." Carlo sat down on a chair, feeling dejected as he realized his request placed the Baron in a difficult position. "Luo Lai is on his way. You may speak with him directly," Baron Li Fu continued. Carlo nodded helplessly and waited in his seat. Before long, the steward approached announcing, "My lord, Mr. Luo Lai has arrived. Please escort him to the storeroom." "We shall proceed there as well," Baron Li Fu instructed, rising to his feet. Carlo and Lin Long immediately followed suit. Upon arriving at the storeroom, they encountered a burly man who had just arrived. "Greetings, Baron Li Fu. I shall take the Earth Shatterbear shortly. Here are 200 gold coins. Please count them." Luo Lai addressed Baron Li Fu. Baron Li Fu smiled slightly. "I trust you, Mr. Luo Lai, but a small issue has arisen." "What is it?" "Is Baron Li Fu reconsidering the sale?" Luo Lai's expression soured. "Allow me to explain," Carlo interjected, sensing the Baron was about to elaborate. Baron Li Fu nodded in agreement. "Hello, Mr. Luo Lai. The matter is this. Could you possibly sell the Earth Shatterbear to us?" Carlo's tone was imbued with earnestness. "I had no idea that Mr. Carlo was also a blacksmith," Luo Lai retorted coolly, displeasure evident on his face. Carlo was taken aback, but soon realized that as the only blacksmith in town, Luo Lai was primarily interested in the materials from the magical beast. "Mr. Luo Lai, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We do not wish for those materials. We simply wish to purchase the bear's meat." Upon hearing this, Luo Lai's expression softened somewhat, though he still seemed hesitant. "While I do not place much value on the beast meat, my son is set to attend the Tian Shui Academy tomorrow, and I intend to prepare some fine dishes to nourish him. The fourth-tier Earth Shatterbear is a delicacy." Lin Long suddenly interjected, "Uncle Luo Lai, I am a very good friend of the Cursed One. Might I ask you to allow me to take this magical beast? You could set aside a portion to prepare a meal for the Cursed One, as a gift for me. Friends must learn to share, as my mother often teaches me." Lin Long emphasized the phrase "very good friend." Well, what is your name?" "Such politeness." Luo Lai relented, reasoning that he could not consume such a large portion of bear meat anyway. "A single piece would suffice. I am Leon Sori. Please convey to the Cursed One that I owe him a favor." Lin Long felt a wave of relief wash over him as Luo Lai acquiesced. What favor?" "Friends help one another, after all, Baron Li Fu. Let us proceed as such." Baron Li Fu nodded, instructing his men to remove the materials from the bear and then cut off a substantial piece of thigh meat to hand over to Luo Lai. Luo Lai nodded at the Baron and Carlo before departing. Once home, he looked at his son with a satisfied smile, with his son suddenly becoming a magician, who in the town would not seek to curry favor with him. Lost in such thoughts, Luo Lai cheerfully started a fire to prepare a meal. "My lord, I noticed that Mr. Luo Lai gave you 100 gold coins earlier, so I would like to offer you the remaining 100. Carlo promptly informed the Baron. Baron Li Fu considered for a moment and replied, "No need for 100. 70 coins will suffice." Upon hearing this price, Carlo's gaze towards the Baron was filled with gratitude. This price was undoubtedly quite reasonable. Even without the ability to forge, the value of the meat from a fourth-tier magical beast far exceeded 70 gold coins. It was evident that the Baron had offered this concession considering Carlo's injured state. "Thank you, my lord." Carlo expressed his gratitude profusely. Lin Long handed over a bundle to the Baron. My lord, these exquisite items must surely be the work of a master craftsman. I have heard that your wife hails from a prominent family in Tianshui City. Could these be your dowry? Carlo's face flushed slightly as he nodded. Internally, he grumbled that the Baron had been rather blunt, as it was unnecessary to state the obvious. Noticing Carlo's nod, the Baron refrained from further comments. Recognizing that items crafted by masters were inherently valuable, Baron Li Fu subtly approved of the transaction, fully aware that these items were indeed part of Carlo's wife's dowry. However, business was business, and he was prepared to accept them. Just then, Lin Long rose from his seat, slightly bowing as he said, "Respected Baron, the transaction between you and my father has concluded, and I would like to discuss a business matter with you." Hearing Lin Long's words, Baron Li Fu raised an eyebrow. Carlo looked at Lin Long in surprise and gently tugged at his arm, but Lin Long shook his head, signaling his father to allow him to finish speaking. "My lord, these items are indeed part of my mother's dowry. She is quite reluctant to part with them, yet she has chosen to sell them for my sake. Of course, this matter has little bearing on you. I only wish to request that you do not accept these items, that in return, I can pledge to assist you with 2 tasks free of charge in the future." Carlo sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Was this not an obvious attempt to deceive? Such an unwarranted promise would not convince the Baron, who was no fool. Baron Li Fu paused, momentarily taken aback by Lin Long's proposal. He then chuckled, as if he had heard the funniest joke, and remarked, "Young lad, do you understand that even if you consume this earth shatterbear and become a third-tier warrior like your father, what good would it do? I have never doubted the potential of youth, yet I have witnessed too many unfortunate realities in this world. Perhaps one day you may surpass me. Perhaps you may not, that I cannot place my faith in the promises you offer. Do you understand?" Lin Long nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the Baroness' words. Yet he did not relent, continuing, "There is no rush in making this decision. My lord, you may wait until after I consume this magical beast before deciding. After all, the transaction between my father and you is already in effect, is it not?" The Baron nodded, his gaze flickering with curiosity as he scrutinized the young lad once more. Though a substantial portion of its thigh had been severed, the monstrous bear still weighed around 3,000 to 4,000 pounds, resembling a small mountain in its repose. Its formidable stature spoke volumes of the ferocity it must have possessed in life. The Baron chuckled as he observed the bear's carcass, saying, "Had we not encountered it in a mutual annihilation with that battlefield demon bull, our party would have had no choice but to flee. A fourth-tier beast in a fair fight poses a significant challenge for us humans. Alas, Sarah has unfairly claimed half the spoils." The mere thought of this infuriated Lord Li Fu. Lin Long, gazing at the magical bear before him, suddenly posed a question to the Baron. "My lord, what distinguishes a fourth-tier magical beast from the lower-tier beasts we typically consume?" Upon hearing Lin Long's inquiry, the Baron raised an eyebrow. "You have sensed it, have you? Generally speaking, any beast meat above the third tier will enhance our physical prowess. The disparity between third-tier and fourth-tier beasts is akin to a chasm, much like the difference between a Tier 3 and a Tier 4 warrior among humans. What exactly sets apart a third-tier warrior from a fourth-tier warrior?" Lin Long pressed on, having often heard his father speak of the Baron's strength being attributed to his status as a fourth-tier warrior. Yet Lin Long found himself lacking in knowledge and seized this opportunity to inquire further. Observing Lin Long's confusion, Baron Li Fu, relieved that there was no pressing matter at hand, began to elucidate. The most apparent distinction between a fourth-tier warrior and a third-tier warrior is that the former possesses fighting spirit. Fighting spirit? What is that? Lin Long inquired, his eyes shimmering with perplexity. To illustrate, when your father is uninjured, his full force strike can yield a power of 1,000 pounds. But should he break through to the fourth tier and gain fighting spirit, his combat strength could increase tenfold. The Baron explained matter-of-factly. Tenfold. Does that mean he could wield a force of 10,000 pounds? Baron Li Fu nodded, roughly speaking. Thus, the gulf between third-tier and fourth-tier warriors is immense. A tenfold increase in combat strength does not imply that 10 third-tier warriors can collectively triumph over a fourth-tier warrior. The 1,000 pounds of force from a third-tier warrior hitting a fourth-tier warrior, when the latter employs fighting spirit for defense, simply cannot be breached. Consequently, even if 10 third-tier warriors simultaneously attacked a fourth-tier warrior, their chances of victory would be negligible, at least until the warrior's fighting spirit is nearly exhausted. The same principle applies to magical beasts. Those transitioning from third tier to fourth tier undergo a form of life metamorphosis, akin to a fourth-tier warrior developing fighting spirit. Hence, it is said that consuming a fourth-tier magical beast enhances our physical constitution. Lin Long pondered this, realizing that, according to the Baron, it was likely that the fourth-tier magical beast contained a form of spiritual energy, significantly augmenting their strength. Thus, after consuming a fourth-tier magical beast, one could indeed sense traces of this spiritual energy. You may proceed to take it away. Do you require assistance from another? The Baron turned towards Carlo. Lin Long dashed to the magical bear, slicing off a small piece of meat with his knife and popping it into his mouth. As the bear meat entered, it transformed into spiritual energy that Lin Long eagerly absorbed. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. All fourth-tier beasts possess spiritual energy. He addressed the Baron once more, saying, I must trouble you again. My lord, let us roast it here, that I wish to showcase my unique abilities to you. Once I have finished, we can continue discussing our prior transaction. Roast it here, the Baron exclaimed in astonishment. Even after roasting, you won't be able to consume it all. You'll still have to return home to digest it slowly. Lin Long merely smiled, remaining silent as he once again requested the Baron's assistance with the cooking. The Baron instructed his steward to bring people to roast the bear meat, intrigued to discover what this young lad was truly capable of. Time passed gradually, and within the span of less than an hour, the bear meat was ready. As the meat was prepared, Lin Long rushed towards it, slicing it with fervor and shoving piece after piece into his mouth, relishing the long-awaited influx of spiritual energy. He could hardly contain his joy, akin to a traveler in the desert stumbling upon a verdant oasis. The Baron watched in astonishment as Lin Long consumed nearly one-third of the meat in less than a cup of tea's duration. He was aware that this amounted to nearly 4,000 pounds, meaning Lin Long had already devoured over 1,000 pounds. Turning to Carlo, the Baron remarked with a sympathetic expression, having such a gluttonous son must be quite a challenge for you. Carlo could only smile helplessly, having never witnessed such voraciousness in his youngest son before. If Lin Long were to indulge in such feasts daily, it would be impossible for the Baron to afford it. Lin Long, however, paid no heed to their conversation. His focus was solely on the meat before him. The moment the meat entered his mouth, it transformed into strands of spiritual energy. Let it be known, it mattered not if there were 4,000 pounds. As long as the meat was imbued with spiritual energy, he could consume an endless quantity. For Lin Long, what he lacked most was this very energy. As for any bottlenecks, given his previous cultivation, they were non-existent. Speak candidly. As long as the spiritual energy was sufficient, if given time, he could restore his past cultivation level. Lin Long devoured with increasing speed, simultaneously guiding the spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body. Only 1/10 of the bear meat remained. Lin Long finally ceased his voracious swallowing, closing his eyes and settling into a meditative posture. His hands rested on his knees, fingers forming a seal of cultivation, with the spiritual energy within him circulating in concentric circles. After completing 36 major cycles, a crack echoed as Lin Long exhaled a breath of turbid air. At last, I have succeeded. I've reached the first layer of qi refinement. Though the act of meditating felt fleeting, over an hour had passed in the outside world, with the Baron and Carlo observing Lin Long's focused demeanor without interruption. As Lin Long opened his eyes, both men turned their gazes toward him. They sensed an indescribable aura emanating from Lin Long. Though his appearance had not changed, he seemed to transcend the mundane. His long black hair swayed without wind, and his eyes sparkled like stars. A smile graced Lin Long's lips, while the leaves in the courtyard danced lightly. In that moment, Lin Long became the very center of the world around him. Simply sitting there, he created an illusion of time, standing still. After opening his eyes, he stepped forward with purpose, and the ground beneath him trembled slightly with a resounding boom, as if thunder had erupted in the air. Lin Long's eyes sparkled with mirth, his smile now devoid of past sorrows and humility. If one were to ask what the most significant change in Lin Long's life had been since becoming a cultivator, it would undoubtedly be the surge of unwavering confidence. Having felt as though the sky was falling just hours prior, Lin Long now possessed the confidence to mend it. He strode toward Carlo, each step firm and resolute. Wonderful, marvelous. Carlo's eyes brimmed with tears as he witnessed Lin Long's recovery. In that moment, he momentarily forgot his own injuries, feeling only elation for his son's restored health. Lin Long smiled at the Baron, saying, "My lord, let us continue our discussion regarding our transaction." Baron Lifu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. After a moment's pause, he addressed Lin Long. "You have indeed shown me something remarkable. Yes, particularly your capacity for consumption. However, I must candidly state that this talent of yours would be better suited in a prominent family. With such a gift, your rapid ascension in strength is undeniable. Yet, given your origins in this modest locale, you will not have frequent access to high-tier magical beasts, and consuming them does not necessarily equate to enhanced strength." Lin Long gazed at the Baron, slightly exasperated, thinking to himself, "Is that all you can see? You fail to recognize my ethereal state, my detachment from the mundane." Feeling somewhat helpless, Lin Long gestured towards the Baron, a sign of challenge in this world. "Lien, do not be rude," Carlo admonished, internally bewildered by his son's audacity. Baron Lifu was a peak fourth-tier warrior, not someone to be trifled with. Baron Lifu waved his hand toward Carlo and chuckled. "No harm done. Children, after all, have yet to experience much in life. They believe that by consuming a magical beast, their strength has dramatically increased. Since you are eager, I shall assess whether your prowess warrants this transaction." Baron Lifu refrained from saying more, channeling all his strength to strike at Lin Long. Lin Long regarded the full-force blow from the esteemed Baron with a slight smile, with his legs taut. He leaped with great effort, raising his fist to meet the Baroness' strike head-on, resulting in a resounding crash. Dust and smoke billowed, and Lin Long staggered back a step before regaining his footing. Meanwhile, the Baron gracefully landed on the ground. Observing Lin Long, who had only taken a single step back before halting, the Baron expressed surprise, acknowledging his commendable strength, noting that at such a young age, he had already surpassed his father. Upon hearing the Baroness' words, Lin Long did not hasten to counterattack, but instead inquired, "Did you just use fighting spirit?" As if he had heard an absurd joke, Baron Lifu erupted in laughter. "Fighting spirit? Had I employed it just now, you would likely not be able to stand anymore. That was merely a full-force punch, devoid of any fighting spirit." Lin Long, puzzled, questioned, "But that punch bore nearly 10,000 pounds of force. You previously stated that such strength could only be attained with fighting spirit." Hearing Lin Long's words, Baron Lifu smiled slightly and began to elucidate. Ordinarily, a newly ascended level 4 warrior possesses strength not much greater than that of a level 3. A single punch would barely yield 1,000 pounds of force. You must understand, the hallmark of reaching level 4 is the acquisition of fighting spirit. Our bodies and fighting spirit are akin to a jar filled with water. To grow stronger, we must expand the jar and fill it to the brim. Only then will our strength increase. That I am on the cusp of reaching level 5, even without employing fighting spirit. Each full-force strike I deliver carries a weight of 10,000 pounds. Your ability to withstand it has indeed exceeded my expectations." Lin Long nodded. This was his first encounter with someone from this world, primarily aimed at gathering intelligence. Unbeknownst to Baron Lifu, although he had not utilized fighting spirit, Lin Long too had refrained from calling upon his spiritual energy, instead relying solely on the strength of his physical body at the first stage of chi cultivation to absorb the Baron's blow. He had now gained a rough understanding of Baron Lifu's power. Lin Long slightly spread his legs apart, positioning one hand forward with his palm facing up, while the other retracted slightly, forming a fist. The Taoist Tai Dragon fist was being unveiled for the first time before outsiders. "Baron, It's my turn now. Be cautious. Initially, Baron Li Fu had intended to withdraw, but he was caught off guard by Lin Long's determination to continue. Observing Lin Long's stance, a sense of urgency welled up within him. Tai Dragon. Before Baron Li Fu could react, he saw Lin Long's figure suddenly appear before him, the fierce wind from the punch stinging his face. He caught a glimpse of golden light flashing as Lin Long's fist struck directly at his chest. This, oh fast, was all that crossed the Baron's mind. With no time to evade, he braced himself with all his might. Astonished by Lin Long's swiftness, which had surpassed his own, with a resounding bang, Baron Li Fu was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball. Golden fighting spirit. The Baron wore a shocked expression. Carlo, too, was astonished as he regarded his youngest son. To send Baron Li Fu flying over 20 meters with a single punch was an unimaginable feat if it were him, or even any newly ascended level 4 warrior. None could achieve such a thing. Lin Long, hearing the Baron's words, looked puzzled. You say my fighting spirit is golden? The Baron rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Show me once more. I only saw a flash of gold and cannot be certain. Lin Long enveloped his fist with spiritual energy, revealing a faint golden glow. Indeed, it was fighting spirit, but why was it golden? The Baron pondered, unable to reach a conclusion after much contemplation. Lin Long retracted his spiritual energy and replied, I'm also unsure. What color is your fighting spirit, Baron? The Baron raised his arm, and a layer of milky white light appeared. Why fighting spirit is milky white, as is the case for all individuals in this continent. Fighting spirit is the essence of our humanity, and to this day, I have not heard of any other colors. Lin Long was intrigued. What the Baron did not know was that had Lin Long not employed Taoist techniques, his spiritual energy would also be milky white. What could this mean? The Baron was perplexed. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Never mind. Let us speak inside. The trio returned to the previous annex, after Baron Li Fu took a seat and sipped some water. He lowered his head in contemplation. After a while, he addressed Lin Long. I agree to your proposal, but I shall amend the terms. You need only promise to assist me with one task. Lin Long nodded without hesitation, aware that the Baroness' request would not be simple. Otherwise, the Baron would not have gone to such lengths. Nevertheless, he was determined to protect his mother's dowry at all costs. Lin Long fixed his gaze on the Baron, ready to hear what task he would be assigned. The Baron, with a reminiscent expression, began, I, too, hail from Tinshui City, the same city as your mother, and my father was an earl, and I was his legitimate heir. However, I had a younger brother born of a different mother. From a young age, my brother exhibited remarkable talent, far surpassing my OWN in his dying moments. My father bequeathed the title to my brother for the sake of the family. I understood this, for an exceptional leader would guide the family further. I could bear no resentment regarding that, but he should never have laid a hand on my mother. I could see this point. Baron Li Fu's eyes reddened, gripping the teacup tightly. After calming himself, he continued, after my father's death, that vile woman turned against my mother, having grown tired of her influence over the years. With her son now in charge, she sought to eliminate my mother. Perhaps due to familial constraints, she did not openly attempt to kill me, but I knew that remaining within the family would mean certain death. Thus, one day, I escaped. I only hope that one day you can help me avenge my mother by eliminating that mother and son pair. Upon hearing the Baron's words, Lin Long nonchalantly asked, what is your brother's current strength? When I left, he was a level 6 warrior. He may have since broken through to level 7, given his exceptional talent. He is likely a land knight now. The classification of warriors is divided into 6 levels, and upon reaching the 7th, they are referred to as land knights. The 8th level is known as sky knights, while the 9th is honored with the title of holy knight. Lin Long was well aware of this. According to the Baron, his brother was very likely a land knight. Lin Long could not help but assess his own strength. However, he was unaware of how formidable a level 7 land knight could be. From the recent battle with the Baron, it was clear that the peak level 4 Baron was no match for him. Lin Long's earlier punch could hardly be called a full force strike. Had he unleashed his full power, Baron Li Fu would undoubtedly have been defeated in an instant. Yet Lin Long's current reserves of spiritual energy were insufficient to support such an all-out assault. His predicament resembled the Baron's analogy of the jar in water. At present, he could only draw water externally to fill the jar. Its capacity could be limitless, but there was simply too little water. Moreover, every drop consumed diminished his supply. His path to advancement differed significantly from those in this world. He grasped the Baron's explanation. Their fighting spirit would grow with their cultivation. Even after depleting it entirely, given some time, it would replenish. His situation was different. He felt akin to water without a source. Every bit he used diminished his reserves. Of course, this dilemma was not insurmountable in the path of cultivation. Once a golden core is formed, spiritual energy would begin to regenerate autonomously. Lin Long had not harbored such concerns in his previous life, as the worlds were fundamentally different, just as the Baron and others thrived in this realm. In his past life, even when spiritual energy was entirely depleted, resting for a while would lead to recovery. Yet, in this life, his spiritual energy could only be replenished through high-level magical beasts of this world. Thus, he aimed to utilize as little spiritual energy as possible. Naturally, all this was prior to reaching the golden core stage. In the realm of cultivation, there exists an ancient saying, once a grain of golden core is swallowed, from henceforth, my fate is no longer dictated by heaven. These issues will all find resolution upon breaking through to the golden core realm. After transcending to this stage, the consumed spiritual energy will, with the passage of time, gradually replenish the golden core. Although one cannot elevate their realm or enlarge the golden core, one can act without hesitation. The initial three realms of cultivation, chi refinement, foundation establishment, and spirit integration, serve merely as the foundation, while the true qualitative leap in power occurs upon reaching the golden core realm. Lin Long pondered for a moment. Defeating the Earth Knight should pose a considerable challenge for him at present, though the future remains uncertain. After all, in his previous life, he was renowned as the disciple who broke through the Daoist realms the fastest in a millennium. Having ascended to the 8th realm of cultivation, the questioning Dao stage, by the tender age of 20, Lin Long nodded in agreement, but still implored the Baron. I kindly ask for a few years' time. My lord, the Baron chuckled and replied, that is only natural. Venture forth now would be akin to courting death. I merely hope that one day, before my demise, you can bring that mother and child before me, so that I may pay my respects to my mother. If capture proves impossible, slay them outright. Upon hearing the Baron's words, Lin Long felt a sense of relief wash over him. I have one more matter I wish to consult you about. My lord, Lin Long interjected unexpectedly. Go on, the Baron replied. Who is Sarah? Did he inflict the injury upon my father? Lin Long's tone remained calm, yet a palpable aura of murderous intent pervaded the hall. Leon, Carlo exclaimed sharply. Listening to his father's advice, he decided to let the matter rest. Carlo's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Observing his father's despondency, Lin Long slowly shook his head. Respecting one's teacher and valuing the Tao were virtues ingrained in Lin Long's very being. He had never once defied his father. Yet, this time was different. Carlo had never witnessed such stubbornness in Lin Long before. He turned to Baron Liff and shook his head in a plea. If I recall correctly, the mayor has a subordinate named Seracal that I hear. He is also a level 4 warrior, just like you, my lord. Lin Long fixed his gaze on Baron Liff, unwavering. Baron Liff remained silent, offering no response. Leon, Carlo's voice rose sharply. I will say this again. Let it go. Do you understand? Lin Long dared not meet his father's gaze. He understood that Carlo feared the other's status. Whether it was Sarah's identity as a level 4 warrior or as a subordinate of the town's mayor, it was a matter he could not afford to provoke. Carlo's tone was calm, devoid of any trace of resentment. Leon, you will understand in time that we, as humans, must learn to accept our fate. This matter will pass. Given his status, he will not trouble us. Point one must learn to accept their fate, a sentiment that encapsulates much sorrow. Father, Lin Long hesitated, then spoke. Had it not been for today's magical bear, I too would resign myself to fate. Carlo gazed at his youngest son, perplexed by the implications in his words. Yet, if heaven has granted me the chance to tread the path of cultivation anew, then in this life, I shall defy destiny. The Taoists place great emphasis on fate. I believe there exists an unresolved connection between myself and Seracal. With that, Lin Long turned to Baron Liff and implored. My lord, I ask that you keep an eye on my father. I shall return shortly. Lin Long pivoted, avoiding Carlo's gaze, and strode out of the Baron's residence. Leon, where are you going? Stop! Carlo shouted. Enough, Carlo. I understand your concerns. But you seem to underestimate your SON.T, be honest. During our earlier confrontation, I felt a sense of life and death crisis that I have never experienced even against Sarah K. L. S. Let us wait patiently. Baron Liff restrained Carlo, forcing him back into his seat. My lord, is what you said true? Carlo asked, incredulous. Could it be that his youngest son possessed the strength of a level 5 warrior to instill such a sense of peril in the Baron? Lin Long exited the Baron's estate, heading straight for the town hall. The town hall, situated at the heart of the town, was divided into a front and a back courtyard. The former housed the mayor's office, while the latter served as the mayor's residence. Upon reaching the entrance of the front courtyard, Lin Long was intercepted by two individuals. Who are you? Little brat. Scram. This is no place for you. I have come to seek justice, Lin Long declared decisively. Huh. A mere child attempting to reason with us? Begone. The two men attempted to force him out. Yet before their hands could touch him, Lin Long's figure had already appeared within the gate. Halt! Take another step forward, and we shall show no mercy. The two men, momentarily bewildered by Lin Long's sudden disappearance, were taken aback when they saw him had already entered. They hastily raised their voices in anger. Ignoring them, Lin Long took a deep breath and proclaimed in a voice like thunder, I come forth today to accuse Saracal of shattering my father's heart vein. I implore the mayor to dispense justice. He repeated this claim thrice, his voice booming like thunder. Not only did the mayor's office hear him, but most of the townsfolk did as well. Did you hear that? Someone is accusing Sarah of assault. Did you just find that out? I heard that Carlo Sori was struck so hard that his heart vein shattered. Thankfully, the old healer was able to assist him. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Alas, Sarah has long been a tyrant in this town. What good could come from filing a complaint? He and the mayor are in cahoots. Indeed, and he's a level 4 warrior. Who could possibly subdue him if he goes on a rampage? Lin Long paid no heed to the discussions outside. He waited in silence. The two men at the entrance dared not chase Lin Long away. They were still reeling from the echo of his earlier proclamation. After a brief wait, two men emerged from within the office. One was tall and lanky, appearing to be in his 40s, with a malevolent glint in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lin Long. The other was somewhat portly, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with a smile that resembled that of a smiling tiger. He regarded Lin Long warmly and asked, Child, what seems to be the trouble? By now, a considerable crowd of townsfolk had gathered outside the office, craning their necks to peer inside. Mayor, this man shattered my father's heart vein. I have come today to seek an explanation. Lin Long glared at the lanky man, instantly recognizing him as the one who had harmed his father. The mayor chuckled and said, Child, you must be careful with your words. You claim he assaulted your father. Do you have any witnesses? Lin Long chuckled lightly and nodded. Of course, there are witnesses. Oh, where are they? The mayor seemed taken aback, unable to fathom who in this small town would dare testify against Sarah. Lin Long pointed at the lanky man and declared, Is he not here? Just ask him. The mayor's smile deepened, and internally he mused that this child must be a fool for directly confronting the culprit. Who ever heard a murderer admitting to their crimes? Nevertheless, he turned to Sarah and inquired, Sarah, this child claims you assaulted his father. Is there any truth to that? The lanky man grinned and replied, Indeed, it was I who struck him. What? The mayor thought his ears must be deceiving him. He stared incredulously at Sarah and admonished, You should think carefully before you speak. Are you truly admitting to this? The mayor felt utterly speechless. Even if it were true, he should not simply confess in front of such a crowd. With a look of confusion, Sarah inadvertently voiced his thoughts. When the mayor asked again, he found himself saying, Indeed, it was me who struck him. At that moment, I was merely asserting dominance over the magical beast. And in doing so, I used a bit of force that just so happened that Carlo was nearby the beast, and I set an example with him. By the heavens, Sarah's heart sank, although he spoke the truth. He had no intention of admitting it. What was happening? The mayor's expression darkened. This matter could have been easily brushed aside had Sarah simply denied it, for there was no evidence or witnesses. But now he had inadvertently confessed. The mayor could not help but feel anger rising within him. Had he been too lenient with Sarah in the past? The crowd erupted in outrage. Shameless. Not only did he attempt to seize a magical beast, but he also used a person to assert his authority, nearly causing a death. We hope the mayor will severely punish the culprit. The townsfolk were indignant, stunned that the perpetrator dared to confess openly, truly showing no regard for the law. The mayor's face darkened, his expression capable of dripping water. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "The day is growing late. This matter shall be deliberated tomorrow," with a chuckle. Lin Long gazed at the clouds adorning the horizon. It was the height of summer, and the night fell exceedingly late. The mayor's blatant favoritism towards the culprit was sure to stir controversy. Lin Long spoke with an even tone, yet his eyes were ablaze with fury. That moment, the mayor cast aside his mask of insincerity. "I have declared this matter will be discussed tomorrow. If this issue cannot be resolved today, I fear you may not see the morrow." Lin Long's tone remained calm, but his words sent a shiver down the mayor's spine. "You possess quite the audacity to threaten the mayor." Surla barked. The mayor, realizing the gravity of the situation, narrowed his eyes, his voice turning icy. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Long nodded slightly, replying, "You may interpret it as such." The mayor, incredulous, retorted with a sardonic laugh. "Very well. Seize him." Instantly, a dozen men surged forward, encircling Lin Long's Surla, with an air of arrogance, fixed his gaze on Lin Long and smirked. "Boy, knowing the truth is futile in some matters. It was I who harmed your useless father. What can you do about it?" Lin Long merely smiled, acknowledging the admission. His eyes glinted coldly as he raised his right hand, a radiant golden light resembling a full moon soaring into the sky, its brilliance blinding. Hearing the mayor's command, the group charged at him. These men were all at least second-tier warriors, with several being third-tier. Their united assault was formidable. Unperturbed, Lin Long pointed his index finger skyward. With a swift bend of his finger, he commanded, "Go." The onlookers beheld as a radiant moon transformed into a cascade of golden light, and with a mere gesture from Lin Long, the dozen men were sent hurtling through the air. Lin Long did not deign a glance at the fallen figures, his gaze fixed on Surla, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Surla stepped forward, facing Lin Long with a serious expression. He believed it impossible to defeat so many in a single blow. Unfazed by Surla's vigilant demeanor, Lin Long slowly raised his head to the clouds above, speaking as if to himself. "In truth, I never aimed to deliver severe punishment to the perpetrator. After all, I have lived here for a full 14 years. What kind of man is the mayor, if not widely known? But what if you uphold the laws of the empire? Then perhaps I might find reason to spare you. After all, the Daoists say that heaven is compassionate towards all living beings. Do you not agree, my Lord Mayor? But for now, you shall accompany him to death." Surla had never felt such an overwhelming sense of oppression from a single individual. As he stared at Lin Long, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. For the sake of that half-destroyed fourth-tier magical beast, it hardly seemed worth it. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He steeled himself against his inner fear, straining his arms. Suddenly, Surla's figure leapt into the air, intending to take the initiative. Mountain crushing fist, Surla shouted with fervor. Like an arrow, he shot towards Lin Long, his fists glowing with a rich milky light. The force of his punches blinded the crowd, yet Lin Long remained unaffected by the winds of Surla's assault. He simply stood there, indifferent, allowing Surla's fists to strike him. Clang! A sharp sound reverberated throughout the area. Surla shook his numbed arms in disbelief to think that the mountain-crushing fist, a technique he had labored extensively to master, could be so effortlessly countered. He gazed at Lin Long, enveloped in golden light, his expression shifting to one of fear as he hesitated to act. Lin Long intertwined his index and middle fingers, the surrounding golden light coalescing before him in midair. "You struck my father once. I shall repay you in kind. Fair, is it not?" The sky filled with countless golden fists. Staring at the dense cluster of golden fists, Surla's face turned ashen. "Did you not say you would only return one punch?" In the face of life and death, Surla's bravado crumbled, and he timidly replied, "You want a punch?" "Very well." The multitude of golden fists rapidly converged, soon forming a colossal fist gleaming with light, looming above the mayor's office. The onlookers hastily fled, fearful of being caught in the impending disaster. At this moment, Surla found himself rendered speechless, contemplating how he might survive the impending blow. "Wait, wait!" The mayor, drenched in sweat, hastily interjected, "I am willing to punish Surla and restore justice for your father. Please halt your attack." The mayor's gaze remained fixated on the enormous fist, terror etched across his features. It was too late. One must be accountable for their actions, mustn't they? Lin Long scoffed at the mayor. "Do you realize that killing a town's leader is a grave offense? Should you slay me, you shall not escape unscathed." The mayor howled in desperation. "Save your words for later." Lin Long dismissed him. Commanding go, the titanic fist, accompanied by a howling wind, descended like a meteor upon the mayor's office. Boom! The earth trembled, and debris flew in all directions. The entirety of the mayor's residence, both front and back, was obliterated. Thick smoke lingered long after, and the crowd discovered the remains of Surla and the mayor, reduced to mere pulp. They could only identify them by their clothing, not by their utterly altered faces. Baron Litfu was about to sip from his drink when his hand trembled, having felt a tremendous force emanating from the direction of the town hall. Just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, a servant rushed in, breathless. "It's bad, my lord. What has happened to cause such alarm?" he queried. Leon." The servant gasped, clearly having exerted himself too much to complete his thought. "What of Leon?" Carlo stood, his expression urgent. "Leon has killed Surla and the mayor, and the town hall is in ruins." The servant managed to catch his breath before finishing his sentence. Baron Litfu was left astonished. He had assumed Leon would only manage to injure the mayor, never imagining he would kill Surla. Meanwhile, Carlo was rendered speechless, realizing that the two most formidable individuals in the town, fourth-tier warrior Surlikar, had been slain by his own son, before they could fully process the shock. Lin Long returned, knocking on the Baron's door before requesting the butler to summon his father. Carlo and Baron Litfu promptly stepped outside. Upon seeing Lin Long unscathed, Carlo exhaled in relief. However, upon noticing that Lin Long bore half a magical beast on his shoulder, he found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. Baron Litfu furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Lin Long, who, after a moment, replied somewhat dejectedly, "You certainly know how to present me with a dilemma." Young Leon, Lin Long understood the Baron's implication to in the Galan Empire. The mayor wielded unparalleled authority within the town, ruling over it singularly. Today, Lin Long had killed the mayor, a severe transgression that could lead to execution for killing an official. As a noble of the empire, Baron Litfu was obligated to report the incident, especially since it transpired in broad daylight. Lin Long remained unfazed, pulling Baron Litfu aside. Carlo watched the two converse quietly, uncertain of their discussion, until he observed the Baron nodding helplessly as dusk fell. Lin Long, beaming under the setting sun, declared, "Come, father, let us feast today." Carlo hesitated for a moment before slowly uttering two words, "Homeward bound." The father and son returned home, where Roland greeted them with a radiant smile. His younger sister dashed forward, inspecting his legs with great curiosity. The family wore expressions of joy, a rare piece of good news amidst the day's turmoil. Roland exchanged glances with Lin Long, silently inquiring about their father's injuries. However, Lin Long chose not to address it directly, instead stating, "Eldest brother, second brother, please wash the meat from this earth-shattering magical bowl. We shall prepare a whole roast tonight." "All of it?" the eldest brother asked, though his gaze flickered toward their mother. In family matters, the father held sway, while the mother's wishes guided smaller decisions. Naturally, there were no pressing issues at hand. Their mother hesitated, as their family had never indulged in such lavish feasting before. "Let us roast it all. You are about to advance to third tier. Eat more for your benefit." Baron Litfu leaned against the stone bed, and when Lin Long offered to assist, Carlo declined. The eldest and second brothers, hearing this, eagerly set about preparing the magical bull's meat. The magical beef is quite substantial, prompting even the younger sister to rush over to assist. In the blink of an eye, Only Lin Long and his parents remain in the room. While Luo Lin supports her husband, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Long, observing his mother's anxious demeanor. Lin Long reassures her with a smile. "Do not worry, mother. Father's injury can be treated. Is that truly the case?" Luo Lin exclaimed with excitement. "Ah." Carlo winced as his wife inadvertently caused him pain, drawing a sharp breath. Lin Long, no longer keeping them in suspense, instructed Carlo to lie flat. He then brought his 2 fingers together and pressed them against his father's forehead, but a wisp of spiritual energy flowed from Lin Long's fingertips into Carlo's body. With utmost concentration, Lin Long guided the spiritual energy through his father's meridians, continuously mending Carlo's damaged pathway. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Long's brow. After a while, he finally withdrew his hands. Accepting the cloth from his mother to wipe his sweat, and with a gentle smile proclaimed, "It is a success. Thank you for your hard work, Leon." Luo Lin's eyes glistened with emotion, had it not been for her 3rd son. She dared not imagine what the future would hold, that a family ought not to endure hardship. Let father rest for a while. Tomorrow he shall awaken as a lively, spirited man, Lin Long teased. If your father hears that, he won't escape a beating. Luo Lin chuckled through her tears. "Come, mother, I can already smell the delightful aroma of the magical beef. Let us dine," Lin Long urged, pulling his mother outside, upon learning that Leon had healed their father. The family was filled with joy. Although they were unaware of how the youngest son accomplished this feat, they refrained from questioning further. The eldest brother gave Lin Long a thumbs up. "Well done, 3rd brother." The younger sister, in her exuberance, offered her large piece of beef to Lin Long, exclaiming, "3rd brother, eat." Lin Long took a bite, savoring the exquisite flavor. On this day, the 2nd brother unusually refrained from bickering with him, and Lin Long lacked the mood for any competition. The family joyously feasted on the beef. Eventually, with the exception of Lin Long, the others were utterly stuffed in the astonished gazes of his family. Lin Long consumed the remaining nearly 1,000 pounds of magical beef. 3rd brother, the eldest brother, was at a loss for words. The 2nd brother stared in shock at Lin Long. 3rd brother can eat so much. The younger sister applauded from the side. Their mother remained speechless. In the town of Luolai, Zhao gazed at the bountiful dishes laid out for the day, a smile of delight gracing his face. Before all the dishes were served, he eagerly seized a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. "Delicious. Father, what kind of meat is this?" With a look of pure enjoyment, Zhao took another piece. Although his family was relatively well off in the town, such a meat-laden feast could only be enjoyed during festive occasions. Luolai looked at his blissful son and chuckled. "This is the meat of a 4th-tier, earth-shattering demon bear. What do you think? Tasty, isn't it?" Zhao nodded vigorously that if it's delicious, then eat more. This meat is a gift from your good friend Leon, so be sure to return the favor when the opportunity arises. Do not underestimate him just because he will be a mage in the future, Luolai advised. "Father, who did you say?" Zhao's hand halted midair, suspicion clouding his ears. "Leon's story. I happened to meet him at Baron Lift's house today. He claimed to be good friends with you. Consequently, your father offered him the earth-shattering demon bear, and he gifted us a large portion of the meat." Luolai explained the situation to his son. "What's the matter, son? You seem somewhat unhappy," Luolai inquired. "It's nothing, father. Let us eat." Zhao gritted his teeth, his expression filled with helplessness. It seemed his father had been deceived by Leon. "Good friends? Have you ever encountered a good friend who hurls punches at your face?" Yet he chose not to reveal the truth to his father. "Leon, just you wait." Zhao bit into another piece of meat with fervor. In the dead of night, a cool breeze swept through. Lin Long found himself wide awake, lying on the roof with one leg draped over the other, hands supporting his head as he stared at the luminous moonlight, lost in contemplation, having taken the life of the town's mayor. He would be forced to live as a fugitive henceforth. Fortunately, Baron Lift had promised to delay reporting for 5 days, granting him a few more days to be with his family. Could he avoid leaving? It seemed unlikely. His strength could easily handle a level 4 warrior, but what if a level 5 or 6 were to confront him? But where could he go? His mother's health was still. Creak! The door to his parents' room creaked open. Lin Long glanced down, his figure flashing as he called out, "Father, you're awake. How do you feel?" Carlo moved his body and replied, "Much better. Thank you, Leon. Your mother has informed me of your efforts." Lin Long presented his father with the meat he had set aside for him. "Have some meat. Father, I need to discuss something with you. What is it?" Carlo asked, chewing as he inquired. "Father, once eldest brother and second brother leave home. I intend to venture to the Beast Mountain Range." Lin Long shared his plans with his father. He had learned from the Baron that the Beast Mountain Range was home to countless magical beasts, making it an excellent place for rapid strength enhancement. Carlo's expression shifted to concern. He had heard of the Beast Mountain Range. It was notoriously perilous, with many having perished there. "Never to return?" In a tone of refusal. Carlo said, "Third son, you are still young. The Beast Mountain Range is not suitable for you. It is rife with malevolence and extreme danger, teeming with those who kill for treasure." Lin Long understood his father's worries. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly broached an unrelated topic. "Father, in the past year or two, I have noticed that Mother's health has been deteriorating. Please, be honest with me. Did she suffer severe injuries in her youth?" Carlo was taken aback. How did his third son know this? Observing the seriousness etched on Lin Long's face, he nodded but chose to remain silent. Seeing his father's acknowledgement, Lin Long continued, "That is why I fear time is against us. Father, with my current strength, I cannot fully cure Mother, and I am afraid she may not last until I reach the Golden Core stage. Trust me, I will be fine. We cannot afford to delay Mother's treatment." "Father," the last two words were laden with urgency. Although Carlo did not comprehend what Lin Long meant by the Golden Core stage, he understood the gravity of his words, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. These were responsibilities that a father should bear, yet they had all fallen upon you. It is the father who has failed. Is there any wonder that having a good son is more valuable than anything else? Lin Long jested with a playful grin. "Alas, you." Carlo chuckled in response. Seeing his father's consent, Lin Long let out a sigh of relief and quickly implored, "You must assist me with the pressure from Mother." Carlo playfully slapped Lin Long on the head, saying, "I understand, you little rascal. You've never caused this much worry before." A smile crept onto Lin Long's lips. The following morning, the family gathered for breakfast when Luo Lin suddenly noticed many townsfolk casting admiring glances toward their home. "How peculiar! Why are so many people observing us?" she remarked to Carlo. Neither Lin Long nor Carlo responded. The eldest brother suddenly asked, "Father, since you have the day off, could you tell us about the Water Academy?" Baron Liff had granted their father a few days of leave for recuperation. "Since you all are to attend the Water Academy tomorrow, I shall share what I know, though it is merely what I have heard from the Baron. The specifics you will need to discover for yourselves." The eldest brother and second brother nodded, while Lin Long listened attentively. "Yes, you know, our Galan Empire reveres the sky, partly due to the renowned sky magic eagles cultivated here. Additionally, it embodies the aspirations of all to reach the heavens. The Galan Empire comprises 5 major cities. Aside from the capital, Galan City, the other 4 formidable cities are Water City, Thunder City, Fire City, and Wind City. Unlike our small town, which houses only a few thousand families, each of these 5 principal cities boast a population in the millions." Carlo took a sip of water and continued. "The Water Academy is one of the 5 prestigious academies within the Galan Empire, spanning a radius of 3,000 miles. Any youth aged 12 to 16 may participate in the admissions process. This is also an opportunity for ordinary individuals to alter their destinies. It is said that students from the Water Academy have the chance to study at the Galan Academy each year. Furthermore, the Holy Church annually recruits several talented students from the 4 major empires to join its ranks. Those who become students of the Holy Academy often graduate to become city enforcers. If any of you 4 manage to become enforcers, I reckon I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Upon entering the academy, strive to swiftly transcend the 4th level, for the starting point of Galan Academy is that of a 4th level warrior. Your father shall never have that opportunity in this lifetime. It is now solely reliant upon you." As these words escaped his lips, a palpable sense of despondency shadowed the father's expression. Although his injuries had healed, he remained unable to break through to the 4th level. Lauren gently patted her husband's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "This is already commendable. Fear not, father. We shall undoubtedly surpass the 4th level in due course." The eldest and second sons declared in unison. Immediately after, the second son turned to Lin Long, stating, "Why are you silent, third brother? You too must strive to break through to the fourth level and fulfill Father's wishes." Lin Long languidly replied, "What is there to say? It is a pity you weren't present when I vanquished the fourth-level warrior." Today, the family had remained at home, unaware of Lin Long's exploits. "How can you boast so?" The second son retorted, clearly skeptical. "Shall we test this?" Lin Long raised an eyebrow. "Come on." Another day passed, and Lin Long accompanied his parents as they bid farewell to the eldest and second brothers. Tianshui City lay to the west of the town, and the two brothers would need to traverse numerous towns, aiming to arrive by the end of August, as the opening ceremony was scheduled for early September. Their parents gazed longingly at the departing brothers. No matter how reluctant, fledglings must eventually learn to fly solo. The mother presented each of the brothers with 50 silver coins, 5 gold coins, and assorted copper coins. This was undeniably a substantial sum, made possible by the Baron's compensation of 20 gold coins. 5 had been spent on the father's treatment, leaving 15. Indeed, the principle of wealth being a pathway to a better life holds true everywhere. The brothers clutched their bags tightly, for they had never before managed such a large sum of money on their own. Tianshui Academy, like the other 5 prestigious academies of the empire, provided room and board. Exceptional students could even earn money to support their families. The mother urged the brothers repeatedly, reminding them to exchange their gold coins for silver upon reaching the big city that I in this world. 1 gold coin equates to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Eldest brother, this is also the first time for the second brother to be away from home. The eldest remarked, glancing at their parents before ruffling their younger sister's hair, smiling as he reassured, "Do not worry. I will take good care of my younger brother. Third brother, be sure to look after our parents." Lin Long nodded at his elder brother, concealing the bitterness that tugged at the corners of his mouth. The second brother, sporting a pair of dark circles under his eyes, addressed their younger sister. "Be good at home, little sister. When I return, I shall bring you delicious treats." He then shot a smirk at Lin Long, adding, "When we meet next, I shall repay you." Lin Long chuckled at the second brother's antics, replying, "You know, second brother, even when starving over the years, I have never touched duck meat. My resolve is too strong." "Ha ha." Their younger sister burst into laughter, and their parents joined in the mirth, watching the two brothers depart. Lin Long trudged back home with a heavy heart. Once at home, he observed his mother bustling about, momentarily unsure of how to broach the subject. It was then that Carlo called his wife over to recount the events of that day. From the moment he was injured by Sila to Lin Long's confrontation with Sila and the mayor, recounting every detail without omission. "And where do you intend to go, my poor child?" Lauren's eyes were red-rimmed. "I plan to venture to the Beast Mountain Range." Lin Long replied, candidly, "Oh, you realize how perilous the Beast Mountain Range is? High-level magical beasts abound, and even a man of the Baron's caliber cannot guarantee his survival. Moreover, the greatest danger lies not with the beasts, but with humanity. There are countless bandits and wanted criminals. How can a mere child like you cope?" Tears glistened in Lauren's eyes. "Mother, have you forgotten? I too am a wanted criminal now." Lin Long jested. Yet upon hearing his jest, Lauren could not muster a smile. Lin Long stepped forward to wipe the tears from his mother's face, then knelt before her, speaking softly, "Mother, whether facing dangerous magical beasts or human banditry, I promise you, I shall remain unharmed. Is it truly necessary?" Lauren gazed at her son, who had always been remarkably perceptive. She understood that once Lin Long had set his mind on something, it was difficult to dissuade him. Even if she managed to persuade him, where else could he go? "It is absolutely necessary," Lin Long declared steadfastly. Meeting his mother-esque gaze, he refrained from revealing to her that his concern for her health was precisely why he felt compelled to journey to the Beast Mountain Range. He knew that if he disclosed this reason, she would undoubtedly attempt to thwart him with all her might. "Get up. The ground is cold." Lauren spoke gently. 2 days later, outside the town, Lin Long, burdened with a full pack, smiled at his parents, saying, "Father, Mother, there is no need to see me off. During my absence, please take care of yourselves." Lauren nodded, her eyes reddened, her voice hoarse as she murmured, "I do not know when you shall return." Observing his mother's sorrowful demeanor tightened Lin Long's heart. Yet he feigned composure, assuring, "I will return as soon as possible." Though he himself was uncertain when that would be. Carlo was about to speak. But Lin Long suddenly became tense. Turning his gaze toward the distance point, two figures clad in white were swiftly approaching the town, arriving before Lin Long in no time. "You are Leon Sori," one of them stated, holding up a picture with a menacing expression. "Indeed. May I inquire what business you have?" Lin Long replied, on high alert. There was no point in denying it. He recognized the image as his own and thus chose to acknowledge it openly. "You are accused of assassinating the mayor of Luome town and one of his subordinates. Do you plead guilty?" The white-clad figure continued. "There are extenuating circumstances. I implore you to consider the full context." Lin Long attempted to explain, "I only ask if you kill the man. Do you plead guilty or not?" The white-clad man's patience was wearing thin as he spoke forcefully. "Ha!" Lin Long laughed lightly, realizing that further argument was futile. "Yes, I did kill him. Come with us back to Tianshui City to face punishment." One of the men hurled a chain that bound Lin Long's hands. He made no attempt to resist. "Sir, please show mercy. This is all my fault. I am willing to take my son's punishment." Carlo rushed forward to plead. "Father," Lin Long called softly, halting his father's advance. "May I speak with my parents for a moment?" The two white-clad men nodded. "Hurry." Lin Long leaned close to his father's ear and whispered, "Father, do not worry. You and mother should return home. Do not let her suffer any more distress. They may not be my match." With that, Lin Long solemnly bowed 3 times to his parents. "Lauren, let us go," Carlo urged, gripping his wife's arm, who struggled against him with all her strength. "Do not hinder the child," Carlo implored helplessly. Only then did Lauren calm herself, reluctantly returning to the town. "Where are you taking me?" Lin Long inquired as the two white-clad figures led him eastward for nearly 20 miles. "Yes," I stated, "we are bringing you back to Tianshui City to face punishment." The same white-clad man replied coolly. "What sort of punishment?" Lin Long asked, his tone subdued, a hint of fear evident. The assassination of a town mayor likely warranted the death penalty. However, there was also the possibility of being exiled to the Orc Valley. "Forgive me, but I do not wish to die just yet. I also do not wish to go to any Orc Valley," Lin Long said with a smile, straining against the chains, which suddenly snapped in two. "Are you seeking death? Know that we have the authority to execute fugitives, and if you put the chains back on, I can pretend this never happened." One of the white-clad men retorted sharply. Lin Long shook his head with a smile, as I said, "I do not wish to die just yet, and with just the two of you, you cannot kill me." "Arrogant," the other white-clad man, already losing patience, leapt into the air, raising his great sword high above his head, a gust of wind accompanying his imminent strike. Lin Long dared not underestimate the situation. He enveloped himself in a layer of golden light as the chain surged forth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Lin Long's figure was sent hurtling backward for dozens of meters, and before he could regain his footing, the other man's sword was already upon him. The blade glimmered with a deadly radiance, its power unparalleled. Lin Long had no choice but to hurl the chain to block it, desperately seeking a moment to breathe. With a deafening thud, the chain failed to delay the onslaught. Puffed! Lin Long spat blood, collapsing to the ground. "I told you to put the chains on. Now die," the white-clad man said coldly. Cough, cough. Blood poured from Lin Long's mouth as he realized, to his astonishment, the formidable strength of his opponent. It was undoubtedly beyond the 5th level, and quite possibly at the 6th or even 7th level. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Long remained unperturbed despite the dire circumstances. He brought his 2 fingers together, and a glimmer of golden light coalesced at his fingertips. Rapidly expanding, with a sharp sound, a golden sphere erupted, dazzling and radiant, casting a golden hue across a radius of 100 meters. The 2 men in white instantly shut their eyes. When they reopened them, Lin Long had vanished without a trace. "Where did he go?" One of them remarked coldly, "He can't have run very far. I refuse to believe he could outpace our Earth Knights. Search for him." After a brief moment, the 2 regrouped, only to be met with disbelief. They had meticulously scoured a 10-mile radius, yet he had truly escaped. If they returned empty-handed, they would surely become the subject of ridicule. Damn it, let's search again. I refuse to believe he has truly eluded us. One of them seethed 20 miles away. Lin Long emerged from the earth, spitting out the dirt that had inadvertently filled his mouth due to his long absence from using the 5 elements' Great Escape. Among the 36 celestial techniques, Lin Long excelled particularly in Earth Escape. Seizing the moment when the two were blinded by the golden light, he had utilized the Earth Escape technique to traverse over 20 miles in one go. Feeling the depletion of his spiritual energy, now reduced to half, Lin Long bore a bitter smile. The 5 elements' Great Escape was exceedingly taxing on his energy. This was merely a distance of over 20 miles. If he ventured further, he would find himself utterly drained, with no one in sight. Lin Long waved his hand lightly, instantly transforming his appearance to that of his former life, a technique as commonplace as breathing for a cultivator. He then donned the change of clothes he had brought from home. Even if the 2 men came looking, they would never recognize him. Dismissing thoughts of the 2, Lin Long proceeded south at a moderate pace, flanked by lush green crops that lifted his spirits slightly. In July, the weather remained pleasantly cool, with a gentle breeze providing a refreshing touch. After walking for several hours, the verdant fields gradually gave way to overgrown weeds, interspersed with unfamiliar blossoms. Suddenly, Lin Long felt a sharp, prickling sensation, as if being watched by a predatory beast. It was highly likely that the 2 men in white were observing him from the shadows. Maintaining his composure, Lin Long continued onward, confident that they would not recognize him. After covering another 300 to 500 meters, the 2 men in white finally revealed themselves, approaching him with scrutinizing gazes. Lin Long advanced cautiously, a sense of wariness akin to encountering strangers in the wilderness. As their paths intersected, one of the men suddenly called out, "Lien's." Lin Long did not even bother to lift his eyes, marching forward resolutely. "Isn't it?" The 2 men sighed in disappointment, having pursued him for so long, only to find that he seemed to have vanished into thin air. "Forget it. Let's issue a nationwide manhunt." "Threat level B," one proposed. The other nodded in agreement, endorsing this course of action. Lin Long, unwilling to glance back, continued on his way for a considerable distance, eventually feeling the prickling sensation dissipate, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Persisting southward, as evening approached, Lin Long recognized the return of lush crops, signaling the presence of a village ahead. Indeed, as the sun set completely, he arrived at a small town, marked by a round log with a wooden sign reading Xinyue Town. After surveying the area, Lin Long discovered that the town boasted but a single inn. It was modest in size, not dissimilar to his own hometown. Entering the inn, a staff member looked up and, upon seeing a youthful traveler, greeted him warmly. "Young traveler, it's quite late. Are you seeking lodging?" Lin Long nodded in affirmation. Sensing Lin Long's agreement, the staff member's enthusiasm grew. "Our establishment offers exquisite cuisine at reasonable prices. Would you like some?" Lin Long felt a flicker of interest and inquired, "What are the prices?" "For a single night stay, it's 10 silver coins as for meals. It depends on your choices." "Ranging from 20 to 50 silver coins," the staff member replied. Lin Long was left speechless, pondering whether this was a scam. Not only was the lodging expensive, but the meals were exorbitantly priced as well. 50 silver coins could sustain him for 3 months. His father's daily earnings amounted to 3 silver coins. Yet here, a night's stay cost 10. However, with only one inn in the town, Lin Long hesitated about whether to spend the night outside. It was July, and even at night, the temperature was not particularly cold. Contemplating this, Lin Long turned and declared, "I shall not stay," preparing to leave. The staff member's expression soured, not anticipating that the opportunity to secure a patron would slip away. Given the town's remoteness, few travelers sought lodging, so every potential guest was a valuable catch. However, it was unexpected that such a young boy would dare to spend the night alone. He hurriedly remarked, "Wait, you must know, this town is only our it is quite isolated, and the nights can be unsafe. There are often rogues who commit heinous acts. I see you are but a child. I can reduce the price to 9 silver coins for you." "How does that sound?" Lin Long scoffed at this, thinking to himself, in such a desolate place, what kind of rogues could there be? Do you think I'm easy to deceive because of my age? He disregarded the staff member and pushed the door open to exit the inn. Upon stepping outside, he glanced around and noticed a large, flourishing tree. With a gentle leap, Lin Long ascended to its branches. Using his pack as a pillow and lying back comfortably, the moon shone brightly, and the sounds of insects and frogs filled the air. Lin Long tossed and turned, unable to find sleep for the first night. He found himself longing for the stone bed of his home. When did I become so particular? Lin Long mused, feeling a hint of self-mockery. In his previous life, he had braved the elements and never complained. The following morning, Lin Long rose early, shouldered his pack, and wandered around the small town until he discovered a stall selling breakfast. The stall owner was an elderly man, his hair white and his back hunched. With limbs that appeared somewhat frail, he looked at Lin Long and inquired, "Child, what would you like to eat?" "A bowl of plain noodles will suffice," Lin Long replied, finding a spot to sit and quietly awaiting his meal. Suddenly, he tilted his ear, catching snippets of conversation nearby. His heightened senses, honed through the first level of chi refinement, picked up on a mention of 100 gold coins. Intrigued, Lin Long rose to approach the two gossiping women. "Excuse me, I just heard you mention 100 gold coins. What's that about?" The two inquisitive women, taken aback by Lin Long's handsome visage, let down their guard and replied, "Young man, you're unaware? The town mayor has been missing for 3 days. His family is in a frenzy, and notices have been posted. Anyone with information will receive a reward of 10 gold coins, and if someone could directly find the mayor, the reward is 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. I've never seen such a fortune in my life." Lin Long's expression shifted at this revelation, and he quickly inquired about the mayor's residence. "Child, do you have news of the mayor?" the two women asked, their expressions tinged with suspicion. Lin Long noted their wariness and explained, "No, you misunderstand. The mayor's family owes my father some wages, and he has sent me to collect." The two women, upon hearing this, relaxed their guard and indignantly replied, "Their family is filled with treachery. Be cautious when you go to collect your money. They're not easy to deal with." Lin Long thanked them with a smile. Realizing that the fear they had exhibited towards him stemmed from the mayor's questionable reputation in the town, after finishing his noodles, Lin Long followed the directions given by the women. Arriving at the mayor's residence, he knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, it swung open to reveal an irritable figure. "Who is this child? What business do you have with my household?" Disregarding the man's impatience, Lin Long stated, "I heard that there's a reward of 10 gold coins for any information regarding the mayor. Is this true? You have news about the mayor?" The doorkeeper's tone shifted to one of excitement. Lin Long nodded affirmatively. "Quickly, come inside." He was ushered into a guest room, and shortly thereafter, 2 individuals arrived, one male and one female. The woman appeared ageless, though she seemed to be in her 40s or 50s, while the man appeared to be in his 30s. They rushed over, yet upon noticing Lin Long's youth, their expressions soured, but they still inquired, "We heard you have a lead on my father." Lin Long did not respond to his inquiry, but rather bluntly asked, "I have heard that finding the town mayor will reward one with 100 gold coins. Is that true?" Lin Long gazed intently at the man. The man's expression appeared somewhat unnatural, yet he nodded and replied, "That is indeed the case. If you can assist me in locating my father, a reward is guaranteed." Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement and told the man, "I can locate him, but you'll need to make a sacrifice. Find a bowl, fill it with half a bowl of blood, and then hand it over to me." The man did not act immediately. Instead, he spoke sternly to Lin Long, "Young man, if you find my father, the reward will be yours. However, should you fail and mock me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Lin Long shrugged off the warning. Seeing this, the man wasted no further words. After instructing a servant to bring a bowl, he drew a knife and made a cut on his hand. Drip by drip, blood filled the bowl within moments. Is this sufficient?" Lin Long asked, observing the blood in the bowl, before turning his back to the two men. Lin Long formed a mystical gesture with his hands and murmured incantations. Soon, the blood began to bubble and dissipate in the bowl, giving rise to a blood-colored butterfly that danced gracefully in the air. However, This butterfly was visible only to Lin Long. This was a form of the Daoist technique for tracking, particularly effective for locating direct relatives. Lin Long silently commanded, "Go." The blood-colored butterfly fluttered toward the door, with Lin Long following its flight path at a measured pace. As he watched the direction in which the butterfly soared, a look of confusion crossed Lin Long's face. Why was the butterfly not flying outward? Instead, it circled continuously around the mayor's small courtyard. Could it be that the mayor was indeed within his own home? In the midst of Lin Long's puzzlement, the butterfly twisted and turned before finally landing on a man. Lin Long's confusion deepened. Raising his hand toward the man where the butterfly had settled, he inquired, "Who is he?" Carlo, displaying impatience, replied, "He is our steward." "Why do you ask?" Lin Long looked at the woman beside Carlo, who felt increasingly uneasy under his gaze. The woman, her voice sharp and commanding, insisted, "Quickly find our master. I suspect you are nothing but a fraud. Bring him here." A few servants emerged, casting menacing looks at Lin Long. He hastily waved his hand in reassurance. "There's no need to rush. I will find him. The mayor has only one son." Carlo nodded in agreement. Lin Long placed a hand on his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. How could he possibly search for the mayor if Carlo was not even the mayor's son? Lin Long was tempted to tell him that he was here to find someone, not to locate his long-lost father. However, he had no better options at the moment. He instructed the man to retrieve the item the mayor interacted with most frequently. The man, visibly annoyed, had a servant bring forth the pen that his father used for writing. With a frigid tone, he warned Lin Long, "My patience is limited." Lin Long paid no heed to the man's tone. After accepting the pen, he brought it close to his nose and inhaled deeply. He had no choice but to revert to the most primitive method, as his body's spiritual energy was insufficient to support other spells. Fortunately, all of Lin Long's senses were extraordinarily acute at that moment. As long as the mayor remained in the town, he could discern his location through scent. Lin Long closed his eyes, maximizing his sensory perception. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and declared, "I have found him. Follow me." Lin Long strode outward, and Carlo gestured for the servants to follow. In a short while, Lin Long led them to the entrance of a tailor's shop. "It is here," he stated, halting his steps. Carlo signaled for the servants to knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Who is it?" "Knock so hard, and you might break the door. Can you afford to pay for it?" A man in his 40s opened the door, initially scolding the servants for their forceful knocking, but his demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness upon seeing Carlo. "Young Master Carlo, what wind brings you here?" Carlo remained silent, merely uttering one word, "Search." Several servants rushed into the room to search, and after a brief period, they returned to Carlo, shaking their heads. Carlo's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lin Long. "Young man, do you truly wish to court death?" Lin Long furrowed his brows, entering the courtyard to take a quick survey and sniff the air. His gaze soon fixated on a well within the yard, and he pointed it out to Carlo. The servants hurriedly approached to inspect it. Moments later, a chorus of gasps erupted. "Young Master Carlo, it is the master." Several servants busily retrieved a corpse from the well. Carlo stared expressionlessly at the tailor, pointing at the body of his father and demanding, "Give me an explanation." The tailor felt as though the world was spinning around him. He had never anticipated that a corpse, especially that of the town mayor, would be hidden in his well. The thought of having drunk from that well in recent days left him feeling nauseous, and he bent over to vomit. Carlo's patience wore thin. "Bring him to me." Several servants drew their knives and prepared to seize the tailor. At this moment, the tailor, disregarding his nausea, shouted, "Young Master Carlo, I am innocent. I do not know why the mayor's body is in my well. That I truly had no idea. Please see reason. Not knowing is no excuse for living." Carlo declared coldly, "Since your ignorance has led to my father's corpse being found in your possession, you shall join him in death." Suddenly, an idea struck the tailor, and he pointed at Lin Long. "It was him, young Master Carlo. It must be him. Otherwise, how could he have found this well?" The servants exchanged glances, nodding in agreement with the tailor's assertion. Carlo pondered for a moment, finding it indeed suspicious that Lin Long had led them to discover his father's corpse. Moreover, since they had already located it, Lin Long was of no further use, and and he could conveniently avoid paying the 100 gold coins. With this thought, Carlo turned to Lin Long and asked, "How did you know my father's corpse was here? Did you conspire with the tailor to dispose of my father in the well?" Lin Long replied with an even tone, "If I were the murderer, why would I bring you here to find your father? I could have simply allowed him to die without a trace." "You might be after that 100 gold coins," the tailor interjected loudly. "Young Master Carlo, I believe he must have killed the mayor. You know that my relationship with the mayor has always been excellent. Why would I harm him without reason?" Carlo nodded, waving his hand dismissively at Lin Long regardless of whether it's you or not. "You will accompany me back home to clarify this matter, that if you are innocent, your name shall be cleared." Lin Long patiently explained, "I possess a naturally keen sense of smell, if you doubt me. You may test it. Furthermore, to accuse me of murder is laughable. I only arrived in this town yesterday. Judging by the state of decomposition, he did not die yesterday. How could I have had the time to commit murder?" Yet Carlo was unwilling to hear Lin Long's defense, in matters of right and wrong. The truth will emerge under duress. Bring both of them to me." Several servants swiftly surrounded Lin Long. What a man of his word. Lin Long laughed bitterly in anger. Ignoring the servants, he raised his arm, fingers slightly spread, and began to mutter, "Daoist star-plucking hand." Waves of ripples emanated from Lin Long's hand, and the surrounding air seemed to come to a standstill. The Daoist star-plucking hand was not one of the 36 heavenly techniques or 72 earthly techniques, yet possessed unparalleled power. It was said that the founder of Taoism once used this technique to pluck stars from the sky. Carlo sensed an immense force pulling him uncontrollably toward Lin Long despite his desperate struggles. They were all in vain. Lin Long seized Carlo's neck with one hand. Though Carlo was taller, he was as defenseless as a chick in Lin Long's grasp. Carlo summoned all his energy, but before he could gather it, it disintegrated instantly. A chilling sensation coursing through his mind. He was terrified. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. Several servants dared not approach any further, for they were acutely aware that Carlo was a level 4 warrior, the mightiest fighter in the small town. Yet now he found himself firmly restrained by this teenager, barely in his teens. Lin Long exerted pressure on Carlo's grip. Observing his flushed face and casually remarked, "I have already elucidated the rationale to you, yet you seem disinclined to heed it. Thus, I shall resort to alternative means. Can you comprehend now?" Carlo, struggling, nodded hesitantly, stammering, "I am but a foolish wretch. I implore you to show mercy and grant me reprieve." Upon hearing Carlo's words, Lin Long forcefully tossed him to the ground. Carlo staggered to his feet, his gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded the young man before him. He quickly composed himself and forced a smile, saying, "Had you introduced yourself earlier, such a misunderstanding could have been avoided." He presumed that someone so youthful yet extraordinarily powerful must hail from a prestigious family, perhaps even an heir. With this thought, Carlo resigned himself to his misfortune. Lin Long, uninterested in offering explanations, found Carlo's reasoning absurd. Choosing to bully the weak and cower before the strong was a folly he could not abide. He bluntly commanded Carlo, "Do not delay. Quickly send for the 100 gold coins." Carlo immediately instructed his subordinates that it is no longer 100. It now totals 1,000 gold coins, of which 900 are your life as ransom. Lin Long stated with a cold demeanor, This is beyond my means. I beseech you to show leniency." Carlo pleaded, his eyes darting nervously. "Fail to produce 100 coins, and I shall claim an arm. Short by 200, and I shall take both arms. Fall short by 400, and your limb shall be forfeit. Should you offer nothing at all, well, your head may as well be forfeit," Lin Long declared nonchalantly. Carlo's anxiety intensified at Lin Long's words, and he dared not delay any longer, sending his servants to fetch money from his mother. Before long, several servants returned, bearing a chest. Carlo opened it to reveal it brimming with gold coins. However, Lin Long found himself in a predicament. Lacking a storage bag, he could not simply carry the chest away. Observing Lin Long's expression, Carlo swiftly suggested, "Do you not possess a spatial ring?" "Spatial ring? What is that?" Lin Long questioned, and upon hearing his response, Carlo realized that Lin Long was not from a distinguished family, for anyone of that standing would undoubtedly be familiar with such an item. Yet he was cautious. Knowing he was no match for Lin Long, the spatial ring was a magical item crafted by sorcerers using spatial stones, varying in internal capacity. Given the high cost of spatial stones, each ring was quite valuable. I happen to possess a lower-grade spatial ring. Might it be exchanged for 500 gold coins? Carlo proposed. Lin Long nodded in agreement, surmising that it was likely akin to a storage bag. He recognized that the ring could not possibly be worth 500 gold coins, but he had no choice but to avoid carrying the chest to the monster mountain. Seeing Lin Long acquiesce, Carlo's expression brightened as he removed the ring from his finger and handed it over. Most spatial rings are designed for commercial storage. With a mere thought, you can store items within. Lin Long grasped the spatial ring and, after sensing its properties, found it to align with his expectations. A space of nearly 100 cubic units, he touched the chest. Then, with a thought, half of the gold coins vanished from within. Afterwards, Lin Long regarded Carlo with a bemused expression. Your household certainly possesses a wealth of treasures. It was known that Baron Liff had expended 100 gold coins, which was already a considerable sum. Yet in this remote town, the mayor's household could produce 1,000 gold coins, along with such a spatial ring. Carlo, upon hearing Lin Long's remarks, dared not utter another word and merely chuckled nervously. Lin Long chose not to prolong the conversation. He cast a glance at the corpse before turning to leave. Carlo watched Lin Long depart, a flicker of resentment dancing in his eyes. However, he dared not provoke Lin Long further and instead directed his ire towards the tailor. Ordering his immediate execution, Carlo instructed several subordinates to guard the door, then slowly approached his father's corpse. As he rummaged through the remains, a glimmer of surprise crossed his face. He retrieved a small seal from his father's clothing, upon which were inscribed the words King Lion. Clutching the seal, he finally allowed a smile to break forth, for he had searched long and hard for it. He summoned his servants to retrieve the corpse for cremation. As for the unfortunate tailor, no one would mourn his demise. After leaving, Lin Long did not choose to exit the town immediately. Instead, he returned to the noodle stall from the morning, but why now? The lunch hour had passed. Leaving only the elderly proprietor alone to tidy up, the old man regarded Lin Long with curiosity and inquired, "Young man, is it not yet noon? Are you hungry again?" Lin Long shook his head, explaining, "I have just come from a tailor's shop, where I discovered a corpse in a well. A first for me. I feel somewhat unwell, so I thought to rest here and request a drink of water." Upon hearing this, the old man's pupils widened, and he instinctively halted his movements, casting a wary glance at Lin Long, remaining silent. Lin Long, undeterred by the old man's demeanor, continued softly, "I cannot explain why, but the moment I saw the corpse, I vaguely envisioned your face that, oh, I misspoke, not just yours, but also 9 other distinct figures. I could see this." The old man could no longer maintain his composure. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Trembling, he stammered to Lin Long, "I killed the mayor. You may take me to collect the reward. It is of no concern to anyone else." Lin Long helped the elderly man to his feet and guided him to a chair, clarifying, "I am merely here to locate the body. I am not in pursuit of the murderer. And why curiosity lies and why you chose to kill the mayor, of course. Whether you choose to divulge this information is entirely up to you. Once I finish this drink, I shall be leaving the town." The old man scrutinized Lin Long, concluding that he posed no threat, and rose to pour him a glass of water, with a wistful expression. The old man began, "I am called Aaron, my wife passed away long ago, but I am fortunate to have a daughter who has kept me company. 3 years ago, she turned 14. Not be deceived by my current appearance. I was once a handsome lad in this town." Lin Long raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the old man. Unperturbed by Lin Long's scrutiny, the old man continued, "My daughter inherited my looks, and many suitors came to seek her hand, including the mayor's son. Had it been the son, I might have reluctantly consented, for while his family was tyrannical in the town, they possessed substantial influence and resources. However, it was the mayor himself who took a fancy to my daughter. Given our similar ages, I could never allow my daughter to be cast into such a perilous situation. I was vehemently opposed. Who could have foreseen that the beast would resort to such vile tactics to seize my daughter? At the time, she was working in the tailor shop when the mayor and the shopkeeper falsely accused her of stealing an expensive gown. I was denied even a glimpse of her, only to be informed later that she had been sent to Tianshui City for processing due to the gravity of the charges that I traveled there overnight. But I was unable to see her. Eventually, I was told that my daughter, unable to endure the torment of imprisonment, had taken her own life, that I was expelled without even seeing her body. The other 9 share a similar plight. My poor daughter! As the old man spoke, tears streamed down his face. After allowing him a moment to regain his composure, Lin Long interjected, "In truth, not having seen your daughter's body may be a blessing. It suggests she could still be alive, that if she were indeed dead, they would not deny you the chance to see her. Only if she still breathes can this be reconciled. Is it truly possible?" The old man asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Lin Long nodded. The old man's heart surged with hope, and he rose to his feet, only to be struck by a sense of despair as he sat back down. Pondering, but what can an old man like me do? 3 years ago, I could not even see her face. Lin Long looked at the elderly man with sympathy, letting out a heavy sigh, lamenting his own curiosity that had compelled him to inquire. He spoke slowly. "Should an opportunity arise in the future, I will venture to Tianshui City to seek her out for you." "Really?" the old man exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Yet he hesitated. "But I have no reward to offer you. My total savings amount to 52 silver coins and over 400 copper coins. I can give you all of it." The elderly man gazed at Lin Long with hopeful eyes. Lin Long downed the water in his bowl in one gulp and chuckled. "You've already paid. It would be improper to drink your water for free. However, let us agree on this. I cannot say when I might visit Tianshui City. It's possible I may never go in this lifetime. Yet, I promise you, should I find myself there, I will do everything in my power to help you locate your daughter." The old man bore no resentment towards Lin Long. After all, the assistance he offered was a tremendous kindness. "I require a drop of your blood," Lin Long proclaimed. The old man, though puzzled, wasted no time and swiftly drew a line across his hand with a knife. "Is this enough?" he asked, fearing it might not be sufficient. With a deeper cut, blood gushed forth. Lin Long nodded, dipped his index finger into a drop of blood, and pressed it to the center of his forehead. The blood vanished into his brow in an instant. Lin Long then rose and departed from Xinyue town, continuing southward, enduring the elements as he had always done. Despite possessing 500 gold coins, Lin Long remained frugal as ever as he passed through several small towns. He found lodging prices to be rather steep. Thus, he opted to sleep on the ground, using the sky as his canopy, which he found to be quite liberating. The towns he traversed were similar in size to Xinyue town. After more than 10 days of travel, Lin Long arrived at a slightly larger town. Its outer walls were constructed from yellow earth, and at the center of the wall were the bold characters spelling out Shalu Town. Below, an aged wooden gate stood, somewhat dilapidated. Lin Long had no doubt that it would pose little challenge to breach with a gentle push. Upon entering the town, no queue awaited him. He circumnavigated the town and soon understood why it was larger than others. The Jialan Empire was crisscrossed by 2 major rivers, one named Tianshui and the other Dishi. Here, a tributary of the Dishi River flowed, known as the Shalu River, bustling with people loading and unloading cargo at the docks, indicating a thriving waterway. After a long journey, though imbued with spiritual energy, Lin Long felt fatigued and sought out an inn to wash away the weariness of the past few days as he entered the town. A casual glance caught his eye, an announcement posted on the wall. Curiosity piqued, he approached it. Recruiting skilled individuals, generous rewards await. Interested parties should visit the docks for further discussion. Big rewards, big rewards. The emphasis on big rewards dominated the notice, suggesting an urgent need for skilled recruits. Lin Long mulled it over, but decided to focus on finding a place to stay first. Compared to other towns, Shalu Town boasted a plethora of inns. Lin Long selected one that appeared quite decent and pushed the door open. A staff member approached him promptly. "Would you like a meal or a room?" "A room," Lin Long replied. "How much for a night?" The staff member smiled warmly. "Not expensive. It's 10 silver coins for a night." Although he had 500 gold coins from Carlo, Lin Long felt a twinge of pain at the cost. Nevertheless, he chose to overlook it for today and rented a room. After a comfortable hot bath, Lin Long felt rejuvenated and descended to explore the town. due to the presence of the docks. The streets were bustling with merchants coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Long chose a restaurant, settled into a seat, and inquired, "What delicious dishes do you have?" The proprietor, a middle-aged man with a somewhat rotund figure and a bushy beard, replied with a smile, "You must be a traveler, right? We have a special fish here in the Shalu River, known as Shalu fish. Its flavor is exquisite, with tender white meat. Past guests have raved about it. It's a unique delicacy exclusive to our Shalu town. Would you care to try some?" Lin Long felt tempted and asked, "What's the price?" 50 silver coins for one, weighing about 34 jin, the owner responded. After much deliberation, Lin Long, bolstered by the confidence of his 500 gold coins, reluctantly ordered a fish. It wasn't long before the staff brought it to him. The fish was presented beautifully, with fragrant aromas wafting towards Lin Long upon tasting it. He found the flavor divine. The texture rich, it surpassed even the meat of magical beasts in deliciousness. After devouring one fish, he found himself only half satisfied and contemplated ordering another, but the price gave him pause, and he decided against it. After his meal, Lin Long summoned the proprietor and inquired, "Sir, when I entered the town earlier, I noticed a notice about the dock guild recruiting skilled individuals. Do you know why?" The owner looked at Lin Long and chuckled. "You must be a traveler, right? Have you encountered dock guild in other places?" Lin Long shook his head. The owner continued, "Let me enlighten you. The dock guild is the largest organization in Shalu town, monopolizing all the docks. Any incoming vessels wishing to dock must pay a fee in gold coins. This guild operates semi-officially, often backed by the empire's officials. The current guild master is the brother-in-law of the former town mayor. Just last month, a new town mayor was appointed here. I heard the previous mayor was transferred to Luoshui City as a law enforcer. The new mayor is quite eager to get his hands on the guild's lucrative operations." The owner elaborated, "The new mayor wishes to seize control of the docks, but cannot directly target the dock guild, as the entire town relies on them for sustenance, if not handled well. The townsfolk may lose their livelihoods, and his tenure as mayor would be at an end. Though he cannot engage in covert operations, he can openly compete, as there has always been a tradition regarding the docks, dock fighting. As long as you have the numbers on your side, you can challenge the guild for control of the dock guild's recruitment of skilled individuals is for the upcoming dock fight. Is it not?" Lin Long inquired. "Smart lad," the owner replied. "However, there are rules for dock fighting. First, you must ensure your numbers. Once you seize a dock, you must be able to take over swiftly without leaving it vulnerable to new arrivals. Secondly, there are limits on the number of participants. In previous years, it was a free-for-all with hundreds involved. However, the Empire, seeing the high casualty rates, has mandated that each side can only send 10 warriors. Anyone defying this will face intervention from the Empire." Lin Long listened intently, gaining clarity on the situation. Curiosity compelled him to ask, what if they cannot gather enough fighters in time? Can they postpone the fight? The owner chuckled. "Not a chance. The date for the dock fight is just 3 days away. If the dock guild cannot muster enough fighters, they will have no choice but to send weaker individuals into battle." The owner then leaned in conspiratorially. "I've heard whispers that the dock guild has indeed recruited some skilled fighters, including a level 5 warrior. Mind you, in our humble locale, a level 5 warrior is a formidable figure." Lin Long perked up, catching snippets of conversation around him, and playfully asked, "Which side do you hope will triumph, sir?" Without hesitation, the owner replied, "Who wouldn't he want the current dock guild to win in Shalu town?" "The new mayor? Ha!" He shot Lin Long a disdainful glance. Lin Long nodded, having overheard the surrounding patrons fervently debating the strengths of both sides. One sentiment echoed among them, a collective hope for the dock guild's victory. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the owner, Lin Long expressed his gratitude and resolved to take a stroll around the dock guild. After all, such urgent work often pays even better. At that moment, within the dock guild's meeting hall, a cacophony of voices filled the the center sat a man with his eyes closed, exuding an imposing presence. Gil, hearing the commotion below, opened his eyes and bellowed, "Enough! Silence!" The hall fell silent. All eyes turned towards him. A bald man beside Gil spoke up. "Brother-in-law, are you saying we must relinquish 50% of our profits to that old fellow?" Gil glanced at his bald brother-in-law. Exasperated, that's what he conveyed through his contacts, that I've recently investigated his background. He possesses considerable influence, that ITS said he works for a steward in the Duke's Manor. Just a steward from a Duke's Manor? You are the law enforcer of Luoshui City, personally selected by Lord Merlin. Why not seek his assistance? Fool, how could your sister have such a foolish brother like you? What kind of esteemed figure is Lord Merlin, that he would concern himself with such trivial matters? I am indeed the enforcer of Falling Water City, but if he is resolute in refusing to grant me face, I am left with no recourse. After all, this territory does not fall under the jurisdiction of Falling Water, and I am but powerless. So, are we to simply concede this 50% profit to him? The bald man, Gruey, said with reluctance. What other option do we have? If this battle of the docks ensues, we are bound to lose. That I have heard that the Overseer has dispatched 7 level 5 warriors. How can we possibly win? Jill's tone was somewhat dejected. Upon hearing this, Gruey also appeared disheartened. The opponent is brazenly coming to engage in battle at the docks. Should we lose, we would have no choice but to pack our belongings and depart. If we consider it this way, conceding 50% of the profits truly seems to be the best course of action. At that moment, the hall was shrouded in a cloud of gloom, as if a great mountain weighed heavily upon their chests, making it difficult to breathe. One could hear a pin drop within the chamber. I have heard there is a recruitment of experts here. Is it still ongoing? The crowd looked up, only to see a handsome young lad, with refined features and an elegant demeanor. The youth smiled as he gazed upon the assembly. Yes, yes, the bald man, upon hearing the voice, leaped to his feet in excitement. However, upon realizing the newcomer was merely a lad, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he dejectedly sat back down. The crowd, upon seeing the youth, chuckled bitterly. What kind of child is this, still in his adolescence, claiming to be an expert? Someone exclaimed. Lin Long, undeterred by their mockery, calmly regarded the crowd. What, is there no recruitment? At that moment, Jill lifted his gaze to scrutinize Lin Long. Upon sensing Lin Long's ethereal and transcendent aura, he cautiously inquired, What level are you, young man? Lin Long pondered for a moment and replied, Peak level 4 warrior. No one expected that this young lad, so tender in age, was already nearing level 5. Jill looked at Lin Long with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism, yet shook his head, stating that it would be impossible to win. Old 4, escort this young man out. Wait a moment, Lin Long hurriedly called out. If I heard correctly, are you saying we cannot win? May I inquire further, but does the opposing side have an Earth Knight? Upon this statement, the crowd erupted in laughter. An Earth Knight is a figure of monumental stature, far removed from the likes of our petty skirmish at this remote dock. Lin Long pressed on with his inquiry. So, the opponent possesses level 6 warriors? Jill, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, No, if the intelligence is accurate. The strongest among them is only at level 5. And upon hearing this, Lin Long proposed, Then why not allow me to give it a try? I should be able to contend with a level 5 warrior. He then added, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Jill lowered his head in thought. Although there are no level 6 warriors among their 10 members, 7 are level 5, while we have only 3 level 5 warriors on our side, leaving us with no chance of victory. Hearing this, Lin Long wore an expression of helplessness and posed an unrelated question. Do you have any magical beasts here? Those above level 4? Not understanding Lin Long's reasoning behind the question, Jill nonetheless replied, Of course, why do you ask? How many? Lin Long's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In the small towns he had passed through, not a single level 4 magical beast was available for sale, but we have about 7 or 8 level 4 magical beasts, and 3 level 5 beasts. Seeing Lin Long's silence regarding his question, Jill expressed his displeasure, yet still replied. With a smile, Lin Long turned to Jill and inquired, If I were to eliminate those 4 level 5 warriors, how much would you offer me? At this moment, the laughter of the crowd ceased. They stared at Lin Long in astonishment, curious about the strength of this youth who claimed he could take down 4 level 5 warriors, wondering if he was merely boasting. Jill refrained from directly answering Lin Long's question, instead emphasizing, Young man, our battle at the docks is not akin to a mere sparring match. If things go awry, lives may be at stake. Lin Long nodded calmly, indicating his understanding. The crowd now regarded Lin Long with a mix of fear and respect. and no one dared to question the capabilities of this seemingly youthful individual. Grui, having overheard the conversation between Lin Long and Jill, sat upright, hardly daring to breathe, casting a glance at his brother-in-law. The two engaged in a hushed discussion, after which Jill slowly raised a hand, declaring, 5,000 gold coins. If you can indeed eliminate those 4 level 5 warriors, I shall grant you 5,000 gold coins. This, boss, ISNT 5,000 coins a bit excessive. Indeed, boss, our annual income is only a little over 10,000 coins. Half of that is truly too much. ISNT it? Some of the younger members voiced their concerns. Silence, the bald man bellowed. The new town lord demands 50% every year, while the 5% granted to the young man is merely a one-time deal. Can you comprehend this? From now on, if anyone dares to question my brother-in-law again, do not blame me for turning hostile. The younger members fell silent, unnerved. Jill turned to Lin Long and said, however, I have one stipulation. You must help us win the contest before you receive the payment. Upon hearing the offer of 5,000 gold coins, Lin Long's heart raced with excitement, at a valuation of 100 gold coins per level for magical beast. This sum could procure 50 such beasts. This would be sufficient for him to breach the foundational stage. He had not anticipated that such a small guild could produce such a considerable sum. Clearly, the dock trade is indeed prosperous. Lin Long nodded and replied, no problem. The two, upon receiving Lin Long's affirmation, could not contain their excitement. What should we call you, young sir? Just call me Lin Long. Lin Long refrained from disclosing his name in this world, instead opting to use the name from his previous life. Grui looked at Lin Long, eagerly asking, might we see a demonstration of your abilities? Lin Long? Otherwise, we are left feeling quite uncertain. Lin Long's expression darkened. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He had no reserve to showcase. Yet, considering the opponent's nearly 10 magical beasts, Lin Long stepped forward and stomped heavily onto the ground. Earthquake! As Lin Long's voice echoed, the assembly felt a surge of unease. The floor of the conference hall fractured like a spider's web. The cracks spread across the floor, reaching the walls and ceiling. And in mere moments, the hall lay in ruins. The occupants stumbled, struggling to maintain their balance. Thud! The crowd felt a sudden loss of equilibrium as the entire floor sank half a meter. It turned out that the hall's floor had indeed sunk by that much. Lin Long unleashed the remainder of his spiritual energy, and the resulting power was undeniably formidable. In the devastated conference hall, the crowd hastily regained their footing, each wearing expressions of terror as they gazed at Lin Long, who had simply stomped his foot to create such havoc. The two leaders exchanged glances, suppressing their elation. They bore no resentment toward Lin Long. After all, a damaged conference hall could simply be rebuilt. Lin Long regarded the two and inquired, are you satisfied? If not, I can demonstrate further. Jill quickly waved his hands in objection. That's enough, that's enough. Old Four, swiftly escort Lin Long to rest. Arrange for him to have a quality room. Furthermore, concerning today's events, should anyone dare to leak even a word, they will face the guild as punishment. Jill cast a stern gaze at the crowd. Lin Long addressed Jill. I will take those magical beasts, simply deduct their cost from the 5,000 gold coins. This, Jill glanced at his brother-in-law. Grui appeared troubled. This matter is a bit complicated. Those magical beasts are reserved for a buyer, and I have already collected the payment. Would it be possible for Lin Long to wait a while? If higher-tier magical beasts appear later, I assure you I can procure some for you. And the cost will be on me. Lin Long could not possibly agree. He was currently devoid of spiritual energy, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. He even felt weaker than a level 1 warrior. After a moment of contemplation, he said to the bald man, for me, gaining strength is paramount. For you, it can enhance your chances of victory by 50%. The bald man looked to his brother-in-law, signaling for Jill to make a decision. After a period of contemplation, Jill nodded. Upon receiving the affirmation, Lin Long addressed them. Please send someone to help me roast those magical beasts. I tend to have a hearty appetite. The bald man indicated to Old Four that everything must be arranged properly. Once Old Four took Lin Long away, Grui turned to Jill and asked, brother-in-law, what does this individual mean? 10 magical beasts cannot be consumed. Could it be that they merely seek to take advantage? Gil cast a sidelong glance at his brother-in-law. You also witnessed that strike. It was undoubtedly beyond level 5. Moreover, he mentioned that the price would be deducted from the reward. In any case, those magical beasts amount to less than 4,000 gold coins. What harm would it do if he devoured them all? I understand, brother-in-law. The bald man rubbed his hands together in excitement. We shall see in 2 days' time at the competition that we have no alternative but to place our bets on him. Lin Long consumed several high-tier magical beasts, and he was but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 6th layer of chi refinement. Lin Long felt a surge of exhilaration. He never expected such an abundance of spiritual energy within a level 5 magical beast. Yes, he savored the surging energy within. Lin Long's spirits soared. On the morning of the day in question, in Shalu Town, at the mayor's residence, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Mayor, we have just received news from our people. Gil has recruited a young bee. It is said that he merely stomped his foot lightly and destroyed their conference hall." The mayor, still in bed, quickly rose upon hearing the servant's words. He disregarded breakfast and hurried to his master bedroom, knocking on the door. "Lord Alzi, I have an urgent matter to discuss. Come in." The mayor entered to find an ageless elder reclining between 2 fair-skinned women. He bowed his head low, unwilling to meet the gaze of the 2 women, despite them being his wife and daughter. The elder sat up. Though aged, his stature remained tall, and his muscular frame was both elegant and powerful. He regarded the mayor with piercing eyes. "Mel, what business could possibly disturb my pleasant dreams?" Hearing the elder's voice, Mayor Mel lowered his head even further. "Esteemed Lord Alzi, this morning I received word that a young boy has been recruited over there. Approximately 12 or 13 years of age, though his exact strength remains unclear. However, he managed to destroy a hall with a mere stomp, and I feared there could be unforeseen complications, hence my visit." The elder placed his hand on the woman beside him, contemplating for a moment before responding. "I would estimate his strength to be at the peak of level 5. Quite the enigma indeed. Where could such a figure emerge from in this remote place?" Upon hearing the elder's assessment of the boy's potential strength, Mel quickly interjected, "Doesn't that mean it could affect our plans?" The elder shook his head with a scoff. "Only a minor variable. However, it matters not. Even if a peak level 5 arrives, it will be of no consequence that they truly believe we are merely 7 level 5s. Moreover, upon our departure, Lord Khan gifted me an item. Even a level 6 expert would meet their demise." The elder's laughter held a sinister edge as he tightened his grip, causing the women to wince in pain. He then shot a glance at Mayor Mel, who, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Hearing the sound from within, Mel clenched his fists and reluctantly departed. 2 fleeting days passed. On the morning of the competition, Lin Long was awakened early by a summons from the bald man. He followed his guide to a grand hall where 8 men, all male, were already assembled. Among them, 5 were level 4 and 3 were level 5, but their gazes towards Lin Long were somewhat peculiar. "Gil, what is the meaning of this? Where did this young lad come from?" someone inquired. Upon seeing Lin Long's arrival, Gil quickly stood up, grasping Lin Long's hand to introduce him to the others. "This young man will be your teammate. I hope that all of you can assist me in securing victory in today's battle." The expressions of the men shifted, and one, visibly displeased, retorted, "Gil, we came here out of respect for you. But have you any regard for our lives? We agreed to fight for you, but we do not wish to meet our end. How can a mere child take the field? You must provide us with an explanation today." Gil, embarrassed, glanced at Lin Long, for the secrecy surrounding Lin Long's strength had been effective, leaving these men unaware of his true capabilities. He hurriedly approached them to whisper an explanation. After hearing Gil's words, one of the 3 level 5 warriors spoke loudly. "Gil, let's lay our cards on the table. If you wish to place your bets on this boy, so be it. However, we are entrusting our lives to you. He must lead the charge. If he can indeed deal with the opposing level 5 warriors, then we shall join in. If he cannot, do not blame us for refusing to fulfill our end of the bargain. We do not wish to die in vain." Gil quickly turned to Lin Long with eyes full of desperation. Lin Long nodded, replying, "No problem." Surprised by the boy's agreement, the 3 warriors raised their eyebrows, not expecting such willingness from the youth. With that settled, the group set off towards the battleground at the dock. The arena was expansive, located at the town center, covering thousands of square meters, with surrounding stands capable of seating thousands. By the time they arrived, the stands were already filled to capacity, as the dock battles had always been the most popular event in this town, brutal and bloody. Moreover, entry was free upon their arrival. They found that Mayor Mel's group had already gathered. Seeing Gil and the others arrive late, Mel couldn't help but taunt, "I thought you might not have the courage to show up. I heard you recruited a young master. Where is he? Let me see him." Gil's heart sank at these words. He anticipated that he could deceive his own men, but not the opponent. Lin Long scrutinized the 10 individuals behind Mel, his gaze sharpening. Among them were 9 men and 1 woman, distinctly divided into 2 factions. The woman led one group, standing alongside 2 others clad in black. The remaining 7 were led by the elder Alzi, accompanied by 6 young men in their 30s, all wielding massive swords. Lin Long's surprise, the energy signatures indicated that all 10 were of comparable strength. There were not merely 7 level 5s, but 10. As Gil's recruited level 5 warriors beheld the 10 opponents, their faces paled instantly. This, one stammered, unable to articulate his fear. Another turned to Gil, saying, "Apologies, Gil, but we do not wish to die. Clearly, they have 10 level 5s. The disparity is too great. Here is your money back. We must take our leave." After returning the funds to Gil, the remaining level 4 warriors hastily followed suit, not wanting to gamble with their lives. Gil felt a pang of bitterness. He had never anticipated facing 10 level 5s. How could they possibly win? Mel's group observed the unfolding scene and immediately mocked. "Gil, why not concede now? You're left with just a mere child. How do you intend to secure victory?" The crowd in the stands erupted in derisive murmurs, astonished by the apparent one-sidedness of this year's dock battle. The bald man and brother-in-law buried their heads in despair. Seemingly resigned to their fate, just as they were about to declare their surrender, a voice rang out, "I can help you win for 10,000 gold coins. Is that not reasonable?" Gil jerked his head up to stare at Lin Long, rendered speechless. "What? Is that too expensive?" Lin Long turned to Gil and inquired, "No, it's not expensive. Do you truly believe you can win?" Gil's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Long, while Grui also sensed that Lin Long was jesting. Lin Long stepped forward, facing the 10 adversaries, and declared with conviction, "Daoist, Lin Long, I implore you all to bestow your guidance upon me." Alzi regarded the remarkably poised and eloquent Lin Long, his brow furrowing. He had not expected such audacity from the lone survivor of the opposing team. Furthermore, Daoist? What faction is that? I have never heard of it. Recalling Lord Khan's instructions before their departure and wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications, he asked Lin Long, "May I inquire where you hail from?" Lin Long paused briefly before responding with courteous composure, "From the north." Alzi found himself at a loss for words, as this area was already considered the southern edge of the Garan Empire, with most factions hailing from the north, such as his own. Seeing that Lin Long was unwilling to divulge further, he remained patient. "Might I ask what remuneration the Dock Guild has offered you? If possible, we shall match that price. Unless absolutely necessary." He truly wished to avoid battling this mysterious youth. Lin Long glanced at the nervous Grui and Gil, smiling gently. A gentleman values his word. A promise is worth 1,000 gold coins. Alzi's expression darkened. Refuse a toast is to drink a penalty drink. Very well. Let the battle commence. Ken, you shall lead the charge point. One of the men among the group stepped forward and approached the arena. Go for it, young man. The young lad must triumph over them. He absolutely cannot afford to lose. The majority of the spectators in the stands were rallying behind Lin Long. Ken had already discerned that this youth was no ordinary opponent. It took considerable audacity to challenge 10 of them alone, and any fool could see that he was formidable. Yet, the extent of his strength remained a mystery to all. Ken dared not underestimate him. And from the outset, he unleashed his most potent fighting prowess, grasping a colossal sword, nearly 3 feet in length and the width of 5 fingers. Ken bellowed mightily, enveloping the sword in an aura of combat energy. With the sword in hand, Ken's confidence surged, and he leapt into the air, striking downwards with tremendous force, aiming to ensnare Lin Long within his attack. The speed of the giant's sword was astonishing, its power immense. As a level 5 warrior, his strength was beyond a mere 1,000 pounds. The sheer force seemed to rend the very air around them. With a thunderous crack, it descended upon Lin Long. Lin Long's expression remained tranquil. This was, in essence, his inaugural battle in this foreign realm. His previous encounter with Baron Lif had been a mere sparring session, and he had effortlessly dispatched Carlo, who had only recently reached the 4th level. Observing Qin's thunderous strike, Lin Long merely raised his hand, declaring, "Rise!" A golden fist materialized out of thin air, expanding rapidly to a size of several yards amidst a brilliant glow, crashing fiercely against Qin's colossal sword. A resounding explosion echoed as the titanic forces collided in midair, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. The onlookers gazed in astonished disbelief at the sheer magnitude of this initial exchange. Qin was forced back several paces, while Lin Long stood steadfast, showing no signs of retreat, that Qin's cold gaze fixed on Lin Long, a flicker of shock illuminating his eyes. Lin Long had not budged an inch, igniting excitement within Jill and the others. It was evident to all that Lin Long had gained the upper hand in their confrontation. Qin, maintaining his composure, uttered Tinshui sword art, first form, spring tide. With that incantation, the brilliance of Qin's giant sword reignited, resonating with the sounds of crashing waves that reverberated throughout the arena. The space rippled as if stirred by a tempestuous ocean, exuding an overwhelming force. Qin roared, channeling his formidable momentum and astonishing power, and struck down towards Lin Long. This was the sword technique of the Tianshui Academy, renowned for its 4 forms, each possessing boundless might. To Qin's astonishment, his opponent hailed from the same prestigious institution. Some spectators recognized Qin's swordsmanship. Jill frowned. He was well aware of the Tianshui Academy and the immense power of the first form, likening it to the pressure of the vast sea, sensing the surge of Qin's energy. Lin Long calmly stated, "Transform." With a gesture of his right hand, the golden fist opened, and a colossal golden hand spiraled above his head. As Qin swung his giant sword, the golden hand met it with a resounding impact. A thunderous noise filled the air, accompanied by blinding light that enveloped the surroundings. In midair, the golden hand dissipated like a stream of light, while Qin was once again forced back several paces. Puffed. Qin coughed up blood, feeling disoriented, struggling to regain his composure. Lin Long refrained from pressing the attack, granting his opponent a moment to stabilize. Outside the arena, Alzi watched Lin Long with a grim expression. He had never witnessed such techniques, nor had he even heard of them. Noticing Lin Long's restraint, Qin lifted his sword in a gesture of respect. "Your golden fist has been shattered. Let us see how you will counter my next move." Despite his bloodied visage, Qin smirked with pride. His aura surged once more as he called out, "Be cautious. Tianshui sword art, 4th form." Seeing Qin's energy swell anew, Lin Long smiled playfully. "Who said my techniques can only be used once?" "Rise." Once more, the golden fist manifested in the air. But this time, as Lin Long formed seals with his hands, multiple golden fists appeared, encircling Qin. Go. Lin Long gestured towards Qin, and dozens of golden fists, radiating a dazzling light, surged towards him. The sheer number of fists darkened the sky. Qin's face betrayed a flicker of despair. He had yet to unleash the 4th form and could only dodge and resist helplessly. Ultimately, he could not withstand the onslaught of fists, and with a resounding bang, Qin's body crashed heavily to the ground. As Qin fell, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Lin Long regarded his fallen adversary with an expression of surprise. So weak, his speed and reflexes are rather mediocre. Furthermore, his techniques are rather ordinary. Aside from his dense combat energy and slightly greater strength, he possesses no other means that, at least, none are apparent now. Lin Long mused internally. If this opponent truly was a level 5 warrior, he was disappointingly feeble, even considering that Lin Long himself was at the 5th layer of chi refinement. He felt compelled to observe further. Who shall step up next? Lin Long's words brimmed with unshakable confidence. Alzi turned to a nearby individual. The man approached Lin Long, stating, "Jean, I seek your guidance." Unlike Qin, Jean wasted no time on idle talk and immediately unleashed his full strength. Tianshui sword art, 4th form, winter burial. The giant sword in Jin's hands shimmered with a chilling brilliance, a wave of extreme cold emanating from its center. Lin Long's countenance paled slightly, sensing the frigid temperature enveloping him. He recognized that Jin was commencing with the fourth form that Ken had not yet utilized. This time, Lin Long had no intention of intervening. He was eager to witness Jin's capabilities. The spectators outside felt the cold seep into their bones, many instinctively tightening their clothing. Jill spoke with urgency. "Lin, you are being too careless. The fourth form of the Tianshui sword art is not easily countered." Observing Lin Long's inaction, Jin scoffed derisively. "Foolish individuals shall inevitably pay for their folly." Jin leapt high, his sword radiating an icy glow, the tip aimed directly at Lin Long Dai. As he unleashed the strike, the temperature plummeted sharply, the surrounding air crystallizing into shards of ice that scattered in the wind. Unlike the first form, this sword strike lacked ostentation. Its accompanying intent dulled Lin Long's mind, rendering his body sluggish, leaving him no time to evade. Seeing Lin Long seemingly frozen in place, Jin couldn't help but wear a smile of triumph. Maintaining his momentum, Alzi observed the unfolding scene with a grin, while Jill and the others displayed expressions of despair. In the depths of the universe, the essence of all things resides, through countless trials. I shall attain divine powers. Within the realms of existence, the path reigns supreme. With a body of golden light, I shall shield myself. A mystical voice resonated throughout the arena. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated, a tremendous aftershock akin to a blade of wind sweeping across the crowd. The onlookers found themselves unable to open their eyes. Moments later, they beheld Jin's pallid face, the giant sword piercing Lin Long's chest, yet halted by a barrier of golden light. No matter how forcefully Jin pressed, he could not breach that luminous shield. Lin Long smiled at Jin, remarking, "Impressive strength. You almost broke through my golden light." Without waiting for Jin's reaction, Lin Long grasped the giant sword. With overwhelming force, the sword slipped from Jin's grasp, clattering to the ground. Lin Long's leg glowed with golden energy as he delivered a powerful kick to Jin's abdomen. Boom! Jin's body soared before crashing down violently. Attempting to rise, Jin found Lin Long suddenly before him. With Lin Long's foot planted firmly on his chest and the giant's sword poised at his throat. "Make another move, and you shall perish." Lin Long's voice resonated with the menace of a demon from the depths of hell, prompting Jin to cease his struggles, slowly turning his head away to mutter, "I concede." With a soft thud, Jin's giant sword embedded itself a short distance away. Lin Long silently regarded the onlookers, choosing not to speak further. It appeared that they truly possessed no other means. Both opponents exhibited singular techniques. Lin Long drew a comparison between the two individuals and arrived at a conclusion. Ours, with a countenance as dark as water, did not hastily send someone forward this time. Instead, he turned to glance at the trio in black. The leading woman among them looked towards Lin Long and found the situation somewhat troublesome, yet still nodded in acknowledgement to a black-clad man. The man, shrouded in a hood that concealed his face, strode purposefully towards Lin Long. Lin Long nodded in response, just about to speak, when a shadow suddenly lunged towards him. Such remarkable speed! The spectators felt as though in the blink of an eye, the black-clad figure had already reached Lin Long's front. The glint of cold light flashed before Lin Long's throat. That was close. Lin Long could not help but exclaim. The crowd then beheld the black-clad man wielding a dagger that shimmered with a chilling glow. Not disheartened by his initial failure, the man sprang back and charged once more towards Lin Long. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, this time moving even faster than before. Truly, the assassin of the Dawn organization demonstrated speed that was near unparalleled among those of level 5. Ars observed the black-clad figure in the arena and sighed in admiration. Upon hearing Ars's remark, the woman in black displayed a scornful expression. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The dagger was now pressed against Lin Long's throat. "You have lost," the black-clad man declared coldly. A flicker of golden light sparkled at the dagger's edge. Lin Long smiled at the man before him, remarking, "Your speed is commendable. As for your strength, it leaves much to be desired." The black-clad man furrowed his brow, pressing the dagger with increasing force. The sharp, grating sound of metal scraping echoed throughout the arena. Yet no matter how hard he pressed, he could not breach the golden barrier. Suddenly, the black-clad man began to retreat, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Where did he go so suddenly? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The shadow killing technique. They belong to the Dawn organization, Jill exclaimed, staring at the vanished figure, the bald man. Greg looked at his brother-in-law in confusion and asked brother-in-law, "What is the Dawn organization?" Jill, with a grim expression, looked at Lin Long standing in the arena and replied, "Dawn is the most powerful mercenary organization on this continent. With each mercenary possessing formidable strength at it is said that their leader is of the paladin rank." A paladin? Greg gasped in terror. Jill nodded and continued, "They are known as the continent's premier mercenary corps precisely because of this shadow-killing technique, which allows them to strike without a trace, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Isn't that young man in danger?" Greg expressed his concern. Jill did not respond, his gaze fixed anxiously on the arena. Looking around, unable to spot the black-clad man, Lin Long could not help but exclaim, "This is reminiscent of the chaotic manifestations of dark cults. It's truly a headache." Ding, ding, ding. A series of sounds rang out of nowhere, as Lin Long's body became enveloped in golden light, creating ripples around him. The black-clad man reappeared, now wielding a dagger in each hand, a palpable aura of danger permeating the atmosphere that he hesitated to attack, feeling a sense of frustration in the face of Lin Long's radiant golden barrier. Having launched numerous attacks without success, he found himself in uncharted waters. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and vanished from the arena again. "I refuse to be intimidated." Ding, 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 ding. The sounds of metal clashing rang out repeatedly, as the crowd, unable to see the black-clad figure, could only hear the incessant sound of impacts. The spectators stood in rapt attention, captivated by this mysterious display. Lin Long, surrounded by golden light, remained still in the center of the arena. Suddenly, a keen-eyed observer shouted, "His golden light is cracking." As time passed, more spectators noticed the fractures, which grew increasingly extensive until they spread across his body like a spider's web. What an exquisite technique, focusing his energy solely at the dagger's tip. Each strike is a pinpoint assault, displaying perfect control over his energy, Lin Long remarked, disregarding the imminent collapse of his golden light. With a shattering sound akin to breaking glass, the golden light surrounding Lin Long fractured at that moment. "Huh." The black-clad man let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the dissipating light. Had it not broken, his energy would have been exhausted. "This is my final strike." The black-clad man tightened his grip on the dagger, channeling all his remaining energy into this decisive blow, his form becoming visible once more. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, the crowd, witnessing the black-clad man revealing himself, and with Lin Long's golden light fading, anticipated the outcome of the duel. Arzel cast a mocking glance at Lin Long, declaring, "This final strike will not determine victory or defeat. It is a matter of life and death. In your next life, keep your eyes peeled. Not everyone is worth provoking that moment." The tavern owner was present among the spectators, shouting encouragement to Lin Long, "Young man, give it your all. If you win, I'll treat you to fish for free." Upon hearing the owner's words, Lin Long's eyes lit up. Ignoring the approaching black-clad man, he turned to the owner and said, "Boss, you mustn't go back on your word." The crowd watched in disbelief as Lin Long engaged in casual conversation despite his perilous predicament. Incensed by Lin Long's nonchalance, the black-clad man bellowed, "Die." He transformed into a fleeting shadow, and the spectators struggled to keep up with his speed. A dagger had already plunged into Lin Long's chest. However, to everyone's astonishment, just as before, flecks of golden light enveloped Lin Long's form once more. Observing the black-clad man's shock, Lin Long smiled and raised 2 fingers, saying, "2 layers. My golden light still has 2 layers left. I wonder if your energy can withstand it." The black-clad man's face paled at those words. He had expended all his energy on that final strike. There was nothing left to wield. "I concede." He helplessly raised his hand in surrender. "Well done, young man. Come to the Fat Uncle Tavern after this. All food and drink will be on the house." The rotund owner exclaimed loudly. Lin Long glanced at the owner with a smile, appreciating the clever advertisement. The black-clad man returned to the side of the woman. "Sister," he began, but was cut off by her dismissive gesture. Another black-clad man spoke up, "Sister, I'll go and eliminate his remaining 2 layers of golden light before leaving it to you." The woman in black did not respond, but merely nodded. Seeing her agreement, the black-clad man approached Lin Long, producing a dagger in each hand without giving Lin Long a chance to speak, and vanished into the arena once more. Lin Long, recognizing their intent, flashed a wicked smile, his golden light enveloping him once again that a cacophony of sounds echoed throughout the arena. As anticipated, Lin Long's golden light shattered, only to reappear once more. Just as the golden light approached the brink of collapse again, the black-clad man decisively conceded and exited the arena. The black-clad woman observed Lin Long, unable to deny that he was the most enigmatic young man she had ever encountered, despite being younger than herself. His strength was formidable. She slowly approached Lin Long, taking her time to make a move. Lin Long regarded her with curious eyes, sensing a subtle yet distinct aura of danger emanating from her. The woman gradually removed her hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes captivated many spectators, who found themselves inexplicably rooting for her victory. Though she was indeed a beauty, her features still bore a hint of youthfulness, suggesting she was not much older than Lin Long, perhaps around 15 or 16 years of age. The woman looked at Lin Long and said, "Thank you for sparing those two. In return, I shall not take your life." Her voice was ethereal and melodious. Many spectators were captivated, staring at the woman with expressions of infatuation. Hearing her words, Lin Long shrugged with a smile to him. This was merely a contest. He and the others were strangers, and lacking any deep-seated enmity, there was no need for unnecessary bloodshed. His initial threats were merely a means to compel them to concede, as for the woman's assertion of sparing his life. Lin Long regarded it with a knowing gaze. Although the 2 black-clad men were swift, their attacking methods were still too singular. Their control over their energy was commendable, yet that was the extent of their capabilities. With such tactics, they could never hope to defeat him. The woman clad in black regarded Lin Long with a playful glint in her eyes, before speaking again. "I am aware of your golden aura, which exceeds 30%, or rather, it cannot be defined merely by its layers. Am I correct?" Lin Long responded with a soft "oh." Then, puzzled, he inquired, "I did not expect you to see through me. Why then did you allow your subordinates to shatter my golden aura?" The woman in black scrutinized Lin Long intently and replied, "It is nothing much. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess any other techniques." Lin Long's gaze sharpened as he looked at her and asked, "So, you are confident in your ability to break my golden aura?" Upon hearing this, the woman in black smiled. Be cautious," she exclaimed, and in an instant, her figure flickered, appearing directly before Lin Long. She raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Lin Long's body uncontrollably flipped in midair. Yet the woman's onslaught was evidently far from over. She materialized in the air and unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to a tempest. Lin Long, suspended in the air, could only endure her relentless strikes. After a full quarter of an hour, Lin Long's body crashed thunderously onto the arena floor, his golden aura dissipating into the void. Azel, witnessing this, stared at the woman in black with a look of trepidation and exclaimed, "How can this be the speed of a 5th-level warrior?" The spectators below, seeing Lin Long sprawled on the ground, erupted in astonishment, and no one could have anticipated the woman in black possessed such extraordinary strength. "Come on, get up, little brother, don't give up." The audience on stage secretly cheered for Lin Long, indicating that he still had considerable support. The woman in black observed the fallen Lin Long and stated, "I understand it is no easy feat to shatter your golden aura, but regardless of the technique, it requires fighting spirit to sustain it. That I merely need to launch a continuous barrage of attacks, and you will be unable to gather your golden aura, correct?" Cough, cough. Lin Long slowly rose to his feet, rubbing his chest, and nodded. Though he wielded spiritual energy rather than fighting spirit, the outcome was ultimately the same. Gazing at the woman, Lin Long remarked appreciatively, "Your speed and strength are indeed remarkable. I have learned much from you." The woman in black lifted her chin confidently. If she were to enter the saint level, she would undoubtedly rank among the foremost. This was not mere arrogance, but rather a belief instilled in her by her superior. Thus she had every reason to take pride in her speed. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lin Long lamented. Had you been the last to take the stage, I believe we would have had a more exhilarating bout. Alas, there are still so many challengers behind you. Therefore, I must conclude this swiftly. My apologies. Lin Long's eyes were filled with regret. Unfortunately, with 5 opponents remaining, he could only conserve his spiritual energy and expedite the confrontation. With that, Lin Long formed a hand gesture and spoke rapidly. Yuqing Shiqing Jinfu. Tue Qian Qi Hun Yi Cheng, Wu Lei Hui Huang Ning. Yin Bian Hua Ho Lei Dian. When Hu Jiji Su Yang Sheng, command thunder, the golden aura surrounding Lin Long vanished, replaced by a radiant white light that surged and flowed with vitality. Standing in the arena, everyone felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from him, a primal reverence for celestial authority rising from the depths of their souls. Gazing at Lin Long, clad in resplendent white armor, the woman in black could no longer muster a smile, her posture tense and alert. Whoosh! In a blur, Lin Long's figure darted forward, leaving the spectators stunned before a sharp sonic boom reverberated through the arena. Lin Long had already appeared before the woman. How is this possible? She thought, astonished by his speed, which surpassed her own. Such swiftness was beyond the capacity of a 5th-level warrior, with no time to react. She instinctively bent and shifted to the right, barely evading Lin Long's palm strike. You are far too slow now, a calm voice echoed behind her. Before she could regain her footing, Lin Long's palm glowed with a silver-white radiance, emitting a piercing thunderclap, causing the very air around it to seem alive, retreating from its blinding brilliance. The woman in black had no time to evade. Lin Long's palm struck her squarely in the chest. Palm thunder! Ah, a heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips. Though the force of the strike was not overwhelming, she was horrified to discover her entire body was paralyzed, racked with pain, attempting to summon her fighting spirit in resistance. She felt not a trace of it. Mere moments passed, and she crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. Regrettably, her shadow assassination technique had yet to be unleashed before she succumbed. This was Lin Long's intent. Had she activated her technique, his spiritual energy would have been severely depleted. If it were a one-on-one combat, it would be a different matter. Alas, the audience exchanged bewildered glances, attempting to comprehend the situation. They could not fathom how the woman in black, who had previously held the upper hand, had now fallen. Straining to lift her head, the woman looked at Lin Long and asked weakly, "Is this the power of lightning?" Surprised that she could still speak, Lin Long nodded, aware that those struck by palm thunder felt as if they were being scorched by countless bolts of lightning. Although he was merely at the 5th level of chi refinement and could not unleash the full might of the 5 thunder technique, the experience was undoubtedly agonizing. Lin Long replied, "Palm thunder." A bitter smile crossed her face. She realized her defeat was not unwarranted. Her most proud attribute, her speed, had been rendered trivial before him, and he appeared to be toying with her, concealing countless other techniques. She looked at Lin Long and said, "Kill me." Lin Long was taken aback. "Kill me," she insisted once more, observing her desperate plea for death. Lin Long was at a loss for words. The woman trembled as she attempted to rise, but after several attempts, she ultimately failed to stand. Watching her struggle, Lin Long sighed. Is it really necessary? The woman remained silent, stubbornly attempting to rise again and again. With a sense of resignation, Lin Long approached her and delivered a blow that rendered her unconscious. He glanced at the 2 men in black with irritation. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and carry her off." The 2 black-clad men stepped forward, their expressions complex as they regarded Lin Long. "Thank you for your mercy. Here, this is for you." One of them handed Lin Long a black card. "What is this?" Lin Long inquired, examining the card, which bore the word Dawn on the front and 96 on the back. "Forgive me for not being able to disclose more at this moment. We hope to speak with you once your battle concludes," one of the men explained. Lin Long pondered for a moment and nodded, instructing the 2 to meet him at the Fat Uncle Tavern the following morning. The 2 men in black took note and slowly departed, carrying the woman in black with them. Once they had exited the stage, Lin Long shifted his attention back to Azel and the others, but he gestured for them to take their turn. However, after a long wait, no one stepped forward. The audience erupted in discontented jeers. Azel, with a grave expression, looked at Lin Long and slowly said, "Young man, if you cease your participation now, I am willing to offer you 100,000 gold coins." "What?" Mayor Mel exclaimed in shock. Azel shot him a stern glance. Under Azel's gaze, Mel slowly lowered his head, choosing not to speak further. Gil furrowed his brow, looking at Lin Long, but found himself at a loss for words. The price proposed by the other party was beyond his means. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why they dared to offer such a sum of 100,000 gold coins. After all, even if they won this time, it would only secure a 3-year occupancy. After 3 years, if others came to contest the dock, they would still need to compete again. It was worth noting that their dock guild's profit was merely over 30,000 gold coins in those 3 years. The offer of 100,000 was far too strange. Lin Long resolutely shook his head at Azel. "Oh, you find it insufficient." Lin Long continued to shake his head. "Then what is the reason?" Lin Long responded, "I have already explained my reasoning. A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold coins. Nonsense, there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with money, if you find it lacking. State your price." Lin Long regarded Azel with a scornful gaze, pointing towards the audience. Azel was baffled by his implication. Lin Long, as if speaking to himself, mused, "When I first entered the town, I not only saw the recruitment information from the Dock Guild, but I also noticed a lengthy list of support written beneath it." Alzi gazed at Lin Long with a perplexed expression, urging him to continue down a course that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that beside this recruitment notice, numerous missing person posters have been affixed. Upon a brief glance, I noticed that most of them concern lost children from the town. What concern is that of mine? What relation does it bear to this contest? Alzi inquired, bewildered. Lin Long turned his gaze towards Alzi and the town mayor. "Mel, I must pose a question. The highest law enforcer of a small town neglects to assist its citizens in searching for their lost children, yet instead engages in a scramble for the docks. What sort of logic is that?" Lin Long exclaimed, his voice laden with indignation. Alzi, realizing Lin Long's intent, responded, "Ah, so you are concerned for the children of the commoners. If you wish to find them, once this matter is resolved, I shall instruct the mayor to send someone to search for them. How does that sound?" "Huh." Lin Long erupted in a hearty laughter, nearly brought to tears. Before regaining his composure and addressing the incomprehensible Alzi, "You would barter with your own responsibilities. Now I comprehend why I overheard townsfolk cursing the mayor while dining. I would do the same." "Oomph." The mayor, Mel, snorted heavily beside Alzi. Lin Long, losing interest in further discourse, turned to Alzi and declared, "Come now, let me gauge your skills that I sense a formidable danger in you, even greater than that of the woman in black." Alzi regarded Lin Long, who remained unfazed in the arena, his brow furrowing deeper. Yet with Lin Long remaining obstinate, he could only proceed with the contest. "Nika, you shall go. Exhaust his fighting spirit as much as possible. Engage in consecutive battles. Surely, his energy must be waning. Whoever can defeat him will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. As the saying goes, great rewards attract brave souls." Nika, with unwavering resolve, stepped towards Lin Long. Noticing Alzi's decision to send another subordinate rather than stepping forth himself, Lin Long's eyes gleamed with derision, further underestimating Alzi. Before Nika could launch an attack, Lin Long took the initiative, a brilliant white light enveloping him once again. Nika, observing Lin Long's demeanor, focused intently. Standing in the arena heightened his awareness of the pressure Lin Long exuded. Heavenly Water Sword Technique, second form. Summer Rain. Nika's massive sword shimmered with a pearly hue, and the air around him instantly grew humid, creating a hazy atmosphere that rendered his figure indistinct. Rather than attacking, he raised his colossal sword defensively. It was rumored that the first and fourth forms of the Heavenly Water Sword Technique were renowned for their offensive prowess, while the second form, Summer Rain, and the third form, Autumn Water, were celebrated for their defensive capabilities as he aimed to deplete Lin Long's fighting spirit. Watching from the sidelines, Gil expressed his concern. Nika's intentions are evident. He seeks to wear down Lin Long's energy. Meanwhile, Nika's brother-in-law, unable to heed Gil's words, fixated intently on the arena. Lin Long's gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Nika. Perceiving his opponent's defensive stance, he anticipated Nika's strategy. A sly grin spread across Lin Long's face as he vanished in an instant. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the arena as the audience witnessed a figure crash heavily to the ground amidst the haze. Nika trembled, his massive sword lying 3 meters away from his body, motionless. Lin Long emerged slowly from the misty battlefield, first assessing the fallen Nika to confirm his incapacitation before casting a disdainful glance at Alzi. On what grounds do you believe that a war of attrition would be effective against me? Had I not sought a swift resolution, I could have drained each of you dry in this contest. His audacious declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lin Long, who had maintained an air of elegance throughout the battle, now bore an intense fury provoked by Alzi's earlier remarks. Children of the commoners? Such words from a town leader. I too am a child of the commoners, and today I shall speak for them. Lin Long's eyes turned cold as he regarded the group, his palm crackling with electricity. Come forth and meet your demise. Alzi's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Long and retorted, Do not assume I am unaware of your bluster. No one can sustain such intense combat without the power of fighting spirit. Unless you are a 7th level Earth Knight. Orin, you shall take the stage. Wear him down. Another fighter stepped forward, but before he could execute his sword technique, Lin Long's spectral form appeared as predicted, with a resounding impact. The battle was concluded in an instant. Lin Long did not even glance at the fallen Orin, nor did he pursue further provocation against Alzi. He simply stood quietly in the arena, awaiting his next opponent. Lin Long felt a tinge of disappointment regarding the combat prowess in this world. Could he truly dominate 5-level warriors at his current cultivation? Without needing to seek enlightenment, would a breakthrough into the spirit realm not allow him to stride through this realm with ease? These 5th-level warriors relied solely on brute strength and speed, devoid of any combat finesse. Their techniques were utterly lackluster. The shadow assassination technique was barely passable. If his assumptions were correct, it involved some spatial manipulation. As Lin Long pondered these thoughts, another challenger stepped onto the field. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Long unleashed another explosive sound in the air, followed by a scream of anguish. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, expressing their excitement and joy. Although they supported Lin Long due to the mayor's influence, they had initially harbored doubts given his youth. However, they were taken aback by Lin Long's astonishing strength and now held genuine admiration for him. Alzi glanced at the final remaining fighter beside him, who bore an expression of resignation. However, military orders were absolute, and he stepped into the arena. Unsurprisingly, within mere moments, he too lay defeated on the ground. Lin Long faced Alzi, enveloped in a heavy silence. The unspoken pressure expanded throughout the arena. Sweat streamed down Alzi's face, yet he steeled himself to step forward in the arena. Alzi regarded the composed Lin Long and attempted once more to negotiate. Young man, if you concede now, I shall grant you 100,000 gold coins, every last cent, and you will also gain the friendship of Duke Raquel. Lin Long's expression shifted slightly. Duke Raquel, seeing Lin Long's interest piqued. Alzi's face brightened as he continued. Indeed, he is one of the 4 great dukes of the empire, the lord of Heavenly Water City, Duke Raquel. Should you concede now, you will secure his friendship, a coveted opportunity that many dream of yet cannot attain. I am not interested, Lin Long replied flatly. You? Alzi's frustration boiled over. Do not think I am unaware of your bluster. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you? Lin Long nodded earnestly. That is indeed the case. What can you do to me? Gazing at Lin Long's serious demeanor, Alzi's face flushed crimson, and he bellowed in fury. If that is your stance, then do not blame me for what follows, with a brilliant white light swirling around him. Lin Long made no effort to engage in further dialogue. In response to Lin Long's enigmatic abilities, Alzi calmly retrieved an aged scroll from his robes. The moment the scroll was unfurled, the air around them seemed to pulse with heightened energy. Gil's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Mel, you are violating the rules. Mayor Mel, unflustered, replied, the imperial regulations state that no mages may participate in the contest, but does not prohibit the use of magical items. Therefore, this is not a violation. Gil hesitated, unable to counter Mel's argument, for he was indeed correct. The Empire did not forbid the use of magical items, which were extraordinarily costly. Utilizing such items in a contest for the docks seemed to be a fool's errand. Thus, he had not anticipated Alzi's willingness to incur such expenses for victory. Alzi cast a final glance at Lin Long, speaking in a dispassionate tone. If you concede now, I may spare your life. However, once I activate this magical scroll, it will be too late for you to withdraw. He had no desire to waste such a precious item until the very last moment. Magical scrolls were expensive, crafted from a mage's entire magical essence and wielding tremendous power. Lin Long remained silent, signaling Alzi to proceed. "Humph! If you seek death, I shall oblige," Alzi roared. The magical scroll slowly unfurled. Woo! As the scroll spread open, a violent wind erupted within the arena. The sky darkened, and wild currents of air sent waves of shock and awe through the audience. Each spectator's eyes wide with terror, the colossal figure began to materialize in the arena, surrounded by a thrumming mass of wind elemental magic sprites. Alzi gazed at the immense apparition, and a look of reverence crossed his features. He then taunted Lin Long. "Boy, I shall ensure you understand the gravity of your fate. This is a 5th-level magic spell, Storm's Arrival. This strike will leave no chance of survival, not even for an Earth Knight. You shall contemplate your sins in your next life." Lin Long's expression darkened as he focused intently on the towering figure. Invisible wind blades whirled around the arena, producing a cacophony of sound. A cacophony of sounds erupted as Lin Long's brilliant white radiance faded, only to be replaced by a dazzling golden glow enveloping his form. Countless blades of wind collided with the golden light, unleashing a resplendent brilliance. The terrifying force of the explosion generated a powerful gust that left the spectators squinting against the blinding light. Those closest even bore wounds upon their faces in but a fleeting moment. Lin Long's golden aura shattered, merely the overture to what was to come. The onlookers beheld a colossal figure resembling a woman. Nay, a goddess, the goddess of wind. Her countenance was stern, her eyes tightly shut, her magnificent form swirling with tempestuous gales. That instant, the winds in the arena abruptly ceased. Yet, despite the stillness, Lin Long remained vigilant. The elemental winds in the air began to thrash violently. Gradually, the goddess's closed eyes fluttered open. "Wind," she murmured, her lips parting to utter an ancient tongue. As her words resonated, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Enveloping the world in shadows, accompanied by her tempest, the winds surged forth, spiraling towards Lin Long with ferocious intent. To Lin Long's astonishment, such power still resided in this realm. He marveled inwardly, recognizing that this strike was akin to that of a formidable gold core expert. 9 palaces escape, 8 trigrams movement, devoid of reliance, hidden in the void. Mastery of all arts necessitates the relinquishment of form. The universe is a facade, the essence is true. Transformation occurs, sublimely connecting with the divine. Great escape of the 5 elements. Earth escape. Beneath the storm, Lin Long's figure swiftly became ethereal. The goddess's tempest swept across the arena, its colossal might akin to a roaring behemoth in the eye of the storm. The spectators witnessed Lin Long's silhouette being torn asunder by the hurricane, not a trace of blood remaining. Utterly obliterated by the gales, the tempest raged on, a slender fissure appearing on the ground. Rapidly spreading, the earth fracturing like a shattered mirror, interwoven cracks rendering the arena in ruins. Beneath, Lin Long observed the overwhelming power of the storm, once more forming a seal with his hands, desperately attempting to conceal himself further into the depths. The storm persisted for an extended duration before gradually dissipating as the wind settled. Gil and others swiftly turned their gazes to the arena. "It's over," Gil exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Though Alzi found himself at the center of the storm, he emerged unscathed. Surveying the devastated arena, he found no sign of that detestable figure, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. The exhilaration of eradicating a genius was simply delightful. He closed his eyes, relishing his victory. With Alzi the sole figure remaining in the arena, the audience displayed expressions of regret. Someone, in a daze, murmured, "Indeed, mages are the favored ones in this world." Magic is truly terrifying. Many nodded in agreement. I concede this power. Should you possess another scroll, I would accept defeat. A faint voice resonated as Lin Long's figure materialized from the ethereal AT this moment. His attire was tattered, his visage smeared with dirt. No longer the epitome of ethereal grace. Who? Alzi stammered in horror upon seeing Lin Long reappear. It appeared he had not perished. Lin Long took a moment to calm the chaotic energy within him, astonished by the sheer terror of a fifth-tier spell. Even after hastily employing Earth Escape, he found himself in such a state. Gazing at Lin Long, who stood motionless without attacking, Alzi's worry transformed into delight. Truly remarkable, to survive under a fifth-tier spell. However, judging by your condition, your fighting spirit must be nearly depleted, while I remain at my prime. Shall we end this here? Admit defeat, and I shall spare your life. Alzi's tone carried a hint of arrogance. Lin Long scoffed at Alzi, sensing a surge of confidence. Indeed, his energy was waning, yet defeating Alzi was not an insurmountable task. Humph, a stubborn duck. Alzi gripped his colossal sword, realizing he must not grant Lin Long a moment to recover. The sword whirled in his hands, charging directly at Lin Long without even lifting his eyelids. Lin Long slowly raised his right hand, which shimmered with a bluish-white light, a profound aura enveloping the arena. Daoist star plucking hand. Mid-air, Alzi felt an immense force drawing him uncontrollably toward Lin Long. In a desperate maneuver, he thrust his colossal sword into the ground, struggling against the overwhelming pull. Sensing the great resistance, Lin Long sighed softly to himself. It seems this won't conclude so easily. As the attraction gradually waned, Alzi grinned menacingly. You possess quite a few tricks. But without your fighting spirit, how do you intend to defeat me? With that, he raised his sword once more, striking toward Lin Long. Realizing his energy reserves were nearly depleted, Lin Long felt a pang of regret for engaging in this battle. However, there was no time for contemplation as the colossal sword approached, its blade gleaming ominously like a soul-harvesting specter. Lin Long's golden light materialized in his hand, yet with his energy nearly exhausted. It manifested as a mere thin line. A slender thread of golden light lashed out at the colossal sword. Clang! The sword and the golden thread met, their forces evenly matched. Lin Long remained unperturbed. The golden thread suddenly elongating, resembling a golden serpent as it ensnared Alzi tightly. Observing Alzi bound securely, Lin Long inhaled deeply. Alzi exerted all his strength, struggling against the golden light, yet he could not break free. Lin Long addressed the thrashing Alzi, "Do not struggle. Although the golden light is but a thread, it is unbreakable." Seeing no hope of escape, Alzi's gaze turned malevolent. His eyes bulged, face flushing crimson. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Alzi, his muscles exploding with power, his entire form bathed in a bloody hue, growing even larger. Crack! Crack! The golden thread began to fray, and the now massive Alzi looked down upon Lin Long with a frenzied glare. Grasping the colossal sword once more, it transformed into a bloody hue. Frenzy! Alzi roared, the blood-red sword descending with a devastating strike aimed at Lin Long's head. The speed and power surged dramatically. What is happening? Gil watched in disbelief as Alzi unleashed his fury. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Do you recognize this technique? Grui inquired immediately. I must have misjudged. This resembles the Orc tribe's innate divine power, frenzy, and bloodlust. Gil was uncertain. Lin Long's eyes narrowed as he leaped backward, narrowly evading the blood-red blade. Alzi, his eyes ablaze with madness, raised the blood-red sword once more, swinging it violently at Lin Long. Lin Long sighed inwardly. In this state, Alzi could only strike to kill. If this dragged on, defeat was inevitable. With that thought, Lin Long leaped lightly, suspending himself in mid-air, channeling all his remaining energy, pointing his middle finger at Alzi's brow. Vajra, demon-subduing finger. With a thunderous shout, a colossal golden fist materialized from thin air, slowly unfurling as the middle finger extended forward. As the finger stretched, a swirling golden 8 trigrams appeared in the void before him. Demon subduing. With Lin Long's furious roar, The gigantic golden finger pierced through the 8 trigrams, carrying apocalyptic might as it struck heavily against Alzi's brow. Thud, the blood-red sword clattered to the ground, and the once furious Alzi now stood motionless in the center of the arena. Without a glance at Alzi, Lin Long staggered toward Gil and the others. Clang. Alzi collapsed, devoid of life. Lord Alzi! Mayor Mel rushed to Alzi's side, but no matter what he did, he could not awaken the lifeless form. Boy, halt! Lin Long turned to Mel, his demeanor nonchalant. There's something you wish to discuss. Do you even comprehend what you have done? He was a man of the Duke of Lakel's household. Mel pointed a trembling finger at Lin Long. His emotions tumultuous, struggling to articulate his thoughts. If memory serves, this battle was one of life and death. Lin Long replied indifferently. You wretched boy, how dare you compare your worthless life to Lord Alzi's? Prepare for the unending vengeance of the Duke's household. Mel shouted hoarsely, my name is Lin Long. I await your arrival at any time. Having said that, Lin Long turned and departed. Jill and his companion stared at Lin Long, unable to articulate their excitement. Observing their astonished expressions, Lin Long jested, What's the matter? Do you wish to renege? The two regained their composure, and the bald man gave Lin Long a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you're joking. Let us head back to the gang. Lao Si, arrange a feast immediately. Today, the gang is on holiday, and everyone is free to drink to their heart's content. Upon hearing this, the members of the gang erupted in jubilant cheers. The following day, Lin Long arose exceptionally late, with the sun nearly at its zenith. The previous battle had drained him significantly, leaving him devoid of spiritual energy and severely fatigued, hence his indulgence in a leisurely slumber. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Jill and his companion, Lin Long made his way to the tavern owned by the portly uncle. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon 3 women clad in black in a corner. The women in black turned pale at the sight of Lin Long, awkwardly turning their heads away. Isn't that Brother Lin? Whatever he orders, it's on the owner. At that moment, the tavern was bustling with patrons, and upon spotting Lin Long, many greeted him warmly. The more extroverted among them even jested about the owner. Upon hearing the commotion, the portly uncle chuckled, Brother Lin has arrived. Order whatever you fancy to celebrate your victory. Today's expenses are at an 80% discount. Such generosity from the owner, cheered the patrons. You should have seen Mayor Mel's greenish face yesterday. Tiaskakiska, I heard he sacrificed both his sons and daughters to curry favor with the Duke, only to end up losing both his wife and his troops. After ordering a sandflow fish, Lin Long strode directly to the table of the women in black. Apologies for my tardiness. No worries, we just arrived as well. One of the black-clad men replied promptly. As Lin Long sat down, he noticed the woman who was too shy to look at him, shifting his attention to the 2 men beside her, his eyes inquiring. After a brief exchange of glances, one of the men introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Michael, and this is my brother, Michael. This is our elder sister, Sherry. Lin Long nodded and inquired, What brings you to me? Michael glanced at his elder sister, who remained silent, and reluctantly began, We would like to invite you to join Dawn. Michael stated directly. Lin Long maintained his composure, pondering for a moment. What are the benefits? Michael was taken aback, unprepared for such a straightforward question that bypassed the reasoning, and he momentarily faltered, unsure how to respond. Sherry turned to Lin Long, replying, There are no benefits, only dangers. The choice to join is entirely yours. Elder sister, the 2 brothers stared at her in disbelief. Lin Long rolled his eyes, chuckling, Then I shall not sit at your table. I'll find a separate one. After all, I am not one to partake in a free meal. As Lin Long rose to leave, Michael quickly grasped his arm. There are benefits. How could there be none? Once seated again, Michael continued, Brother Lin, you know our Dawn is the continent's foremost mercenary group, renowned for our assassination techniques. Upon joining, you can learn them for free. Ha. Lin Long chuckled. Hearing his laughter, Michael's expression turned awkward. He realized Lin Long looked down upon their assassination techniques, hastening to add, But that is not all. As the leading mercenary group, our rewards are significantly high. Lin Long interrupted, I have no interest in killing. He had already learned from Jill that Dawn was a sanctuary for assassins. Michael, with a resigned expression, replied, Brother Lin, do we look like people who relish killing? Without hesitation, Lin Long nodded. Myhol was speechless, while Michael, after observing his brother's silence, spoke, Brother Lin, we do indeed accept some assassination missions. However, those targets are typically the despicable ones. You'll understand this later. Seeing Lin Long's expression soften, Michael continued, Moreover, if you don't wish to engage in assassination tasks, you can also undertake missions similar to yesterday's, where no killing is required. What was your reward for a task like yesterday? Lin Long was curious about their earnings. The three of us together received a total of 5,000 gold coins. Myhol interjected. You three are worth 5,000 gold coins? Lin Long expressed skepticism. Myhol was left dumbfounded, rendered speechless for a long moment. Ahem. Michael awkwardly nodded, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Furthermore, we boast an extensive information network. Whatever you wish to know, as long as your points are sufficient, you can uncover almost anything. Lin Long contemplated this for a brief while, recognizing that this aspect was indeed appealing. Just then, the owner brought out the fish. The aroma was delightful, and this fish was evidently larger than the one he had previously consumed, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. Lin Long nodded and smiled at the portly uncle. You're very thoughtful. The uncle waved back at Lin Long. Yes, they dined and conversed, Lin Long remarked. Now, tell me why you chose me. Gazing intently at the woman in black, just as Myhol was about to speak, Lin Long interjected. I want to hear her opinion. His eyes narrowed, making his tone brooking no refusal. Sherry scrutinized Lin Long for a long moment before slowly stating, I believe you can guess. It is undoubtedly due to your strength. After a pause, she continued, considering your youth, your prowess far surpasses mine. There are but a handful on the continent capable of such feats, excluding the sorcerers. Lin Long rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, pondering deeply before ultimately declining, aside from the third point being somewhat enticing. The rest fails to sway me. I apologize. Why are you like this? Sherry exclaimed in frustration while Lin Long continued to savor his meal. Ignoring her, Sherry exchanged glances with her brothers, who bore a look of helplessness. They stood up and, with a dramatic thud, both fell to Lin Long's sides, pleading, Please, Brother Lin, help us. As they spoke, their youthful faces were streaked with tears. The surrounding patrons observed this scene, their faces filled with curiosity. Lin Long, somewhat at a loss, helped the two up, saying, A man should not kneel easily. Remember that in the future. Myhol, teary-eyed, choked out, To be honest, Brother Lin, our organization has rules. If we fail a mission, the only recourse is to pay with our lives. Unless, Myhol trailed off abruptly. Unless we can persuade the target to join our organization. Otherwise, we face a dead end. Michael continued his brother's thought. Myhol nodded in agreement. Lin Long, with a sympathetic gaze, asked in that case, Let me inquire further. What does this have to do with me? The three were momentarily taken aback, and after a protracted silence, Michael replied, Brother Lin, you don't like killing, do you? If we die, it would be as if you had killed us. Lin Long was a loss for words. Glancing at the three, he then smiled mischievously and raised 3 fingers, 3,000 gold coins, and I will agree to join Dawn. You are being unreasonable. Do you not realize that our Dawn is not an organization anyone can join? Countless young talents have sought entry and failed. You dare demand 3,000 gold coins? Sherry retorted angrily at Lin Long. If not, then so be it. Lin Long replied, nonchalantly, 2,000 at most. Sherry bit down hard. Deal. After leaving the tavern, the three led Lin Long to Mayor Mel's residence. Lin Long, puzzled, asked, What brings us here? Sherry replied curtly, To collect money. Myhol explained, We already paid half of the 5,000 gold coins. The other half is to be given upon completion. Brother Lin, please wait outside. I fear I might be chased away if I enter. Lin Long awkwardly nodded and vanished into the corner. The three of them knocked on the door, and shortly after, Mayor Mel personally welcomed them. We have come to collect the remaining half of the reward, and we do not wish to trouble your excellency. The mayor, Myhol, spoke with a smile. Mayor Mel's expression was bitter as he replied, Could this matter be postponed for a while? Lord Owls has perished under my watch, and there are too many affairs to attend to. I hope you can forgive me. Of course, the deceased deserves utmost respect. Myhol agreed, but then shifted the conversation. However, Mayor Mel, You are aware that our Dawn has certain unique methods regarding delayed commissions. You may choose not to pay. Simply say so, and we shall turn around and leave immediately. For we are not professional collectors, but should that group come, Myhol left his sentence hanging. Mayor Mel's face turned pale, as if he recalled something. After much hesitation, he ultimately complied and handed over the remaining gold coins. Thank you, Mayor Mel. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact us. Myhol politely accepted the payment, and the three departed from the mayor's residence. Upon seeing them emerge, Lin Long waved at them. That's 2,000 gold coins, Sherry said with irritation. Lin Long swiftly stored the 2,000 coins into his spatial ring. Then you are now one of us in Dawn, at level 96, Sherry remarked coldly. What use is that level? And why am I placed ahead of you right from the start? Lin Long inquired. In our organization, your rank determines your status. Certain intelligence and missions can only be undertaken once you reach a specific level. Your rank will increase with your contributions to the organization, earning you points. Each level has a set number of members. As for your precedence over me, it is because you defeated me to join the organization, thereby placing you one rank above me, Sherry explained in great detail. After a pause, she thoughtfully added, actually, you could contribute your lightning technique to the organization. It would surely earn you a considerable amount of points. Lin Long shot her a sideways glance. What are you thinking? You. Sherry's face flushed with indignation. Ahem. The Myhol brothers coughed vigorously, having not seen their elder sister so flustered in a long time. Humph. Sherry huffed heavily, genuinely intrigued by Lin Long's lightning technique. Are there any corpses of 4th tier or higher magical beasts in the organization? Lin Long suddenly asked. Humph. Sherry turned her head away, refusing to answer, clearly still upset about the previous exchange. Lin Long helplessly glanced at the Myhol brothers. Mikhail smiled at his sister. There are indeed magical beast corpses in the organization, but they are seldom sought after. Most of them are in Waterfall City. As for how many points are required, you can check at our outpost. Every city has one. Mikhail informed Lin Long about locating Dawn's outpost. Outside of Shalu Town, Lin Long bid farewell to the three and set off alone towards Waterfall City. Observing the direction Lin Long took, Myhol wondered aloud. Brother Lin wouldn't be walking to Waterfall City, would he? Mikhail pondered. That seems unlikely. The journey from Waterfall City to Shalu Town is quite long, and walking would take at least 10 days or more. Myhol remarked in confusion. There's no teleportation array in that direction. The quickest route to Waterfall City is the Imperial Eagle Hub Point not far to the east. I think Brother Lin is indeed walking. Forget it, let us not worry about him, Sherry interjected. Watching Lin Long walk away, Sherry hurriedly retrieved a feather from her spatial ring. The feather was as white as jade, shimmering with a glow and emanating waves of spatial energy. Sherry tossed the white feather into the air, and the spatial fluctuations intensified as she waited quietly. Little Xian, long time no see. A male voice resonated from the space, steady yet laced with affection. Boss, from now on, call me Sherry. Don't keep using my childhood nickname. Sherry replied with displeasure before breaking into a smile. I've missed you so much, boss. Even if you miss me, you shouldn't waste such a precious swan feather. Little Sherry, you don't understand how valuable resources are when you're not in charge. The Myhol brothers exchanged glances, amused by their boss's chatter. Stop, boss. There's something urgent. Sherry, slightly exasperated by her boss's rambling, redirected his attention. Oh, what's the urgent matter? The man promptly ceased his chatter, inquiring earnestly. Sherry giggled. Boss, I've discovered a super genius and have already tricked him into joining us. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. A super genius? How does he compare to Liloan? The man asked curiously. Liloan joined Dawn less than half a year ago, climbing from level 93 to 51. He has been dubbed the Rookie King within Dawn. He is incomparable. Even if I teamed up with Liloan, it wouldn't work. I believe among the younger generation, aside from those mages, no one can surpass him. Sherry's eyes sparkled with pride as she spoke. And he is incredibly mysterious. The techniques he uses are ones I've never heard of before, stronger than Liloan. The man became intrigued. Sherry nodded and continued. He has a lightning technique that, once unleashed, surpasses even my speed. When it strikes, it paralyzes the entire body, rendering one immobile. She spoke with a hint of trepidation. I see. The man contemplated before asking after a moment. What is his name? His name is Lin Long. Lin Long, you say? Once I finish my current tasks, I shall meet this super genius you speak of. By the way, you mentioned that you tricked him into joining? The man asked curiously. Sherry's face turned slightly red. I didn't trick him. It was the Myhole brothers who spoke to him. If he and joined Dawn, the three of us would have faced execution. The Myhole brothers exchanged knowing glances, thinking to themselves that had they not deceived him, it would have been their lives on the line. The man chuckled. In the future, when encountering such geniuses, that is how it should be handled. One must go to great lengths to ensure they join. Good job this time. Little Sherry, the Myhole brother sighed, realizing that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. After crossing the Shalu River, when Lin Long arrived at Waterfall City, it was already mid-August. Waterfall City was vast, located at the confluence of the Galan Empire and the Jachin Empire, jointly governed by both nations. Given its proximity to the foot of the Beast Mountain just 100 miles south, the city boasted developed transportation and thriving commerce. The 4 city gates, east, south, west, and north, were constructed to great heights, always vigilant against beast attacks. Underneath the gates, throngs of people flowed in and out, forming a lengthy queue. As Lin Long surveyed Waterfall City amidst the crowd, the ancient and desolate atmosphere evoked memories of his past life. Though it was mid-August, the summer in Waterfall City was not oppressive, as the crowds orderly underwent entry inspections. Observing the slow-moving line, Lin Long wondered aloud, is the inspection in Waterfall City always this stringent? Is entering the city such a hassle? Is this your first time here, young man? Someone nearby responded to Lin Long's complaint. Lin Long nodded at the individual, a middle-aged man appearing around 30, with a face that belied his years. The man explained, the inspections in Waterfall City have always been this rigorous due to the large population, which often includes accomplices of robbers scouting for information. Though today seems even stricter than usual, it's quite peculiar. As he concluded, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. Look in the sky, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Long looked up to see 3 figures suspended in midair. The central figure was a young woman clad in white, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture, while 2 others flanked her in red robes, their faces obscured by hoods, rendering their features indistinguishable. That a badge on the chest of the figure in red gleamed brightly. Those with keen eyes recognized the emblem. Erupting in astonished and fervent voices, it's the cardinal from the Holy Cathedral. All hail the cardinal. We pay our respects. We have met the cardinal. The individuals surrounding him fell to their knees with a thud, as if dumplings were being dropped into boiling water. Lin Long gazed at the 3 figures in the sky, his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. Once, he too had reveled in the adoration of mortals kneeling before him. Now, however, his identity had shifted, rendering him akin to an ordinary man who must look up to others. Only by standing in this place could one truly comprehend the thoughts and feelings of the common folk. Of course, not everyone succumbed to kneeling. For instance, Lin Long and a few scattered individuals remained standing. The cardinal clad in red swept his gaze downward, and an overwhelming pressure from heaven and earth instantly enveloped Lin Long and the other non-kneelers. With another thud, those who had previously stood began to buckle under the immense weight of the atmosphere. Feeling the crushing force, Lin Long clenched his jaw tightly, straining to keep his legs steady. Refusing to kneel, thud after thud, more individuals succumbed, while Lin Long stood tall amid the throng at the northern gate of Falling Water City. Casting a glance at the defiant Lin Long, the cardinal's displeasure was evident as his lips moved. Kneel. A multiplied pressure surged toward Lin Long like a tidal wave. We, as cultivators, do not bow to heaven or earth. Why should I kneel before you? Lin Long roared internally, then leaned forward, his body resembling a large character. Falling to the ground, the red-clad cardinal, observing Lin Long's refusal to kneel even in defeat, chose to disregard him. Upon reaching the city gate, he simply stepped inside. The young man beside him, however, regarded Lin Long with interest, finding the boy intriguing. As the pressure dissipated, Lin Long rose, brushing off the dust. Such power in a mere glance. It must indicate a strength at least at the immortal level. Lin Long mused at this moment. The others began to rise as well. Why must you do this, young man? A middle-aged man addressed Lin Long, evidently having witnessed the earlier scene. Lin Long shook his head, offering no explanation, just as the two conversed. Several enforcers encircled them, casting hostile glances at Lin Long. You. Come here. One of them pointed at Lin Long reluctantly. Lin Long stepped forward, subsequently being escorted to the city gate where he was thoroughly examined. Compared against the wanted posters, the scrutiny was far more rigorous than before. Lin Long's gaze shifted, realizing that not only he, but also others who had chosen not to kneel were being subjected to this inspection. Seize him, came the commands, and this one too, T is from the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps. Take him, shouts of anger echoed as a group was rounded up, most of whom were robbers and thieves, with only a scant few escaping unscathed. Lin Long felt quite secure regarding his current appearance. After all, not even two Earth Knights had recognized him, so he was confident in undergoing the examination. After a meticulous check revealed no past offenses, the enforcers, seeing Lin Long's youth, ultimately allowed him entry into the city. Phew, Lin Long exhaled, grateful for the prior scrutiny. Otherwise, he might have faced an interminable wait to enter the city. The streets of Falling Water City were exceedingly broad, with a main thoroughfare leading directly to the city lord's mansion, which was situated at the heart of the city, with four major roads branching out toward the eastern, southern, western, and northern gates that on either side of the road, vendors hawked their wares. Perhaps due to its proximity to the Beast Mountain, Falling Water City boasted an abundance of blacksmith shops, with individuals frequently seen entering and exiting, carrying unknown beast parts. Not only were blacksmith shops plentiful, but inns and taverns were also countless. Lin Long had a clear objective, heading straight for the Dawn Outpost. Now devoid of spiritual energy, he intended to rest in Falling Water City for a while before venturing into the Beast Mountain. To attempt such a venture with his current strength would be akin to courting death. Falling Water City spanned approximately 100,000 square kilometers, and the Dawn Outpost was not far from the city lord's mansion, making it easy to locate. Lin Long was quite surprised. He had assumed that an organization like Dawn would keep its outpost hidden, yet it was so openly situated in the center of Falling Water City. Moreover, he noticed that people were frequently entering and exiting the outpost. The FAAD of the outpost was neither too large nor too small, likely around 1,000 square meters. Upon entering, a wall directly ahead was plastered with an extensive list of tasks. To the left was a consultation desk, where several young women patiently answered inquiries, while to the right stood several cabinets, with a few women busily attending to matters. What caught Lin Long's attention was an elderly man with graying whiskers. Reclining in a lounge chair, his eyes slightly closed, an old fan resting quietly on his chest. Lin Long cast a glance before redirecting his gaze toward the consultation desk. "How may I assist you?" A pleasant voice rang in Lin Long's ears. "I would like to inquire if this is the outpost of the Dawn organization." Lin Long asked, somewhat uncertain. "Indeed it is. How may I assist you?" The young woman replied playfully. Hearing confirmation, Lin Long no longer doubted and proceeded to ask, "Could you tell me if there are any corpses of 4th-tier magical beasts available in the organization? Or perhaps even higher tier? Are you looking to exchange for the corpses of high-tier magical beasts?" Lin Long nodded. "Exactly. The reward exchange counter is to your right." "Oh, thank you." Lin Long hurried toward the right side. Being that it was his first visit and he was unfamiliar with the rules, "May I ask if the organization has the corpses of high-tier magical beasts?" Lin Long inquired politely. "Are you looking for complete corpses? Or just the edible parts?" "The edible parts. Please wait a moment. Let me check that we currently have 10 corpses of 4th-tier magical beasts and one of 5th tier. Would you like to exchange? How do I exchange?" "A corpse of a 4th-tier magical beast requires 20 points. The 5th tier requires 200 points. Just hand me your black card," the young woman replied amiably. Lin Long then produced the black card given to him by Quan Quan and handed it over. Level 96. Lin Long, the young woman, placed Lin Long's card onto a machine he had never seen before. Moments later, she suddenly remarked, "You have just joined our Dawn organization. Haven to you?" Lin Long nodded. "I'm afraid, Lin Long, that you must first complete some organizational tasks. You need to accumulate 20 points before you can exchange." That a hint of embarrassment flickered across Lin Long's face as he accepted the black card returned by the young woman. "You are Lin Long?" Suddenly, A voice called out from behind him. Lin Long turned to see a boy of about 15 or 16 years approaching him. The youth had striking features, clad in a suit of red armor, with hair that closely matched the color of his armor. Though young, his physique resembled that of an adult, and, at this moment, his gaze was fixed intently on Lin Long as he inquired, "Are you Lin Long?" Sensing hostility from the newcomer, Lin Long nevertheless nodded, stating, "Yes, I am." Before he could finish a sentence, the boy launched a punch directly at Lin Long's face. Lin Long's eyes widened, instinctively raising his arms to block the blow, which struck with a resounding crash. He was sent flying, feeling as if he had collided with an invisible wall before finally coming to a halt. Before Lin Long could regain his footing, the boy's heavy kick slammed into his shoulder. The force was tremendous, rivaling that of Quan Quan. Lin Long knelt on one knee, struggling to avoid falling. "Humph." Boring, the boy abruptly ceased his assault, muttering to himself, "Is this the so-called super genius that Quan Quan spoke of? Is this the extent of his abilities?" The youth turned away, leaving Lin Long on his knee, in the center of the hall. Many members were selecting tasks, all of whom turned to glance at the commotion. "But it's Raylan," someone exclaimed. "Why did he suddenly attack a stranger? Who knows who provoked this volatile lion?" The attack was swift, and just as quickly he departed. Lin Long, still somewhat dazed, could not comprehend why the boy had struck or why he had chosen to stop. However, since the boy had initiated this provocation, Lin Long could not simply swallow his pride. He called out to Raylan, who was about to leave, "Stop." Hearing Lin Long's voice, Raylan turned with a raised brow to, "Is there something you need? Why did you attack me?" Lin Long asked, his tone icy, "Did a friend inform me that you were stronger than I? So I couldn't resist testing you." The result, Ryland's words trailed off, but the disdain in his eyes conveyed everything. Could it be Cheryl? Lin Long lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, his eyes suddenly sparkled, and he turned to Leyland, saying, "Dare you wait until I am fully satisfied before we engage in battle?" Upon hearing this, the crowd in the hall erupted into laughter. Could it be the hearty meal would grant him the strength to best Lei Lun? Lei Lun chuckled as well. Sensing that this individual might be a bit unhinged, he had no intention of wasting time and turned to leave. "Not brave enough? Then I shall have to converse with Shelley about the kind of friends you keep, those who only strike when their opponents are unfed." Hearing this, Lei Lun halted in his tracks, snorting coldly. "Very well. Since you seek a fight, I shall wait for you to finish your meal. Let us see what you are truly capable of. I'm currently out of funds." "You must treat me," Lin Long replied nonchalantly. "What?" Lei Lun exclaimed with a roar. "You expect me to treat you?" Lin Long nodded. "Indeed, you treat me, and then the matter of your earlier ambush can be forgiven. Conveniently, there are 11 high-tier magical beasts here. After I've dined, we shall battle." The audience gasped, gazing at Lin Long as if he were a madman. "Lei Lun, don't pay him any mind. He's merely being unreasonable. Youngster, do you know who he is? He is the new king of our organization, Lei Lun, currently ranked 51st. Lei Lun is on the verge of advancing to level 6. What do you possess to challenge him? Would you like your brother to entertain you?" The crowd taunted. Lei Lun looked at Lin Long with a smirk. "So now you know who I am. You still intend to face me? Are you afraid?" Lin Long replied with indifference. "Very well. I shall see what makes you so special, praised by Shelley to the heavens." He proceeded to exchange for a high-tier magical beast that IT is 11. Lin Long reminded from the sidelines. "Can you even consume that much?" Lei Lun scoffed. "Are you afraid that if I am well-fed, I might defeat you?" "Ew." Lei Lun was at a loss for words. Turning to the staff, he commanded, "Exchange as he says." He handed over his black card. The girl turned and retrieved a scroll cabinet, from which she produced a ring, with a flash of silver light. 10 4-tier magical beasts and 1 5-tier magical beast appeared on the ground. This is a red-eyed demon rabbit. Since they're social creatures, capturing them is quite a challenge. Each red-eyed demon rabbit is significantly smaller than the magical cattle and bears Lin Long had consumed previously. Roughly 5 times the size of an ordinary rabbit. There's a restaurant nearby where you can have it prepared. I will wait here for you to finish before we fight, Lei Lun stated coolly. Lin Long nodded, feeling a surge of goodwill towards Lei Lun. Though perhaps a bit foolish, his character was commendable, Lin Long mused. Not long after, Lin Long re-entered the Dawn stronghold, his strength restored to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Although the meat of the demon rabbit was relatively scant, the total amount of spiritual energy was no less than that of the magical cattle and bears he had previously consumed. The moment Lin Long returned, Lei Luan stood up. The crowd in the hall once again turned their gazes towards Lin Long, each pair of eyes revealing a glimmer of amusement to their surprise. This young man had not fled. Was he truly seeking a confrontation? Youth is often vain, clinging stubbornly to pride even in the face of peril. The hall buzzed with chatter, looking at Lin Long as though he were a fool. Lei Luan looked at Lin Long, chuckling. "Are you satisfied now? I hope you won't concoct another excuse if you lose this time." "Half satisfied," Lin Long replied. "You, Lei Luan, was speechless that I hope your abilities match your arrogance." "Shall we commence?" Lin Long, listening to the murmurs of the Dawn members, wore a mischievous grin. Hearing Lei Luan's words, Lin Long waved his hand. No rush, he walked to the center of the hall, turning to Lei Luan and said, "If we are to engage in such a manner, it might be rather dull." "What do you propose?" Lei Luan inquired, perplexed. Lin Long smiled slightly, surveying the crowd before declaring, "In a moment, during my battle with Lei Luan, all of you may participate. Do you not believe I can triumph over him? Then are you willing to wager around?" "Ha! What is there to fear? How do you wish to wager, lad?" The voices in the hall rose enthusiastically. "Since we are all members of Dawn, we shall wager points. Those who believe Lei Luan will win may place their bets over there. Those who believe I will win may place their bets here, that I shall not take advantage of Lei Luan. The odds will be 1. Young man, if I am not mistaken, you currently possess not a single point. What do you intend to wager with?" Someone in the crowd immediately pointed out. "Not having points before does not mean I lack them now." Lin Long slowly approached the elder with white whiskers. The elder had awakened and was curiously observing Lin Long. Lin Long leaned in close, whispering a few words into his ear. The elder, expressionless, nodded in response. Seeing the elder's assent, Lin Long sighed with relief and returned to the crowd. "I currently possess 5,000 points. The elder can attest to this." The elderly man slowly nodded. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd relaxed. "You may wager freely, but do not exceed 5,000 points. I can only afford this much. If I lose, I cannot compensate you beyond that, so do not hold it against me." Lin Long spoke with a lack of conviction. "I wager 50. I wager 100. I wager 200. The elder smiled at this lively scene, stating that it had been a long time since there had been such excitement. He slowly rose, directing the staff on either side to temporarily halt their tasks and assist in tallying the points wagered by each member. After a brief moment, the data was compiled. Those betting on Lei Luan's victory totaled an impressive 7,000 points, while the wagers on Lin Long's victory amounted to less than 2,000 points combined. Astoundingly, some fools dared to bet on this young man's triumph. The majority of the members scoffed. "I wager 5,000 points on this lad." "Record it." The elder pulled out his black card, pointing at Lin Long. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could the elder wager on that young man? Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Long became somewhat anxious and hurried to the elder's side. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Please, just wager 1,000 points. Allow the boy a chance to earn some points. If you wager the full 5,000, I will be left with nothing." The elder squinted at Lin Long, smiling as he replied for 1,000. Lin Long shook his head. 2,000, just as the elder was about to respond. Lin Long quickly interjected, 2,005. "We shall split it evenly. Otherwise, I shall deliberately lose." The elder paused, then chuckled and nodded in agreement. The crowd, unaware of their hushed exchange, observed Lin Long's crestfallen expression. Perplexed, could it be that this lad truly was an underdog? Otherwise, why would the elder wager on his victory? The members began to regret whether they had chosen the wrong side. However, the matter was settled, and it was too late to retract their bets. Ultimately, the points wagered on Lin Long's victory totaled 4,500, while those betting on Lei Luan's victory amounted to 7,000 points. After all bets were placed, the members retreated to the corners, clearing the area for Lin Long and Lei Luan. "Are we to fight here?" Lin Long inquired. "Right here. This place is protected by a magical array set by a grand sorcerer. Even if you both unleash your full power, you will not damage any communal facilities in this hall. Thus, you need not hold back. Feel free to unleash your full strength, Lei Luan replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Long nodded. I tea this moment. Lei Luan, already growing impatient, dashed forward without a second thought, utilizing a flash to appear right in front of Lin Long. As before, he delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Long's face. Observing Lei Luan's sudden approach, Lin Long remained unfazed, slowly extending his golden palm. Then, transforming his palm into a fist, he met Lei Luan's punch head-on. Boom! The fierce wind danced through the air, only to dissolve into ripples that faded away. The two individuals took a step back, with Lei Luan exhibiting an expression of astonishment. Before him stood Lin Long, transformed from the person he had just encountered. Onlookers gazed at Lin Long, who had thwarted Lei Luan's attack, their faces reflecting disbelief. Could it be that this young man was truly not satiated earlier? Someone murmured, "Do you genuinely believe such nonsense?" It is highly likely that he had merely held back. Observing the two who had retreated, those supporting Lei Luan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing their points might go to waste. Lei Luan, in his navet, inquired, "Did you really not eat enough earlier?" Lin Long smiled, replying, "I mentioned that I am merely half full. However, it is more than sufficient to deal with you." "Impertinent!" Lei Luan retorted with a furious shout, launching a sweeping kick aimed at Lin Long's lower body. Lin Long pivoted on one foot, executing a spinning kick that collided with Lei Luan's, the sound echoing like golden bells, their legs intertwined, producing a resounding noise that surpassed their previous clash. Yet this time, Lin Long did not retreat an inch, while Lei Luan was forced back 2 steps. "Well done, lad. Keep it up," cheered a member supporting Lin Long. It was evident that those were the supporters of Lin Long, for who among them would not recognize that his audacity to challenge Lei Luan signified an equal measure of strength? Otherwise, who would willingly court disaster? As Lei Luan steadied himself, he showed no sign of disappointment, merely regarding Lin Long with curiosity. Is this the golden light technique that Circle spoke of? Indeed impressive. In an instant, Lei Luan vanished from the center of the arena, his presence undetectable. Shadow elimination technique. This young man poses a problem. He has just joined the organization and is still unfamiliar with this technique. The crowd understood the potency of this skill and gazed at Lin Long, silently lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. Suddenly, Lin Long clenched his right fist and struck the air before him with force. Boom! Lei Luan's figure reappeared midair. Astonished by Lin Long's display, he vanished once more. Lin Long remained composed, having shifted 2 steps to the right the moment Lei Luan disappeared. He then turned to face him and launched another punch. Executing the maneuver seamlessly, Lei Luan reemerged, eyes wide in disbelief. "Can you see me? Did Shelley not inform you? The shadow elimination technique is rendered useless before me." "What? She never told me." Lei Luan's countenance turned uneasy. "It's not Shelley's fault. After all, I never informed her." Lin Long responded with a shy smile. As Lei Luan's form materialized, he decided to abandon stealth, stating, "Shelley mentioned you possess an even more formidable lightning technique. Why not employ it?" No longer underestimating Lin Long, Lei Luan felt confident in his own abilities. "Then let us see if you are worthy to witness it," Lin Long retorted with pride. Lei Luan ceased his words, standing firmly in the arena as his aura surged. Boom! An overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, a brilliant blue light surrounding Lei Luan, with arcs of electricity dancing around him. Feeling the surging power within, a smile crept across Lei Luan's lips. "This is a lightning technique I chanced upon not long ago. I never expected to use it against you for the first time. Be cautious with that." Lei Luan dashed toward Lin Long at an unparalleled speed, delivering a punch imbued with a blue energy column that bore tremendous destructive force, striking Lin Long's body. Bang! Before Lin Long could react, he was sent flying, crashing forcefully to the ground. Lei Luan regarded him like a blue battle god, asking, "Do you now have the qualifications to meet me?" Lin Long rose, his expression serious. He had not anticipated the sheer power and velocity of his opponent's attack. Fortunately, he had promptly invoked the Golden Light spell and avoided severe injury. Observing the flickering golden light, he swiftly retracted it. His eyes shimmered as a brilliant white glow emanated from his being. The elderly spectators outside observed Lin Long with curiosity. Is this the lightning technique he spoke of? Lin Long's aura suddenly transformed, a powerful wave of energy erupting around him, resembling thunder descending from the heavens. His presence fierced that moment. Lin Long no longer appeared gentle and cultured. He resembled a ruthless deity of slaughter. Now, this is interesting. Lei Lun grinned widely. Throwing another punch at Lin Long, the blue energy column reappeared. Thicker than before, its might distorting the very air. Humph. Lin Long's expression turned cold. He neither flinched nor dodged, but raised his fist in response, a brilliant white light bursting forth, though not as grand as the blue light. Its power was equally formidable. The two beams of light collided in the air, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds that resonated throughout the arena. Neither could gain the upper hand, ultimately dissipating into the ether. Silver light flashed in Lin Long's palm. Swish! The sound of an explosive impact rang out as Lin Long's figure appeared above Lei Lun. Palm lightning. Lei Lun shouted, "Come forth! Thunderous might!" At that moment, bolts of electricity crackled around Lei Lun's arms. He clasped his hands together, raising them above his head, then swung them powerfully from below. Crack! The space seemed to freeze as the two exerted their utmost to resist one another. The white and blue energies resembled two colossal spheres of light, their collision exuding a cataclysmic aura. The spectators in the hall held their breath, captivated by the duel, and no one dared to mock Lin Long any longer, nor could anyone confidently assert that Lei Lun would claim victory. Lin Long's displayed strength had far exceeded their expectations. Bang! A blinding light enveloped the arena, accompanied by a tremendous explosion, causing the spatial barrier to ripple before returning to calm. The crowd immediately turned their gaze to the center, where Lin Long sat, slightly breathless, while Lei Lun stood upright in the arena's center. Supporters backing Lei Lun erupted in cheers, while those who had wagered on Lin Long's victory wore glum expressions. If it weren't for the armor I wear, who could say who would win or lose? Lei Lun remarked sheepishly, scratching his head. The crowd looked at Lei Lun's armor, rumored to be crafted from the hide of a 6th-tier magical beast. The Fire Cloud Demon Rhino, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities. Even a 7th-tier Earth Knight would find it challenging to breach his defenses. The young lad did not lose unjustly, Lin Long commented, rolling his eyes at Lei Lun, as if he were the one who emerged victorious. Lin Long rose to his feet, inhaling deeply. Regardless of external factors, anything you possess is your strength Lin Long will not underestimate you because of this. After uttering those words, Lin Long found himself reflecting on the realm of cultivation. Individual strength significant in the realm of cultivation. Indeed, but it is not the most crucial aspect. Many may lack exceptional innate talent in cultivation. However, possessing an array of magical artifacts allows one to crush their opponent with sheer force, which is also a form of strength. Thus, regarding Lei Lun's 6th-tier armor, Lin Long had little to say. Lei Lun offered an apologetic bow, acknowledging, "Regardless, I recognize your magnanimity. I have decided to consider you a friend." Lin Long waved his hand dismissively. "I have not finished speaking. Since you possess 6th-tier magical beast armor, is it not reasonable for me to defeat you using 3,000 techniques?" Lin Long's expression was earnest. Lei Lun stood in stunned silence. 3,000 techniques. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How is that possible? Ordinary individuals regard even a single technique as a treasure. How could he possibly possess 3,000? Is it truly possible? Could it be? At that moment, the crowd watched Lin Long intently. Lei Lun, regaining his composure, looked at Lin Long, whose expression remained serious, and chuckled nervously. "You must be joking, right?" Lin Long grinned. "Indeed, I was joking. Phew, I thought there could be someone with 3,000 techniques." The members collectively exhaled in relief. "There are not 3,000, but rather over 2,700 techniques. As a practitioner of the Tao, I humbly request your guidance," Lin Long proclaimed, standing with an imposing presence. "What?" The crowd fell silent, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Moments later, the fallen Lei Lun could not conceal the astonishment within his heart. He had never anticipated that a youth, 2 years his junior, could possess such formidable prowess. Before Lin Long could unleash 3,000 techniques, he had only managed to employ a mere handful, after which he found himself helplessly subjected to blows. It was then that he comprehended the truth of what Sherry had conveyed, even if the two of them joined forces. They were no match for Lin Long. That moment, he yearned to see Sherry, to inquire earnestly about the source of her audacity in challenging Lin Long alongside him. Meanwhile, the elder beside them regarded Lin Long with wide-eyed wonder. Typically unflappable, he now trembled, his fists clenched tightly, muttering to himself, "There is hope. There is hope." Members of the group, disregarding their own points, swarmed around Lin Long, clamoring to learn from him, with most hoping to acquire a technique from his vast repertoire. "Get away from me, you bunch of little brats," the elder thundered. He then turned to Lin Long, saying, "Come with me, young man." Lin Long followed the elder into a secluded room, where the elder, somewhat flustered, gestured for him to sit. Lin Long took a seat, curious about the elder's demeanor. The elder first handed Lin Long his black card, noting that the points from their earlier match had already been credited, totaling 5,000 points. Lin Long's eyes flickered with interest as he replied, "Did we not agree to split the points? Consider my half a token of our meeting. Points hold little significance for me now." The elder regarded Lin Long kindly, inquiring, "What is your name, young man?" "I am Lin Long." "Ah, yes. How could I forget? Lin Long, what a splendid name." The elder appeared momentarily distracted. "What makes it splendid?" Lin Long asked, a smile gracing his face. This, the elder stammered, at a loss for words. Observing the elder's preoccupied state, Lin Long chuckled. "If you have something to say, please speak candidly." Recognizing Lin Long's forthright nature, the elder decided to be direct. "I am Elder Chio, at the 9th level of Dawn. They call me the Old Prisoner. I brought you here to inquire whether it is true that you possess over 2,000 techniques." Elder Chio gazed intently at Lin Long, his heart racing. Lin Long felt a bit embarrassed. It was indeed true that he had more than 2,000 techniques, yet with his current cultivation level, he could barely utilize 90% of them. After all, he was only at the 5th layer of chi refining. Oh no, after the battle with Lin, he was left at the 2nd layer, although he could not wield the full array of techniques. He did not lie, so he nodded in affirmation. Seeing Lin Long's ascent, Elder Chio was overcome with excitement. He composed himself and, with a hint of trepidation, asked, "Might you be willing to share some of your techniques? Name your price in points." At this request, Lin Long's expression turned contemplative. He suddenly posed a question. "Elder Chio, considering our expansive organization, surely we do not lack in techniques. Why do you wish for me to submit mine?" Elder Chio cast a glance at Lin Long, his tone tinged with wistfulness. "Young friend, you may not realize that it is not merely our organization that is short on techniques. All 4 great empires and their factions are in need. You may not yet grasp the scarcity of profound methods. Even within our organization, the number of usable techniques is alarmingly few. Though at my level, techniques have diminished in importance, the lower-ranked members do not share your abundance of choices. Our human race possesses far too few techniques." After a lengthy contemplation, Lin Long shook his head apologetically. Upon hearing Lin Long's refusal, Elder Chio's face paled. Undeterred, he pressed on, "With over 2,000 techniques, I do not seek them all. Even some less potent techniques would suffice. My request is not for personal gain. At my level, techniques have little value. Rather, it is for the benefit of our entire race." Lin Long continued to shake his head. "Even one would suffice." Elder Chio's demeanor grew despondent. "I apologize, Elder Chio." Lin Long explained earnestly, "In Taoism, we value the principle of not imparting techniques lightly. Thus, despite my vast repertoire, I can only pass them on to those with whom I share a connection. I hope for your understanding." Elder Chio's expression wavered, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes, and a chilling tension filled the small room. Lin Long felt a shiver run down his spine, with his current 2nd layer of chi refining. He would stand no chance against Elder Chio should he choose to act violently. The ominous aura did not linger long before it dissipated entirely, and Elder Chio ultimately sighed, shaking his head. Very well, very well." He slumped into his chair, a pained expression etched on his face. He understood Lin Long's reasoning. After all, who would part with their techniques so readily? He had contemplated seizing them by force. But how could he lay a hand on a mere 14 or 15-year-old child? Moreover, the youth was a member of his own organization. It was illogical to rob one of their own. Elder Chiu waved his hand, signaling for Lin Long to leave. Lin Long was taken aback by the elder's restraint. Had Elder Chiu truly intended to seize his techniques, Lin Long might have been inclined to relinquish a few. For his collection extended beyond merely Taoist techniques. This was the primary reason he felt secure in utilizing his methods without fear of theft. Yet, since Elder Chiu had chosen not to act on his strength, perhaps a negotiation could still be pursued. Lin Long regarded Elder Chiu with a calm smile. Elder, do not be so hasty in sending me away. Since we are discussing a transaction, I should at least hear your offer. Should I not? Elder Chiu frowned. But did you not say that you cannot easily part with your over 2,000 techniques? What good is an offer if you cannot share them? Lin Long maintained a smile. While I cannot readily share the 2,000 techniques, I do possess one technique that does not belong to my Taoist lineage, which I can consider parting with. I simply wish to know its worth in points. Is that true? Elder Chiu exclaimed, rising in excitement. Lin Long nodded in affirmation. Seeing Lin Long's agreement, Elder Chiu's eyes sparkled with contemplation before he inquired, what is its power? In terms of defense, it is slightly weaker than my golden light spell. In terms of offensive capability, it is no less impressive. However, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Long's face. This technique has one notable flaw. What flaw? Elder Chiu's heart raced, fearing that excessive restrictions might significantly diminish the technique's utility. The technique cannot be utilized in the presence of women until it is perfected. Should one indulge in romantic pursuits, all efforts will be in vain. Lin Long chuckled. Who? Elder Chiu exhaled slowly, relieved that the flaw was not as dire as he had anticipated. Child, you underestimate the value of this technique. It is one thing to refrain from romantic encounters until mastery. It is entirely another to expect them to abstain for life. Lin Long rolled his eyes, perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope, as Elder Chiu began to jest. Having witnessed Lin Long's golden light spell, Elder Chiu could foresee the potential of this new technique. He hesitated to propose an offer, but after much deliberation, he finally stated 20,000 points. How does that sound? This is already the price for a ground-level technique. Lin Long's heart stirred, and he did not rush to agree that I have little understanding of the value of points within the organization, nor do I know the true worth of a ground-level technique. Might I ask Elder Chiu for clarification? Elder Chiu nodded. The points within our organization can indeed be exchanged for gold coins. For instance, if you desire a 4th-tier magical beast, it would cost 20 points. However, if a member were to submit a 4th-tier magical beast, they would receive only 10 points, though they would also earn rewards for completing tasks. Moreover, some shops sell 4th-tier magical beasts at approximately 100 gold coins. Thus, you can comprehend that these 20,000 points equate to 200,000 gold coins. Elder Chiu poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Long, who hastily accepted it with both hands. Our organization maintains a ranking system that I noticed earlier that you are at level 96. To advance a single level, you require 1,000 points, equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. Only by elevating your rank can you gain access to more intelligence and resources. As for techniques, they are classified into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human, with divine techniques existing above them. For example, the foundational techniques at the 4 great academies are primarily of the human level, and our human race possesses an alarmingly limited selection of techniques. Otherwise, Elder Chiu's voice trailed off, a hint of melancholy in his tone, but he gazed at Lin Long, awaiting his decision. In other words, if I submit a ground-level technique, I could ascend 2 ranks. Would it not follow that submitting 50 techniques would place me at the very top of the rankings? Lin Long mused aloud. Certainly, I shall take care of this matter. Elder Chiu eagerly interjected upon hearing Lin Long's thoughts. Lin Long was momentarily speechless. Surely, Elder Chiu was jesting. This technique had been an unexpected acquisition, and lacking any others, he finally conceded, I agree to the 20,000 points. Please procure some paper and ink. I shall write it down for you. After a brief moment, the old prisoner gazed at the cover of the mighty iron fist, a smile illuminating his face. With all matters settled, he handed the black card to Lin Long, which contained a total of 25,000 points, including those acquired from the wager. Upon receiving the black card, Lin Long inquired. Old prisoner. Aside from the 4th and 5th tier magical beasts, are there any other high-tier magical beast corpses within the organization? The old prisoner had someone check and, after a moment, replied, "You have arrived at an unfortunate time. We recently dispatched a batch of high-tier magical beast corpses. Today's lot consists of those submitted a couple of days ago." Lin Long felt a twinge of disappointment, observing Lin Long's disheartened expression. The old prisoner cautioned, "Child, you are still young. Advancing your strength too rapidly may not be beneficial. Many within the organization exchange magical beast corpses to hasten their growth and power. However, that kind of swift enhancement often leaves one at a disadvantage in battles of the same tier. True mastery is best achieved through diligent cultivation. You are a promising seedling, and I do not wish for you to undermine your foundation." Lin Long nodded in understanding. He could not disclose the true reason to the old prisoner, but he cherished the old man's good intentions in his heart. Lin Long emerged. Leiluin promptly approached him. Throwing an arm over Lin Long's shoulder, he cheerfully remarked, "Is this your first time in Waterfall City? Let me show you around. I know every little detail about this place." With that, Leiluin led Lin Long out of the base. Lin Long did not mind Leiluin's familiarity. He too needed a guide. The streets bustled with activity as Leiluin navigated through alleys and thoroughfares. "Remember this blacksmith shop. If you ever wish to forge weapons or armor, come here. This family possesses the finest craftsmanship in Waterfall City." Of course, there is a downside. Due to their popularity, the waiting time may be longer as they observe the blacksmith wielding a hefty hammer. Lin Long expressed curiosity. "Are they not humans? Haven't you ever seen dwarves?" In the workshop, all the craftsmen stood under a meter tall, their diminutive stature belied by their explosive musculature. They swung the heavy iron hammers with vigor, the sound of metal clanging resonating throughout the shop. Lin Long shook his head, for this was his first encounter with dwarves. Noticing Lin Long's confusion, Leiluin proudly explained, "Our continent is not solely inhabited by humans and dwarves. There are also elves, dragons, and orcs." At the mention of orcs, Leiluin's tone grew somewhat awkward. Lin Long's eyes narrowed. Oblivious to Leiluin's discomfort, his thoughts consumed by the phrase dragon clan. "Leiluin, do you mean to say there are dragons in this world?" Lin Long's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed, the dragon clan resides on a deserted island, and few know its exact location. They are immensely powerful and elusive. It is said that they possess 7th tier strength from the moment they are born." Only 7th tier? Lin Long felt a pang of disappointment. If they were akin to the dragons of his past life, their strength could not possibly be so feeble. Leiluin looked at Lin Long incredulously and replied, "Not 7th tier Earth Knights, but 7th tier Great Mages. If mages are the darlings of humanity, then the Dragon Clan is the darling of magic. From birth, they can wield formidable spells, and most dragons achieve 9th tier Grand Mage status upon maturity." Lin Long's uncertainty grew. If they truly possessed great mage capabilities, it was indeed plausible. He had witnessed the power of magic firsthand, but was unaware of the true might of a 7th tier Grand Mage. Suddenly, Leiluin leaned closer and whispered, "It is said that a dragon will soon appear in the Beast Mountain range, and it is a juvenile dragon. The recent stringent inspections in Waterfall City are related to this. You must have seen it today. The Holy Cathedral has mobilized, including the Holy Maiden and 2 red-robed archbishops. Not only that, but the 2nd prince of the Garalan royal family and the 3rd prince of the Jechan royal family have also arrived." Lin Long queried, "Are they planning to hunt the dragon?" Leiluin chuckled softly. "How could that be? Members of the Dragon Clan are scarce. Anyone daring to hunt a dragon would invoke their wrath. No faction could withstand the fury of the Dragon Clan. It is said that many years ago, a well-known mercenary group accidentally killed a dragon, and as a result, the Dragon Clan retaliated. 1,000 dragons descended upon them, and that mercenary group vanished overnight. Then they're not hunting the dragon. What do they intend to do?" Lin Long asked, increasingly perplexed. Subdue it. While they cannot hunt it, if they can win the favor of the Dragon Clan and tame a dragon. Just imagine how impressive that would be. Can dragons truly be tamed? Lin Long questioned. It cannot be said to be taming. The Dragon Clan sometimes chooses powerful humans as partners. For instance, the vice priest of the Holy Cathedral. Daisher is a dragon knight, and his partner is a 9th tier fire dragon. Becoming a dragon knight is the dream of many on this continent, Leiluin remarked wistfully. Lin Long pondered, but that requires a certain level of strength. Does it not? You are mistaken. It is said that the dragon clan will initiate a hero's trial upon encountering a fated person. Moreover, regardless of one's strength, anyone who meets a dragon will have a chance. This is an irresistible temptation for ordinary people. Just think. Merely by encountering a dragon, one could ascend from an ordinary individual to the strongest on the continent. Lin Long regarded Leiluin with curiosity. Leiluin, you seem to know quite a bit. Where do you obtain such information? Leiluin proudly raised his chin. The little informants of Waterfall City are not just for show did I rank 51st. It is no surprise that I know a lot. Suddenly, Lin Long recalled something and said to Leiluin, by the way, I will return those magical beast points to you. I was unaware of their high value before. Please forgive me. Upon hearing Lin Long's words, Leiluin tightened his arm around Lin Long's neck. Do you look down on me? My family is quite prosperous. A few hundred points are nothing. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. 400 points equate to 4,000 gold coins. A significant sum in Lin Long's eyes that, if he calculated based on the 50 copper coins he earned daily, he could hardly fathom how long it would take to accumulate 4,000 gold coins. Just as he was about to speak, Leiluin interrupted. If you acknowledge me as a friend, then accept it. Leiluin's expression turned serious. Observing Leiluin's earnest demeanor, Lin Long sighed. Is your family truly that affluent? Seeing Lin Long relent, Leiluin grinned. Of course. Otherwise, how do you think I achieved this 51st rank? I did not rise to it merely through completing tasks. Lin Long was taken aback. What do you mean? Of course, I purchased my way up. You know that 1,000 points are required for each level, amounting to 100,000 gold coins that I've spent hundreds of thousands on upgrades. It is impossible not to progress quickly. Leiluin declared nonchalantly that IT can be done that way. Lin Long was astonished. Before level 50, that approach does not work. Real task points are necessary for advancement. Moreover, the tasks become increasingly difficult, and the points diminish. Leiluin, I wish to purchase some magical beasts ranked 4th tier or above. Which shop has ample resources? Lin Long inquired. Leiluin regarded Lin Long curiously. The two largest trading companies in Waterfall City, the Garalan Trading Company and the Jetchin Trading Company, have more magical beasts. But tell me, why do you need so many beast corpses? Don't tell me your current strength relies on consuming magical beasts. Lin Long nodded. Upon hearing this, Leiluin's expression turned anxious. I urge you to heed my advice. Minimize your consumption of magical beasts. Relying solely on them to enhance your strength will narrow your future paths. Lin Long smiled. I am aware, with a sigh of resignation. Leiluin escorted Lin Long to the entrance of a shop, where a clerk was calling out to passers-by. The sign above read Garalan Trading Company. Coincidentally, across the street, another clerk was also calling out, with the sign stating Jetchin Trading Company. The competition between Garalan and Jetchin was particularly fierce, as both had the Empire's backing, and neither could gain the upper hand over the other. This was, of course, quite beneficial for us customers. With that, Leiluin led Lin Long into the Garalan Trading Company. Inside, the shop was bustling with customers, and the array of goods dazzled Lin Long's eyes, most of which he did not recognize. Let us go to the second floor. It's less crowded up there. The magical beasts on this floor are all below the 4th tier. Someone guided Lin Long to the second floor. They found it indeed less crowded, though still busier than the first floor. Upon reaching the second floor, a clerk immediately approached them and said, Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you looking to purchase items or sell goods? Are there any magical beasts of 4th rank or higher available for sale here? Lin Long inquired. Certainly, our establishment offers not only 4th rank magical beasts, but also 5th and 6th rank ones as well. May I ask how many you wish to purchase? The shopkeeper responded enthusiastically, A great many. Lin Long replied succinctly. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled. Dear customers, please follow me. As he spoke, the shopkeeper led Lin Long and his companion to a quiet area. Please hold on a moment while I check how many magical beast corpses we currently have in stock. After a brief wait, the shopkeeper continued, Greetings, esteemed patron. We presently have 34th rank magical beasts, 12 5th rank, and 3 6th rank magical beasts available. How many would you like to acquire? And what are their respective prices? Lin Long, as always, first inquired about the prices. Oh, you require the entire corpses or just the edible portions? The shopkeeper confirmed with Lin Long, as the complete corpses would indeed be priced higher. Just the edible portions will suffice. The price for a 4th rank magical beast is 100 gold coins each. For a 5th rank, it's 1,000, and for a 6th rank, it's 5,000 gold coins each, the shopkeeper patiently explained. Lin Long calculated in his mind. He had just over 10,000 gold coins in his spatial ring. The magical beasts consumed at the Dockside Guild had not been deducted from his commissions by Gil. However, just over 10,000 gold coins would not suffice to purchase them all, unless he exchanged some of his dawn points for additional gold. Noticing Lin Long's silence, Laren suddenly turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "Can we have a bundle price? Are you looking to purchase everything? If so, I can offer you a 10% discount," the shopkeeper exclaimed. The total would come to 27,000 gold coins. The shopkeeper's heart raced. If this deal went through, he would earn a commission of 270 gold coins. It was impossible not to feel excited. "All right, let's proceed." Laren waved his hand, revealing a spatial ring before the shopkeeper. A top-tier spatial ring. Clearly, the shopkeeper had a discerning eye, as working in such a large commercial establishment required it. Laren nodded and stored all the magical beasts into the spatial ring. "I'll go and settle the payment now." "Laren," Lin Long intercepted him, saying sternly, "I'll just exchange some gold from the guild. I can't let you pay." Upon seeing Lin Long's serious expression, Laren instantly understood his intentions and teasingly replied, "I'm merely advancing the payment for you. Otherwise, it would waste time going back and forth. We still need to check out the Jetchin Guild later, so I'll cover you this time, and you can repay me tomorrow. Even if my family is affluent, I can't spend all the money on you. After all, you're not my wife." Lin Long chuckled and retorted, "Get lost." However, with Laren having said that, Lin Long did not insist further. The Jetchin Guild was quite efficient. It wasn't long before the shopkeeper returned with the ring. "Esteemed patron, please verify." Laren quietly inspected it and nodded. He tossed the ring to Lin Long. "This spatial ring is now yours. Your current one seems inferior and too small to be of much use. This time, you must accept it. A spatial ring is not expensive." Lin Long accepted the ring without refusal this time. The two then made their way to the Jetchin Guild, which was similarly bustling with activity. After Lin Long explained their purpose, the shopkeeper suddenly wore an expression of difficulty. "Might I ask you to return tomorrow?" "Why?" Lin Long questioned. "The high-tier magical beasts have already been reserved by the Luo Shui, and we can only resume normal sales once their event concludes tomorrow." "I apologize. What is Luo Shui in?" Lin Long asked. Puzzled, looking towards Laren, "It's the largest tavern in Luo Shui City that I almost forgot to mention. Tomorrow, Luo Shui Inn and Tiana Tavern are hosting a competition to vie for the title of the best tavern in Luo Shui City. Let's wait another day. I'll take you there for a complimentary meal. They won't need many high-tier magical beasts for the competition. 4 or 5 would suffice." Laren's eyes sparkled with excitement as he smacked his lips. "Complimentary." Lin Long's eyes also gleamed. "While it may not be entirely free, it would undoubtedly be worth every coin. Tomorrow's competition would be about influence, and the entire city would be welcome to dine, with each person only needing to pay 20 gold coins regardless of how much they ate." After exiting the Jetchin Guild, Laren and Lin Long strolled casually along the roadside. "Are all the ingredients high-tier magical beasts?" Lin Long halted, his expression a mix of excitement. Observing Lin Long's fervor, Laren, though puzzled, replied, "Of course. After all, this competition only occurs once every 3 years. Whoever wins will claim the title of the best tavern in Luo Shui City. So they will undoubtedly use the finest ingredients. No one would skimp during such an occasion." Lin Long suddenly turned serious and said to Laren, "You must take me there tomorrow." Laren, seeing Lin Long's earnest expression, chuckled. "You seem overly excited. Is it just about saving some money? With your small frame, how much can you even eat?" Lin Long shyly smiled, thinking to himself, it would indeed save some gold. A tavern this large shouldn't bankrupt me. Laren arranged for another room for Lin Long at the inn where he was staying, ensuring they were not far apart. The next morning, Lin Long was awoken by Laren's call. After Lin Long freshened up, the two set off towards the 2 prominent taverns. Upon their arrival, the venue was already teeming with people. Both Luo Shui Inn and Tiana Tavern were situated in the heart of Luo Shui City. just a stone's throw from the Lord's mansion. The two taverns had already set up their stalls, with hundreds of large pots and chefs at the ready. The managers of both establishments exchanged glances. Tension palpable in the air. Moments later, a clear voice rang out, "The Lord has arrived." The crowd parted to form a pathway as a robust, middle-aged man strode in. "Greetings, Lord." Voices of reverence echoed around. The two tavern managers promptly rose to pay their respects to the Lord. The middle-aged man nodded and took his seat in the viewing area, though he did not occupy the main position. The two managers exchanged glances, and the manager of Luo Shui inquired of the Lord, "Your Excellency, will there be any distinguished guests attending today?" The Lord nodded and replied, "Two red-robed archbishops and a holy maiden from the Holy Church have heard about your competition. The holy maiden is quite interested and will be arriving shortly." The two managers' faces flushed with excitement, their spirits lifted. This was a tremendous opportunity for them. The arrival of prominent figures from the Holy Church would undoubtedly bring them great prestige and wider influence. The crowd buzzed with chatter upon hearing that the Holy Church would be sending representatives. Before long, three figures appeared in the sky, gradually descending to the center of the venue. The Lord quickly rose to greet them. "Greetings to the Holy Maiden and the archbishops." The surrounding crowd hurriedly bowed in respect. Lin Long's gaze was fixed on the red-robed archbishop from the previous day, his face betraying no emotion. Laren, too, was focused on the three figures from the Holy Church, particularly the Holy Maiden. A smitten smile spread across Laren's face. "Little Whale, still as lovely as ever." "Little Whale." Lin Long raised an eyebrow. Laren quickly covered Lin Long's mouth with his hand, saying, "From now on, call her Liana. She doesn't like being addressed by her nickname, but you have a crush on her?" Lin Long teased, "I could tee this." Laren's face turned crimson. "In no way." Lin Long shot him a knowing look, encouraging him, "If you like her, then go after her." "You wouldn't understand," Laren replied, his eyes filled with melancholy. Lin Long scrutinized the Holy Maiden now seated in the main position. Her silver hair framed her ears, exuding both elegance and femininity, her gaze piercing and seemingly capable of seeing through one's soul. Her long legs were flawless, and just by sitting there, her noble aura radiated effortlessly. Lin Long turned to Laren and remarked, "There's nothing to understand. It's just that you think her status is too lofty, right?" Laren remained silent, clearly having been struck by Lin Long's words. Lin Long smirked and said, "Aren't you from a wealthy family? Why not give it a shot?" Laren placed his hand on Lin Long's forehead. "You're not sick, are you? How can you speak such nonsense? You should know that the four great empires must pay taxes to the Holy Church every year. Do you think my family's wealth can compete with that? So they're that wealthy?" Lin Long whispered, "What do you think about kidnapping her and asking for a ransom of 100,000 gold coins? That wouldn't be excessive, would it? If you could defeat the two red-robed archbishops by her side, I would certainly support you. But could you perhaps broaden your perspective? If you're daring enough to kidnap her, wouldn't it be more fitting to demand at least 10 million gold coins?" As the two exchanged playful banter, the three of them had already taken their seats. The saintess cast a glance at the city lord, who nodded slightly and promptly addressed the two managers, saying, "Let the competition begin." The two managers nodded eagerly, attempting to calm their excitement, and then descended from the stage. The manager of the Luo Shui Tavern bowed to the audience and cheerfully announced, "Over the years, I'm grateful for everyone's support. Today marks the triannual culinary competition. Once again, our Luo Shui Tavern will challenge the Tianhe Tavern, which everyone is familiar with, after losing to me for 9 consecutive years." "Ha ha!" Laughter erupted from the crowd. Once the laughter subsided, the manager continued, "I suspect this time will not be any different. Now, as there are some new travelers in Luo Shui City, allow me to briefly explain the rules of this competition. During the event, each participant only needs to pay 20 gold coins to join. You may choose to dine at any tavern you wish. Eat as much as you like. However, after dining, the plates must remain at the corresponding tavern. The winner will be determined by counting the plates afterward. These are the rules. Let the competition commence. Those who wish to participate, please line up over there to pay." Lin Long and Lei Luan lined up beside each other. The competition venue was quite spacious, capable of accommodating thousands of diners simultaneously. Inside, hundreds of large pots were bubbling away. The sounds of pots and pans clanging, chefs shouting, and the crowd's admiration created an atmosphere of extraordinary liveliness. Lin Long and Lei Luan stood by the Tianhe Tavern, waiting for their food. Why not head over to the Luo Shui Tavern? I've heard their flavors are superior. Lei Luan wiped off his chair and plopped down. Lin Long shook his head, saying, "There are too many people over there. Besides, I don't really care about the taste. After all, there won't be any extra charges, so why not just enjoy whatever is available?" Lin Long smiled mysteriously, refusing to answer the question. Seeing this, Lei Luan could only helplessly stay with Lin Long at the Tianhe Tavern. After all, the Luo Shui Tavern had long been the #1 tavern. And with thousands of people flocking there, Lin Long's side appeared somewhat tranquil. After a brief moment, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Lin Long, growing impatient, hurriedly went up and returned with 2 large platters. Lei Luan also carried 2 large platters back. Chimu Koi, limited to 100 pieces, first come, first served. A waiter shouted loudly at the Tianhe Tavern. Lei Luan exclaimed, "The Tianhe Tavern is really going all out this time." "What do you mean?" Lin Long asked while eating. The fish on the platter was called Chimu Koi, one of the few edible high-tier magical beasts. Not only was it delicious, but it was also perfect for the competition. The rules stated that each dish must weigh no less than 2 pounds. And the Chimu Koi just happened to weigh exactly 2 pounds each. Although it had no parts suitable for attack or defense, its price rivaled that of ordinary 4th-tier magical beasts. Those familiar with Chimu Koi hurriedly rushed to the Tianhe Tavern. After all, there were only 100 pieces available, and if they were late, they would be gone, watching the throngs of people rush over. Lin Long quickly stuffed 2 fish into his mouth and turned to grab more food, this time returning with 4 large platters. Lei Luan was not to be outdone, following suit and also bringing back 4 platters. However, after eating 2 fish, Lei Luan stopped. "You can have the rest." Lin Long mumbled with a mouthful of food. "Why aren't you eating?" Lei Luan looked at Lin Long's state and sighed. "You should try to eat less. I mentioned before that overindulging in magical beasts is not good for you." Lin Long nodded vigorously, but his mouth didn't stop moving, and he grabbed Lei Luan's 4 fish to enjoy. To Lin Long, every bite was worth money, priced at 100 gold coins each at that moment. He had consumed 10 fish, amounting to 1,000 gold coins that he was elevating his cultivation without spending a single coin. And everything was already prepared. Such a fortunate opportunity was hard to come by. The only regret was that this competition happened every 3 years. If it were monthly, Lin Long was confident he could restore a significant portion of his cultivation within a year. Manager. The Tianhe side prepared 100 Chimu Koi, and the crowd has all rushed over there. A worried waiter said to the Luo Shui manager. "What is there to panic about?" The manager scoffed, glancing at the Tianhe Tavern with disdain. After all these years, they still haven't learned their lesson. They really think a few small favors can change the situation. If they had any real capability, they would bring over 10,000 Chimu Koi. Then I would gladly concede the title of the best tavern in Luo Shui City to them. Having said that, the Luo Shui manager turned and ordered, "Send word down. This time we have Qing Long with Shui. Limited to 20 portions. Have them shout it out loud." A nearby waiter questioned. "Manager, previous competitions have featured hundreds of portions of Qing Long with Shui. Wouldn't limiting it to 20 before the waiter could finish. He was interrupted by the manager. "Just do as I instructed." "Are you the manager or am I?" "Understood." The waiter dared not say more. The Luo Shui Tavern. The waiters began shouting loudly. What are they shouting over there? It seems to be something about Qing Long with Shui. Limited to 20 portions. What? A diner, unable to finish his Chimu Koi, hurriedly ran back toward Luo Shui. 1 person, 10 people, 100 people. Thousands rushed back to Luo Shui. Noticing the sparse crowd, Lin Long asked in confusion, "What is Qing Long with Shui?" "It's the signature dish of the Luo Shui Tavern, and usually, 1 portion costs 300 gold coins." Lei Luan smacked his lips. "Unfortunately, with only 20 portions available, I won't bother to line up for it." Lin Long stood up again and grabbed several large platters of meat, devouring them hastily. The crowd at the Tianhe Tavern was thin, as most people, aware they wouldn't get anything, opted not to join the fray. After a moment, Lin Long stood up once more. "Manager, the crowd has all left." The manager at Tian, he wore a grim expression. Not expecting the Luo Shui tavern to merely reduce the quantity of Qing Long with Shui and watch as the hard-earned crowd dispersed. Qing Long with Shui. Qing Long with Shui. How is it even made? The manager felt somewhat helpless. Manager, bring me 10 plates of meat. I want the meat of the red-eyed demon rabbit. An ethereal voice rang out, and the manager looked up to see a young boy eagerly gazing at him. Bring the boy 10 plates of red-eyed demon rabbit meat. The manager forced a smile onto his face. Moments later, manager, bring me another 10 plates. Seeing Lin Long return, the manager was astonished. He knew that each plate weighed 2 pounds. 10 plates would be 20 pounds. The manager thought to himself, this boy can eat a lot. But alas, one person's appetite cannot bring the crowd back. The manager began to worry. Manager, let's make it 50 plates. I see you don't have many customers here, so just give them all to me. The manager looked up. Seeing Lin Long again, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that we're out? If we run out, I'll just go to the other side. Lin Long looked at the manager, who was at a loss for words. Somewhat exasperated. Yes. Quickly bring the young man another 50 plates. The manager finally snapped back to reality. Watching Lin Long feast, Lei Lun was now utterly dumbfounded. Lin Long, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Lin Long paid no heed to Lei Lun's feelings as he swept through the food like a storm. Manager, bring me another 50 plates. Quickly, send them to the young man, you dim-witted fellows. The manager said excitedly. Bring me 100 plates straight away. Manager, whatever you have, bring it all. Watching the majority of the crowd flock to him, the waiter from Luo Shui couldn't help but admire the manager's skill. What can the Tian He Tavern possibly compare to us? The waiter wore a proud expression. But suddenly his face turned pale, and he hurried over to the manager, alarmed. Manager, look over there. The Luo Shui manager, slightly impatient, snapped. You need to calm down. Upon gazing towards the direction of the Tian Tavern, disbelief washed over him. How could this be possible? The tavern keeper exclaimed in shock. The sight before them revealed a mountain of dishes piled high, continuously escalating. This cannot be. They must be cheating, the supervisor from Luo Shui vocally challenged. Inquire with the overseers to prevent any foul play. Only empty plates were provided, with 10 overseers stationed on each side. Moments later, a troubled attendant returned, his face etched with concern. Sir, all 10 overseers confirmed that there was no cheating. The patrons have indeed consumed it all. How can this be? The tavern keeper wore a look of incredulity. After a brief pause, he summoned an attendant and whispered a few instructions in his ear. Hurry! In the stands, the saintess savored a dish known as the azure dragon lying in snow, her expression one of pure delight. The azure dragon lying in snow truly lives up to its name. She remarked with a sigh of appreciation. Suddenly, she heard the gasps of a nearby audience and, puzzled, shifted her gaze to the center of the arena. Observing the towering stack of plates at the Tian Tavern, she turned to a cardinal clad in red beside her and inquired, Uncle David, what is happening? There's a lad over at Tian Tavern who, possesses an extraordinary appetite, the astonished cardinal replied. Uncle David, I am already 16. I am no longer a child. Even one person cannot consume such an immense quantity of food. The saintess rolled her eyes. The world is vast, filled with wonders. This is my first encounter with someone so capable of eating. David squinted, marveling at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the tavern keeper of Tianhe Tavern wore a broad smile, gazing at the mountain of plates before him, feeling victory was within reach. If he could seize the title from the first tavern, then today's investments would be inconsequential. Suddenly, the tavern keeper shouted in anger, Why have you not brought the young man any meat? You blind fools, sir, we have run out of meat, an attendant replied, his face a picture of distress. What? Nearly 100 fourth-tier magical beasts have been consumed. The tavern keeper could hardly believe his ears. The attendant nodded helplessly, Go buy some. Quickly, the tavern keeper urged, anxiety etched across his face. After a brief interval, an attendant rushed back, panting heavily. Sir, there are none left. I inquired at every shop, and they all said they were just purchased by the Luo Shui family. What shall we do? The tavern keeper was momentarily stunned. The attendant, eyeing the mountain of plates before them, hesitantly remarked, We already have so many plates. We should be able to win, right? The tavern keeper, uncertain, pondered. Based on past experiences, the depletion of all food supplies should guarantee victory in this contest. Yet he was plagued by doubts. Sir, are there truly no more ingredients? Lin Long stretched, having been seated for so long that he began to feel fatigued. Yet, sensing the spiritual energy coursing through him, he wished to continue eating indefinitely. This moment, Lin Long had reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Indeed, we have run out of ingredients that, if the young man wishes to continue eating, I can have my staff prepare some meat from 3rd-tier magical beasts. The flavor will not be greatly inferior, the Tianhe tavern keeper replied courteously. Then I shall abstain. I will head over to the other side to eat. Lin Long rose, stretching his limbs as he beckoned to Leyland, preparing to indulge in another meal. After all, he had paid for it, and there was no reason for embarrassment. Upon hearing Lin Long's intention to go to the other side, the tavern keeper hastily stopped him. Young sir, how about we make a deal? Lin Long wore a knowing expression. He had already anticipated the tavern keeper's intentions when he was detained. However, he still played along and said, Speak, I am listening. The tavern keeper, with a pleading look, said, If the young sir agrees not to go to the other side, I can offer you 5,000 gold coins as a reward afterward. Leiluin stared at the tavern keeper in disbelief. His worldview momentarily shattered. Provide free food and drink, and then offer 5,000 gold coins afterward. Of course, considering he had already paid 20 gold coins, it wasn't entirely free. Lin Long fell into contemplative silence. 8,000, the tavern keeper gritted his teeth and declared. Leiluin was at a loss for words. Lin Long nodded. No need for 8,000. 5,000 will suffice. The tavern keeper instantly beamed with joy. Young sir, you are magnanimous. Observing the beaming tavern keeper, Lin Long cautioned, Sir, I believe if you rely solely on the plates before you, victory may elude you. Look! An attendant from Tianhe Tavern suddenly pointed towards the opposite side, his words tripping over one another. The tavern keeper turned to see a wave of dizziness wash over him. It became evident that upon discovering Tianhe Tavern had run out of ingredients, the crowd had shifted their allegiance to the Luo Shui family, who were now gaining momentum. What is this? The tavern keeper realized that in previous years, the crowd had been evenly split, but now, nearly 90% had flocked to the other side. Even if each individual could not consume as much as Lin Long, the sheer number was overwhelming. Considering the opposition had cleared out all 4th-tier magical beasts, the tavern keeper felt faint. The Luo Shui tavern keeper gazed down at the fainted Tianhe tavern keeper, a smirk of derision crossing his face. The majority of the 4th-tier magical beasts in Luo Shui City had been acquired by him. Aside from those from the Jechin Commerce, there were easily 50 beasts in total. What could the other side possibly do to win? Looking at the collapsed Tianhe tavern keeper, Lin Long sighed and waved his hand, causing the tavern keeper to slowly regain consciousness. Defeated, yet again, the Tianhe tavern keeper murmured, his eyes vacant. There was still a chance of victory. The tavern keeper could purchase some higher-tier magical beasts, and I could still eat. Lin Long kindly reminded him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There are none left. All the 4th-tier magical beasts in the shops of Luo Shui City have been bought up by the other side. Our people arrived too late. The Tianhe tavern keeper seemed resigned to his fate, collapsing to the ground. Actually, I still have some higher-tier magical beasts available. Would the tavern keeper be interested in purchasing them? Lin Long inquired with a smile, his expression akin to a cunning little fox. Really? How many do you have? The tavern keeper quickly sat up, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. 34th-tier magical beasts, 12 5th-tier beasts, and 3 6th-tier beasts. Lin Long replied nonchalantly. Gasp! The tavern keeper inhaled sharply, astonished by the young man's substantial stock. His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Excellent! I shall purchase 34th-tier magical beasts. Young sir, name your price. Hearing that the other party was only purchasing 4th-tier magical beasts, Lin Long felt no resentment. While he had hoped for a comprehensive purchase, he understood that business could not be forced. Although he could compel the other side to buy everything, it would likely damage their relationship and disrupt the balance of karma. Lin Long smiled and said, I shall not take advantage of you. Let us adhere to the market price of 100 gold coins per beast. This moment, Leiluin was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had unlocked a door to a new world. Sell to the other party, have them prepare it, and then feed you for free. What an ingenious maneuver. Agreed. The tavern keeper nodded vigorously. Lin Long handed over all the fourth-tier magical beasts from his spatial ring to the Tiana tavern keeper. Continue the operations, the tavern keeper commanded with a flourish of his hand, brimming with confidence. Sir, trouble arises. They seem to have acquired 20 to 34th-tier magical beasts from somewhere and have begun cooking again. An attendant rushed in to report. How is that possible? Did I not instruct you to procure all the nearby 4th-tier magical beasts? The Luoshui tavern keeper bellowed in anger. The attendant, looking aggrieved, replied, We did purchase them all. I had several people tasked with it. I truly do not know where the other side acquired theirs. Forget it. Dwelling on this is futile. We can only compete with numbers now. It is indeed strange. Where did they find such an anomaly? A single person capable of consuming so much? Clearly, the Luoshui tavern keeper now understood that only one individual had consumed the equivalent of nearly 1,000 patrons. As the 34th-tier magical beasts were also consumed, the Tianhe tavern keeper watched as the number of plates on the opposite side continued to multiply. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Young sir, I will also purchase those 12 fifth-tier magical beasts. Lin Long pondered for a moment. 500 gold coins each. The tavern keeper looked at Lin Long with confusion. While Leiluin tugged at Lin Long's sleeve, it was known that fifth-tier magical beasts were typically purchased at a price of 1,000 gold coins each. Now, he offered them at half price. However, I have one condition. If I sell them to you, they must be for my consumption only and not to be shared with others. Lin Long spoke. This, the shopkeeper of Tianhe, initially intended to attract the crowd opposite with the allure of fifth-tier magical beasts, but upon hearing Lin Long's conditions, he found himself at a loss. After pondering for a long while, Lin Long provided him with an analysis. There were hardly any fourth-tier magical beasts left on the other side. The Jialan and Jichen trading companies had none remaining, and how many fourth-tier beasts could a few small shops possibly gather? Thus, it was highly likely that the last 12 fifth-tier magical beasts would determine the outcome of this competition. The shopkeeper of Tianhe wore a wry smile, hoping that what the young man said would come true. Let us proceed as you suggested. 500 each, I'll buy them. The shopkeeper, however, was unaware of where the opposing side had acquired 12 magical beasts, and they appear to be fifth-tier beasts. The assistant was drenched in sweat. What? Shopkeeper Luo Shui sprang from his chair and hurriedly looked toward the opposite side, wondering if the old fellow had gone mad, upon seeing the 12 fifth-tier magical beasts. Shopkeeper Luo Shui slumped back into his chair, realizing he could only resign himself to fate. At this point, he had no particularly good options left. Hick! Lin Long merely let out a satisfied belch, and a ripple of energy surged through the air. With those 12 fifth-tier magical beasts, along with an unknown number of fourth-tier magical beasts, Lin Long's cultivation reached the 9th level of qi refinement. He was just one step away from establishing his foundation. As one approached the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, the path to improvement became increasingly arduous. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures appeared before Lin Long, their eyes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized him. Laren looked at the trio, feeling a bit anxious yet simultaneously thrilled. Liana, it has been such a long time. Is there something you need my assistance with? The saint has turned to look at the tense Laren. It's been ages. Laren, we are here to find him. The saint has shifted her gaze to Lin Long, observing the 3. Lin Long spoke in a flat tone. Is there something you require? Sensing the detachment in Lin Long's voice, the saintess realized and hastily explained, most of those who disrespect the Holy Church are merely ruthless criminals. That is why Uncle Li Feng acted as he did yesterday. I hope you can understand. Lin Long remained noncommittal. In truth, he had seen most people being captured yesterday and understood the purpose of the actions taken by the red-robed archbishop. However, what did that have to do with him? He was the innocent party, as if sensing that Lin Long's grievances had not dissipated, the saintess decided not to elaborate further. She looked at Lin Long earnestly and asked, Are you of the Dragon Clan? Lin Long remained silent, merely gazing at the saintess as if she were a fool. Laren suddenly understood why Liana had posed such a question. After all, only a colossal dragon could consume such a vast quantity of food. He turned to Lin Long and whispered, You can't truly be of the Dragon Clan, can you? Lin Long shot him a sidelong glance. 2 fools. Lin Long then addressed the saintess, saying, "There is nothing of importance. I shall take my leave," that he sensed that the shopkeeper of Tianhe would no longer purchase the 6th-tier magical beast from him. The likelihood of Tianhe emerging victorious in this competition was high. After speaking, Lin Long disregarded the others and departed. Seeing Lin Long leave, Laren quickly turned to Liana and said, "Don't take it to heart. Yes, just like that. He appears cold and aloof. But he is actually quite easy to get along with. Are you quite familiar with him?" The saintess asked, watching Lin Long's retreating figure, her brow furrowing involuntarily, and no one had ever dared to treat her this way. "I can't say we're very familiar, but rather extremely well acquainted, as we have known each other since childhood. Our bond is undeniable." Laren patted his chest, boasting, "Liana, we shall converse again when the opportunity arises. This is his first time in Luoshui City. I fear he might lose his way." After waving goodbye to Liana, Laren hurriedly chased after Lin Long. "How come I was unaware that we had known each other since childhood?" Lin Long shot Laren a glare. Laren chuckled, opting not to respond. By the time the two returned to the inn, the sky was nearing dusk. After parting ways with Laren, Lin Long sat cross-legged on the bed, consolidating the spiritual energy within him. If all went as planned, after consuming 3 6th-tier magical beasts, he would establish his foundation. Once he accomplished that, he would head to the Beast Mountain range and strive to advance to the Golden Core stage. Lin Long silently calculated in his heart. The following morning, after freshening up, Lin Long and Laren made their way to the Tianhe Tavern. Yesterday, the Tianhe Tavern had won the competition by a slim margin, claiming the title of the first tavern in Luoshui City. Upon their arrival, looking at the fully occupied Tianhe Tavern, Lin Long couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the title of the first tavern in Luoshui City. Upon seeing the two enter, the shopkeeper of Tianhe hurried over to greet them personally. Lin Long smiled and said, "Congratulations, shopkeeper. Did I hear that the Tianhe Tavern is now the premier tavern in Luoshui City?" "Congratulations." The shopkeeper's face radiated joy as he quickly replied, "This is all thanks to you, young T. Long last. My wishes have been fulfilled. Please, this way. I have reserved a private room for you two." Inside the private room, the decor was simple yet elegant. The dining table was crafted from imperial leaf wood, polished to a brilliant sheen. Surrounding the table were 4 chairs, and a vase of purple flowers adorned the tabletop, adding a touch of warmth to the setting. The shopkeeper of Tianhe presented Lin Long with 20,000 gold coins, stating, "This is your payment from yesterday, along with the funds for purchasing the magical beasts." Lin Long instructed Laren to accept the money and then turned to the shopkeeper, saying, "By the way, shopkeeper, I have another request. Please speak, young man. Could you kindly assist me in processing these 3 6th-tier magical beasts?" "It has no trouble at all. Someone come, process these 3 magical beasts and bring up a good bottle of wine." The shopkeeper shouted toward the outside, "After toasting with a drink, I'll be busy." Unfortunately, there were too many guests, and there was a shortage of staff. Laren only consumed a small portion of the 3 6th-tier magical beasts, with the remainder entirely digested by Lin Long. "Here are 7,000 gold coins. Please accept them," Lin Long said earnestly to Laren. Laren looked at Lin Long helplessly before ultimately accepting the coins. Suddenly, Lin Long, with a serious expression, addressed Laren. "Laren, do me a favor. From now on, do not let anyone disturb me." Sensing the gravity in Lin Long's words, Laren nodded, refraining from asking further questions and adopting a vigilant demeanor. Lin Long sat cross-legged on the chair and closed his eyes tightly. Laren stared intently at Lin Long, who had shut his eyes, unsure of what he was up to. A mysterious aura enveloped the room. After a considerable time, Lin Long's tightly closed eyes opened, and a golden light flickered momentarily. Laren gazed at Lin Long in disgust. "What is this? It looks so filthy and smells so foul." Lin Long waved his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the black impurities expelled after his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage through the window. Watching Lin Long's increasingly ethereal aura, Laren clicked his tongue in admiration. "Have you broken through?" Lin Long smiled and nodded, then said, "I plan to set off for the Beast Mountain range shortly. Would you like to join me?" "Of course. I heard that the whales set off early this morning. That I just wonder how accurate the news is. Typically, the whereabouts of the Dragon Clan are elusive." Yet it's strange that news has spread so early this time. Lin Long stood up, not placing much importance on this news. Seeing the dragons would be beneficial, but he merely wished to compare the dragons of two worlds. Regardless of whether the colossal dragons appeared, he intended to go to the Beast Mountain Range. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper of Tianhe, the two headed straight for the southern gate of Luoshui City. Much like the day they first entered the city, a long queue had formed at the southern gate. However, the inspection of those leaving the city was not as thorough. The Beast Mountain Range lay at the border of the Jialan and Jiaxing empires. The mountains stretched for 100,000 miles, shrouded in mist year-round. The area was lush with vegetation, teeming with an abundance of flora. Lin Long and Laren set off from the southern gate, and they would reach the foot of the Beast Mountain Range in just 300 miles. The path was strewn with dirt and gravel, flanked by towering mountains. Lin Long and Laren strolled leisurely along the road. Not in a hurry. This 300 miles is no easy trek, Laren remarked. I asked their story behind it. Lin Long asked, puzzled. Laren nodded and then smiled, but for the two of us, it doesn't pose much of a problem. Seeing the confusion in Lin Long's eyes, Laren continued. In these 300 miles southward, there are countless factions, bandit groups, mercenary bands, and desperate wanted criminals. They have long made this place their lair, due to its remote location. They act with particular audacity. Generally speaking, they do not bother those heading toward the Beast Mountain Range and will even let them pass. Their targets are always those returning from the Beast Mountain Range. After all, those high-tier magical beasts are treasures in every sense. As the two individuals journeyed halfway, Lin Long sensed that they were being watched from the shadows, yet no harm came to them. Of course, it remained uncertain whether the lurking figures shared the same fortune. Suddenly, Lin Long halted, sniffing the air. He turned to Lei Lun and warned, "There is a scent of blood." Upon hearing this, Lei Lun's expression grew wary. They advanced a few hundred meters further, and the stench of blood intensified. Before them, at the center of a clearing, lay the lifeless body of a massive fourth-tier magical beast, evidently deceased for some time. Beside the beast's carcass stood a man and a woman, besieged by a group of attackers. "You have already taken care of the fourth-tier magical beast. Do you truly wish to eradicate us entirely?" The woman, desperately evading the assailants, implored. In the midst of her plea, the man was swiftly slain by a single stroke. "My dear, who claimed we wished to annihilate you, if we truly desired your demise. Do you think you would still be standing here?" The leading man among the assailants leered. "Simply lay down your weapon, and we shall not harm you." The woman, resolute, understood that should she fall into their clutches, escape would be impossible. Clenching her sword tightly, her gaze remained fixed on her attackers, stubborn to the end. "What a pity! Let us finish her," the leader lamented, just as they prepared to conclude her fate. Lin Long and Lei Lun appeared on the scene. Lin Long approached the group, and when he was still a few paces away, he called out to the leader, "How about we strike a deal? Hand over that fourth-tier magical beast to me, and I shall not interfere with your affairs." The man scrutinized Lin Long and his companion, and upon noticing their youth, he burst into laughter. "What little brats are these? Try to rob their grandfather? While I'm in a good mood, I suggest you leave quickly, lest my kindness turns to wrath." The group erupted in laughter. Lin Long shook his head and turned to the besieged woman, softly proposing, "What if we make a transaction? Give me the magical beast, and I will help you eliminate them." The woman, albeit momentarily flustered, quickly nodded in agreement. "Lei Lun, I will retrieve the beast. You handle them," Lin Long instructed without looking back. Lei Lun glared menacingly at the leader, brandishing his massive sword as he bellowed, "I am his sworn brother. Do you think you can play the role of grandfather without consulting my sword first?" Cries of agony echoed as chaos ensued. Lin Long paid no mind to the commotion. He approached the magical beast body, and with a flash of silver light, the fourth-tier beast was promptly stored in his spatial ring. Turning back, he found the battle had concluded, with the leader now at the mercy of Lei Lun's sword, desperately pleading, "Grandfather, grandfather, I am but a foolish grandchild. I implore your generosity. Spare my life. Now you know who the grandfather is." "Don Tiu, where were you when it mattered?" "So, you are the leader of this rabble?" Lei Lun inquired, tapping the man's face with a sword. The man hastily shook his head. "I am not the leader. Our leader is named Ku Erfei, the renowned founder of the Flying Sky Thieves. You are part of the Flying Sky Thieves? Lei Luan narrowed his eyes, locking onto the man. Indeed. Do you know our leader? The man asked, hope glimmering in his eyes. Ha! Leyland laughed heartily. I assent this just a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. With that, he removed the sword from the man's neck. Allow me to introduce you. This is my good brother Lin Long. I apologize for the earlier rudeness, and I hope you can forgive us. Leyland gestured towards Lin Long. Lin Long regarded Lei Luan with confusion, but still offered a polite salute to the man. Understanding the unspoken cue from Lei Luan, Lin Long quickly grasped the situation. No offense, no offense. I assent it true that one never truly knows a person until they've fought them. Come, let me take you to see the boss. The man waved his hand dismissively, warmly inviting Lin Long and his companion. What is going on? Lin Long whispered, taking advantage of the man's distraction. We've caught a big fish. This Flying Sky Thieves group has quite a reputation for mission points. Though named thieves, they are more akin to cunning rabbits. Previously, someone took a job and didn't even manage to touch a hair on their heads. When I came here, I accepted this mission, not expecting to encounter them. Luck really is on our side, Lei Luan replied quietly, wary of the man overhearing. The man led them through a maze of paths for about half an hour until they arrived at a concealed mountain base. He shouted, 3, 7, 9, 11. The path begins from the horizon. Turning to Lei Luan, he explained in a hushed tone, this is our organization's secret code. It changes daily. Anyone who doesn't know the code will be shot full of arrows. Suddenly, several members of the thieving band emerged from the forest, their expressions sour upon seeing Lin Long and Lei Luan. Yet they restrained their tempers and inquired, Old 8, who are these people? The man hurriedly replied, 6 brother, these individuals claim to have been saved by the boss a few years ago and have come today to repay the favor. Upon hearing this, the 6th brother relaxed, smiling, since they are friends. Let them come with me up the mountain. Old 7, go inform the boss that we have guests. He instructed Old 7. Yes. After ascending the mountain, dozens of members brandished their crossbows, aiming them at Lin Long and Lei Luan. The tips glinting ominously. Old 8 and Old 6 surrounded Lin Long and Lei Luan, forming a tight circle. Who are you two? What brings you here? One stepped forward, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Brother Ku Erfei, do you not remember me? You saved my life a few years ago, and today I come to repay your kindness, Lei Luan exclaimed, excitement evident on his face upon seeing Ku Erfei in person. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the gathered crowd. The notorious leader of the Flying Sky Thieves was known for his ruthless nature. How could he possibly save someone? Ku Erfei waved his hand, silencing the laughter. He fixed his gaze on Lei Luan, sternly demanding, I will give you one last chance. Who are you two? And what do you want from me? Realizing that the man clearly doubted his story, Lei Luan shrugged. It seemed Old 8 had caught on early and was merely playing along. Regardless, they had found the enemy's lair, and their mission was accomplished. With that thought, Lei Luan declared loudly, I am Dawn. Lei Luan! After a moment of silence, Lin Long remained quiet, prompting Lei Luan to cast a sidelong glance. Why don't you introduce yourself? Lin Long shot him a look of exasperation. How childish. Why would he announce himself when they were clearly adversaries? Loose the arrows. Upon realizing that the individuals before him were members of the Dawn organization, Ku Erfei wasted no time in issuing the command. Dozens of arrows were drawn in unison, a formidable volley raining down upon the two. While Old 8 and his group had already dispersed, Lin Long raised his hand and waved it forward, golden light enveloping the mountainside. In an instant, a colossal golden wall materialized, standing firm before them. The sound of arrows striking resonated, resembling the wails of the arrows themselves. The torrential downpour of arrows was effortlessly repelled by the golden wall, with arrows scattered across the ground. Lei Luan gave Lin Long a thumbs up. Had he been the one to defend against such a barrage, it would not have been so effortless. Witnessing the first wave of assault so easily thwarted, Ku Erfei frowned, bellowing, switched to the piercing arrows. Boss, are we using the piercing arrows so soon? One nearby lamented. Ku Erfei shot him a glare. Those two are strange. Follow my orders. Understood. Here they come again, Laren reminded, casting a glance at the renewed deluge of arrows. Lin Long remained unfazed, and with another wave of his hand, the golden giant wall reappeared. Bang! Bang! The sound of impact resonated throughout the arena once more. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time the collision was notably louder, and the confrontation lasted only a brief moment before the golden giant wall transformed into a cascade of golden light. The remaining arrows surged through the golden barrier, aimed at Lin Long and his companion. Excellent! Upon witnessing the arrows breach the peculiar golden wall, Kuerfei let out a triumphant shout. Laren cleaved through a few arrows with his great sword, and a glint of cold light reflected off the tips of the arrows caught his peripheral vision, startling him. They were demon-breaking arrows. Lin Long, be cautious. Lin Long deftly dodged the arrows with a leisurely grace, showing not a hint of panic, and even took the time to inquire of Laren. What are demon-breaking arrows? Laren succinctly explained. Weapons crafted from high-tier, magical beast components, their destructive power surpasses that of ordinary arrows by dozens of times. Upon hearing this, Lin Long's eyes gleamed with excitement, disregarding the urgency of the moment. Are they valuable? Laren found himself at a loss for words. Of course they are valuable. A single arrow is worth a gold coin, but is this really the time to be concerned about that? Lin Long only registered the first half of Laren's statement, automatically ignoring the latter. He continued to evade the arrows while expanding his mind, collecting the fallen demon-breaking arrows into his spatial ring. Boss, look! Someone pointed at Lin Long. Kuerfei's face flushed crimson with rage upon seeing Lin Long gather the demon-breaking arrows he had purchased at great expense. He is courting death. Keep shooting. Kill him. He can't take the demon-breaking arrows with him. Kuerfei growled menacingly. Swish! The sound of a blade slicing through skin echoed, and Lin Long turned to see Laren had inadvertently been grazed by an arrow. Are you all right? It's nothing, just a scratch, Laren panted. But he realized this approach was unsustainable. You cover me. I'll rush in and deal with the archer. No rush. Lin Long quickly shouted to stop Laren, then instructed him. Keep an eye on my steps. Laren observed Lin Long's ethereal movements amidst the rain of arrows, his expression calm and untroubled. Whenever an arrow threatened to strike, Lin Long would always evade just in time, as if he were a solitary figure traversing through a sea of foes. Utterly at ease, Lin Long's voice resonated in Laren's ear, and as he watched Lin Long's graceful maneuvers, an epiphany dawned upon him. He then began to emulate Lin Long's movements, although initially clumsy and receiving a few grazes from arrows. Laren gradually became more adept. His evasive steps drew ever closer to Lin Long's finesse. Lin Long cast a sidelong glance at Laren and smiled faintly. To grasp this in such a short span of time speaks volumes of Laren's innate talent. Seeing that Laren had grasped the basics, Lin Long turned his attention back to collecting the demon-breaking arrows. Each one he picked up was worth a month's salary for his father. Lin Long was thoroughly engrossed in the task. Dozens of archers had long been left in stunned silence, bewildered as to why these two could remain so leisurely amidst the storm of arrows. One even remarked, "Isn't that something you only do once the battle is over?" A companion beside Kuerfei spoke gravely. "Brother, let the archers cease fire. Continuing this way merely provides the enemy with spoils." Kuerfei nodded solemnly and waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to hastily lower their bows. With the enemy no longer firing arrows, Laren felt a twinge of displeasure. He had only just begun to master this technique and was eager to practice further, only to have it interrupted. Lin Long also felt a sense of regret, but quickly dismissed it, knowing that they could not escape the enemy's stronghold. Could this matter truly be settled? The demon-breaking arrows just now shall serve as a token of our first meeting. What do you say? The one who had urged Kuerfei to cease fire spoke with a booming voice. Laren turned to Lin Long, astonished at the quality of their adversary's weaponry. Had it not been for Lin Long's presence, he would have had to relent. Lin Long, curious, inquired of the man, "Who are you?" "Brothers, I am honored with the title of deputy leader," the man proclaimed loudly. Lin Long nodded, realizing he was addressing the second in command. "If you wish for me to withdraw, that is not out of the question. However, you must understand that all negotiations are predicated on a balance of power. Do you believe you are in a position to negotiate with us?" The second-in-command's gaze shifted, his tone suddenly turning assertive. Do not think we fear you. We possess thousands of demon-breaking arrows and hundreds of magical arrows, along with over 50 brothers. We simply do not wish to make an enemy of Dawn. Magical arrows are even more formidable than demon-breaking arrows. Lin Long inquired of Laren. Laren, his expression grave, nodded. I never anticipated they would have magical arrows. If they truly possess hundreds, it would be prudent for us to retreat. Laren replied in a hushed tone, Oh, powerful. Lin Long exclaimed, his interest piqued. Then they must be even more valuable. Laren's demeanor grew serious. A single magical arrow is worth hundreds of gold coins. Its destructive capability is unparalleled, each one imbued with magic by a sorcerer. Should hundreds be unleashed simultaneously, the power would undoubtedly rival that of 4th or 5th-tier magic, if thousands were to be fired at once. The force might even compare to 6th or 7th-tier magic. Lin Long's playful demeanor faded as he recalled the terrifying power of the magical scroll from Alzi. For him at this moment, it truly posed a significant threat. Even if he had confidence in his ability to evade, Laren would not be so fortunate. Suddenly, Lin Long chuckled and declared, I do not believe you have such a multitude of magical arrows. The second-in-command waved his hand, and dozens of subordinates readied their bows. Each arrow glimmered with the brilliance of magic. They are indeed magical arrows. Laren's hair stood on end, an instinctual warning from his body against danger. Gazing at the adversaries armed with magical arrows, Lin Long found himself deep in contemplation. After a moment, he resignedly stated, Let us conclude this matter here, but in light of your recent aggression against my brothers, we require 200 high-tier magical beasts as compensation. Humph. You are being unreasonably greedy. Not only do we not have 200 high-tier magical beasts, but even if we did, we would not part with them. We would rather perish together, the second-in-command retorted defiantly. Then I shall see how you intend to perish together. Laren, you leave first. Their magical arrows may not be effective against me. Lin Long bellowed. A brilliant white light coalesced in his palm, crackling ominously. The members of the Thieves' Guild watched Lin Long in terror, their magical arrows rendered perfectly straight. Wait! We only have 34th-tier magical beasts, the second-in-command exclaimed anxiously. Add 10 5th-tier magical beasts, Lin Long replied nonchalantly, his previous fury dissipating. Seeing the second-in-command about to protest, Lin Long roared again. We would rather perish together. The second-in-command fell silent. Lin Long and Laren departed, satisfied. Observing their exit, Kuerfei hastily inquired, Second brother, had we employed the magical arrows, those two might not have escaped. The second-in-command shook his head. Brother, did you not notice? That younger man displayed not a hint of anxiety throughout. Had the magical arrows failed to terminate them, we might all have perished today. I dare not gamble. There is no need to gamble. Wealth can always be regained. Kuerfei nodded and then shouted angrily at his subordinates. Bring old 8 out and execute him. Had it not been for him, we would not have suffered such devastating losses today. Spare me, brother. I never anticipated the enemy would be so formidable. Please spare me. Old 8's face turned pale as he pleaded for mercy. Ah, a scream pierced the air. What a pity. I never expected their weaponry to be so abundant and powerful. It seems I will need to find some allies to accomplish this task. After Lin Long and Laren had traveled several hundred meters, Laren expressed his regret. What is there to regret? It was merely a matter of time. Lin Long replied nonchalantly to this. Laren chuckled, conceding the point. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Lin Long with a serious expression. Thank you. Lin Long, but did you not say that the way should not be lightly transmitted? Lin Long smiled broadly. Who said you were not fated with the way? Laren, puzzled, scratched his head. How am I fated with the way? I do not even know what the way is. Lin Long's smile deepened, his tones self-satisfied. To be fated with me is to be fated with the way. Laren, embracing the grinning Lin Long, implored. Then you must teach me that thunder technique. Lin Long cast a sidelong glance at him. When did you develop such a thick skin? Lei Luan fell silent, merely grinning foolishly at Lin Long. Here, Lin Long said, exasperation evident in his tone, seeing a book soaring through the air towards him. Lei Luan hurriedly caught it with his hands. .5 Thunder Heart Technique. The 5 characters were neatly arranged, imbued with an indescribable essence of the Tao. Did you really give it to me? Lei Luan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Long. He had merely spoken casually, not genuinely expecting to receive it. Yet Lin Long had unceremoniously bestowed it upon him. You don't want it? Then I'll take it back, Lin Long declared, attempting to reclaim it. Lei Luan quickly cradled the technique in his arms, curiosity painted on his face as he inquired. What rank is this skill? I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect it must be of divine rank, Lin Long replied nonchalantly. Divine rank? Lei Luan stuttered, his grip tightening, fearing Lin Long would snatch it back. Lin Long shot an annoyed glance at Lei Luan, who had clearly benefited while pretending to be innocent. Thanks. I'll remember this favor, Lei Luan spoke softly. Lin Long waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so sentimental. While it is true that the Tao should not be casually transmitted, it should also not be withheld. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Luan carefully stated, I only have over 100,000 gold coins. Lin Long raised his hand to interrupt him, his tone somewhat displeased. I gift you this technique for 2 reasons. First, you truly have a connection with my Daoist sect. Second, I consider us to be friends, and it is customary to gift friends without ulterior motives. However, if you insist on compensating me with money, then I can only regard this as a transaction. Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Lei Luan placed his hand over his chest and solemnly struck it 3 times, declaring, by the heavens above, today, I, Lei Luan, take Lin Long as my sworn brother. We seek not to share the same life, but to share the same death. Before he could finish, Lin Long interrupted him. With a look of exasperation, Lin Long said, Brother, just consider it a request from me, and spare me this oath. Such vows should not be uttered lightly. Not to mention, I will likely live for several millennia. If you were to die early, would I then have to accompany you in death? How dare you even think of that? A 9th-level saint can live at most 200 or 300 years. You actually aspire to live for 1,000. At Lin Long's words, a look of disdain crossed Lei Luan's face. As they walked, Lei Luan perused the technique, while Lin Long occasionally offered explanations. The Monster Beast mountain range in September appeared mysterious and perilous from a distance. The mountains were dense with ancient trees, obscuring the sky and sun, surrounded by mist, with peculiar stones standing erect. The mountains were deep and serene, with layers upon layers emerging. As dusk approached, the two arrived at a small town at the foot of the mountains. The town was nameless, as many who ventured into the Monster Beast mountain range to hunt had gradually built some houses, followed by taverns, inns, and brothels to cater to the influx. Most visitors here were reckless, many indulging lavishly before ascending the mountains, uncertain if they would see another day. Those returning from the mountains would also relax and recuperate here. The duo entered a tavern that appeared quite old. Lacking even a sign, the dilapidated door bore the words food and lodging. Upon entering, all eyes in the tavern turned to them in unison. Lei Luan was accustomed to this, while Lin Long scanned the room. The tavern was small, with fewer than 10 tables and chairs, and it was packed. Fortunately, 2 patrons were just leaving, allowing Lin Long and Lei Luan to quickly sit down and order some food. Just as they settled in, with their meals yet to arrive, they heard someone mocking loudly. These days, anyone dares to venture into the Monster Beast mountain range, even those who haven't fully matured, coming here to seek death. A large man with a full beard was sitting near the door, laughing and chatting with his companions. His derisive words instantly offended a significant portion of the tavern's patrons. At the table to Lin Long's left sat 4 individuals clad in white armor, 3 men and 1 woman. Their armor was adorned with a gleaming emblem that read Tian Shui, sparkling like stars. The 4 frowned simultaneously, with the woman almost rising to confront the loudmouth, only to be restrained by her companions. They are from Tian Shui Academy. Lei Luan whispered to Lin Long, I've heard that the 4 major academies often issue tasks for the Monster Beast mountain range, encouraging students who have advanced to level 4 warriors to come here for training. Lin Long cast a glance at the 4, pondering Tian Shui Academy. He suddenly thought of his older brother and second brother, both of whom were currently there, wondering how they were faring. To Lin Long's right sat another young man, dressed in a black robe embroidered with gold, depicting a soaring eagle. The man was immersed in his drink when he paused, his cup suspended mid-air upon hearing the commotion. Flanking him were two companions, one on each side, who instinctively placed their hands on their weapons, eyes glinting with cold menace. The bearded man's companions quickly covered his mouth, apologizing. "Please forgive us, my friend has had too much to drink. If he has offended anyone, I apologize on his behalf. Sorry." His companions repeatedly cupped their fists in apology, realizing that those who dared to come to the Monster Beast Mountain range were not easily provoked. At that moment, he regretted bringing his friend along. Seeing their master continue to drink, the two guards relaxed their hands from their weapons. The food in the small town was reasonably priced, comparable to that of Luoshui City. After all, most visitors carried spatial rings. If the prices were too exorbitant, they would lose many customers. The dishes for Lin Long and Lei Luan arrived swiftly, and just as they were about to eat, the door of the tavern was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Three burly men, each around 30 to 40 years old and wielding massive cleavers, strode in. The blades were drenched in fresh blood, droplets dripping onto the ground. The noise in the tavern abruptly hushed. The three men surveyed the room, grinning ominously. The leader politely addressed the patrons. "Greetings, everyone, to my brothers, and I have fallen on hard times and find ourselves without money. We kindly ask for your generosity, that if you have money, please spare some, that if not, we would appreciate it if you could borrow some. We only seek wealth, not bloodshed. However, should you fail to pay up, do not blame us for being ruthless." "What kind of brigands are you?" Unaware of your own insignificance, before he could finish, a glimmer of silver flashed. A severed arm lay quietly on the ground. The drunken man from earlier was now howling in agony. Such swift blades! This display immediately instilled fear in the majority present. After all, those who ventured into the Monster Beast Mountain range were no less than level 4 warriors, yet one had lost an arm in an instant. Clearly, the intruders had no intention of killing. Otherwise, the severed limb would not have been all that fell. "Apologies, my second brother has a bit of temper. But should anyone care to test him, feel free to speak up," the leader said, his tone laced with an icy demeanor that left everyone shivering in fear. "I shall test your swordsmanship," a man exclaimed angrily, only to be swiftly restrained by his companion. "Winston, you've just reached level 5. It's not worth it." Ignoring the warning, Wen-san brandished a massive sword that glimmered in the light. "I want to see just how skilled you are," before Wen-san could finish. He felt his mouth moving involuntarily, his vision blurring downward, and with a thud, a head rolled on the ground, finally coming to a stop after rolling quite a distance away. Is there anyone else who wishes to try?" The leader's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the crowd, and one dared to speak. A level 5 warrior had perished before them without even catching a glimpse of the blade. The leader approached Winston's body, squatting down to remove the ring from his finger. He then looked up at the crowd, smiling as he said, "Since no one opposes, let us settle the payment that we ask for a modest sum of 100 gold coins from each of you." The patrons, resigned, began to hand over their coins one by one. Fortunately, the majority of those who frequented the Monster Beast Mountain range could afford 100 gold coins, with only a few needing to borrow from their companions. By the time the three approached Lin Long and Lei Lin, the latter two remained calmly enjoying their meal. The man in black continued to drink, barely acknowledging the three intruders. It seemed as though everything around him was of no concern. The three individuals first arrived at Tianshui Academy, where one man among the four stood up, slamming his hand on the table in anger, declaring, "We have no money to give you." The leader replied in a nonchalant tone, "As I have stated before, if you lack funds, then go and borrow some 100 gold coins each, not a single coin less." Rising in fury, the man retorted, "We are students of Tianshui Academy. You truly dare to offend us." The three men burst into laughter, as if they had heard a particularly amusing joke. Once their laughter subsided, the leader's expression darkened as he said, "Do you think my brothers and I have come to this desperate state for no reason? Among the students from your 4 academies, those who have perished at our hands number no less than 80, if not 100. I shall say this one last time. Hand over the money promptly. Should you fail to pay, do not blame my brothers for their ruthlessness." The second man had already gripped the hilt of his knife. Glaring menacingly at the four, the students of Tianshui Academy exchanged glances, suddenly at a loss for what to do. After all, they were still young, and faced with such vicious criminals, they did not dare to resist. The four managed to gather together over 190 gold coins, which they handed over to their adversaries. The leader glanced at the coins, grinned widely, and said, "Today my brothers and I are in a good mood. Even if you offer 200 gold coins, it will spare the lives of 2 of you. As for the other 2, if you cannot borrow the money, I have no other recourse." The 4 students looked around at the crowd with pleading expressions, but it was clear that the people here were avoiding their desperate gazes. Aside from students from the 4 academies who were here for training, everyone else had come to hunt magical beasts for profit. Thus, none would lend the money for no reason. Seeing this, despair washed over their faces. Among the 3 criminals, the second one remained expressionless. With a swift flick of his knife, he lunged at the female student. Compared to men, he preferred to kill women. He reveled in watching their beautiful faces contort with anguish. Karina felt a searing pain on her face, and even before the blade reached her, her body froze in fear. The sword techniques she had learned at the academy were utterly useless against such ruthless criminals. Confronted with death, she instinctively closed her eyes. Ding! Karina heard a sound ringing in her ears, yet she did not realize she was injured. In a panic, she opened her eyes and saw a boy, even younger than herself, standing beside her. Although it was merely a profile, it could not conceal the boy's handsome features. As her gaze shifted forward, she noticed the tip of the criminal's blade was being held between 2 golden fingers, unable to be drawn back no matter how he tried. The man in the black robe paused from drinking, observing Lin Long's golden fingers with keen interest. The 3 criminals exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly grave. Lin Long chuckled softly, releasing the blade and saying, "I will cover their gold coins, and along with my 2 brothers, that totals 600 gold coins, am I correct?" The leader's face flickered with uncertainty before he spoke in a low voice. "Young man, you possess remarkable strength at such a tender age. In light of this, let us waive the debt for your friends." Lin Long quickly shook his head. How could one simply dismiss the price of life? The leader felt a twinge of unease. This young man was unexpectedly formidable. It was well known that many had fallen victim to the swift blade of his second brother, yet this boy had merely used 2 fingers to stop it. Lin Long handed over the 600 gold coins, and Raylan looked at him in confusion. Why was he insisting on giving money to someone who had just stated they would not take it? This was not typical of Lin Long's character. After passing the coins, Lin Long resumed his meal. The students from Tianxue Academy immediately expressed their gratitude. Although the 3 criminals were somewhat baffled, they accepted the money. Casting glances at the man in the black robe and his 2 bodyguards, the third brother subtly shook his head at the leader, who nodded in understanding, unwilling to provoke further trouble. After collecting Lin Long's money, they departed. Observing the 3 leave without targeting the man in the black robe, Lin Long couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. They just walked away? "This is not like you," Raylan remarked in bewilderment. "What style do I typically display?" Lin Long continued to eat his meal, not wasting a single morsel. Raylan teased, "You dare ask me about your style? Who was it that kept picking up arrows from the flying thief gang? Those combined wouldn't even amount to 600 gold coins. How could you so easily hand over money? Do you truly think I'm so obsessed with wealth?" Lin Long retorted irritably, "Isn't that the case?" "Oomph." In a fit of anger, Lin Long slammed his bowl onto the table, rising to leave. "Where are you going?" Raylan asked, surprised by Lin Long's sudden fury. "If we don't pursue them, they will escape." Lin Long's tone was sharp. "I knew it," Raylan muttered under his breath before standing up to follow. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. "Third brother, what was that little brat's intention?" The 3 criminals hurried through the shadows. "There are 2 possible explanations," the third brother pondered. Point 1 is that although he is powerful, he lacks the confidence to confront us 3. Thus, he chose to part with his wealth to avoid disaster. "And the second brother pressed. The third brother furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before responding. "If my second theory is correct, then we are in serious trouble. He likely will not let us go." Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed, revealing that not all were fools. One among them was clever. In the darkness, Lin Long's figure slowly emerged before them. The 3 men instantly felt a surge of trepidation. The third brother stepped forward, his expression wary, and addressed Lin Long with cupped fists. "Young man, I can somewhat guess your purpose here. Please state your price. We are willing to provide a sum for our lives." Lin Long raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Clever. Then I shall not make this difficult for you. 3,10,000 gold coins each. Humph. You are asking for far too much. We do not possess such riches." The second brother exclaimed in fury. Lin Long's expression remained unchanged. "If you have no money, then go borrow it. Not a single coin less." The three felt a surge of indignation. These were the very words they had just used against the students of Tianshui Academy, now thrown back at them. The third brother whispered, "We gathered over 2,000 gold coins earlier. If we hand all to you, will you let us go?" Lin Long smiled benignly. "Very well, as my mood is quite favorable today. I shall accept 2,000 gold coins as 10,000. However, there remains a balance of 20,000. Not a single coin less." Third brother, "That amount constitutes our entire fortune. We cannot simply hand it over to a child." The second brother whispered fiercely. Third brother, "This brat clearly does not intend to let us go. We need not waste our breath, that I refuse to believe that a mere child can take down the three of us." The leader nodded in agreement with the second brother. 30,000 gold coins was no small sum, representing all they possessed. The third brother nodded subtly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Eldest brother, second brother, I will present the money to him. When he is distracted, we will strike together and ensure a swift end." The eldest and second brother both nodded, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. For years, they had only robbed others. No one had ever dared to rob them. The third brother adjusted his expression to appear more pitiful and said to Lin Long, "Young man, we truly cannot gather 30,000 gold coins. We only have 27,000. Would that be acceptable?" Lin Long smiled nonchalantly. "Fine, since I am feeling generous today, let us consider it 30,000 to hand over the money, and I shall release you 3. I keep my word." Lin Long's smile held a hint of mischief. The three, faces etched with bitterness, removed their spatial rings and handed them over to Lin Long just as Lin Long was about to take the rings. The third brother suddenly shouted, "Now!" 3 massive blades appeared in the air, their edges glinting ominously under the moonlight, surrounding Lin Long on both sides and in front. "Die!" In that moment, the 3 brothers unleashed their most formidable attack. Clang, clang, a resounding trio of thunderous booms reverberated through the night. Beneath the moonlight, Lin Long's golden aura shimmered, encircled by 3 massive blades, which hovered ominously, unable to draw near. 3 6th-tier warriors. In my chi refinement stage, I might truly be no match for them. Sensing the ferocity of their assault, Lin Long calculated his next move in silence. As their initial strike missed its mark, the trio exchanged swift glances. Without hesitation, they gripped their blades firmly, raising them from below to deliver another fierce downward slash upon the golden shield. Crack, crack! The protective golden light shattered, leaving Lin Long astonished as he regarded the trio. He had not anticipated their formidable swordsmanship, nor their ability to execute a combined attack that amplified their power exponentially. Seeing Lin Long's golden shield in ruins, the trio's faces lit up with triumph. And before he could catch his breath, they leaped into the air, simultaneously, proclaiming 3 talents killing formation. Their voices echoed as they raised their colossal blades overhead, the cold gleam of their blades illuminating the night sky. The third brother, fixated on Lin Long at the center, wore a fierce expression. He knew that since the 3 brothers had fortuitously acquired this celestial grade technique, they had previously employed the 3 talents killing formation to slay 7th-tier Earth Knights. 3 beams of blade light surged forth in an instant, dazzling and chilling. Boom! Their mightiest strike rent the earth asunder, sending clouds of dust and debris spiraling into the air. "Eldest brother, the brat has vanished." The second brother exclaimed nervously as the eldest, uncertain, replied, "Could he have been reduced to ashes?" "Impossible." The third brother shook his head, asserting, "If he possessed such meager strength, he wouldn't dare approach us." "Zizizizi. What is that sound?" The second brother surveyed the surroundings, his voice rising in alarm as he pointed. "What on earth is that?" At the same moment, the eldest and second brothers turned to look, only to behold a blinding radiance illuminating the vicinity as if it were daylight, with thunder crackling around Lin Long, producing a menacing hiss. The flickering lightning foxes, each one striking fear into their hearts. Lin Long flashed a ghostly smile at the trio, resembling a grim reaper, with the power of thunder at his back. Lin Long dashed towards them, leaving behind a trail of brilliant light in the air, akin to two colossal dragons. The eldest and second brother's pupils dilated, sensing a mere flicker of lightning before Lin Long's figure materialized before them. Instinctively, they raised their blades to defend, but he drawled, "Too slow." Ah! The eldest and second brothers clutched their heads, wailing in agony, their cries echoing far across the open ground before they collapsed, lifeless, after a moment. The wails finally ceased. Lin Long regarded the terrified third brother and casually remarked, "You see, I am not particularly fond of taking lives. However, considering the countless souls that have perished at your hands, I believe sparing you would be a disservice to my own conscience. Thus, I implore you to join your fallen comrades. That is utter nonsense. Do you comprehend? We have only claimed a mere dozen lives. Not hundreds, not hundreds," the third brother cried out in despair. Lin Long, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his nose, but now that he had taken action, there was no turning back. He gazed at the tear-streaked face of the third brother and said, "Thus, one must truly refrain from boasting." In a flash, Lin Long's figure vanished, and with a soft sound, the third brother's body slowly crumpled to the ground. Lin Long refrained from killing him at the moment of his disappearance. The third brother took his own life with a blade. Lin Long collected the space rings from the trio, sweeping his thoughts across them. To his surprise, the various resources amounted to over 20,000 gold coins. However, regrettably, there were no monster corpses that seemed they had only sought gold in their plundering, disregarding the beasts. Raising his hand, Lin Long cast a fireball, incinerating the remains. Rather than destruction, it could be termed as cremation. At least he had assisted the trio in settling their affairs. Surely they would remember his kindness in the afterlife, Lin Long mused. Raylin emerged from the side, astonished as he addressed Lin Long. "You can even wield fireball magic? Could it be that you are a mage? You mean this?" Lin Long lifted his palm, a ball of flame igniting within it. Raylin observed for a time before shaking his head uncertainly. "It feels vastly different from a mage's magic, truly peculiar." Lin Long extinguished the flame in his palm and lifted his gaze toward the giant tree, or more precisely, the figure atop it. "Might I inquire if you plan to continue your clandestine observation?" The figure in question was the black-cloaked man from the tavern, who, holding a jug of wine, took sips now and then. Upon hearing Lin Long's words, he chuckled lightly, descending gracefully, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Long and Raylin. The individual was likely the second prince of the Galan royal family. Raylin whispered to Lin Long, his expression tinged with caution. "Indeed, you are correct. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Galan Shun, a fourth-tier intermediate mage." The black-cloaked man cast a surprised glance at Raylin, flipping his palm to make the wine jug vanish. Raylin's expression grew solemn, uncertain of the prince's intentions. Noticing Raylin's grave demeanor, Lin Long asked curiously, "Do you know him? Why are you so tense?" Raylin remained fixated on Galan Shin's every move, quietly explaining to Lin Long, "He is the second prince of the Galan Empire, the most promising candidate for the imperial heir. That it is said that he has fought his way up to this status. His mother was merely a lowly palace maid, and due to an accident, he was born. Rumor has it that his childhood was fraught with hardship, and upon becoming a mage, he exacted a frenzied revenge on those who once bullied him. He is exceedingly bloodthirsty. We must tread carefully." Lin Long suddenly laughed. "I have yet to engage with a mage in battle." Raylin immediately covered Lin Long's mouth, warning, "Mages are not to be trifled with, even if he is merely a fourth-tier intermediate mage." Lin Long impatiently brushed Raylin's hand aside. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Galan Shun. He had always heard that mages were the favored ones of this continent, and now he finally had the chance to see one. "Care to test your mettle?" Galan Shun offered a gentle smile, appearing remarkably elegant and stern under the moonlight, a stark contrast to the rumors surrounding him. Lin Long's entire being surged with intense battle intent. Sensing the profound danger emanating from his opponent, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. It was, after all, the first time he had encountered such a prodigy on this continent, and it would be a pity not to engage in combat. Raylin, sensing Lin Long's battle fervor, hastily urged, "Lin Long, we must not engage in this fight. We cannot afford to provoke him. Is it simply because he is the second prince?" Lin Long inquired. "It is not merely his status as a prince, but rather his identity as a mage. You do not understand. The position of mages on this continent is unparalleled. Regardless of victory or defeat, this battle would yield no benefit for you." Ray Luen spoke rapidly. Lin Long pondered for a moment, allowing his battle intent to recede like a tide. Observing the waning determination in Lin Long, Galen Chin's expression turned slightly disdainful, as if he had expected Lin Long to be different from others, only to discover he was just another coward. "What? Are you afraid to strike against a mage?" Lin Long had no desire to explain. His retreat for battle was not due to Galen Chin's status as a mage, but rather a sudden realization that engaging in battle would severely hinder his progress. Pushing the prospect of reaching the Golden Core realm even further away if he were alone, it would be one thing. He would inevitably reach the Golden Core realm eventually, but he could not afford to delay in seeking a remedy for his mother's illness. Seeing Lin Long devoid of battle intent, Galen Chin turned his palm, and the wine jug reappeared, taking a large swig as he declared, "Boring, boring. Let us drink instead. Let us drink." He laughed heartily. "Good thing you heeded my warning. That man is clearly a madman." Ray Luen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Watching Galen Chin retreat into the distance, Lin Long remained silent. The hour was late, and although Lin Long intended to spend the night in the tree, Ray Luen adamantly refused, pulling Lin Long back towards the town. The two found an inn to stay at, with Ray Luen covering the expenses. The following morning, Lin Long and Ray Luen officially ventured into the Monster Mountain Range. The paths within the Monster Mountain Range were numerous, each leading to different regions inhabited by various monsters. They followed a winding path deeper into the range, where the outskirts were populated by first to third tier monsters, killable, yet not to be slaughtered indiscriminately. Although the Empire had no explicit regulations, travelers adhered to this unspoken rule. Raylan stood beside Lin Long, imparting some essential precautions regarding the Beast Mountain Range, clearly exhibiting his profound familiarity with the area. After nearly 2 hours of walking, they finally arrived at the territory inhabited by the fourth-tier magical beasts. Unlike their lower-tier counterparts, the fourth-tier beasts had begun to establish their domains, just as Lin Long intended to consult Raylan. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire mountain range, causing all the magical beasts to cower in fear, trembling on the ground as if instinctively aware of the sound's authority, akin to subjects in the presence of their sovereign. In the fourth-tier region where Lin Long was situated, most of the fourth-tier beasts were also shivering in place, resembling their weaker, lower-tier brethren. Rylan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's a dragon's roar. The great dragon has truly appeared. We must hurry. We cannot allow anyone else to arrive first." In an instant, Raylan vanished from sight, utilizing his fighting spirit to hasten his journey. Lin Long pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow suit. The fourth-tier magical beasts they had encountered in Falling Water City had shown a sluggish growth in their magical energy, far inferior to that of the sixth-tier beasts. The higher the tier of the magical beast, the greater the amount of magical energy it possessed. If he had initially intended to hunt fourth-tier beasts, he now resolved to target sixth and seventh-tier beasts instead. The two hastened towards the direction of the dragon's roar. Roar! The immense sound reverberated through the mountains once more, casting a blood-red hue across the sky above the Beast Mountain Range. "Damn those humans! Are you intent on breaking the covenant?" The furious roar surged forth like a tsunami, stirring the very essence of existence that a century ago, Vice Pope Daoist had forged a covenant with the Dragon Clan, stipulating that both the human race and the Dragon Clan would coexist harmoniously, refraining from mutual harm. Furthermore, if the human race faced peril, the Dragon Clan was obliged to extend their aid. The Dragon Clan had even dispatched a formidable ally to stand alongside Vice Pope Daoist. "Damn it! Someone has arrived before us." Raylan quickened his pace, and the two delved deeper into the journey, swiftly entering the fifth-tier magical beast territory. Lin Long cast a sidelong glance, his mind racing, deep within the Beast Mountain Range. The magical beasts had grown scarce, with each creature reigning over a vast expanse of land. I could see that moment. A colossal figure floated in the air, casting an imposing shadow that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Before it stood 3 figures, the previously encountered saintess of the Holy Church and 2 red-robed archbishops. To the left of the giant creature stood a man in black robes, Jialan Chun, perched upon a massive tree. Fixated on the airborne behemoth with fervent eyes, unable to believe that it was indeed a dragon. At last, this journey has not been in vain. Jialan Chun mused inwardly. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air approached rapidly as 3 figures sped toward them. Jialan Chun regarded the figures with derision, tauntingly saying, "Jia Chunfeng, as a 6th-tier warrior, what gives you the courage to venture here?" As the 3 figures materialized, Jia Chunfeng glared at Jialan Chun with a sullen expression, retorting, "What? Is the Beast Mountain range off-limits to those of the Jiaqin clan? Are we not permitted to enter?" Jialan Chun laughed heartily. "Oh, that's not the case at all. I merely heard that the offspring of the old emperor of Jiaqin have dwindled, leaving only 3 sons. If one were to perish here, I fear their bodies would not withstand it." Jialan Chun's demeanor turned cold, his tone laced with a murderous intent, revealing his disdain for Jia Chunfeng. Jia Chunfeng's expression darkened, aware of Jialan Chun's notorious reputation, especially given that he had no qualms about harming his own younger brother. Beneath the dragon, various factions began to converge, all drawn by the allure of the dragon, eager not to miss the chance for fame. Numerous onlookers remained hidden, observing from the shadows. In that moment, the atmosphere of the Beast Mountain range grew tense. The saintess cast a disdainful glance at Jia Chunfeng, her eyes briefly betraying her contempt before she quickly masked it. Turning her gaze back to the colossal entity before her, she spoke respectfully, "Elder." Before she could finish, the being's voice thundered like rolling thunder. "Address me as Austral Tonegutis." After a prolonged pause, the saintess continued, "Respected Austral Tonegutis, I come without malice. I hope you will accompany me back to the holy city. Uncle Daoist has not mentioned your esteemed presence in ages, and he is quite concerned." "Humph, deceivers. You humans are cunning liars. Why not inquire of Daoist about what he has done to Aunt Tira?" The dragon's words resonated, its face vividly expressing disdain at the mere mention of Daoist. The saintess felt a twinge of awkwardness. She would never dare to question the events that transpired between them. However, she pressed on, "Regardless, I implore you to visit the holy city. The dragon clan has remained silent for nearly a century, and the current circumstances are even more dire than a century ago. We require your kin's assistance. What concern is the safety of the human race to us dragons? No matter what you say, I refuse to return with you. That if you truly possess the capability, then take my corpse back." The dragon roared, its fury palpable, causing the heavens to tremble. The saintess opened her mouth to speak again. But suddenly, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air behind the dragon. The dragon remained unfazed, not even turning its head, as its tail swept through the air, generating a fierce gust that sent 2 dark arrows flying. "Roar! How dare the insignificant humans belittle the dragon clan?" The deafening roar, infused with an overwhelming rage, ignited the dragon's fury as a born ruler, incensed by the provocations of mere mortals. The clouds above fled the scene, as if they too sensed the impending doom. The dragon opened its mouth wide, spewing forth an inferno that rained down like a torrential storm, both magnificent and perilous. 7th-tier dragon language magic, Crimson Flame God. Witnessing the fiery deluge, the saintess's expression turned helpless. She cast a glance behind the dragon, spotting 2 figures enveloped in black, standing silently in the air, more members of the dark holy sea. Cursed be this situation. The saintess's beautiful eyes furrowed in concern as she turned to the red-robed archbishop beside her, exclaiming, "I apologize for the trouble. Uncle Yifeng." The archbishop, with a smile gracing his features, nodded in acknowledgement, his lips parting slightly. "Distant water goddess, heed the prayers of your devout follower. Gather the water elemental spirits from the heavens and the earth to shield us from harm." Archbishop Yifeng's tone was enchanting, evoking a sense of ethereality, as if he were merging with the very essence of the world. The fiery rain cascaded around the 3, held at bay by a shimmering curtain of water, rendering them impervious to its wrath. As the archbishop admired the fiery spectacle, he relaxed, chuckling. After all, It is merely an adolescent dragon. If a ninth-tier dragon were to arrive, we would not so easily withstand it. Meanwhile, Jialan Qin's two guards were desperately channeling their fighting spirit to shield against the fiery rain. Standing amidst the chaos, Jialan Qin looked up at the dragon. Noticing his subordinates struggling, he summoned a staff adorned with a crystal at its tip. Jialan Qin's lips curled into a smirk. The crystal emitted a dazzling light, and water elemental spirits rapidly coalesced in the sky. His guards dared not let their guard down, acutely aware that their master, Jialan Qin, bore a troubled expression. After all, Jialan Qin was merely a fourth-tier mage, and facing the might of the dragon was a daunting task. Meanwhile, Jia Qinfeng, protected by his two guards, watched Jialan Qin with keen interest, surprised that his companion's guards were not mages. True audacity! As Jia Qinfeng narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flickered within them. The two enigmatic figures in black merely hovered silently above, effortlessly dispersing the fiery rain with a mere gesture. Jialan Qin's complexion paled slightly. Relying on his own strength to withstand the fiery onslaught proved challenging. Yet he couldn't shake the lingering doubt. Was the dragon's power truly so limited? Clutching a magical scroll, he hesitated, realizing the dragon's flames were not as formidable as he had anticipated, and thus refrained from using the scroll. Quickly flee. The dragon has been enraged. The weaker individuals in the crowd, witnessing the rain of fire, scrambled for cover. Those caught unawares were met with scorching flames, leaving behind charred remains. Lin Long and Raylin suddenly halted, gazing at the distant fiery storm, and Ryland's heart began to race. He doubted his survival beneath the rain of flames. Yet, having come this far, Lin Long felt compelled to witness the spectacle. Lest he live with regret, he pressed onward. Raylin paused for a moment, then resolutely followed Lin Long's lead. After all, with a strong ally by his side, what was there to fear? Raylin gazed at the silhouette of Lin Long, silently bolstering his own resolve to be by the time Lin Long and his companion arrived. The two crimson-robed archbishops and the enigmatic figures clad in black had already vanished, surveying the desolate and scarred terrain. Raylin could not help but gasp in astonishment. Upon reaching the location, Lin Long's gaze immediately fell upon the colossal dragon of this realm, which, simply hovering in mid-air, resembled a majestic mountain, with its broad wings fully unfurled. It appeared as a fearsome primal beast bearing its fangs, instilling a sense of dread. Its azure-green scales shimmered magnificently under the sunlight. Lin Long noted the similarities between the dragons of both worlds, such as their razor-sharp claws and the tough scales enveloping their bodies. Yet a profound sense of disappointment enveloped Lin Long's heart. This was not the legendary Eastern dragon he had envisioned, though the dragon of this realm appeared formidable. It lacked the imposing presence of the divine dragon from his previous life. Lin Long diverted his gaze from the dragon. He surveyed his surroundings. The ground was 100 miles of scorched earth, and the once mighty trees had been reduced to charred remnants by the rain of fire. Perched atop one of the towering trees, Jialan Qin's complexion was pale, yet he maintained his composure as he stared at the dragon before him. Beside him, the saintess floated gracefully in mid-air, her lips parting as she continued to converse with the dragon. The dragon, displaying signs of impatience, turned its head aside, although Lin Long felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing the dragon of this world. It did not dampen his spirits. After all, he was here to break through to the Golden Core realm, and observing the dragon was merely a secondary objective. He turned to Raylin and said, "I am preparing to hunt magical beasts. Will you remain here, or accompany me?" Raylin found himself in a quandary, pondering for a long while. Just as he was about to speak, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A blinding arc of light descended upon the dragon, eliciting a pained roar. Ow! In an instant, the dragon was struck down to the ground. Boom! Dust erupted as a massive crater appeared in the center of the battlefield. "Who goes there?" Liana exclaimed in a sharp voice. A figure cloaked in black gradually materialized in the air, his face obscured by a mask, and his eyes radiating an aura of danger and cruelty. The black-clad figure first surveyed the dragon in the crater, then shifted his gaze toward the two seventh-tier archmages behind Jia Qinfeng. With a mere glance, two beams of solid light shot forth, striking the seventh-tier archmages with ferocious force. Puff! Blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. "It is a Saint tier." The two archmages cried out in alarm. Without waiting for Jiaqing Feng to react, they pulled him close. Their lips parting slightly as they intoned, "God of spatial magic, heed my call." A magical circle materialized beneath the trio, and in a flash of blinding light, they vanished from the scene. The black-clad figure, observing the escape of the three, remained unfazed. Even he could not prevent two archmages skilled in spatial magic from fleeing. He turned his attention to Liana, his voice gravelly as he said, "I recognize you. You are her daughter. I shall spare your life today. You may leave." His gaze swept over Lin Long and Jialan Shun, his eyes cold as ice. "However, since the rest of you have witnessed my presence, you shall remain." A solid beam of light reappeared in the arena, this time aimed at Lin Long and his companion. Seeing the overwhelming light barreling toward him, Lin Long felt a tightening in his chest. Yet he maintained his composure. "How proficient are you in the 5 Thunderheart technique?" he queried Raylan with rapid urgency. "It's only been a short while. I haven't even grasped the basics." Raylan replied. His face contorted in frustration. Lin Long, exasperated, kicked Raylan far away, muttering, "If you know, then don't hold me back." With a serious expression, Lin Long formed hand seals, invoking the 9 Palaces escape and the 5 elements evasion technique. "Let me escape." As the beam approached, Lin Long's form vanished beneath the earth. Thanks to previous experiences evading magical attacks, he had already devised a strategy. However, he was astonished by the sheer might of the adversary's casual strike, which rivaled that of a practitioner at the immortal realm. Lin Long burrowed several hundred meters underground before sensing the searing heat dissipate behind him. Although he knew he was no match for the black-clad figure, he still steeled himself to return to the surface. After all, Raylan was still up there, and he did not believe Raylan could withstand a direct hit from the opponent. Upon reappearing after his brief disappearance, the black-clad figure expressed surprise. He had assumed Lin Long perished beneath the surface. Why would he return to court death after escaping? His voice was frigid. Lin Long glanced at the Raylan he had just kicked away, but chose not to respond to the black-clad man's query. He had returned, but he knew he could not use the earth evasion technique a second time, especially against a 9th-tier opponent. Nevertheless, he felt no fear at that moment. The Saint pointed at Raylan and addressed the black-clad figure. "He is my friend that I wish to take him with me." Raylan, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. He never expected Liana would attempt to save him at such a critical moment. Raylan shouted loudly to Lin Long, "Lin Long, flee. I have Liana to protect me. I will not perish." The black-clad man furrowed his brows, neither agreeing nor refusing to in the distance. Jialan Chen felt somewhat at a loss. There were only a few of them left in the arena. Was he to be the one to perish? Why was no one coming to his aid? Yet, the ever-strong-willed Jialan Chen, gazing at the black-clad figure, felt a surge of battle spirit. What of the Saint tier? Jialan Chen took a large swig of alcohol and began to chant, "Water spirits of the heavens, heed my summons. 4th-tier magic, mystic ice crystal technique." His staff gleamed with light as water spirits rapidly gathered in the air, forming thousands of water spears. These then transformed into crystalline ice spears, hurtling toward the black-clad figure at breakneck speed. Each ice spear carried an aura of profound coldness, as if intent on freezing the very fabric of space. The black-clad man raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "So, ice magic is it? Give it a few decades, and you may become a remarkable figure. But for now, you are merely overestimating your capabilities." With a flick of his wrist, he traced a circular arc in the air, which gradually expanded to envelop the hundreds of ice spears. As the spears struck the arc, they shattered silently, while the arc contracted, annihilating the thousands of ice spears with ease. Lin Long observed Jialan Chen's audacity to counterattack from a distance, and a sense of admiration welled up within him. That it was known that in any world, the strong often bullied the weak. People tended to bow and scrape before the powerful, and those who dared to resist were few and far between. He recalled a phrase, "An ant shaking a tree is commendable but foolish." As he witnessed Jialan Chen's swift defeat, Lin Long felt a surge of fighting spirit course through him. For the sake of his mother, he should flee, but for the sake of his friends, he could not. He ceased to ponder whether he would survive this day. He refused to think of Lin or his parents. He only desired to fight. Lin Long shouted to Lin, "Do you have a sword?" Lin, confused about Lin Long's intentions, nonetheless tossed his great sword to him. Gripping the sword with one hand, Lin Long's demeanor shifted dramatically. In this realm, for reasons unknown, great swords were paramount. Holding it felt uncomfortable. Yet he steadied himself, one hand on the sword and the other smoothing its blade. He spoke softly. "In the world of heaven and earth, there exists a sword's radiance. Only I, the three pure ones, shall bury the heavens. With this sword, I command the dragon to bow." A blinding sword aura erupted, ascending from below as if a divine dragon, roaring with ancient power. Roar. The sound echoed from the far-off east, shaking the entire arena, the sword aura morphing into a tangible dragon, exuding an awe-inspiring force that surged upward. The dragon's eyes locked onto the black-clad figure in the sky, devoid of any emotion, yet captivating all who beheld it. The world seemed to fall silent. Even the heavens held their breath before the might of the dragon. The black-clad figure's expression grew grave. The corporeal dragon instilled in him an indescribable sense of oppression. Especially when he locked eyes with the dragon, he felt as though he were confronting the very wrath of the heavens during his weaker days. He could not afford to be careless. His entire being surged with fighting spirit. "Subdue," the black-clad man bellowed, as his energy coalesced into a massive black head, casting a shadow over the sky. The colossal head loomed ominously, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, exuding a chilling and eerie presence that radiated a terrifying power. With a gaping maw, it descended to impose its might. The divine dragon collided violently with the dark head, and for a moment, neither could claim victory. Beside them, Jelon Chan gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Just the day prior, he had assumed the young man lacked the courage to challenge him, only to discover today that the opponent's strength was astonishingly formidable. The holy maiden, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Long, was equally astonished that it was essential to remember that this was a ninth-tier being, a true pinnacle of human power. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, as if the very essence of the divine dragon shattered into fragments. The faint, sorrowful wail resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The already fragmented divine dragon transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the atmosphere. The man in black, witnessing the unknown creature's dissolution, breathed a sigh of relief. Although the opponent's attack appeared immensely powerful, it fell short of the ninth tier. The black-clad man scrutinized the somewhat unsteady Lin Long, his expression shifting between darkness and light. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" Jelon Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. How had the battle shifted to a proposal of apprenticeship? The holy maiden's gaze reflected concern. If this young genius aligned himself with the dark church, it would spell trouble for her. Lin also cast a worried glance at Lin Long, uncertain whether to advise him to accept or decline. If he accepted, survival seemed assured. Yet, the dark church was humanity's enemy. But if he declined, Leiluan's face was a portrait of inner turmoil. "Ha ha, cough, cough." Hearing the man's proposition, Lin Long suddenly burst into raucous laughter, only to spit blood from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the blood trickling down his face, Lin Long fixed a murderous glare upon the man in black. Perceiving Lin Long's silence as a failure to comprehend, the man raised his voice, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" With gritted teeth, Lin Long clenched his fists, his voice resonating like a vengeful spirit from the depths of the abyss as he spat. "You are not worthy." The black-clad man's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips. "Not worthy. You should know that there are but a handful of ninth-tier beings across the continent. Would it not be splendid to stand at the pinnacle of 10,000 as my disciple?" Furiously, Lin Long retorted, "In the Daoist tradition, countless prodigies have emerged over millennia. Who grants you the audacity to attempt to recruit me as your disciple?" Consumed by rage, Lin Long took immense pride in his identity as a disciple of the Tao, and the notion of switching allegiances ignited his fury. The black-clad man's expression remained impassive, his tone cold yet tinged with regret. "What a shame. Lin Long tightened his grip on the colossal sword, which suddenly emanated an inky blackness as if two swords had been unsheathed, ready to unleash a vengeful storm. The world fell silent, an ominous and eerie aura enveloping the arena. Cough. Blood continued to flow from Lin Long's mouth. Given his current cultivation level, wielding the Daoist Dao Xiantianlai sword was still an overwhelming challenge. The Daoist Dao Xiantianlai sword comprised 9 swords, each corresponding to a realm. Lin Long had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage and could wield the second sword. However, after employing the 5 elements Great Escape technique, his strength plummeted back to the Qi refinement stage. After utilizing the first sword, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Forcing the use of the second sword would result in severe backlash. Just as Lin Long was about to unleash the second sword, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. The man gently raised his palm, causing Lin Long's colossal sword to clatter to the ground. Lin Long regarded the newcomer warily, recognizing his formidable strength and amiable demeanor. No wonder Shiree had sung his praises to the heavens. No further combat is advisable. Otherwise, you risk damaging your foundation, and the 9th tier is beyond your current capacity. The man chuckled lightly. Lin Long. It's K. Lillian called out joyfully to Lin Long, Uncle K. The holy maiden also greeted the man with a smile, to which he nodded in response. You are the leader of Dawn? Lin Long inquired, lowering his guard upon hearing Lillian's voice. Indeed. The man smiled warmly, his genial expression akin to a gentle spring breeze. With a deft motion, he brought Lin Long to stand before Lillian, then turned to confront the man in black with an icy demeanor. Old Ghost. Now I shall entertain you. The black-clad man wore a grave expression, recognizing the name of the Dawn leader, known to all. K soared into the air, their figures ascending higher and higher. Lin Long glanced upward, but the two had already ascended beyond the limits of his vision. Leaning against Lillian, Lin Long felt utterly drained, as if his body might collapse at any moment. The holy maiden descended gracefully from the air, her gaze fixed on Lin Long, silent and contemplative. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the vast pit. Lin Long looked up to see the colossal dragon emerging, flapping its massive wings as it soared from the depths of the chasm. However, it was not in the best condition. A tremendous gash marred its chest as it sluggishly approached Lin Long and the others. It appeared that the black-clad man had not claimed the dragon's life. Lillian's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld the dragon. For one bearing the title of dragon, surely possessed remarkable vitality. Lin Long, observing the approaching dragon, felt a flutter of anxiety within him. He was uncertain whether the creature was friend or foe, and with his spiritual energy nearly exhausted, he lacked confidence in facing such a formidable beast, even if it appeared to be in a weakened state. Liana took a cautious step forward, addressing the dragon. Esteemed one, these two are my friends. Please do not harm them. Lin Long shot her a sidelong glance, wondering when he had become her friend. Yet, given the precarious situation, he refrained from voicing his objections. Please call me Osertonagitos, Liana sighed, repeating her request. Osertonagitos, esteemed one, please do not take their lives. The dragon offered no response to the holy maiden's plea. Its massive form slowly descended, wings folding as its colossal feet left deep impressions in the earth with each step. It approached the group, its gaze never leaving Lin Long. Those familiar with the creature might even detect a hint of nervousness in its demeanor. Liana was taken aback by the dragon's unexpected behavior. What message could the elder wish to convey? In an unusual turn, the dragon refrained from emphasizing its name, nodding its massive head, its lantern-sized eyes fixed intently on Lin Long. It inquired, "What is your name?" An ancient voice emanated from the dragon's mouth, and Lin Long's eyes widened in shock, his spirit stirred. He opened his mouth, eager to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. The holy maiden, equally exasperated, urged, "Esteemed one, please communicate in our human tongue. We do not comprehend the dragon language." The dragon, somewhat disappointed, realized it had indeed spoken in dragon tongue, only to find that these individuals could not understand it. With a hint of despondence, it asked in human language, "What is your name?" Lin Long met the dragon's gaze, its enormous form looming before him. For the first time, he displayed a rare flicker of trepidation. Intertwined with anticipation that he articulated slowly, "My name is Lin Long." Liluan and Liana stared at Lin Long in astonishment. "Lin Long, you can actually speak dragon language?" Liluan stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Lin Long. What secrets did his friend harbor? Liana's face mirrored her shock, and after regaining her composure, she exclaimed, "This is indeed dragon language." At that moment, the most astonished of all was the dragon itself, which, uncertain, repeated its question in dragon tongue. "You truly can comprehend my words?" Lin Long, meeting the dragon's incredulous gaze, slowly nodded. The dragon still could not believe it, then chuckled awkwardly. "You wouldn't be trying to deceive me by claiming to know only a few simple phrases of dragon language, would you?" Lin Long raised an eyebrow, pondering the dragon's intentions. The dragon seemed to read Lin Long's confusion, and it began to explain. "Over a century ago, a fellow named Daoist learned a few basic phrases of dragon language from an unknown source. He tricked our dragon kin into signing a pact with humans, only for Daragu to discover, during subsequent encounters, that he could only utter two phrases. 'Hello, my name is Daoist.' Feeling deceived, Daragu promptly returned to inform our clan leader, which is why our dragon race has remained hidden for 100 years. That Daoist was nothing more than a great deceiver." The furious roar of the dragon vented its pent-up dissatisfaction. Lin Long nodded, simultaneously harboring disdain for that individual named Dai Shursuer. How dare he deceive the dragon clan with merely two phrases of Eastern tongue? Indeed, the so-called dragon language was the very tongue Lin Long had spoken in his past life. Though the connection between the two remained a mystery, Lin Long felt a surge of excitement within him. He pondered whether individuals from his previous world had ever stumbled upon this realm and taught the dragon race to speak Eastern languages. He also wondered if the two worlds could truly allow for free passage. Once he enhanced his own strength, would there be a chance to return to his original world? Lin Long was lost in thought, contemplating countless possibilities. After a while of venting, the dragon ceased its roaring and, observing Lin Long's distraction, slowly spoke. "Thus, I must ascertain if you truly possess the ability to speak our clan's tongue." Upon hearing these words, Lin Long regained his focus and inquired, "Why does your dragon race incessantly seek humans who can speak the dragon language? This is our clan's mission that has endured for millennia." "If you ask me the reason, I cannot say, but every generation of clan leaders instructs the newly born dragons to embark on this quest." Seeing that the dragon could not provide a clear reason, Lin Long chose not to press further. "What must I do to prove it? Are you asking me to recite a tongue twister?" Perplexed by the notion of a tongue twister, the dragon questioned, "What is a tongue twister?" Lin Long rolled his eyes and refrained from explaining. "Do you truly expect me to recite one?" Noting that Lin Long conversed with him effortlessly in the dragon language, the dragon began to believe him. It opened its mouth wide, murmuring something as a flash of brilliance enveloped them. The colossal form of the dragon gradually diminished, soon standing at the height of a human. Lin Long raised an eyebrow, astonished by this size-altering magic. The dragon nodded in affirmation at Lin Long's words, confirming that he indeed knew of the size-altering magic. It seemed genuine. Meanwhile, the Saintess Laren gazed in astonishment at the now-shrunken dragon. Her mouth agape. The diminutive dragon raised a claw to touch its own head, conjuring a pulsating green orb of light in its grasp, which it then extended toward Lin Long. "What is this?" Lin Long scrutinized the green orb, sensing a formidable life force within it. "This is the trial of bravery for the dragon clan. If you can pass this trial, you may become a companion of the dragon clan, and you will be the second dragon knight in a century." Liana looked on with envy at the orb of light. Lin Long, however, did not act immediately. Instead, he asked earnestly, "What benefit does this confer upon me? I never expressed a desire to be a dragon knight." Laren was at a loss for words, feeling exasperated. How could Lin Long dismiss an opportunity that countless individuals on the continent dreamt of? The dragon's gaze turned frosty, its voice resonating like thunder. You know how many people yearn for this trial opportunity. It lies before you, and you wish to refuse?" Lin Long cast a sidelong glance at the dragon, unfazed by its icy stare, and remained silent, leading to a sudden stillness in the air. The Saintess approached Lin Long from behind, tugging at him gently as she whispered. Becoming a Dragon Knight not only grants you an additional ally in battle, but also allows you to share life force with the dragon. You must understand that the Dragon Clan possesses extraordinary vitality. Each of them can live for over 1,000 years. Upon hearing Liana's words, the dragon did not refute her. Indeed, as she stated, should it form a bond with a human, their life forces would intertwine. Naturally, this would not be in the best interest of the long-lived dragons. However, it was a tradition upheld by the Dragon Clan for millennia, one it could not violate. Lin Long felt a headache coming on. Why did everyone seem intent on taking advantage of him? Sharing life forces. Even if he could not attain immortality, once he reached the realm of Wangxian, he would still enjoy a lifespan of several thousand years. Why should he share that with others? Lin Long was internally exasperated, further solidifying his resolve. The title of Dragon Knight was not something he desired. The dragon continued to scrutinize Lin Long, noting his indifference, which only fueled its irritation. Yet bound by clan rules, it spoke again. It's not just about sharing life. Our recovery abilities are exceptionally strong. In battle, as long as you do not suffer a fatal blow, you will recover swiftly. Moreover, once we become partners, the skies will be yours to roam freely. Most importantly, while I am currently of 7th tier strength, I will ascend to the holy tier with time. With a holy tier partner, you will find yourself fortunate. The dragon proudly lifted its head, a hint of annoyance in its tone. Lin Long pondered the dragon's words. Indeed, becoming a partner of the Dragon Clan presented only one disadvantage: the sharing of life force. However, considering the dragon's robust vitality, this drawback seemed negligible as for other benefits. Apart from rapid recovery, there was not much allure. Yet the absence of drawbacks was compelling. Furthermore, having a 7th-tier ally could expedite his own recovery of strength. With this thought, Lin Long inquired, "What must I do?" Hearing Lin Long's question, the dragon felt a sense of relief. "You merely need to place your hand upon the orb of light." Lin Long nodded and complied, placing his hand atop the orb in an instant. He felt his consciousness being drawn into a separate space. Within this space stood 10 dragons, each radiating a powerful aura. Among them was the dragon that had led him here, Oscillatoni Gavidos. Ancient dragon language reverberated through the space. Trial participant, select a dragon to undertake the challenge. You shall possess the same level as the dragon you choose. Please begin. The prospect of matching levels sparked Lin Long's interest. The trial of bravery was undoubtedly challenging, as it was exceedingly difficult for humans of equal standing to overcome dragons. Given their sharp claws, formidable defenses, immense vitality, and devastating dragon language magic, each aspect rendered them formidable adversaries. Yet, Lin Long was not daunted. "I choose you, Oscillatoni Gavidos," with the knowledge that he would possess equal strength. Lin Long smirked as he made his selection. After all, they would soon be partners, and he intended to establish dominance. Upon making his choice, Lin Long felt a surge of power within, rapidly ascending to the 7th tier. Surprised, he noted that although he had yet to form a golden core or transition into the embryonic stage, his overall strength was indeed equivalent to the Yuanying stage of the cultivation realm. "How long has it been since I felt such power?" Lin Long murmured nostalgically, gazing at the dragon, which remained unaware of the impending events. Lin Long beckoned with his finger. "Roar!" Oscillatoni Gavidos bellowed in anger. Affronted by the perceived disrespect from a human, its colossal form lunged toward Lin Long. Laren glanced back and forth between Lin Long and the dragon, bewildered. Why hasn't he started yet? Liana, encountering such a situation for the first time, curiously observed Lin Long and the dragon in but a fleeting moment. Lin Long withdrew his hand from the orb, a smile gracing his lips. "It's already over." "What? So soon?" It felt like a mere blink. Laren exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Long patted the dragon, explaining to Laren, "The flow of time within the trial differs from the outside. While only an instant has passed here, much time has elapsed inside." "Did you succeed?" Liana asked eagerly, her heart fervently wishing for Lin Long's success. Only if Lin Long became a Dragon Knight could humanity rekindle its friendship with the dragons. The dragon, snapping back to reality, looked at Lin Long with an ingratiating smile. "Boss, from now on, You are my elder brother. Wherever you point, I shall follow." Lin Long chuckled, affectionately ruffling the dragon's head. The dragon eagerly leaned into Lin Long's touch, relishing the affection. Witnessing this scene, Leirin and the Saintess were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. They were at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend why the dragon was so obsequious toward Lin Long. Yet, the realization dawned upon them. Lin Long had become the second dragon knight the continent had seen in a century. Liana shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it. She lifted her gaze to Lin Long beside the dragon. "Lin Long, you must accompany me back to the holy city. Now that matters have been clarified, humanity needs to re-establish a pact with the dragon clan. Let us set forth." Lin Long stood motionless, his hand still gently caressing the colossal dragon in this otherworldly realm. Lin Long had come to understand that although Xiaoqing was over 200 years old, her age was still that of a mere child among the ancient dragon lineage. He had named the dragon Xiaoqing, finding the original name cumbersome. Initially, Xiaoqing had objected, but after a heartfelt persuasion from Lin Long, she grew fond of the name. The Saintess, noticing Lin Long's stillness, gazed at him with a hint of confusion. "Lin Long, we are pressed for time. This matter is of utmost importance to humanity. I implore you to accompany me to the holy city." Liana's tone was earnest and lowly. Lin Long shrugged, responding, "I cannot decide this. You must speak with her." He gestured toward Xiaoqing. The dragon seemed to relish Lin Long's touch, closing her eyes in contentment. "I heed the Great One's words. If the Great One agrees, we shall sign that. If the Great One disagrees, it signifies that our entire dragon clan is against it." Lin Long looked at Xiaoqing with admiration, secretly giving her a thumbs up. Liana felt a sense of helplessness, but also understood that Lin Long was subtly manipulating the situation. "What exactly are you trying to achieve, Lin Long? Do you comprehend the significance of his covenant for us humans? How many lives it could save? How can you be so heartless?" As she spoke, Liana's voice quivered with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Noticing her distress, Lin Long felt a twinge of awkwardness and decided to be straightforward. "It's not impossible for me to assist, but I have conditions." Rilin, rubbing his forehead, knew that with Lin Long's nature, there was little interest in any endeavor that bore no benefit to him. However, caught between his brother and the woman he adored, he remained silent, gazing into the distance. Just then, he spotted Jialan Chan being supported by guards, slowly departing. As Jialan Chan left, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Long, his eyes brimming with combativeness. "What do you want in return?" Liana asked, exasperated. She inwardly scoffed at his apparent opportunism. Why should one seeking to aid humanity demand recompense? Lin Long removed his hand from the dragon's head, raising 2 fingers to indicate his conditions. "First, I have a friend, Lian Sori, a resident of Luomei town, currently branded a fugitive that I wish for you to clear his name. Second, I require all high-tier beast corpses from the holy city. These 2 requests are not excessive." "Are they?" Liana did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she inquired cautiously, "Why has your friend become a fugitive?" Lin Long succinctly recounted the events to the Saintess. "I can assist with the first request, but I cannot guarantee the second. Please wait a moment while I consult." Liana turned aside, retrieving a feather from her spatial ring that a figure materialized before her, and they engaged in hushed conversation. After a brief interval, Liana returned, her tone neutral. "We agree. We shall exchange for all the beast corpses in the holy city. But you must not play any tricks. Xiaoqing, accompany the Saintess back to the holy city to finalize the covenant. Bring the beast corpses with you." Lin Long leaned toward Xiaoqing's ear and whispered, "Make haste and return safely. The Great One is currently devoid of spiritual power and must rely on you." Xiaoqing nodded, unfurling her wings as her form gradually enlarged. "Climb aboard. I shall increase our speed." Liana wasted no time, leaping onto Xiaoqing's back. With a resounding roar, the duo vanished into the sky. Rilin, observing their departure, turned to Lin Long and asked, "Why does that dragon obey you so readily?" "It was through love that I won her over." Lin Long chuckled. "Oh, you expect me to believe that?" Rilin shot Lin Long a skeptical glance. Lin Long refrained from elaborating. lost in memories of the trials he had faced that a person, when pressed down by another, might curse silently, but upon witnessing an ancestor in the same predicament, their thoughts might quietly shift. When observing a group of ancestors united yet powerless against their foes, such thoughts would vanish entirely. Just like Xiao Qing, even if given the courage, she would not dare to challenge Lin Long again. She would forever remember the pitiful sight of the 9 ancestors, tears streaming down their faces, pleading for Lin Long to cease his overwhelming might. Lin Long surveyed the empty surroundings and addressed Rilin. I am currently too weak. I will need your assistance to hunt a few beasts to replenish my strength. What do you mean by trouble? I shall hunt down several 6th-tier beasts for you to restore your vigor. As he prepared to leave, Rilin glanced skyward, where his leader still battled the enigmatic figure clad in black. Radiant light intermittently cascaded from the heavens. Rilin was unsure when their clash would conclude. Returning his focus to Lin Long, he supported him as they retraced their steps. Moments later, Rilin, with Lin Long on his back, felt a sudden rush of wind. What is happening? Lin Long inquired, puzzled. Rilin, now agitated, replied, I intended to help you hunt a 6th-tier beast. But these wretched monkeys have an acute sense of smell. Before I even made a move, they discovered us, and worse, they are pack hunters. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Lin Long remained silent. You, a freshly ascended 6th-level warrior, dare to hunt 6th-tier beasts. Who granted you such audacity? The 5 Thunderheart technique. Indeed, the 5 Thunderheart technique had emboldened Rilin significantly. After running for a while and seeing no pursuing monkeys, he finally set Lin Long down. Bent over, Rilin rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Long interrupted. Shoo! He pointed ahead. Rilin lifted his gaze, following Lin Long's gesture. Before them lay a massive figure nestled against a mighty tree. A 6th-tier beast, the purple shadow magic leopard. Rilin whispered, anxious not to disturb the slumbering creature. It's your turn. Lin Long encouraged him with a glance. Rilin responded with a reassuring look and stealthily inched closer to the leopard. Moments later, upon witnessing Rilin's unsuccessful attempt, Lin Long sighed in exasperation. Perhaps we should venture to the 5th-tier area instead. At this rate, I fear I might starve to death here. Hearing Lin Long's jest, Rilin felt somewhat sheepish. The previous 6th-tier purple shadow magic leopard was exceedingly swift, though not a match for Rilin. When it decided to flee, Rilin could not retain it. The two continued back to the 5th-tier area, where they finally succeeded in hunting down a 5th-tier beast without incident. Lin Long skillfully skinned and deboned it, then ignited a fire to roast the meat. Rilin, evidently fatigued, sat aside watching Lin Long work diligently. The sizzling sound of the beast's fatty flesh filled the air as they waited in silence. It smells divine. Just as the meat finished roasting, a man descended from the sky, his gaze fixed on the delectable feast. Boss, Rilin waved to the man. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement of the figure known as Fu Xiao. Unfamiliar with Fu Xiao's leader, he felt no inclination for conversation. The man nodded, approached, and unceremoniously tore off a leg, finding a spot to sit and devouring it without regard for decorum. Lin Long frowned. That leg alone was worth at least 20 gold coins. However, realizing it was Rilin's kill, he refrained from protest and quickly grabbed a leg for himself. Seeing this, Rilin hastily joined in, and soon the trio fell silent, engrossed in their meal, after satisfying his hunger. The man wiped his mouth and regarded Lin Long, who was still stuffing his face. You have quite the appetite, young man. Once Fu Xiao finished his meal, Rilin, unable to contain himself, eagerly asked, Boss, who was that figure in black? His strength is formidable. An old friend, Fu Xiao replied, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. From the dark holy sea? Rilin queried uncertainly. Fu Xiao nodded. In no wonder he attempted to slay the dragon. Rilin exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. What is the dark holy sea? Beside him, Lin Long inquired while eating. The dark holy sea, on the whole, comprises individuals who dwell in the shadows, intent on overthrowing the dominion of the holy city. The mission of the holy sea is to annihilate and reconstruct. They possess formidable strength, including numerous saint-tier warriors. The man retrieved 3 cups from his spatial ring, each filled with an unknown liquid. He offered 2 of the cups to Lin Long and his companion. while he himself drank from a third. Lin Long accepted the cups with both hands, but refrained from drinking immediately. Was this due to dissatisfaction with the Holy City's rule? K, the leader, closed his eyes as if savoring the moment, and after a brief pause, he opened them. To put it simply, the Holy Church has always imposed laws to constrain the powerful. While the efficacy may not be substantial, at least in name, all are equal. Conversely, those from the Dark Holy See often resist such constraints. They believe that the weak should serve the strong, and their lives should be at the mercy of the powerful. Thus, they intend to dismantle the Holy Church and reconstruct order on their own terms. This time, they also aim to slay a dragon, provoking the wrath of the dragonkin upon humanity, seeking to incite conflict. Upon hearing this, Lin Long grasped the situation. Raylan took the cup, his eyes gleaming with delight, and drank it down in one gulp. "Thank you, boss." K, the leader, smiled gently. "No need to thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Lin Long. As this is a reward accompanying the techniques he submitted, I merely bask in Lin Long's glory." Lin Long felt utterly speechless. He understood that the contents of the cup must indeed be extraordinary. Yet K, the leader, had brought it forth as a favor. Without further hesitation, he drank it all. As the liquid coursed down, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Was this spiritual liquid? Lin Long was taken aback. How could such a substance exist in this world? Old K, what is this? Lin Long inquired of the man beside him. How does it taste? Quite delightful, isn't it? This is the essence of life from the elven race. Your cup costs 1,000 gold coins. K, the leader, relished Lin Long's astonished expression. Shock is splendid. It signifies unfamiliarity, and thus he has the opportunity to swindle all of Lin Long's techniques. He chuckled like a cunning fox. The essence of life from the elves. Lin Long reflected on the man's words. How does it feel? Do you not sense a significant increase in your fighting spirit? Moreover, unlike consuming magical beasts, the essence of life enhances fighting spirit without harm to one's foundation. K, the leader, elucidated to Lin Long. Lin Long was fully aware of the effects of the spiritual liquid. It was an immensely valuable resource in the realm of cultivation. That solitary cup of spiritual liquid equated to the energy derived from 3 to 5 fourth-tier magical beasts. At that moment, Lin Long's mind was in disarray. The dragon language and the spiritual liquid. He was now certain that there existed an inexplicable connection between the two worlds. Observing Lin Long, who had inexplicably fallen silent, K, the leader, turned to Raylan and asked, "What of the dragon?" Raylan animatedly recounted the events that had transpired thereafter. K, the leader, to the dragon knight. You say? K, the leader, increasingly found Lin Long to his liking. Lin Long, hand over your black card. Lin Long, perplexed, relinquished the black card to K, the leader, uncertain of his intentions. After a brief manipulation of Lin Long's black card, K, the leader declared, I shall elevate your level to 51. I hope you will continue to strive diligently and soon enter the top 50 levels, for only then will you truly grasp the essence of this continent. 51. Raylan interjected, puzzled, what is the reason for this? Boss, what contribution has Lin Long made to warrant such an elevation? Your current level is too low to comprehend. Keep striving for greater heights. Little Raylan, K, the leader, rose, returned the black card to Lin Long, and continued, I came primarily to meet Lin Long, and having achieved my objective, I shall take my leave. By the way, Lin Long, do consider this. Our Dawn faction is indeed in dire need of techniques. Should you be willing to submit any, I assure you the rewards will satisfy you. When you've made your decision, come find me at the Holy City headquarters. Lin Long nodded in agreement, refraining from refusal. Had he not encountered the spiritual liquid earlier, he might have hesitated. Yet now, he was uncertain if K, the leader, possessed other treasures. The prospect of exchanging some techniques from other factions for rewards was undeniably tempting. Seeing Lin Long acquiesce, K, the leader, smiled contentedly. I'm off. With that, K, the leader, soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. After devouring the entirety of the 5th-tier magical beast, Lin Long finally felt a sense of self-preservation. The dragon had also witnessed this. What were your plans now? Lin Long inquired of Raylan. I plan to return home for a while. I received a letter from my family urging my return. It has been quite some time since I left, and it is indeed time to visit home. Raylan expressed, a hint of reluctance in his tone as he retrieved some feathers from his spatial ring and handed them to Lin Long. What are these? Lin Long accepted the feathers, examining them with curiosity. Swan feathers, used for communication, disregarding distance. Whenever you wish to contact me, use the swan feather. Raylan approached Lin Long and embraced him tightly. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Remember to practice the 5 Thunder Heart technique diligently, and feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Lin Long admonished, then added, your physique is incredibly suited for this technique. Be sure to practice daily without neglect. Raylan nodded vigorously, then waved farewell and departed. Watching Raylan leave, Lin Long suddenly felt a sense of unease. After spending these days together, he had grown accustomed to Raylan's playful presence beside him. However, as the saying goes, all gatherings must eventually part. Among friends, a light farewell precedes a significant reunion. Lin Long composed himself and embarked on his journey. He had no intention of venturing into the area of 6th-tier magical beasts. Ever since witnessing the speed of the purple shadow magic leopard, Lin Long resolved to remain within the realm of 5th-tier magical beasts. Hunting 6th-tier magical beasts was exceedingly slow, and there was the risk that he might expend all his efforts to hunt one, only to absorb less energy than he produced himself. Moreover, there was no need for haste. Once Shao Qing brought magical beasts from the Holy City, his power would surely see a tremendous enhancement. With this thought, Lin Long felt a surge of anticipation. In the Holy City, within the cathedral, when Shao Qing dripped her blood onto the covenant, all 4 imperial palaces received a decree from the Holy City. Father, the Holy City has issued a decree. The human race and the dragon race have re-signed a 100-year alliance. Furthermore, a person has passed the hero trial and become a dragon knight. The Holy City has instructed us to announce this news to the entire populace. In the palace of the Galan Empire, a slightly portly man knelt before an elderly figure. The elder was clad in a golden robe adorned with an eagle in flight. He wore a golden crown, exuding an air of opulence. That moment. The elder was in a meditative state, but upon hearing his eldest son's words, he opened his eyes. Galan immediately felt a piercing gaze upon him, causing him to bow his head even lower. Proceed according to the Holy City's decree to the Dragon Knight. You say, investigate who it is and see if we can persuade them to join us. The elder's voice was somewhat grave. Understood. Galan, he replied promptly. In the palace of the Tianyue Empire, a man in his 20s or 30s regarded the decree from the Holy City with indifference. Casually instructing that the decree be disseminated, he turned to a companion, stating coolly, have you found a suitable candidate? This one is nearing expiration. The companion hastily replied, yes, your majesty, a candidate has already been selected. The man nodded in approval, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In the Tianxing Empire, the king gazed at the decree from the Holy City, tears streaming down his face. Good, good. Our human race still holds hope. Someone quickly spread this good news to the subjects. In an instant, the Tianxing Empire erupted in jubilation. The streets were filled with fervent celebrations in the Jichin Empire upon hearing the news from the Holy City. Jichin Feng's first thought was whether this dragon knight was Jialan Chun, as there had been so few witnesses to the event. Damn it! Why wasn't Ti chosen? Cursed dragon! Jichin Feng roared in anger. Go, summon a few palace maidens. My lord, over a dozen maidens have already gone missing from the palace this month. If we lose any more, I fear, a bystander expressed worryingly, if I tell you to go. Then go. Do you wish to perish? Jichin Feng glared menacingly at the subordinate. Yes, yes. The subordinate hastily complied and rushed off. Across countless cities of the 4 great empires, the news spread, igniting discussions in the streets. Excellent. With the support of the dragon kin, our human race will surely ascend to new heights. Don't be foolish. There have been alliances before, yet the dragon kin remained dormant for 100 years. I wonder who that dragon knight is. Too bad I lack the chance to meet the dragon. Otherwise, I too could become a dragon knight. Excuse me, brother. Do you have any medicine? I might just die laughing. In the York Canyon, at the front lines, within a military tent, a man gazed at the news, lost in thought. After a long while, he murmured, "Is there really still a chance?" In Luome town, Carlo, having completed his work for the day and preparing to return home, was suddenly called to a halt by Baron My lord. "Is there something you need? Is there anything more I can do?" Carlo assumed the Baron had summoned him for work-related matters. Baron Liff chuckled heartily. "I bring joyous news. Is the lady expecting again?" Carlo exclaimed, offering a thumbs up in commendation. "No, it is your son, Leon. The Empire has restored his identity. He is no longer a wanted criminal." Baron Liff wasted no time in revealing the news, for he feared Carlo might utter something unexpected. Carlo was momentarily stunned, tears streaming down his face. "You, go home and share this wonderful news with your wife," Baron Liff urged, rousing the dazed Carlo. Yes, yes, Carlo expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Dashing homeward. Roland, our son has regained his identity. He is no longer a wanted man," Carlo exclaimed as he embraced his wife, joy radiating from him. "Really?" Roland could hardly believe it, her body trembling with overwhelming delight. "Baron Liff told me personally." "It is true." Carlo tightened his embrace, excitement palpable in his voice. "Wah!" Roland burst into tears. "All is well now. It is all in the past." Carlo continually comforted his wife, discreetly wiping away his own tears. The following day, at noon, Lin Long had just dispatched a 5th-tier magical beast when he felt a stirring within, prompting him to gaze skyward. Moments later, a shadow appeared in the sky, descending slowly. It was Xiaoqing. "Boss, I'm back." Upon landing, Xiaoqing's form began to shrink until it was nearly the same size as Lin Long. Was the progress smooth? Lin Long asked, anticipation evident in his eyes. "Of course. They may have deceived me. But if they dare to deceive you, I shall ensure they pay the price." Xiaoqing handed a spatial ring to Lin Long upon receiving the ring. Lin Long scanned its contents with his mind, his heart racing. So much. Inside the spatial ring, a mountain of magical beast corpses lay piled high. Without counting, there were certainly over 1,000 beasts. Well, aside from the lack of 8th and 9th tier beasts. There are plenty of 4 to 7 tier beasts, along with some swan feathers. The saintess mentioned you could seek her out if needed. "Boss, what do you need all these magical beasts for?" Xiaoqing inquired. Puzzled. "Eat, of course." Lin Long replied dismissively, pondering the time it would take to process so many beasts. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Xiaoqing could fly back to Luoshui City in an instant, and he could ask the shopkeeper Tian He for assistance with the processing. Delicious and time-saving. With this thought in mind, Lin Long declared to Xiaoqing, "Let us return to Luoshui City." He paid no heed to the swan feathers. Questioning their purpose, Xiaoqing, not wanting to delay, expanded its form slightly to accommodate Lin Long. In midair, Xiaoqing asked, "Boss, do we need to return to Luoshui City to eat a magical beast? I can breathe fire to roast one for you. I am quite skilled. I plan to eat them all." Lin Long closed his eyes, savoring the long-awaited sensation of the sky. "Wait, boss, aren't you afraid the spiritual energy will overwhelm you?" Xiaoqing expressed concern. "Fear not, Xiaoqing. From this day forth, our lives will be intertwined. There are some secrets I shall not keep from you. Since you know that spiritual energy exists within magical beasts, it proves you can consume them to enhance your strength." Lin Long spoke slowly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Xiaoqing remained silent, listening intently to Lin Long's narrative. In the trials, as you know, I was at the pinnacle of the asking Dao realm. Though I'm unsure how that corresponds to your tiers. The Saint tier would surely be insufficient before me." Xiaoqing recalled the trials, where several ancestors had begged Lin Long to cease, a swell of pride filling its heart. Those ancestors were all 9th tier saints. Yet even united, they were no match for their boss. I was betrayed in my past life, ambushed by a few shameless old men, resulting in my current strength being reduced to a mere fraction. Lin Long's gaze grew profound at this juncture. Consuming magical beasts can swiftly restore my strength, and as for the prospect of being overwhelmed, there is no need for concern as long as the spiritual energy is sufficient. I will swiftly break through to the next realm, so there is no danger for me. Lin Long shared his circumstances in full with Xiaoqing. The familiarity of speaking their native tongue with Xiaoqing brought him great comfort, alleviating some of his solitude. Though he once had family, he could not share these thoughts with them today. Lin Long often found himself reminiscing about his past life, inevitably feeling lonely. Shao Qing's presence provided immense psychological solace. Upon hearing this, Shao Qing suddenly halted mid-air. "What's wrong?" Noticing Shao Qing's stillness, Lin Long inquired softly. "Boss, if you're not afraid of being overwhelmed, then we need not go to Luoshui City at all. After establishing a spiritual contract during the trials, I could transfer the absorbed spiritual energy to you. Therefore, I simply need to consume those magical beasts, and the energy will naturally flow into your body." "Is it truly possible?" Lin Long raised an eyebrow. Shao Qing nodded, its enormous dragon eyes scanning the surroundings until it spotted something, and it swiftly dove downward. The massive cave came into view. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the cave entrance. A 10-meter-tall fourth-tier magical bear emerged, but upon seeing the towering dragon, instinctively trembled in fear. "Scram!" Shao Qing shouted at the magical beast, which, as if comprehending, immediately turned and fled. Lin Long looked at Shao Qing in displeasure. "Even the smallest fly is still meat. Such wastefulness must not occur again." Shao Qing chuckled, and the duo entered the cave. The cave was spacious, for the magical bear wouldn't reside in a cramped space. Shao Qing asked Lin Long to hand over the spatial ring containing the magical beasts. Afterward, it retrieved a single beast from the ring, and with a mighty gulp, Shao Qing swallowed the entire creature whole. Moments later, Lin Long felt a surge of energy above his head, continuously releasing spiritual energy into his body. That energy was the result of the spiritual contract between him and Shao Qing. "How does it feel?" Shao Qing eagerly looked at Lin Long. "It actually works, and the efficiency is even greater." Lin Long replied joyfully that a proud smile spread across Shao Qing's anthropomorphic face, akin to a child receiving affirmation from an adult. Without pause, it began devouring one beast after another. Lin Long sat cross-legged within the cave, guiding the spiritual energy through his meridians. 7th layer of Qi refining. 9th layer of Qi refining. 1st layer of foundation establishment. 5th layer of foundation establishment. 9th layer of foundation establishment. 1st layer of spirit fusion. As the spiritual energy flowed within him like a spring, Lin Long finally broke through to the spirit fusion realm. In this realm, the spiritual energy within transformed into a liquid state, undergoing a qualitative change. Now, only a singular essence of spiritual liquid resided within him. When his body was filled with 9 essences of spiritual liquid, he would reach the threshold of golden core. The exhilaration of cultivation made Lin Long lose track of time, reveling in the ecstasy of his breakthrough. Suddenly, he sensed the spiritual energy within him was no longer increasing and slowly opened his eyes. "Has night fallen?" Lin Long mused, gazing at the starry sky outside. "You're awake, boss," Shao Qing exclaimed, rushing towards Lin Long. Lin Long nodded. "How many magical beasts are left?" "They're all gone." Shao Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, if Lin Long wasn't mistaken. All gone. Lin Long was perplexed. Had the mountain of magical beasts truly been devoured? Shao Qing nodded sheepishly. "If I'm not mistaken, those magical beasts should have been sufficient for me to advance to the Golden Core realm. How did I only reach the Spirit Fusion realm?" Lin Long pondered aloud. "Boss, I'm sorry." Shao Qing resembled a wayward child who had erred. Lin Long surmised that it was connected to her, yet he chose silence as he continued to observe her. "After we forged our soul contract, regardless of who absorbed the spiritual energy, it would be equally divided between our 2 bodies. Furthermore, after being ambushed by that cloaked knight yesterday, my injuries were severe, and my strength had diminished to around the 3rd tier. Most of the spiritual energy I gathered today was devoted to healing." Shao Qing quietly explained to Lin Long, her tone tinged with guilt. Lin Long stepped forward and gently patted her, reassuring her, "It's all right. This is not your fault. If it weren't for you, I would never have acquired such a multitude of magical beasts. Ultimately, I owe you my gratitude." "Thank you, boss," Shao Qing exclaimed joyfully. "You just mentioned that the person in black was a knight?" "Not a mage," Lin Long queried, somewhat perplexed, as he recalled that mages were significantly more powerful than warriors. During his foundation establishment, he could easily overpower the notorious bandit trio. However, facing the 4th tier Jialan Chun. Even a victory would likely come at a heavy cost. At that time, Xiaoqing had been at the 7th tier. The caliber of a 7th tier archmage that in a one-on-one confrontation, a 7th tier mage could not possibly triumph over a dragon. Yet, she had been grievously injured by that cloaked figure in a single blow. Lin Long had always believed the opponent to be a 9th tier mage, only to discover that Xiaoqing referred to him as a 9th tier knight. Indeed, he was a knight when he ambushed me. I did not sense any magical essence. Xiaoqing recounted the scene, seemingly comprehending Lin Long's confusion, and continued, once one reaches the Saint tier, the power disparity between warriors and mages is negligible. In a one-on-one duel, it is challenging to determine a victor between a knight and a grand mage. However, in terms of damage output, warriors can never rival mages. Right? A grand mage is essentially a 9th tier mage, also referred to as a holy mage. Lin Long realized this distinction, having previously been quite ignorant about such matters during his time in the small town. As the sky darkened, Lin Long abandoned any plans to hunt magical beasts, gathering some firewood to kindle a flame, illuminating the cave in an instant. Recently having advanced to the spirit integration realm, Lin Long felt invigorated and wide awake. He sought Xiaoqing's counsel regarding the common knowledge of this continent. Recognizing his own deficiencies in this regard, Xiaoqing, having lived for over 2 centuries, possessed a wealth of knowledge. The pair conversed deep into the night, eventually succumbing to sleep that on a crisp September morning. Lin Long awakened the slumbering Xiaoqing. The previous night, he had resolved to set his sights on hunting 5th tier magical beasts. With Xiaoqing's dragon might present, many magical beasts would be unable to unleash even half of their potential. Lin Long had noticed that numerous magical beasts had been intimidated by Xiaoqing's presence along the way. With some lower-tier beasts fainting outright, the 4th tier magical beasts could only obediently remain in place. While 5th tier beasts were not as compliant as their 4th tier counterparts, they would still tremble in fear. Why not target 6th tier magical beasts? Although their strength would be somewhat suppressed, it would not be by much. After all, Xiaoqing was merely at the 7th tier. If a 9th tier dragon were to arrive, 6th tier beasts would likely be no different from the lower tier ones. Moreover, Lin Long had not yet reached the Golden Core realm and wished to conserve his spiritual energy. Therefore, relying solely on Xiaoqing for hunting remained a more prudent choice at the 5th tier. Having consumed numerous magical beasts, Xiaoqing had restored her strength to the 6th tier, making the hunt for 5th tier beasts quite effortless. As autumn faded into winter, Lin Long and Xiaoqing had spent 3 months in the magical beast mountains, continuously hunting magical beasts. The fruits of their labor had only allowed Lin Long to advance to the 3rd layer of spirit integration. It was only now that he understood the soul contract with Xiaoqing had significantly slowed his advancement. Sensing Lin Long's discontent, Xiaoqing had been particularly diligent in recent days. Boss, don't be disheartened. Once I recover to the 7th tier, I will take you on a grand venture, ensuring your immediate breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Perceiving Xiaoqing's deliberate efforts, Lin Long gently replied, Xiaoqing, in truth, my cultivation level is not of utmost importance to me. That I am merely concerned about my mother's health. That I have never regretted forging this soul contract with you. As you can see, you have been the one exerting yourself these past few days. What more could I wish for? Xiaoqing felt a swell of emotion upon hearing this. Lin Long continued, you just mentioned that once you recover to the 7th tier, you wish to undertake a significant endeavor. Xiaoqing nodded. Boss, do you know why I am here in the magical beast mountains? Lin Long playfully tapped Xiaoqing's head. No more riddles. Xiaoqing chuckled. I inadvertently discovered an injured 9th tier devourer serpent. If I consume it, I might have the opportunity to break through to the 8th tier, a 9th tier devourer serpent. Lin Long's eyes gleamed. Indeed, the moment I discovered it, I acted, but alas, it escaped. Although it was gravely wounded and had fallen from the Saint tier, it still possessed nearly 8th tier strength. I suspect the commotion attracted attention, which is why so many have come seeking me. Can we still find it? Lin Long inquired. I know its general location, but I will need to search the vicinity for specifics. However, every 9th tier magical beast has its territory, and given my current strength, I dare not venture into another 9th tier's domain. Lest I be consumed without recourse, IT is certain that it remains hidden within its own territory. Xiaoqing confidently analyzed. Very well. Let us hasten our pace. Otherwise, if it recovers to the 9th tier, we will be left with no choice but to flee. Lin Long decided to join Xiaoqing in the hunt for magical beasts, swiftly aiding her recovery to the 7th tier to avoid unnecessary delays. The magical beast mountains spanned a vast expanse of 100,000 miles, with each 9th tier magical beast ruling over a territory of 1,000 miles. There were nearly 100 9th tier magical beasts in this region, each immensely powerful and formidable. A month later, Lin Long and Xiaoqing arrived at the territory of the Devourer's Serpent. Boss, look! Up ahead is where I battled IT. IT fled westward, and I followed its trail. But it ultimately escaped. Xiaoqing pointed out the terrain, recounting the events of that day. Let's first follow the path it took to see where you lost track of it, Lin Long calmly suggested. Xiaoqing led the way, opting not to fly. Although they were in the serpent's territory, soaring through the air could invite other 9th tier beasts, leaving them with little recourse. While 9th tier magical beasts had developed some intellect, they were unconcerned about the retribution from dragonkind. Consuming dragon blood could significantly enhance their lineage, so caution was prudent. After a short while, the duo arrived at the location where Xiaoqing had lost the trail. Lin Long closed his eyes, quietly attuning to his surroundings. After a moment, he opened his eyes. What did you discover, boss? Xiaoqing eagerly inquired. Lin Long smiled. No wonder you lost track. Beneath this land lie over a dozen tunnels leading to various locations. 10 miles away, the tunnel forks into numerous other passages. These interconnected tunnels resemble an underground palace, exceedingly intricate. It must have been a meticulously planned escape route by the Devourer's Serpent. Can we still find it? Xiaoqing asked, somewhat disheartened. If they failed to hunt this serpent, Lin Long might not return to the Golden Core realm anytime soon. Sensing Xiaoqing's disappointment, Lin Long laughed heartily. Fear not, in the art of tracking. I have never met my match. Really? Xiaoqing's gloom lifted as excitement gleamed in her eyes. Lin Long wasted no time, instructing, let some of your blood flow, boss. Can't we use your blood instead? Xiaoqing questioned, though her body was already in motion, her claws drawing blood from her skin, and why blood will suffice, but it will be quite painful. Lin Long enveloped Xiaoqing's blood with spiritual energy, preventing it from dripping to the ground. But boss, I'm in pain too. Xiaoqing protested that aren't you supposed to recover quickly? Lin Long focused intently on manipulating the blood before him. Our recovery rates are the same now. Xiaoqing retorted, why apologies, I lost track of that. I'll be more mindful next time. Before long, the blood within the spiritual energy began to undergo a transformation. It split into numerous portions, each morphing into a small red ant. Lin Long directed them to the ground, and in no time, the multitude of ants marched forth from over a dozen tunnels. Xiaoqing watched the crimson ants with curiosity. We shall wait patiently. After Lin Long finished speaking, he directly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Observing the leader's actions, Xiaoqing, though perplexed, could only remain quietly by his side. Time passed slowly, each moment ticking away. Every blood-red ant acted as a scout, diligently probing for enemy information. Despite their small size, they were not slow. While there were many burrows, the blood-red ants were even more numerous. Suddenly, one blood-red ant halted, its almost invisible eyes fixated on a colossal creature before it. Ahead, a gigantic serpent lay coiled at the entrance of a cave, its immense head protruding, while the rest of its body remained hidden within, obscuring its full form. The serpent's body was at least as thick as 4 or 5 water tanks, and its crimson eyes sent shivers down one's spine. That moment, it flicked its tongue, staring ominously at the approaching blood-red ant. A strange glint flickered in its eyes, unable to comprehend why such a common little creature emanated a hint of spiritual energy. Found it. Let us go. Lin Long opened his eyes, forming intricate hand seals. Xiaoqing, shrink your body and lie on me. Earth escape technique. Xiaoqing transformed into a miniature dragon, no more than 20 or 30 centimeters long. Tightly clutching Lin Long, navigating through a series of tunnels, they descended until they reached the entrance where the devouring sky demon python resided. IT really is it? Boss, Xiaoqing exclaimed, excitement barely contained in a hushed tone. Wary of being discovered by the demon python. What should we do now? We are underground, and it holds the advantage of terrain. This could be troublesome. Xiao Qing felt the situation was quite precarious. With numerous tunnels below, the opponent could easily escape if it couldn't be defeated, and Xiao Qing could hardly stop it. Lin Long's eyes shimmered. It seemed this time you'd have to invest heavily. He bit his finger, letting droplets of blood flow forth. Just as he prepared to draw a blood talisman in the air, the wound healed before he could even raise his AR-M. It seems that sometimes an overly strong recovery ability is not a blessing. Lin Long glanced at Xiao Qing. Noticing the leader's resentful gaze, Xiao Qing reluctantly drew more blood with her sharp claws. Lin Long smiled with satisfaction, dipped his right middle finger into Xiao Qing's dragon blood, and swiftly traced 12 divine symbols in the air. Heaven and earth, the laws of 9 chapters, with my gold as the ink, let 10,000 demons be concealed. Xiao Qing watched as Lin Long gestured in the air, seemingly interacting with the atmosphere, momentarily baffled. Boss, what are you doing? With the 12 blood symbols in place, Lin Long brought his fingers together, and strands of golden light danced into the air. Attack! Lin Long commanded, and the golden light transformed into numerous small golden swords, launching simultaneously toward the demon python's eyes. Hearing the command, Xiao Qing understood instantly, thanks to their soul bond. With a mighty roar, she unleashed a torrent of fire elements, invoking a 7th-tier spell, True Red Flame God. Unlike the indiscriminate strikes from days past, this time the target was the demon python, and a massive pillar of fire erupted from Xiao Qing's mouth, the intense heat radiating a palpable sense of scorching air. The moment the fire pillar appeared, the devouring sky demon python reacted swiftly, opening its gigantic mouth to emit a piercing sound that reverberated through the underground realm, causing the golden swords to plummet. Xiao Qing, hearing the noise, momentarily faltered, causing the massive fire pillar to veer slightly. In that fleeting moment, the demon python vanished from the cave entrance. The IT escaped again. Boss, Xiao Qing scanned the surroundings, but the python was nowhere to be seen. Lin Long shook his head. This area is sealed by my 12 blood symbols. If it attempts to flee, we will sense it. Be cautious. It lurks in the shadows. Xiao Qing's large eyes darted around, having regained her true form, which allowed her to unleash her full power. That I will see where you can hide. Lin Long focused his mind, summoning the previous blood-red ants, which hurriedly rushed toward their location. Soon, they began exploring every burrow. Found it, Lin Long signaled to Xiao Qing. Understanding his intent, she lifted her dragon head and roared, 7th-tier magic, ultimate frost kill. A storm of snowflakes appeared in the air, swirling but not falling, gradually transforming into countless frost blades that rained down upon Lin Long's indicated target. The explosive sounds of boom, boom, boom resonated violently as innumerable frost blades, accompanied by howling winds, turned the area into a realm of ice and snow. The explosions continued for a considerable time, leaving the ground in ruins, with one cave entrance particularly devastated. The entrance, a giant serpent's head, glared coldly at the sky above where Xiao Qing hovered, its massive tongue flicking out. The demon python was now bloodied and appeared utterly wretched, its enormous form fully exposed to the air. Lin Long observed, noting its impressive size, nearly 100 meters long, and pondered how long it had survived in such a state. The python's eyes glinted with malice and greed. Lin Long gazed intently at the demon python for a long while. Xiao Qing, something feels amiss. Be extra cautious. What is it, boss? Xiao Qing asked, looking down at the python, but failing to sense anything unusual. Remember, you mentioned that it was not your opponent before it. It fled upon seeing you. Yet now it seems unwilling to retreat. Why blood symbols have not activated even once. Therefore, I suspect it has regained some strength. It is not fleeing because it intends to devour you, Lin Long analyzed. Xiao Qing grasped the implication but understood that now was not the time for lengthy contemplation. They had to eliminate the opponent today. Otherwise, if the demon python recovered to the saint level, they would have no chance left. Lin Long was also aware of this. Just as he was about to take action, the devouring sky demon python struck first, its enormous body leaping from the ground, a sight that would overshadow the sky if witnessed outside. Even in this confined space, Its might was awe-inspiring. The massive serpent swiftly coiled around Xiaoqing in midair, trapping her tightly, rendering her unable to escape. The python's cavernous mouth was aimed squarely at Xiaoqing, its fangs glinting ominously. Seeing no immediate way to break free, Xiaoqing steeled her resolve, gathering her seventh-tier magic once more. Countless fireballs erupted from her mouth in a frenzied assault. While each fireball was relatively small, their sheer number was nearly limitless. Quantity could transform into quality, and their power was not to be underestimated. However, Xiaoqing had underestimated the demon python's determination. Instead of evading the onslaught of fireballs, the devouring sky demon python accelerated its speed, choosing to absorb the damage to consume Xiaoqing. It was well aware that as a dragon, her blood could significantly enhance the evolution of magical beasts. If the python succeeded in swallowing her, it would not only regain its peak strength, but might even advance further as the massive head of the python broke through the flames. It was riddled with wounds, yet it was clear it had won the gamble. Seeing the enemy break through the flames, Xiaoqing felt a surge of panic. The demon python, observing her distress, appeared to smirk in a grotesque, anthropomorphic manner, opening its gaping maw wide to swallow her whole. "Shrink now," Lin Long yelled, revealing himself and commanding Xiaoqing. Instantly, countless golden swords converged, transforming into a colossal golden sword, hovering in mid-air. Hearing the leader's command, Xiaoqing swiftly complied, shrinking her body and freeing herself from the python's coils. The python, realizing that its intended prey had vanished, became infuriated, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Long's stop. The sound of rushing air filled the space as the python's massive tail swept toward Lin Long. "Oomph! Just as I was struggling to find your weak spot, you come right to me." Lin Long's heart chilled. The golden giant sword moved faster than the serpent's tail, plunging directly into the python's vital point. In an instant, the demon python felt a searing pain that tore through its very being, its enormous body thrashing wildly. Although Lin Long's golden sword did not pierce its defenses to reach its heart, the intense agony was enough to send the python into a frenzy that it thrashed about uncontrollably, venting its rage. Boom! 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 The ground above, weakened by Xiaoqing's earlier magic, collapsed under the python's assault, revealing an expanse of underground tunnels. If someone were to observe from a distance, they would notice a 300-mile area sinking, exposing the subterranean caverns below. This moment, Xiaoqing, now shrunken, flew to Lin Long's side, watching the still writhing demon python. She gazed at him with admiration. "Boss, what did you do to it?" As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. Remember this when encountering serpentine magical beasts in the future. The 7 inches is where their heart lies. Attacking this spot yields remarkable results. Lin Long was instructing Xiaoqing. "Thanks to the timely reminder from a boss, otherwise I would have been swallowed whole," Xiaoqing said with lingering fear. All things in nature come in varying sizes. Sometimes the largest can be frightened by the smallest, just like that cow, unable to deal with the mosquitoes on its back. The mosquitoes are tiny, yet they can come and go freely in the presence of the enormous cow. In future battles, be more agile. The ability to manipulate sizes at will is a coveted skill for any cultivator. There are many subtleties for you to comprehend on your own. Xiaoqing nodded. Feeling enlightened, "Boss, it's trying to escape." Xiaoqing squinted, seeing that the demonic python had ceased its frantic attacks, and its enormous eyes were clearly showing signs of retreat. With a whoosh, the massive serpent plunged into the earth. Attempting to flee? Don't worry. With 12 blood talismans in play, it cannot escape. The blood talismans bear your essence. Quietly contemplate while we lie in wait. Lin Long remained calm as he watched the vanishing demonic python. Moments later, the python collided with one of the blood talismans, creating ripples that, in an instant, Lin Long and Xiaoqing vanished, only to reappear, staring eye to eye with the demonic python. The python's eyes were wide with terror. Before Lin Long could react, it immediately changed direction to flee. When Lin Long and Xiaoqing appeared before the python once more, it realized it could not escape today. The python glared fiercely, letting out a roar, for it had once been a wholly ranked beast. Even with no path to safety, it would not surrender easily. Oh, you see that golden mark? That is its vital point. Lin Long pointed to the imprint left by the golden greatsword, instructing Shaoqing to attack there. The battle raged on for quite some time. Although the demonic python was no longer at the holy rank, it was still immensely powerful. Shaoqing exerted all its strength, while Lin Long provided support. When the demonic python's eyes dimmed and its heart ceased beating, the battle finally came to an end. Lin Long supported the nearly collapsing Shaoqing, his expression slightly anxious. "Are you all right?" Shaoqing's voice was weak. Yet one could sense its joy. "I'm fine, boss. Just a bit exhausted. Once we finish this demonic python, I'll be all right." Seeing Shaoqing unharmed, Lin Long allowed it to rest for a moment before leaping in front of the python, the golden greatsword reappearing to slice the creature into a dozen pieces. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Long noted that even the deceased python had remarkable defenses. He stored the segments of the python's body in his spatial ring. Fortunately, the high-grade spatial ring had ample capacity. Otherwise, the lower-grade ring from Carlo would not have accommodated such a large demonic python. After securing the python, Lin Long returned to where Shaoqing was resting, helping it up and preparing to find a safe place. After all, this was a 9th-tier area, not suitable for prolonged stays. Lin Long supported Shaoqing, intending to return to the previous cave. However, after walking a short distance, he halted, fully alert. "Are you planning to follow us indefinitely?" Lin Long spoke calmly. "Cough, cough. I didn't expect you to be so young yet so perceptive." A hoarse voice came from not far ahead. Lin Long narrowed his eyes as an old man in a gray robe approached, accompanied by a golden-haired youth. "Let us assess the situation, and if it looks dire, we will flee with all our might." Lin Long communicated telepathically to Shaoqing that he sensed a formidable killing intent emanating from the old man. The old man's oppressive aura felt almost tangible, his gaze fixed on Lin Long as though he were merely looking at a corpse. Facing this unfamiliar elder, Lin Long clasped his fists and spoke. "Senior, what guidance do you have?" "To kill you," the old man replied succinctly. "What have I done to offend you, Senior?" Lin Long was perplexed. He did not understand why the old man sought his life. Was it due to the recently felled demonic python? The more Lin Long pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The old man must have seen him collect the python and now intended to kill him for the treasure. "Senior, to seek to kill for treasure is beneath your dignity." Lin Long hoped the old man would feel too proud to act. To kill for treasure." The elder's eyes glinted with malice, his laughter tinged with rage. "You still have the audacity to speak of killing for treasure. I've been pursuing that severely injured demonic python for ages, only to have it snatched away by you. Do you not deserve death?" Lin Long's expression turned awkward, yet in matters of this nature, there was no right or wrong. Whoever seized the opportunity first would claim it. Surrender was out of the question. However, the old man was undoubtedly powerful. Otherwise, he would not dare to hunt the python alone, even in its weakened state. Just then, Shaoqing was at its most vulnerable. Lin Long considered his options and spoke. "I implore you, Senior, to be lenient. I shall remember this favor and will surely repay you in the future." Lin Long adopted a lowly demeanor. The old man's strength was unfathomable, and at his current level, he could not hope to compete. The elder smirked. "You speak beautifully, child. Very well. Leave the giant dragon by your side, and you may go." Lin Long's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Who was this person to demand Shaoqing's surrender? As a member of the dragon clan, no human dared to provoke it. Lin Long's complexion grew troubled. "Senior, it is a prodigy of the dragon clan. Should anyone harm it, the dragon clan will stop at nothing." The old man waved dismissively. "Others fear the dragon clan, but I do not. In fact, I was just lamenting my inability to find them." The old man's tone was arrogant. He clearly held the dragon clan in contempt. Shaoqing roared in anger. It was the first time it had heard a human dare to belittle the dragon clan. Lin Long's face darkened, his voice icy. "What if I refuse to hand it over?" "Then we shall die together." The elder's eyes were chilling. "I am truly giving you face. Come, let me see what abilities you possess." Lin Long cursed, realizing that since the old man had no intention of letting them go, he would not continue to grovel. He would let loose his frustrations. The old man's lips quivered rapidly. "Fallen souls from the endless abyss, heed my call, descend upon this world, and devour all. Arise, spirits. A sinister, eerie power surged through the area as a colossal magic circle formed beneath the old man's feet. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of bubbling water echoed from the magic circle as more than a dozen skeletal figures emerged. The hollow eyes of the skeletons flickered with faint sparks of life. Be careful. This is necromancy. Shao Qing, no longer leaning on Lin Long, stood firm, ready for battle. Necromancy, you say? It resembles those ghostly entities. Lin Long gestured for Shao Qing to hold back, needing to ascertain the situation first. The skeletal figures, comparable to fifth-level warriors, charged at Lin Long in an instant. With one hand raised, he silently chanted, "Thunder!" A flash of lightning erupted from Lin Long's palm, transforming his palm into a fist. He thrust forward, and the lightning cascaded forth, obliterating the skeletal figures before they could close the distance. The fallen skeletons had their sparks of life extinguished in an instant. The old man observed the lightning in Lin Long's hand with a hint of trepidation. Why must it be lightning? A white bone magic staff suddenly appeared in the old man's hand. Let the spirits descend again. The staff's tip glowed brightly, and the magic circle reformed, summoning dozens more skeletal figures. The newly emerged skeletons were significantly larger than the previous ones, and their sparks of life shone much brighter. Shao Qing was eager to unleash its dragon language magic, but was interrupted by Lin Long. Shao Qing, let me handle this. Boss, I'm fine, but there are too many of them. No worries, just watch from the sidelines. Dealing with these ghostly entities is my forte. After all, what Daoist wouldn't he know how to exorcise ghosts? Lin Long felt at ease. Having struck earlier, he realized that despite the old man's strength, he was fundamentally outmatched in techniques. Looking at the dozens of skeletal figures, Lin Long raised 2 fingers of his right hand. Channeling his spiritual energy, boom! The sky darkened with clouds, and thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens. Lin Long took the initiative, muttering incantations under his breath, and with a flick of his right hand, dozens of lightning bolts struck the skeletal figures in the magic circle with precision. Boom! The skeletal figures had yet to act before being reduced to ashes. Boss is magnificent. Shao Qing cheered joyfully from his side. As if it had eyebrows to raise, the old man fell silent. Realizing he was in dire straits, he had unexpectedly encountered the very lightning mage he most feared, and one of considerable skill at that. He mistook Lin Long for a lightning mage. He could only try once more. And if that failed, he would have to concede for the time being. The elder sighed in resignation, the tip of his staff illuminated with brilliance. 3 7th-level undead appeared, formidable enough to rival 3 Earth Knights. The 7th-level undead were vastly different in size from the previous 2 batches, their life flames bright and resplendent. Observing the adversary's approach, Lin Long did not hesitate, unleashing 3 noticeably thicker bolts of lightning that struck the 3 7th-level undead with precision. However, this time, the 3 undead did not perish instantly. Instead, they withstood the blows, albeit with their fiery eyes dimmed. Ha! It seems your lightning is not omnipotent. The elder laughed heartily. Fool, who said my lightning consists of just 3 strikes. Lin Long retorted with a hint of mockery. As another trio of lightning bolts descended from the air, the elder's laughter abruptly ceased. Ignoring the elder's expression, Lin Long noted that the 3 bolts had yet to vanquish the 7th-level undead. Channeling more spiritual energy, he unleashed 9 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a bowl, tearing through the heavens with divine might, striking down upon the 3 7th-level undead. A thunderous boom resounded, a blinding light enveloping the 3 gigantic undead. Moments later, as the dazzling light faded, the 3 7th-level undead collapsed. Elder, shall we continue? Lin Long smirked, a hint of disdain evident in his voice. Humph, boy, I will remember you. The elder, realizing the 3 7th-level undead were no match, having not even grazed Lin Long's clothing, shot him a venomous glare before turning to leave. Lin Long chose not to pursue, for his ascension to the Golden Core realm was paramount. Moreover, he was uncertain if the elder had any hidden cards. If he were to summon 3 8th-level undead, even with a counter-strategy, Lin Long could not guarantee victory. Let's find a safe place. Shao Qing leaned against Lin Long once more. That where we find just now. Lin Long cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qing. The situation was urgent, and I was still quite weak. Xiao Qing replied helplessly. Next time, don't overexert yourself. Lin Long supported Xiao Qing as they made their way towards the lower level area. Damn it! Damn it! The golden-haired youth beside the elder was seething with rage. He is a lightning mage, inherently countering the undead, rasped the elder. Once I possess a holy level undead, I shall kill you, no matter who you are. The golden-haired youth spoke to himself, regaining his composure. Once I possess a holy level undead, I shall kill you, no matter who you are. The elder rasped again. Lin Long and Xiao Qing returned to the cave they had occupied earlier. Inside the cave, Lin Long finally felt at ease, no longer burdened with anxiety. They cautiously traversed through the 9th and 8th level areas with the corpse of the magical python in tow, with treasures in hand. Fearing discovery, Lin Long found himself nostalgic for such a feeling. Upon returning to the cave, Xiao Qing gazed at Lin Long with fiery eyes, prompting Lin Long to shake his head and chuckle. Look at you, so eager. Here. Lin Long retrieved a segment of the magical python's body from his spatial ring. The skin had already been removed, and Lin Long, no longer naive, understood its worth. This segment was nearly 10 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide. Thankfully, Xiao Qing could adjust her size at will, her mouth enlarging to swallow it whole. Xiao Qing, protect me. Xiao Qing, aware of her master's intent, nodded vigorously. Lin Long settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes tightly. He formed hand seals, releasing wisps of spiritual energy that flowed from his soul. Lin Long activated his cultivation method. Streams of spiritual liquid gradually coalesced. After Xiao Qing digested one segment of the magical python, she immediately began on another. Lin Long's aura intensified, merging through the 3rd, 5th, and 9th stages, when 9 streams of spiritual liquid circulated simultaneously within Lin Long's body. They merged into one, gathering in his dantian. Lin Long's essence, spirit, and energy harmonized, compressing the singular stream of spiritual liquid. Boom! In a realm inaudible to others, Lin Long felt thunderous roars within him as a golden, radiant orb began to take form. It worked. Lin Long opened his eyes, a gentle smile adorning his face. Xiao Qing scrutinized Lin Long carefully, sensing a golden brilliance emanating from his eyes. Uncertain if it was an illusion, she perceived a luminous moon within her master's gaze, radiating magnificence. At that moment, she struggled to articulate her feelings towards Lin Long, as if his demeanor had become ethereal, each movement imbued with an ineffable grace. Lin Long rose, his spirits soaring, finally having returned to the golden core realm. Free from the constraints of insufficient spiritual energy, observing her master's elevation, Xiao Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. What is it? Lin Long immediately sensed something amiss with Xiao Qing's mood that I couldn't break through to the 8th level. Xiao Qing's voice was despondent. Our dragon kin advanced too slowly. If only I could progress like you. Lin Long reassured her. I thought it was a trivial matter. Xiao Qing, bear in mind that in the realm of cultivation, rapid advancement is not always advantageous. That I have experienced this in my past life. So in this one, I needn't linger to comprehend. Cultivation is about natural progression. Not breaking through to the 8th level is nothing to fret over. Hearing Lin Long's encouragement, Xiao Qing regained her composure. Lin Long affectionately patted Xiao Qing. By the way, master, we haven't consumed the magical python's head yet. Xiao Qing suddenly interjected. Lin Long shook his head and chuckled. I heard Lei Lun mention that the heads of serpents are treasures in themselves. Whether it be their teeth or eyes, they hold great value. Not to mention, this is the head of a 9th level magical python. Let us descend the mountain. Exiting the cave, Xiao Qing enlarged slightly, gesturing for Lin Long to mount. Lin Long, brimming with joy, shook his head, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky. Taking a deep breath, he reveled in the scent of the open air. Looking down at Xiao Qing, he laughed. This time, I'll take the lead. Xiao Qing flew alongside Lin Long, marveling, can one fly at the Golden Core realm? With a twinkle in her eye, Xiao Qing shrank down, clinging to Lin Long. Then this time, take me with you. Lin Long laughed heartily. Then let us go. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Long vanished from sight. feeling the gentle breeze brush past him. Lin Long wore a contented expression. "Master, your speed is not even half of mine." Xiaoqing noticed Lin Long's pace was somewhat slow, yet she felt a surge of happiness, finally finding something she could surpass her master in. Noting the expression of Xiaoqing's small thoughts written on her face, Lin Long chose not to address it, instead playing along. "Indeed, I cannot match your speed. Our Taoist wind riding technique does not specialize in swiftness." Xiaoqing chuckled proudly, reveling in her triumph. Lin Long watched Xiaoqing's silly smile, refraining from revealing the truth. While the Taoist wind riding technique may not excel in speed, he never claimed that riding clouds was slow. "Where are we headed, master?" After a moment of playful banter, Xiaoqing realized she could no longer tease Lin Long. What if his pride was wounded? She swiftly changed the subject. "Before Lei Luan and I ascended the mountain, we encountered a band of thieves, unable to deal with them then. Now, we shall pay them a visit and help Lei Luan complete his task." Lin Long scanned the surroundings, pinpointing a location before soaring towards it. Moments later, gazing at the now abandoned lair of the flying bandits, Lin Long felt a tinge of helplessness, truly like rats, always relocating. Turning to Xiaoqing, he sheepishly said, "Xiaoqing, draw some blood." Xiaoqing quickly shook her head. "No, master, you can't trick me. You can use your own blood." This time, Xiaoqing was resolute in not falling for Lin Long's ploy. Lin Long, seeing her determination, sighed in defeat, pricking his finger to squeeze out a drop of blood, which transformed into a butterfly. The blood butterfly fluttered around the empty lair before soaring off in a certain direction. Lin Long closely followed the crimson butterfly. Soon, the blood butterfly led him to a cluster of buildings nestled against the mountainside. Confirming they had arrived, Lin Long landed, striding confidently towards the structures. "Halt! Who goes there?" A voice rang out, though its owner remained unseen. Yet Lin Long knew the speaker was hiding behind the trees. 37911. The path begins from the horizon. As soon as Lin Long finished speaking, dozens of arrows shot towards him from the air. Lin Long shook his head and chuckled. Indeed, luck was not on his side. The words spoken by the guiding man during his initial visit echoed in the air, and Lin Long recalled his statement that the secret code would change daily. Nevertheless, Lin Long decided to give it a try, and the outcome was evident. "Xiaoqing," Lin Long called out. Xiaoqing, understanding his intent, nodded in agreement and let out a fierce roar. Roar. The sound reverberated through the mountains, causing dozens of arrows to plummet to the ground in an instant. Unperturbed, Lin Long addressed the trees. "An old friend has arrived." "Is this how you welcome guests?" From behind the tree, Lao Lu felt speechless. Why is this calamity here again? Stepping out from behind the tree, Lao Lu, with a wary expression, said, "We have no quarrel with you. Why have you come again?" "I have urgent matters to discuss with your leader. Please lead the way," Lin Long replied. Casting a glance at the multitude of arrows aimed at him, he added, "Are you certain you want to point those bows at me?" Lao Lu observed Lin Long's calm demeanor and then glanced at the unknown creature beside him. He gestured for his subordinates to lower their bows, having witnessed how a mere roar from that creature had sent dozens of arrows crashing to the ground. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." Lin Long had taken a few steps forward and noticed Lao Lu still in a daze, prompting him to hurry up. Sigh. Lao Lu exhaled deeply and led Lin Long onward. Ku Fei, watching the scene with disbelief, exchanged glances with Lao Lu, silently questioning why he had brought Lin Long along. "It's not my doing. He came on his own," Lao Lu silently replied to his leader with a glance. At that moment, the second-in-command was also present, scrutinizing Xiaoqing with a penetrating gaze that Fei forced a smile. "Young brother, what brings you here this time?" "Whatever I can do, I shall not hesitate," standing elevated above Lin Long. He was secretly preparing his magical arrows. Lin Long smiled slightly. "I am primarily here to assist my brother in completing a task, and I hope that Chief Ku Fei can facilitate this for me." Noticing the politeness in Lin Long's tone, Ku Fei responded with a hearty laugh. "I am curious about this task of yours. How may I assist you?" After a brief pause, Lin Long continued, "Yes. The task involves the eradication of the Flying Thieves Guild." His smile remained unwavering. Fei's expression darkened. "How impolite. I have lowered my stance significantly, yet you demand the destruction of my guild. Young brother, This jest is far from amusing. Lin Long waved his hand dismissively. Do not rush. I offer you 3 choices. He raised 3 fingers. First, you surrender and go directly to Waterfall City to turn yourselves in. One of Ku Erfei's subordinates could no longer contain himself, shouting, Boss, why bother with him? Just kill him. Ignoring the threat, Lin Long continued. The second choice is that I defeat you into submission and escort you to Waterfall City to confess. You seek death, someone yelled, unable to restrain themselves. Vowing to kill Lin Long, Ku Erfei raised his hand to silence his men, his expression fierce as he inquired, I wish to hear the third choice. Undeterred by the palpable hostility, Lin Long spoke slowly. The third option is for me to eliminate all of you, taking your heads to complete my task. Personally, I would prefer you choose the third option. It would save me some trouble. With that, Lin Long fell silent, awaiting their decision. Meanwhile, the majority of Ku Erfei's men clamor for Lin Long's death, while Ku Erfei and the second-in-command remained silent, uncertain whether Lin Long was merely bluffing or truly capable of vanquishing them all single-handedly. After a long pause, the second-in-command finally spoke, Why must we turn ourselves in? Wouldn't it be simpler for you to just kill us? Ku Erfei's gaze remained fixed on Lin Long, attempting to discern the truth behind his bravado. Lin Long pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. The primary reason is that I am not one to kill indiscriminately. Life is precious. To slay without cause would be unwise. However, if we were to surrender, the Empire would not spare us either. Death is inevitable. Choose between dying now or being executed by the Empire. The decision is yours. That I am not your parent. You should have anticipated such a day when you committed your misdeeds. Lin Long shrugged. I will give you 10 moments to consider. 10. What now? Ku Erfei whispered to the second-in-command. The second-in-command narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. 9. Boss, let us fight. What's the worst that could happen? A subordinate shouted. 8. Yes, boss, it's just death. The chorus of voices rose among the men. 1. Lin Long's patience wore thin. Shao Qing, breathe fire, roar. Shao Qing soared into the sky, her form expanding to colossal proportions, casting a shadow over the land. Wait. The second-in-command called out in haste. Gazing at the dragon in the sky, he recognized it as a member of the dragon clan that had recently appeared in the Beast Mountain range. He had initially believed that their magical arrows could rival Lin Long, but now, faced with the ferocious dragon, despair filled his heart that it's too late. Lin Long ascended into the air, seating himself upon Shao Qing. 7th-tier magic, fire god descends. Countless massive fireballs manifested in the sky, turning it a brilliant crimson, beautiful yet ominous. Each flame heralded doom for the Thieves' Guild. That I surrender. The members of the Thieves' Guild, who had just boasted about dying bravely, now cried out in desperation, discarding their weapons and kneeling on the ground. Ku Erfei's face drained of color. He had never anticipated that Lin Long would arrive with a dragon. He staggered forward, unsteady on his feet. Young brother, I will give you my life. Take my head, but spare my brothers. After my death, the Flying Thieves Guild will disband. What do you say? Ku Erfei spoke dramatically, his voice laden with sorrow for the life he was about to relinquish. Yet he stood alone in his resolve. Boss, no. We can fight, some of the kneeling men exclaimed, their faces filled with rage as they gazed at Lin Long and Shao Qing. Lay down your weapons. It is enough for me to die. Ku Erfei shouted at his subordinates. No. If he wants to kill the boss, he must first step over my dead body, cried several loyal subordinates. Lin Long observed this spectacle from the sky, as if watching a play. Before speaking, Ku Erfei, I accept your terms. As long as you die, I will not harm them today. The area fell silent, as those who had just vowed to fight to the death turned to look at their leader. Ku Erfei's expression soured. He had merely spoken in jest, never intending to sacrifice himself for his subordinates. He only wished to buy time for a potential escape. Now, however, Lin Long had taken him seriously, and he felt a surge of panic. What? Are you reluctant? Then do not blame me. Lin Long's tone was taunting as he signaled to Shao Qing. In an instant, the flames in the sky descended ominously. Boss, if it comes to that, then just end it. The brothers will take care of the boss lady, one member suggested quietly. Yes, boss, we have no chance against the dragon. Not that we are unwilling to fight. We simply have no chance of winning. Please, save us, another pleaded. Boss, save us, just end it. The chorus of voices grew louder, as many were unwilling to forfeit their chance at survival. You all, Ku Erfei glared at his subordinates, filled with fury at their cowardice. You all deserve to die. He suddenly drew his sword and struck down one of his subordinates, severing a head. The very same person had suggested he sacrifice himself. Chaos erupted among the remaining members, some too frightened to confront the dragon, seeking to eliminate Ku Erfei for a chance at survival. Others understood that even with Ku Erfei's death, Lin Long would not spare them. Even though they understood in their hearts, they did not wish to become enemies of the dragon. They merely sought to escape amidst the chaos. Lin Long surveyed the tumultuous battlefield, feeling somewhat disheartened. After giving Shao Qing a signal to take action, he ceased to pay attention to the scene below. He bore no psychological burden regarding their deaths. From the moment he witnessed a group of them attacking a man and a woman, they had already been marked for demise on Lin Long's list. He had hoped to see them receive the punishment of the law, but they did not appreciate his intentions. Alas, it is difficult to be a good person. Lin Long sighed. That moment. The area below had turned into a sea of flames, with charred corpses, cracked earth, and blackened trees, each element brimming with the scent of death. The inferno did not last long, and Lin Long instructed Shao Qing to extinguish the flames. He searched among the numerous bodies and found the corpse of Ku Erfei. His brow slightly furrowing that it was no longer recognizable. How could he report the mission now? Lin Long retrieved a swan feather from his spatial ring, a gift from Rylan, and used one to long time no see. Lin Long, have you missed me? Not long after, a playful voice from Rylan emanated from the swan feather. What's wrong? You look so haggard. Lin Long had intended a jest, but upon seeing Rylan's worn expression, he couldn't help but feel concerned. Just a small matter. Why did you contact me today? Rylan refrained from elaborating on his own situation. Do you remember Ku Erfei, the leader of the Flying Thief Guild? What happened to him? Rylan was puzzled as to why Lin Long mentioned him. He is dead. Since I had some free time today, I decided to handle your mission as well. However, his appearance is now ghastly. Can you still report the mission? Lin Long directed the swan feather towards Ku Erfei's body, revealing the horrifying sight to Rylan. Thank you. I'll go submit the mission shortly. His disfigured state is of no concern. Our Dawn Guild has its means to ascertain the authenticity of mission completion. You need not worry about that. Rylan expressed his gratitude, yet his tone carried no hint of joy. Speak to me honestly. What is truly going on? Lin Long, displeased by Rylan's reluctance to share, spoke sternly. It's nothing. Rylan began, but upon meeting Lin Long's solemn gaze, he hesitated. After a moment, he finally confessed. There has indeed been an issue at home, but telling you wouldn't change anything, so there is no need for you to worry. Lin Long remained silent, merely gazing steadily at Rylan. I concede. Since you wish to know, I shall explain. Rylan surrendered to the pressure and continued. My family runs an auction house in Jechin City, and business has always been good. However, recently, another auction house has suddenly gained fame, siphoning off most of our clientele. Particularly now, I've heard they are hosting a grand auction, and my family is overwhelmed with preparations. Lin Long looked perplexed. Isn't an auction profitable based on commissions? How could they steal your business? Rylan explained. They maliciously lowered their fees, attracting many of our sellers away. If this continues, with no one coming to our auction house, it would be a fatal blow. What do you plan to do in retaliation? Are you considering lowering your fees as well? Lin Long inquired, frowning. It's a last resort. Many of our long-term sellers have already been drawn away. If we don't reduce our rates, we might not retain a single one. Rylan's tone was filled with resignation. Our family is preparing to co-host an auction with them. If we win, we gain much, but if we lose everything. Do you have confidence? Lin Long asked softly. The odds are less than 30%. Their sellers are quite mysterious and possess rare items, from the information released so far. Victory seems elusive. Rylan's expression was bittersweet. He had not slept well for a long time, constantly busy with preparations. The atmosphere fell silent. Tell me, if there were the body of a 9th-tier magical beast, would that ensure victory? Lin Long suddenly spoke. What did you say? Rylan blinked, uncertain. You heard correctly. A ninth-tier, sky-devouring serpent. Lin Long reiterated. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm coming right over, Rylan exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. It's about 50 miles southwest from the last location of the Flying Thief Guild. Great. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Before long, Lin Long felt ripples forming in the sky. ITS spatial magic. Xiao Qing remarked beside him. A massive magical array appeared in the sky not far away. Buzzing with energy, shadows began to materialize within the array, and Rylan, accompanied by a man around 50 years old, emerged. The man held Rylan under his arm, preventing him from falling. Lin Long. Rylan waved at Lin Long, though his predicament made it appear somewhat comical. Let us talk on the ground. Lin Long gestured for Rylan to disembark. It's been ages. I thought I'd never see you again. Rylan embraced Lin Long warmly. The man regarded the dragon beside Lin Long with a mixture of awe and respect. Allow me to introduce. This is my father, Kryber. Uncle Kryber. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Long greeted politely. I've heard Rylan mention you. He spoke of a dragon rider friend that I didn't believe it at first. But now I have no choice but to accept it. A prodigious talent indeed. If my son possessed even half of your skill, I will be satisfied. Kryber laughed heartily, his words exuding warmth, likely a result of years spent engaging with others. You flatter me, uncle. Now let us get down to business. Take a look at this. Lin Long, aware of their busy schedules, didn't want to waste any more time and handed the spatial ring containing the head and skin of the magical serpent to Rylan. Rylan scanned it with excitement, exclaiming, This is indeed ninth tier. Kryber took the ring, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Does this serpent's head contain a magical core? Kryber asked eagerly. A magical core. What is that? Lin Long inquired, puzzled, looking at Rylan. Magical beasts of 7th tier and above have a chance to possess a magical core within them, which is a concentrated essence of their magical power, highly valuable. If this 9th tier serpent also has a magical core, its worth would be immeasurable. Rylan explained to Lin Long. Lin Long retrieved the serpent's head from the spatial ring. Let us see if we can find out. Thud. The head of the serpent was surprisingly heavy. How do we check? Lin Long stared at the serpent's head for a long time without discernible results. Allow me. Kryber volunteered. He then leaped onto the serpent's head and began to probe inside the severed neck. Suddenly, Kryber's expression brightened as he pulled out a sphere the size of a human head. There truly is a magical core, Rylan exclaimed with delight. Kryber wiped the blood off the magical core, marveling at its size. Typically, a 7th tier magical core is about the size of a marble, while an 8th tier one is fist-sized. This 9th tier core is the size of a human head. Kryber held the magical core and asked Lin Long, Will this magical core be auctioned? Kryber gazed at Lin Long with anticipation. If this magical core were to be auctioned, their chances in the upcoming event would greatly improve. However, magical cores are quite valuable and are highly sought after by mages. Mages can use magical cores to rapidly replenish their magical power. It is no exaggeration to say that a magical core is akin to a second life for mages. Uncle, you should ask Rylan. He will make the decision. Lin Long replied nonchalantly. Lin Long? Rylan was at a loss for words. Enough with the formalities. Let us focus on overcoming this challenge first, with the presence of this 9th tier beast. Do you think victory is assured? Lin Long instructed Xiao Qing to gather the weapons and equipment of the thieves. He remembered that those magical arrows cost hundreds of gold coins each and could not be overlooked. Rylan shook his head, frowning. That I'd say we have a 50 to 60% chance, but I fear they might have some hidden treasures if the items they release are only what has been disclosed. We would have a 90% chance of winning. Lin Long sighed. Sigh. Do you have paper and pen? Rylan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Yes, yes. He quickly produced paper and a pen from his spatial ring and handed them to Lin Long, even massaging his shoulders and arms while Lin Long wrote. Get away from me. Lin Long snapped irritably. All right. Rylan complied, taking a step back. What is this beside them? Kleber appeared somewhat bewildered by the actions of the two. Rylan offered no explanation. Before long, 10 freshly minted Buddhist scriptures were placed into Rylan's hands. What are the odds this time? Undoubtedly, they are a perfect 10. Rylan's smile radiated with extraordinary brilliance. By the way, how is it that you possess such extensive knowledge of the techniques from other sects? Rylan was aware that Lin Long's Daoist techniques were not meant for dissemination. Yet, as he gazed at the 10 scriptures in his grasp, confusion etched across his face. Enough of this. Let us return home early, Lin Long urged, providing no further clarification. It is essential to acknowledge that such a wealth of knowledge regarding techniques from other sects was a spoils of war from his previous life during the Four Domains War. Lin Long was well-versed not only in Buddhist techniques, but also in those of the demon sect and the ghost path. Although he had not practiced them, he had perused them all, searching for any insights worth emulating. Noting Lin Long's reluctance to elucidate, Rylan refrained from pressing further. He stepped forward and enveloped Lin Long in a warm embrace, suggesting, "Why not stay at my home for a while? It is not far away." "Never mind. I am feeling homesick." A look of longing crossed Lin Long's face. Now that his identity issues had been resolved, he felt a twinge of nostalgia and declined Rylan's invitation. "Take care," Rylan said as he finished his preparations and approached his father, addressing Lin Long. "Yes, you too. Take care. Farewell, Uncle Kleber." Kleber nodded at Lin Long, then withdrew a scroll, which upon opening caused both to vanish within the magic circle. They employed a magical scroll? Lin Long had initially assumed Kleber was a mage, but it seemed he was rather an 8th level Sky Knight. The reason for not being a 9th level was that Lin Long had not sensed the same aura that emanated from the formidable K. Judging by the magical energy, it appeared to be a short-distance spatial teleportation scroll. Little Ching, sensing the residual magical elements in the air, responded. Lin Long nodded in understanding. Jiechen City, as the royal capital of the Jiechen Empire, boasted a thriving commercial landscape. On this day, all factions within Jiechen City received a piece of news. On the 28th of this month, the Thunderfire Auction House would auction 9th level materials along with a single celestial level technique, available to the highest bidder regardless of status. Upon the announcement, the entire city erupted in excitement. That it was known that a celestial level technique possessed unparalleled power. The streets buzzed with discussions. Many were eagerly anticipating the 28th. Determined to visit the Thunderfire Auction House, even if they could not secure a bid, they wished to behold a celestial level technique. Before the fervor of the crowd could subside, the Golden Jade Auction House released a competing announcement. Also on the 28th, they would auction dozens of 7th level magic cores and 5 8th level magic cores, in addition to 3 Earth level techniques, inviting all major factions to participate in the bidding. This news ignited a palpable tension among the various factions in Jiechen City, as both auction houses chose the same day to host their events, each offering items that captivated attention. However, based on the current information, the Thunderfire Auction House seemed to hold a slight edge, as 3 Earth-level techniques would typically be considered significant news, yet in comparison to Celestial-level techniques, they paled in comparison. The allure of 7th and 8th level magic cores was greater for mages, while 9th level materials attracted more interest from warriors. Nonetheless, mages remained a rare breed on this continent, with the majority being warriors. Thus, most individuals resolved to head toward the Thunderfire Auction House, a main street in Jiechen City, named Nanshan, stretched 30 li, connecting the royal palace's outer walls to the southern gate of the city. This street was a vital artery of Jiechen City, lined with towering buildings and bustling commerce. The land here was extremely valuable, with many shops boasting centuries of history and culture at this moment. Within the Golden Jade Auction House, a man dressed in a dark robe sat leisurely sipping tea in a private room alongside an elderly man with a grizzled beard. Lord Duolong. The opposing side has somehow acquired materials from 9th level magical beasts, as well as a celestial level technique that it appears they are quite determined to succeed this time. The man in the dark robe remarked through the window, casting a scornful glance at the Thunderfire Auction House, his face devoid of any sign of concern. The elderly man likewise glanced at the auction house across the street, calmly responding, "Let them revel in their excitement for a few days. We shall unveil our trump card the day before. They will soon realize that their promotional efforts over the past few days have merely served our interests." Indeed, a brilliant strategy, Lord Duolong. The man poured tea for the elderly gentleman, flattering him. The Thunderfire Auction House was vigorously promoting the upcoming auction, and Rylan listened to the discussions echoing through the streets. His expression relaxed. His father had already received numerous visits from various factions, all expressing their intent to attend on the 28th and requesting to reserve spot. Tomorrow was the 28th. It seemed the opposition had no hidden cards left. Rylan felt deeply grateful to Lin Long. Without his assistance, their family might have faced a significant downturn. Rylan, Kleber called out to him. "What is it, father?" Rylan approached Kleber and took a seat. The opposing side indeed had hidden cards, a staggering 100 magical scrolls, ranging from 3rd to 6th level. Quite an impressive display. Most of the factions that visited earlier had sent word that they could not make it due to unforeseen circumstances. Kleber said, smiling, showing no signs of tension. Furthermore, it was rumored that court mages had been invited by the opposing side, indicating that the Golden Jade auction house indeed had a mage backing them. "Shall we begin?" Rylan was not surprised to hear that a mage stood behind the opposition. He and his father had suspected as much. "Let us commence." I can already envision the regret on their faces. Kleber chuckled lightly. Rylan shared a subtle smile. "Heavens, it has been years since 9th-level magic cores have appeared. How many 9th-level magical beasts are there in the Beast Mountain range? Perhaps fewer than 100. Not only that, but it is also said that the Thunderfire auction house will auction 3 celestial-level techniques tomorrow. Your news is outdated. It has just been clearly announced that there are 5 celestial-level techniques along with several earth-level techniques. The crowd collectively gasped. Quickly ensure that Kleber reserved a spot. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have sent someone to cancel. 5 celestial-level techniques. I must secure at least one. Many had initially thought there would only be 1 celestial-level technique, which was exceedingly rare, thus deciding not to attend to their surprise. There were 5 in total, rekindling the hopes of many factions. Meanwhile, at the Golden Jade auction house, still in that private room, Lord Duolong, the opposing side has indeed acquired 9th-level magic cores and 5 celestial-level techniques. The man appeared anxious, pacing the room. The elderly man, as a previously calm demeanor, had vanished. He too had not anticipated the opposing side would procure such a wealth of treasures. "Send word to let it be known that we have 10 7th-level magical scrolls here. Additionally, let us auction that celestial-level technique as well. And do not forget to include that 8th-level armor in the announcement." After a long moment of contemplation, the elderly man finally spoke, "That I shall attend to it immediately." The man rushed off to make arrangements. However, he was uncertain if these treasures would truly attract attention. After all, the majority of humans were warriors, while mages were scarce. Yet he could not simply abandon hope. They had invested too much in this auction, and being overshadowed now would leave them with no place in Jiachen City in the future. He had no choice but to take desperate measures. As news spread from the Golden Jade auction house, people found themselves in a quandary: 7th-level scrolls, celestial-level techniques, 8th-level armor. The Golden Jade auction house had indeed put forth an impressive offering. Kleber observed the opposition stubbornly resisting. Grinning as he instructed his subordinates, "Unleash the trump card." On Nanshan Street, every short distance featured an individual clad in Thunderfire auction house attire, standing on the street. Most of these were hired hands, and the expense of employing them was considerable. These individuals received a message simultaneously, prompting them to begin shouting loudly. They repeated their call several times. What are they shouting over there? Did I hear something about a divine-level technique? Someone inquired of a companion nearby. I heard it too. It seems to be a divine-level technique. Let's go take a look. Another responded as the Thunderfire auction house announced that on the 28th at 10 o'clock, a divine-level technique would be auctioned, and once the time had passed, it would be too late. As the two approached, they indeed confirmed the auction of a divine-level technique. They exchanged glances and hurriedly made their way, swiftly disappearing into the bustling street. Not just the two of them, but upon hearing about the auction of a divine-level technique, the crowd erupted in excitement. What? Did I hear correctly? A divine tier cultivation technique. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Someone voiced their skepticism that it was rumored that decades ago, an equally divine tier technique was auctioned in the Tianyue Empire, fetching an exorbitant price. Reflecting on it now, it has been many years since a divine tier technique has appeared on the continent. The crowd buzzed with chatter, discussing the Leihua auction house in every corner of the streets. "Director, this is bad. The Leihua auction house is auctioning a divine tier cultivation technique." One of the two men, panting heavily, rushed to a certain individual and exclaimed loudly, as the head of the largest martial arts hall in the Jurchen Empire, Yak seldom displayed his emotions. Yet upon hearing about the divine tear technique, he leaped out of his chair in astonishment. Is it truly a divine tear technique? His disciple nodded gravely. Go, send someone to ensure that President Kleber reserves a spot for me. Yak commanded. Wait, prepare a gift. I shall go personally. I must not allow that fellow to obtain the divine tear technique. Yak felt uneasy and believed that it was best for him to attend in person. That be why the time he arrived at the Leihu auction house, the place was already packed to the brim. From a distance, he spotted his arch-rival, Kulin, who had also come as the head of the second martial arts hall. Kulin recognized this as a prime opportunity to surpass Yak. If he successfully acquired the divine tear technique, even if he did nothing further, the prestige of the first martial arts hall would belong to him. He could only imagine how many disciples would flock to him for the divine tear technique. The two men exchanged a cold glance from afar, each snorting disdainfully. Kleber was currently overwhelmed with activity, as various factions that had previously been reluctant to engage were now visiting him in droves. After much busyness, Kleber promised everyone that he would reserve a spot for them, leading them to finally relent. Once everyone was sent away, Kleber slowly sipped a cup of water. It had been a long time since he had seen the leaders of those powerful factions plead with him so earnestly. The thought of tomorrow's auction filled him with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Golden Jade auction house, a man dressed in black received the news as he languished in a chair, staring blankly at the ceiling of the private room. An elderly man beside him remained silent. How could there possibly be a divine tear technique? The man in black muttered repeatedly, Master, do you think the divine tear technique could be a fabrication, merely a gimmick from the other party? Upon this thought, the man in black sprang up in excitement. The elder, uncertain, replied, Logically, the Leihu auction house would not tarnish its own reputation. Perhaps they will claim that the appraiser made an error, and it is merely a heavenly tear technique. Yes, that must be it, the man declared loudly. Upon hearing this, the elder also began to waver. After all, while such incidents in auction houses were rare, they had occurred before. Yet he could not fathom that anyone would dare to declare a divine tear technique as false in such a significant setting. Tomorrow we shall see for ourselves, the man in black said ominously. With no further conversation, the following morning, as Lulin opened the door to his shop, he was met by a throng of people outside. For the sake of this auction, he and his father had been residing at the auction house for the past few days. The Leihu auction house was vast, comprising 6 floors and over 10 auction halls. The 6th floor was reserved for Kleber to entertain friends and was not open to the public. Besides the 6th floor, the 5th floor housed the largest and most luxurious auction hall. This auction would take place in the Tianzi Hall on the 5th floor, which boasted an impressive height of over 10 meters. With more than 20 private rooms suspended in the air, each allowing an unobstructed view of the auction proceedings. The Tianzi Hall required that buyers possess no less than 100,000 gold coins to enter, or they would be denied entry altogether. Welcome, Third Prince. Welcome, Dean Hain. Welcome, Director Yak. Welcome, Master Gu at the entrance. Staff members vocally introduced the esteemed guests, for these individuals were well-known figures in Jurchen City. Kleber earnestly reminded that no one should be treated with disrespect. Before the auction began, the Tianzi Hall was already filled to capacity, leaving latecomers to regret their tardiness. As time ticked by and the start of the auction was delayed, impatience grew among the attendees. President Kleber, how long must this prince wait? A languid voice emanated from the private room. Indeed, President Kleber, let us commence swiftly. The crowd below was already growing restless. Kleber smiled and replied, Please wait a moment. An important guest has yet to arrive. Upon hearing this, many were offended. The implication was that the arriving guest held a status even more esteemed than that of the third prince. Jurchen Feng remarked ominously from the room. The crowd watched with keen interest as Kleber hesitated momentarily, realizing that indeed, the guest was of slightly higher rank than the third prince. The once lively venue instantly fell silent, as no one had anticipated that President Kleber would show such disregard for the third prince. In Jurchen City, everyone knew of the third prince's temperament. He was as unpredictable as a mad dog, with people avoiding him at all costs. How dare President Kleber speak in such a manner? The third prince, Jurchen Feng, spoke icily, and anyone could discern the underlying threat. Ha! Why must you trouble President Kleber, third brother? This matter is my fault, causing everyone to wait. Allow me, Mingjun, to apologize on behalf of all. A hearty laugh echoed as a man clad in a crimson robe entered the venue, his demeanor exuding nobility. Though he wore a smile, his sharp and profound gaze intimidated all who dared to meet his eyes. "Greetings, Your Highness!" the crowd exclaimed in unison. "Greetings, brother!" The realization struck that President Kleber had been awaiting his elder brother, and Jie Feng hurriedly clarified, "It seems I misunderstood President Kleber." Within the palace, Jie Feng harbored no fear even of the old king. However, he felt an overwhelming dread towards his elder brother, who was 2 years his senior. Kleber bowed respectfully to Jie Mingjun, stating, "I, Kleber, pay my respects to Your Highness." Jie Mingjun quickly helped Kleber to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities between us." A subtle smile passed between them, conveying unspoken understanding. Witnessing this exchange, the onlooker's eyes flickered with intrigue, while Jie Feng's expression darkened ominously, his grip on the teacup tightening to the point of creaking. "Now that everyone has arrived, let us commence this auction. I, the old man Dolan, will preside over it. I believe everyone is familiar with me, and I hope all will be able to acquire the items they desire." An elderly man stood at the center of the auction venue, his voice steady. He was the most seasoned auctioneer at the Leihua auction house and a longtime partner of Kleber's father. A good auctioneer can significantly increase the value of auctioned items and enliven the atmosphere. Thus, they are indispensable members of any major auction. Without further ado, let's first unveil the first item for bidding: the water of life from the Elven clan. 10 vials in total, starting at 10,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid no less than 1,000. The crowd below gazed eagerly at the 10 white jade vials, each one representing a sacred artifact for warriors seeking to enhance their levels. To their surprise, the very first item was already brought forth. 15,000, 18,000, 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. Bids flew in rapid succession, each incrementing by thousands of gold coins, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. This was, of course, a deliberate tactic by the Leihua auction house. The 10 vials of water of life would require a minimum of 30,000 gold coins, and starting at 10,000 was intended to invigorate the atmosphere. 31,000. As expected, once the bidding reached 30,000, the increment slowed, indicating that many knowledgeable buyers understood the diminishing value beyond that point to 32,000. Does anyone wish to bid higher than 32,000? 32,000 once, 32,000 twice. Sold. Let us congratulate this gentleman. Now let us examine the second item for auction. What could it be? The elder built suspense. Here it is written: indestructible body. The second item for auction is the heavenly tier technique. Indestructible body. The second item is a heavenly tier technique. The gazes of the crowd ignited with fervor. The name indestructible body alone sounded undeniably formidable. This cultivation technique was one they simply had to possess. In the midst of the crowd, many were eagerly rubbing their fists, with several minor factions not even vying for the divine level techniques. They possessed the self-awareness to recognize their inferiority compared to the larger powers. Thus, their initial aim was solely the earthly and heavenly techniques. "Master Bluin, I have a question that I am uncertain whether to voice," suddenly interjected a man in black from the GNU auction house. "Here, no question is off limits, and no topic is taboo. We operate as an auction house, and thus must be open and transparent. What is it that you wish to inquire?" Dwalun replied calmly from the stage. "How can we prove that this technique is indeed of heavenly grade? If we return to our practices and discover, at the end, that it is not of heavenly grade, would that not mean we have squandered a fortune and wasted our time?" The man questioned bluntly. "Indeed, and the same applies to divine level techniques. How can we be certain? If we practice to the end only to find it is merely of heavenly grade, we would have drawn water with a basket for naught." The crowd murmured in agreement. The man from GNU auction house smiled at the chatter. "Excellent question. I understand your concerns. However, all evaluations of techniques this time will be conducted by the appraisers from the Holy Auction House. Upon conclusion, a certificate of appraisal will be presented to the purchaser, which will certainly include the divine level technique that is to be auctioned shortly. Does this sound agreeable to everyone?" Dwalun responded with a grin. Upon hearing that the appraisal was conducted by the Holy Auction House, the crowd fell silent. The man from Jinyu Auction House paused in surprise, not expecting Leihua Auction House to be so generous. Knowing well that the appraisers from the Holy Auction House are not inexpensive, yet no one dared to question the Holy Auction House. The man dejectedly lowered his head. However, Bluin drew out the syllable. "What is it, pray tell?" Someone impatiently inquired. "This particular technique has a flaw," Bluin candidly revealed. The crowd frowned, understanding that a flawed heavenly technique would not be so rare. Not just this technique, but the other four as well. Bluin added with a hint of amusement. "Master, spare us the suspense and reveal it quickly," the crowd urged. "These techniques have a singular drawback. Until one achieves a state of great mastery, one must avoid the company of women. Otherwise, the effectiveness will be significantly diminished," Bluin informed them straightforwardly. "I thought it was a monumental flaw. Almost gave me a fright," many in the crowd remarked nonchalantly. "Master Bluin, may I ask if this technique can be practiced by women?" A clear, melodious voice chimed in. "Young lady, your question is indeed sharp. However, we previously inquired and found that women cannot cultivate this technique," Bluin replied, a hint of regret in his tone. "Very well. Thank you for the information." The female voice sighed. "However, there is another heavenly technique, named Lian Shui Chan Ding Gong, which places no restrictions on gender. In fact, women may find it even more rewarding to practice." Bluin swiftly shifted the topic. Smiling. "Thank you, master. I appreciate it," the woman responded, her tone filled with delight. "Good. Since there are no further questions, we shall commence the bidding for this indestructible body technique, starting at 1,000,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 50,000. Let the bidding begin. 110,000, 120,000, 150,000. The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy as various factions wildly raised their bids. In no time, the technique had reached a price of 2 million. Although there were 5 heavenly techniques available, no one could be certain they would secure one. People are always more at ease with what they possess. 250,000, 3 million, a cold voice rang out. And the room fell silent at the mention of such a considerable sum. 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million sold. Ultimately, the indestructible body technique was sold for 3 million coins. "Congratulations, Director Hein," someone below congratulated. To which Hein nodded in acknowledgement, aware that as the director of the Imperial Academy of the Jechin Empire, no one wished to offend him. The next item for auction was the body materials of a holy tier magical beast. Due to space constraints, I cannot showcase all of it, but I will present a portion. A 10-meter-long skin of a magic python appeared on the stage, as Bluin instructed 2 individuals to spread out. This material is the skin of a 9th-tier magical beast, the devouring sky python, comprising a total of 10 segments. Along with its fangs and eyes, it will be sold as a package, starting bid at 5 million gold coins. With each increment no less than 100,000. After Bluin's words echoed, a lengthy silence ensued, with no one making a bid. 5 million gold coins is not a high price. The skin of such magical beasts is high-quality material for crafting armor. Not only is it highly defensive, but it is also remarkably soft and resilient. Should these 10 segments of python skin be fashioned into armor, selling each for 1 million gold coins would be quite easy. However, many attendees were not blacksmiths and would require considerable expense to transform them into armor. 5 million. A somewhat inebriated voice broke the silence of the hall. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million sold. "Congratulations, Master Gu." Bluin congratulated with a smile, having anticipated that only Master Gu, renowned as the foremost blacksmith in Jechin City, would be able to acquire this material. Burp! A dwarf let out a loud belch. His eyes glazed as he gazed at the skin of the devouring sky python. Those nearby were not surprised. Everyone knew that dwarves adored fine wine and forging, both of which held immense allure for them. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion, with the Lian Shui Chan Ding Gong ultimately being purchased by the previously inquiring woman. Another book, The Great Sumi Sword Technique, was acquired by a mysterious man in black who wore a mask throughout the event, leaving no one able to discern his identity. The astonishment of the audience. This auction featured no ordinary items. All were rare treasures. This was a decision painstakingly made by Kreber and Bluin. This auction was to sell only premium items, as they believed that the timing for profit could come later. The primary goal was to establish a reputation, ensuring that in the future, whenever anyone mentioned the auction house, the first association would be Lei Hua, leaving Jin Yu as a distant memory. Now, let us present the next item, a 9th-tier magic core, starting bid at 10 million gold coins. Dwelluan needed not elaborate. The mere presence of a 9th-tier magic core captured every gaze. The rarity of the 9th-tier magic core required no further introduction. For a mage, it is akin to a second life, should two mages engage in battle. If one exhausts their magic, and the other produces a 9th-tier magic core, one can only imagine the despair that ensues. Naturally, it is not solely for mages. Any faction that acquires it can trade it with mages, ensuring profit regardless of the outcome. Just as the crowd was about to participate in the bidding, a chilling voice pierced through 10 million gold coins. I shall take that magic core. Jie Qianfeng's cold declaration resonated through the hall. Everyone knew that Jie Qianfeng had an 8th-tier mage backing her, and the magic core was likely intended for that mage. Jie Mingjuan's gaze flickered, about to speak, when a commanding voice interrupted. 30 million. Before Jie Qianfeng could finish her sentence, her body trembled, bowing slightly in deference. We have the honor of being in the presence of the glorious Archmage. We greet the glorious Archmage. The entire hall stood, bowing respectfully toward the figure clad in a cherry-red robe, with many in private booths rushing out to pay their respects. No need for such formalities. I am most averse to this sort of pomp. The glorious Archmage stated nonchalantly. The crowd was left speechless. Who does not know that the glorious Archmage despises those who show him disrespect? As the head of the enforcement hall of the Holy Church, he takes great pleasure in apprehending those who are impolite. The atmosphere grew tense, as no one dared to sit down. After all, the glorious Archmage was still present. Quickly, arrange for a private room, Kreber shouted loudly. At that moment, Jichin Mingjun addressed the glorious Archmage. You are welcome to my private room. No, I am here solely for the 9th-tier magic core. 30 million. Will anyone raise the bid? The glorious Archmage stated coolly. What a joke. You, a particularly vengeful Archmage, who would dare to raise the bid against you? 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million sold. Congratulations to the glorious Archmage. Doran spoke in astonishing speed, marking the first time in his life he had ever dropped the hammer so rapidly. He did not afford anyone the opportunity to bid against him, and naturally, no one dared to raise their offers. Rong Yao nodded, lifting his hand as the 9th-tier magic core vanished in an instant, followed by a spatial ring flying into Doran-esque grasp. Very well. You may continue. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, Rong Yao's figure abruptly disappeared from sight. We bid farewell to the great mage Rong Yao. After a considerable pause, the others finally dared to rise and take their seats. Doran examined the spatial ring, secretly admiring the way the great mage Rong Yao conducted himself. The fact that the other party did not leverage his status to drive the price down excessively was indeed commendable. Had Rong Yao initiated the bidding at 10 million and 1 gold coins, no one would have dared to counter. However, he opened with 30 million, clearly indicating he had no intention of taking advantage of anyone. Next came the Piece Assistance, a prized item certified by 3 appraisal masters from the Holy Auction House, deemed to be of divine rank. It could be cultivated by both genders. And it was a swordsmanship technique. Enough with the suspense. This divine technique is the Sun Buddha sword. The starting bid is 10 million gold coins, with each increment no less than 1 million. Let the bidding commence. 11 million, 12 million. Many began to bid, drawn by the allure of the divine technique. 13 million, 15 million. Ike, with reddened eyes, shouted loudly, I implore you all to grant me this favor. I shall express my gratitude afterward. The auction was a contest of the highest bid. How much was your favor worth? 20 million. Corlin retorted with a hint of mockery, equally determined to secure this technique. 21 million. Jia Qinfeng's furious voice rang out. His tone frigid. He had dared not express his anger over the 9th-tier magic core being claimed by Rong Yao earlier. Now, he was eager to see who would dare contest him for this divine technique. Brother, why must you let such trivial matters incite your wrath? Jia Qinmingjun said calmly. Director Corlin is right. Here, the highest bid prevails. 22 million. Jia Qimingzhen's voice was composed, determined not to allow Jia Qinfeng to claim either the ninth-tier magic core or the divine technique. As long as Jia Qinfeng offered a bid, he would surely counter it. Jia Qimingzhen gazed at his brother in the private room, envisioning his younger sibling's explosive fury. His third brother had always harbored great ambitions. But regrettably, his strength did not match his aspirations. Bang! The sound of a cup shattering echoed in the private room. The crowd hesitated to speak, as they were all influential figures from Jiaqin City. Reluctant to involve themselves in the struggle for the throne, some had already chosen sides and saw no need to bid. Even Ike and Corlin fell silent, while the Holy Church dominated the continent. The power of the imperial family was not to be underestimated. 23 million. The voice of a woman rang out once more. The crowd looked around in astonishment, searching for the source of the melodious voice. She had just spent over 300,000 to acquire the heavenly technique, the Water's End technique, and now she was pursuing a divine technique, indicating that she was no ordinary individual. Moreover, she showed no fear of the two princes. 23 million, a mysterious voice chimed in again, recognized by the crowd as that of the enigmatic man who had acquired the great Sumru sword technique. Jia Qinfeng gritted his teeth, fearful of Jia Qimingzhen. Yet knowing he must compete if he wished to ascend to the throne. 25 million, 26 million. Another unfamiliar voice emerged. Laren's expression shifted. He recognized it as that of his superior. 30 million, Jia Qinfeng's voice, laced with fury, erupted once more. Who dared to raise their bid in Jiaqin City? Had he been too lenient? His icy gaze scanned the room, seeking the source of the voice. 32 million. The mysterious man, after a long silence, finally spoke. This was his limit. 35 million. The voice of K, his superior, resonated again. The crowd gasped in disbelief, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Ike and Corlin had all but abandoned any hope of acquiring the divine technique. 40 million, Jia Qinfeng roared, his voice akin to that of a beast. 41 million. Jia Qimingzhen chuckled, unfazed. Time seemed to stall as silence enveloped the room. 41 million. Going once, Doran observed the stillness and finally spoke. 42 million. Jia Qinfeng's furious voice erupted once more. The financial power of the third prince was indeed formidable. That was to be expected. After all, his maternal family could support multiple mages. The crowd murmured among themselves, discussing the situation, hearing their chatter. Jia Qinfeng smiled menacingly. He knew Jia Qimingzhen's financial situation well. He did not believe his brother would be willing to spend such a fortune on a single technique. 42 million. Going once, 42 million. Going twice, Doran announced as the silence lingered. 50 million. The crisp voice of the woman rang out again, devoid of any hesitation, as if dismissing the pettiness of the two men and jumping straight to 50 million. Hiss! The crowd erupted into a frenzy, eager to discover the identity of such a wealthy woman. Handsome young men struck poses, hoping to catch her attention. Jia Qinfeng scanned the room, failing to locate the mysterious woman. The thought of 50 million for a divine technique was staggering. Even his maternal family would struggle to bear such a cost, and he was uncertain of the woman's limits. He chose not to raise his bid further. Ike and Corlin hung their heads low, but Ike, surprisingly, did not feel too disheartened. As long as Corlin did not win the divine technique, the position of the First Fist Guild would remain his. 50 million, going once, 50 million, going twice, 50 million, going thrice. Sold. Let us congratulate this lady. The auction of items in the Tianzi Hall had concluded, and gratitude was expressed for everyone's cooperation. You may now proceed to other auction halls to see if any items pique your interest. This auction has now come to an end. We look forward to seeing you next time. Kreiber and Laren were escorting guests when Laren caught sight of Jia Qinfeng approaching. Greetings, third prince. Jia Qinfeng coldly snorted. Leaning in to whisper to Kreiber, I hope you will not regret your choices made today. Unfazed, Kreiber replied. From the outset, you never intended to leave me any options, did you? Do you truly think I am unaware of who stand behind the Golden Jade auction house? Good. Jia Qinfeng stormed off in anger. Jia Qimingzhen watched his departing third brother, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. My third brother. His ambitions soar as high as the heavens, yet his capabilities fall far short. He relies on the influence of his maternal family to act recklessly. Shaking his head, Jia Chiming-jun approached. "Your Highness." Laren and Khyber both bowed respectfully. Khyber discreetly handed a tome of techniques to Jia Chiming-jun. After receiving the Sun Buddha sword technique, Jia Chiming-jun expressed his gratitude, then lowered his voice significantly. "My father may only have 1 or 2 years left to live. Regardless, he cannot extend his life any further. Thus, you must always be prepared. My third brother's maternal family may very well resort to desperate measures that, of course. I hope this is merely my speculation. We humans can hardly withstand further turmoil, but why third brother is still too naive." Knowing nothing of the world, the hint of sorrow tinged Jia Chiming-jun's words that we understand. Khyber replied softly. This auction had been remarkably successful. The prospect for the Golden Jade auction house appeared grim from here on out. It was surprising that they had managed to acquire so many valuable items. No wonder they did not require my assistance. Khyber chuckled, realizing that once this auction concluded, when others spoke of the foremost auction house in the Jiaqin Empire, it would only be the Leihua auction house. Well then, I shall take my leave. You all seem quite busy. I will not intrude upon your rest. With that, Jia Chiming-jun departed. Father, are we aligning ourselves with the eldest prince? Laren inquired softly. Until today, he had been unaware that his father had secretly sided with the eldest prince. Khyber nodded. I had already aligned myself with the eldest prince before you found Lin Long. I simply did not expect that Lin Long alone could save our auction house. Then Laren's words trailed off, but Khyber already knew what his son was about to say as he shook his head. It was impossible. Now that he had aligned himself with the crown prince, he could only assist him in ascending to the throne. Moreover, the third prince was indeed, as the crown prince had stated, someone with lofty ambitions, but lacking in ability, certainly not fit for kingship. To place the nation in the hands of such a person would spell disaster for the citizens. Upon hearing this, Laren nodded in agreement. Rumor had it that this third prince was notoriously lecherous. Any woman he desired would find no escape from his grasp. Furthermore, once he grew tired of them, he would not spare them either gifting them to his subordinates or eliminating them entirely. A man like this becoming king would undoubtedly lead to calamity for the people. Long time no see. Little Laren, the boss, approached with a broad smile. Boss, Laren greeted him with a cheerful expression. Thank you for coming to show your support. Khyber expressed his gratitude to K. Just doing my part. K waved dismissively. Here, this is for you. Laren discreetly passed a spatial ring to the boss. K scanned it with his mind, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Remember to raise your black card level to 49 when you have the chance. Laren beamed at this, but quickly whispered, this is Lin Long's technique. Let him have the upgrade, I'll pass. Upon hearing it was Lin Long's technique, K was not surprised at all and chuckled. Both of you will be upgraded to 49 this time. Laren smiled happily. Suddenly, K's expression turned serious as he addressed Laren. Little Laren, for Dawn, the top 50 levels represent a significant threshold. You must be exceedingly cautious with future missions. To be honest, I am reluctant to let you enter the top 50 so quickly. However, for some reason, I have a premonition. Even missions within the top 50 will pose no threat to you and Lin Long. K's words left Laren momentarily perplexed. Although he had previously understood that the top 50 levels in Dawn were indeed different, K offered no further explanation and left after a brief exchange. Laren watched the departing figure of the boss and slowly withdrew his thoughts. Let me calculate how many gold coins I need to give Lin Long. I shall find a time to deliver them. Additionally, I should inform him of the level upgrades. Laren excused himself from Khyber and busied himself with counting coins in a secluded corner of Jiaqin City. A man in black blocked the way of two women. Holding a 9-ring broadsword, the man leered at the trio and said, hand over those 2 techniques, and I won't make things difficult for you. The 2 women wore veils, their figures slender. One had long hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a white dress, and from the glimpse of her peach blossom eyes, it was clear she was a stunning beauty. The other wore a blue dress, her long legs igniting the imagination. Her voice was as cold as that of an auctioneer. You dare to block us alone? Seeking death, are we? What a fiery temper. We brothers are in for a treat. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 more men in black appeared around the 2 women, encircling them. Confronted by the 4 men, the woman in white remained calm, even displaying a hint of pity. Could you grant us one chance? She pleaded. The four men chuckled, one of them leering. Then we shall grant you one chance. Leave the techniques behind, and you too can entertain us brothers for one night. We want to kill you. Huh? The four erupted in laughter. Why would they give such lecherous scoundrels a chance? Princess Shueyiwe must never show mercy when venturing out in the future. The woman in blue spoke coldly, her words chilling the air around them. The previously laughing men now bore expressions of fear. 99 levels. They never anticipated that they had attempted to rob a saint-level powerhouse. Their bodies turned to ice statues, frozen in place, with only their eyes moving, pleading for mercy. With a sharp command, the woman shattered the ice statues with a single word. Tianqing Shueyiwe observed this scene with a sense of melancholy. Dong-yi, can't you just give them one chance? Father always says that we humans should not harm one another. Isn't it better to leave them for the battlefield? Humph. Your father is a stubborn old fool. His ideas are utterly impractical. Dong-yi huffed disdainfully and stepped forward. Tianqing Shueyiwe looked at the scattered ice shards, following behind with a resigned expression. After parting ways with Lin Long took little Qing to Luoshui City, where he sold the monster materials and the spoils from the flying thief group to the Jialan merchants. Watching the influx of over 20,000 gold coins, Lin Long's face lit up with joy. Upon leaving Luoshui City, Lin Long chose not to fly on his own this time, but instead rode on little Qing as they traveled north. Watching the mountains slowly recede beneath them, Lin Long felt a rush of excitement. He was finally returning home. Little Qing was incredibly swift, covering the distance that had taken Lin Long 2 months in just half a day. Lin Long instructed little Qing to land in a secluded area outside a small town. At that moment, heavy snow fell over Luomei town, typical of the northern winter, where snow seemed to fall endlessly. The ground crunched underfoot, a sound that echoed the long duration of the snowfall. Lin Long gazed at the town, momentarily hesitant to approach. The feeling of returning home brought a mix of emotions that anyone would find hard to avoid. He had left in the height of summer, and now he was back in the depths of winter. Little Qing looked curiously at him. What's wrong, boss? Lin Long merely shook his head in silence. Little Qing transformed into a magpie-sized bird, perching on Lin Long's shoulder. As Lin Long strolled through Luomei town, he felt as though he had been away for ages, despite having left less than a year ago. The streets were nearly deserted, as the heavy snow had driven everyone indoors to escape the cold. The royal leaf tree at the entrance of the courtyard appeared somewhat hunched, its branches laden with snow, resembling a pure white suit of armor from a distance, pushing open the courtyard gate. He noted that the little yard had not changed much since his departure. Snow blanketed the entire area, with a narrow path extending from the door to the gate, covered in a fresh layer of snow. Lin Long stepped lightly on it, reaching the door, where he stamped his feet to shake off the snow. How rude of you to enter uninvited. Karo emerged from within, wielding a massive sword and eyeing the unfamiliar man warily. Lin Long looked at his father, his eyes misty. After nearly a year apart, Karo had not changed much, though he appeared somewhat thinner. Father! The moment he spoke, tears streamed down Lin Long's face. Center. Karo called uncertainly. Yes, it's me. Father, how is it that after less than a year, you no longer recognize your son? Lin Long wiped his tears and smiled. What have you been through this past year? How did you change so drastically? Karo's guard lowered as he recognized the familiar voice. Anyone would struggle to recognize their son transformed into a different person within a year. Lin Long slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that he had altered his appearance to that of his previous life before leaving. No wonder his father did not recognize him. Thinking of this, Lin Long waved his hand, reverting to his original appearance. Brother San. His little sister dashed out, having been watching from inside. Upon seeing Lin Long revert, she rushed forward and threw herself into his embrace. Brother San, I missed you so much. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and it took Lin Long quite a while to soothe her. Roland stood at the doorway, tears glistening in her eyes as she watched Lin Long. Mother, Lin Long softly called. After their separation, his mother appeared even more haggard at your back. That's all that matters. Roland murmured gently to Sanner. Who is this? Karo inquired, scrutinizing little Qing. Let me introduce her. Her name is little Qing, and she is my partner. Hello, Godfather, little Ching immediately chirped, trying to ingratiate herself with Karo. Karo was taken aback. A bird could speak? After the initial surprise, he felt a twinge of disdain. What kind of situation was it to have a bird calling him Godfather? If this were to be overheard by those friends, they would surely burst into laughter. However, Carlo concealed his amusement and returned a smile to Xiaoqing. Carlo, quickly prepare something delicious for Leon. He must be famished after this journey. Roland urged her husband, reminding him not to get too engrossed in conversation. Indeed, look at me, engrossed in chatter. Just last month, Father hunted a second-tier magical beast, and today we shall stew it, Carlo said with a cheerful grin as he prepared to retrieve the refrigerated second-tier magical beast. Father, we shall feast upon it today, Lin Long interjected, blocking his father's path with a beaming expression. In a flash of silver, a fifth-tier magical eagle appeared in the center of the small courtyard. Wow, how did you manage that? Third brother, the little sister exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the magical eagle. This is a spatial ring. With just a thought, one can select items inside and store them freely. Lin Long handed the lower-tier spatial ring that Carlo had given him to his little sister. It was empty, as he had previously transferred the coins into a superior spatial ring. Following Lin Long's guidance, the little sister joyfully played nearby. This truly a fifth-tier magical beast. Carlo marveled, stroking the eagle's lifeless body, astonished at his third son's prowess. Upon witnessing Lin Long produce another spatial ring, Carlo eagerly signaled to him with his eyes. Everyone desires a spatial ring. It is worth noting that Baron Lif has but one lower-tier spatial ring, which he treasures dearly. Lin Long ignored his father's gaze. The family's financial matters had always been under his mother's control, and he dared not overstep. Roland took the spatial ring, swept her thoughts across it, and was instantly rendered speechless. Look at your mother. Her composure is lacking. That I am curious to see what treasures lie within. Carlo teased, snatching the exquisite spatial ring from Roland's hands. Carlo's previous mockery vanished without a trace, as he stood frozen in place, mirroring his wife's astonishment. Inside the spatial ring lay dozens of high-tier magical beast corpses, all purchased by Lin Long from the two major trading houses in Waterfall City, alongside a glittering pile of coins numbering in the tens of thousands. Carlo's mind went blank, rendered speechless for an extended moment. She regained her composure. Roland snatched the spatial ring back and handed it to Lin Long, saying, Leon, you should keep this. Your father and I have no need for so many coins. You and I need to discuss how you acquired all this. You must have endured considerable hardship. Roland's immediate concern was not the dazzling coins, but rather the thought of her son having suffered greatly to amass such wealth, a sum that was unimaginable to her. I have another one, mother. You can keep this one, Lin Long declared with a smile, producing yet another spatial ring. Seeing Lin Long continuously present spatial rings, Carlo frantically gestured towards him. However, Lin Long paid no heed to his father. When Carlo realized his son was still ignoring him, he playfully slapped Lin Long on the head and seized the spatial ring from his hand. Look at yourself. What kind of father snatches from his own son? Roland looked at her husband with disdain. Carlo remained silent, contentedly examining the spatial ring in his hand. Never mind, mother, I have more. Let that one go to father. Lin Long flipped his palm, revealing yet another spatial ring. These were meant for the family. The eldest brother and the second brother are entitled to their share as well. Hurry and prepare a meal for Leon. The child is hungry, Roland urged. Lin Long took the initiative to cook a sumptuous feast without allowing his father to lift a finger. At the dining table, Lin Long recounted the events that transpired in the magical Beast Mountain range, causing Carlo's eyes to widen as he pointed at Xiaoqing, stammering, Why, you mean to say that it is a dragon? Before the eldest could respond, Xiaoqing quickly nodded, Yes, Godfather, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, and I will stand up for you. At such a young age, what kind of strength does he possess? I've heard that dragons can command the winds and rains. Is that true? Carlo's curiosity was piqued, as dragons were creatures only spoken of in legends that the ninth-tier mage. What? Carlo nearly leapt from his chair. For a ninth-tier mage represents the pinnacle of human strength. Are you serious, Leon? Carlo's excitement was palpable as he stood up, that the ninth tier mage is certainly not someone to be trifled with, Lin Long concluded. You little rascal, how dare you jest with me now? Carlo glared at Lin Long, his tone tinged with disappointment. However, an 8th tier mage is still a formidable opponent, and as for 7th tier mage, one could say they are easily dealt with. Lin Long chuckled, understanding his father's earlier excitement and subsequent dismay. Excellent, truly excellent, Carlo exclaimed with fervor. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Roland scolded Carlo, urging him to maintain his composure. Mother, let us return home this year. Lin Long spoke slowly, gauging his mother's reaction. Carlo sat back down, guilt evident in his gaze towards his wife. His earlier excitement stemmed from the thought of visiting her family. Thanks to Xiaoqing's identity, I will think it over. Let's eat first. Roland, feeling conflicted, was at a loss on one hand. She longed to return home, having not seen her parents in over a decade. On the other hand, she feared being driven away again. Carlo understood his wife's anxieties. But with his godson being a dragon, who would dare expel them? It must be said, Xiaoqing instilled immense courage in Carlo. Lin Long chose not to press further, allowing his mother time to contemplate. You will surely succeed in this year's enrollment at Tianshui Academy. Then you can go home first with the eldest and second brothers and gauge your grandparents' sentiments, Carlo suggested. Father, Tianshui Academy is out of the question. Before Lin Long could finish, both parents interjected in unison. No way, you must enroll in Tianshui Academy. Lin Long scratched his head, realizing his parents still did not comprehend his capabilities. Father, mother, with my current strength, Tianshui Academy is no longer suitable for me. Lin Long explained with a smile. That is not acceptable, his mother replied sternly. Once you become a student of Tianshui Academy, you will have the opportunity to join the Imperial Academy or even the Sacred Academy. If you graduate and become an enforcer, your father and I will stand tall. A smile graced her face as she added, and it will also make it easier for you to find a wife. Just imagining the regret on that person's face brings me joy. Lin Long knew precisely whom his mother referred to. She had been eager to arrange his marriage when he was still limping that I in this world. Arranged marriages were not uncommon, and he himself had an arranged match. However, after his leg injury, the two families ceased contact, and they had since moved away from the town, leaving the marriage arrangement in the past. Mother, I truly do not wish to go. There are only 3rd tier and 4th tier students there. I will gain no strength. I'm planning to head to the magical Beast Mountain range. I believe that is where I truly belong. Lin Long continued his explanation, hoping his parents would abandon their plans. Absolutely not. This matter is non-negotiable. Previously, it was because you were wanted by the state and your mother had no way to keep you safe. But now that your identity has been restored, I will not allow you to venture into such dangerous places. Roland's expression turned icy, signaling that this issue was not open for discussion. Feeling the chill emanating from his mother, Lin Long shifted his gaze to his father, hoping for support. Instead, Carlo turned his head away, clearly reproaching him for not presenting the spatial ring sooner. Lin Long glanced around, seeing his parents' resolute expressions, and could only nod in resignation. That's more like it. Enjoy your meal, Roland said, serving Lin Long a generous portion of food. Her icy demeanor vanishing in an instant. Seeing his mother's sudden change in disposition, Lin Long sighed. Very well. I shall go to as if to cheer his mother. Lin Long gazed at her beaming smile and offered a gentle smile in return. Over the next few days, Lin Long diligently treated his mother, and after several sessions, Luo Lin's ailment was finally cured. With the knowledge that his mother's health had been restored, Lin Long felt a profound sense of relief. One day, as Lin Long was teaching Xiaoqing the transformation technique, he found it peculiar that despite Xiaoqing's proficiency in various magical arts, she was unable to master the art of transformation. Suddenly sensing a tremor from the spatial ring, Lin Long focused his consciousness and retrieved a swan feather. As the auction concluded, he inquired while continuing to instruct Xiaoqing, "Are you Lin Long?" Came the unexpected voice of Laren, his face breaking into a smile, though he hesitated to confirm the identity of the unfamiliar figure. "Indeed, in truth, you may call me Leon Sorida." That explains it. Laren recalled Lin Long's earlier request regarding the whale. Lin Long nodded, signaling Xiaoqing to take a break, for the transformation technique was quite challenging for her, and he needed to teach her gradually. Did we win? Lin Long asked, draining a bowl of water before turning to Laren. The radiant glow on Laren's face indicated success, contrasting sharply with his previous haggard appearance. An overwhelming victory. Laren replied with a grin. Where are you located? I shall deliver your gold coins. In a small town in the northern part of the Jialan Empire, named Luome. How about you? Lin Long shared his family's location with Laren. Laren scratched his head and muttered to himself, that is indeed quite far. I suppose I will need a high-tier spatial scroll. His expression reflected a hint of regret regarding the cost. Unlike the low-tier teleportation scroll he had used previously, a high-tier spatial scroll could cover much greater distances. Upon hearing Laren's mutterings, Lin Long quickly asked, a high-tier scroll must be quite expensive. How about I have Xiao Qing fetch you? It won't take long. He joked, suggesting they save the high-tier scroll for him. Laren retorted playfully, you, with your vast wealth, surely do not need to fret over such trivialities. Just deduct it from your auction earnings. I will be waiting. Lin Long was puzzled by Laren's words, but before long, spatial ripples manifested, and Laren stepped out of the magic circle. Wow, is your hometown this cold? Laren exclaimed, wrapping his arms around himself as he shivered. Can a level 6 warrior truly fear the cold? Lin Long quickly ushered Laren inside, calling out, Xiao Qing, stoke the fire. With a hint of resentment, Xiao Qing trudged to the kitchen, opened her mouth wide, and unleashed a torrent of flames. Who would have imagined that the legendary dragon clan had been reduced to a mere fire starter? Lin Long smiled with satisfaction. With Xiao Qing around, even firewood became a non-issue, much to his parents' delight. Father, mother, this is my good friend Laren. Lin Long introduced him to his parents. Greetings, godfather and godmother. Laren exclaimed, immediately bowing in respect and presenting a spatial ring to Carlo. Carlo looked at Laren, bewildered by the sudden address of godfather. Lin Long cleared his throat, casting a glance toward his mother. Laren quickly realized and handed the spatial ring to Luo Lin. Godmother, please accept this. Lin Long, Leon, are bonded as sworn brothers, so you must accept it. Seeing Lin Long nod slightly, Luo Lin accepted the spatial ring. This is for you. Laren then produced another spatial ring and tossed it to Lin Long. Lin Long caught it, and with a sweep of his consciousness, a translucent coin appeared in his hand. What is this? A crystal coin. Have you never seen one? Laren responded, surprised. Lin Long nodded. Indeed, he had never encountered such a thing before. It's not unusual for you not to have seen one. They're primarily used by mages. 1 crystal coin is equivalent to 100 gold coins. Laren explained succinctly. Such an amount. Lin Long was not merely referring to the ratio, but to the sheer volume of crystal coins within the spatial ring. The materials from the magical python fetched 5 million, and the magical core brought in 30 million. 4 volumes of earth-tier techniques, each worth 500,000, totaling 2 million. Once seated, Laren reported the auction's earnings to Lin Long. Wait a moment. Are you saying the 30 million is in copper coins? Carlo interjected. Not at all, godfather. Laren shook his head. Then is it silver coins? Carlo gasped, but upon seeing Laren's lack of affirmation, he cautiously asked. It can't possibly be gold coins, can it? Laren nodded. Indeed, godfather, it is gold coins. 3,700,000 gold coins. Leon, tell me this is true. Carlo stared at Lin Long wide-eyed. Not quite, father. Lin Long grinned mischievously. What he means is... Carlo's expression shifted to disappointment, sensing the improbability of such a sum. You misunderstand. Father, what I meant is that there is even more, Lin Long said with a smile. What? Carlo's shock was evident as he turned to Laren. Indeed, godfather, 5 volumes of heaven-tier techniques, each worth approximately 3 million, totaling 15 million, along with the divine-tier techniques worth 50 million altogether. That amounts to 102 million gold coins, which I have converted into crystal coins. Laren stated nonchalantly. 100 million gold coins? Luo Lin, please slap me. I must be dreaming, Carlo exclaimed, utterly at a loss, while Luo Lin stood speechless. The couple was at a loss for words to express their astonishment. How could their youngest son return from the Beast Mountain with 100 million gold coins? Was the Beast Mountain truly so lucrative? Mother, please accept this 100 million crystal coins. Lin Long offered the spatial ring to her. Mother, Lin Long waved his hand in front of her eyes to bring her back to reality. No, Leon, you keep this money. We have more than enough with your spatial ring. With her refusal, Lin Long did not insist further and casually pocketed the spatial ring. How is Godmother's health now? Laren inquired casually. She is completely recovered, Lin Long replied with a smile. Now that Godmother is well, do you have any plans? Shall we team up for some quests? Laren's gaze towards Lin Long was filled with eagerness. Teaming up with Lin Long would embolden him to confront the Sky Knights, the second dragon knight of the continent. What a thought! For the moment, they would let the holy tier knights be. But below that, he would wreak havoc. Upon hearing Laren's question, Lin Long sighed. I plan to attend the Tian Shui Academy. What? The Tian Shui Academy. Laren suddenly lost his ability to articulate that, if I recall correctly. The strongest new students in several academies are only level 4. Your progress will surely be painfully slow there. Laren looked at Lin Long with deep skepticism. Why would he abandon numerous opportunities to enhance his strength in favor of the Tian Shui Academy? He genuinely wanted to know what was going through his brother's mind. One cannot go against their parents' wishes. I intend to study there for a while, Lin Long resignedly stated. Laren face-bombed in exasperation. Isn't that akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep? Laren stayed at Lin Long's house for a day and left early the next morning, seeing him off. Laren had intended to use a high-tier magic scroll, but Lin Long snatched it away. Xiaoqing planned to return to the Dragon Clan, agreeing to meet Lin Long in Tian Shui City in September, while also escorting Laren back. With Xiaoqing absent, Lin Long found himself somewhat unaccustomed. After all, with her gone, he was responsible for stoking the fire at home. With his elder brother and second brother away, and not wanting to burden his parents and younger sister, he had to step up. With several months remaining until the Tian Shui Academy's enrollment in July, Lin Long decided to stay home, cherishing the time spent with his parents and younger sister. Time flew by, and before long, the months passed in a blur. One day, Lin Long returned to the town square, where many familiar faces had already begun to gather. These were individuals who had previously failed to lift the 300-gene stone ball. Among them were some new faces eagerly observing the white-clad man holding the crystal ball. The white-clad man was not the same as the one from last year. He was a new figure. At that moment, a young boy dejectedly returned to the crowd, having failed to lift the 300-gene stone ball, much like Lin Long once had. Yet, there was a difference. He was not alone in his disappointment. After all, Lin Long had never attempted to lift the stone ball before. He approached the man in white and declared, "Master, I wish to participate in the test." Lin Long was unwilling to wait, for he knew not how long it would take for them to finish. The man in white looked at Lin Long with surprise, although he could sense the extraordinary aura radiating from him. He nonetheless replied, "To participate in the test, you must queue over there. Step forward when I call your name." "Master, he participated last year and couldn't lift the 300-pound stone ball to that moment." An untimely voice rang out. A young boy spoke loudly. Lin Long turned to face the boy, who had also taken part in the previous year's test, yet had only managed to lift the 300-pound stone ball, returning this year in hopes of better fortune. For the residents of a small town, the opportunity to enter Tian Shui Academy was one they would never relinquish. Should they ultimately fail to gain admission, they would have no choice but to attend private institutions or martial arts schools to hone their skills. Last year, he had simply given up and left. Logically, he should not have qualified for testing this year. "Since your name is not on the list, do not cause me any trouble," the man in white said, his expression displeased. Lin Long, feeling helpless, asked, "Is there any chance I could be given an opportunity?" "What good would giving you a chance do? Last year, you could not even lift the 300-pound stone ball. Do you expect to lift a 1,000-pound stone ball after merely a year?" The boy continued. Lin Long regarded the boy with some surprise, as he did not recall having any enmity with him. The boy seemed to understand Lin Long's gaze and coldly replied, "No need to look at me like that. It has nothing to do with you. I have a profound grudge against Jenny." Lin Long chuckled softly. What kind of life-and-death feud could exist between boys? He guessed it was merely because the second child had struck him a bit too hard. Ignoring the boy further, Lin Long once again addressed the man in white. "Is it truly impossible? It is truly impossible." The man in white replied coldly to D. "Do you truly believe that anyone can enter Tian Shui Academy?" Lin Long laughed lightly. "What?" the man in white questioned. The surrounding youths were equally confused as to why Lin Long was laughing. For them, not being able to enter Tianshui Academy was akin to severing their future. Each one of them yearned for admission to the academy, and he must be doing this on purpose to attract the teacher's attention, one boy remarked. Indeed, Lin Long paid no heed to the crowd. Cheerfully turning to head home, it already over. Roland looked at Lin Long, who had returned shortly after leaving, a puzzled expression on her face. Lin Long's smile faded, and a look of sorrow washed over his features. Mother, because I could not lift the 300-pound stone ball last year, I am not qualified to participate in the test this year. Upon hearing this, Roland's face fell, and she gazed at Lin Long, saying, Do not worry. After some time, your father and I will seek help from others, and perhaps with some money, we can secure your place in Tianshui Academy. After all, our family is not lacking in resources. We should be able to manage it. There is no need for that. Mother, if I cannot enter, then I simply will not go. Lin Long's words were cut off as Roland interrupted him. I will go find your father right now. We will inquire together. Roland set aside her work and prepared to find Carlo. Lin Long, feeling helpless, stopped his mother. Please wait a moment. I'll be back quickly. How could he bear to let his parents lose face by begging others? With resentment, Lin Long returned to the square. The crowd, upon seeing him suddenly return, immediately raised their brows, as if to say, See, I told you so. He merely wanted to draw the teacher's attention. Disregarding the gazes of the crowd and saying nothing, Lin Long approached the stone balls, standing between the 1,000-pound and 500-pound ones. With a gentle lift of both hands, the two stone balls collided with a resounding crash. What is he preparing to do? The crowd looked on in confusion. What are you doing? Do not create a disturbance. The man in white also noticed Lin Long's actions. With a deafening roar, the two stone balls shattered into pieces. Is this acceptable? Lin Long locked eyes with the man in white and said calmly. The man's mouth twitched. What is your name? Leon Sorry. I came to report to the academy before September. Lin Long nodded, realizing that all rules are rendered meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Among the crowd, one boy remarked to another, I recall you said that once Jenny and his companions left, you would deal with Lin Long. Why haven't you made a move? The other boy quickly covered his companion's mouth and whispered, Are you mad? The former town chief was killed by him. How could I possibly stand against him? As he was leaving, Lin Long cast a glance at the boy who had claimed to have a mortal enmity with Jenny. Just a glance made the boy tremble. He truly did not know that the former town chief had been slain by Lin Long. With a quivering voice, the boy said, I actually don't have such a deep grudge against Jenny. It is just a minor conflict, or rather, a small grievance. It's not a feud at all. Lin Long smiled and chose not to respond further. Carlo had been living quite comfortably lately. After a few months, he had broken through to the rank of a level 4 warrior. Although Lin Long had advised him against becoming a guard, Carlo insisted on staying until the end of the year, wanting to part ways amicably. Roland understood her husband's small intentions. All his former friends were level 3 warriors. Now that he had broken through to level 4, he felt the need to show off. Liv had already announced that Carlo need not continue as a guard. Yet Carlo himself was unwilling and insisted on working until year-end. Carlo's method of advancement relied entirely on the meat of magical beasts. If not for the lack of magical beast meat, Lin Long would have even considered pushing his father to level 9. It was said that those who advanced by consuming magical beast flesh would find themselves at the bottom tier, even after breaking through. However, Carlo did not mind. What if he was at the bottom tier? It was still better than being a level 3 warrior for a lifetime. Regardless of the current situation, he could feel the flow of fighting spirit within him. 3 or 5 level 3 warriors would definitely not be his match. Once he reached level 8, soaring through the skies, anyone who saw him would undoubtedly express their admiration. Carlo eagerly anticipated that day. What did a wise saying state? He recalled, sometimes having a good life is also a skill. 100 miles west of Luomei town, Lin Long rode the wind, unhurried yet steady, after the test concluded. Lin Long spent some time with his parents at home before setting off for Tianshui Academy at the beginning of August. On the night before his departure, Lin Long had a heartfelt conversation with his parents. Gaining some understanding of his maternal grandfather's family, Lin Long rode the wind, Although his speed could not compare to that of Shaoqing, he could reach Tianshui Academy in just 3 to 5 days. There was no need to set out so many days in advance, but Lin Long wished to scout for some information. After all, he could not forget the promise he made to the elder. Aaron, having decided to attend Tianshui Academy, he would exert his utmost effort to fulfill the elder's request. As Lin Long was unsure how to navigate to Tianshui City, he would stop in each town to ask for directions. Suddenly, as he soared through the sky, his eyes narrowed. Below, a convoy was making its way through the wilderness. It was not unusual to see a convoy traveling through the wild, but Lin Long's keen sight caught a glimpse of a familiar face peering out from one of the carriages. Lin Long pondered for a moment, then quickened his pace, covertly descending a few hundred meters ahead of the convoy to await their arrival. It wasn't long before the convoy approached. 5 carriages lined up in a row, each guarded by 2 protectors, one on the left and one on the right, ensuring the safety of the carriage. Lin Long hurriedly stepped forward to stop the carriage. "Good sir, could you kindly allow me to ride along? I will pay the fare. Where did this boy come from? There is no room for you in our carriage. Move aside," a guard shouted. "Please, sir, I'm all alone in this desolate wilderness. I am truly frightened." "I will pay double the fare," Lin Long pleaded. "What is all this shouting? What is going on?" A man leaned out from the front carriage and inquired. "Lord Carlo, there is a boy who wishes to ride in our carriage." The guard rushed to respond. Carlo glanced at Lin Long and found the young man to have refined features and an extraordinary demeanor. He spoke gently. "Since we have encountered each other in the wild, it is fate. Arrange for him to have a carriage." Carlo signaled to the guards, who quickly understood. Lin Long gratefully addressed Carlo. "Thank you, sir." "Huh. No need for thanks." Carlo revealed a look of amusement. This handsome young man was precisely the type that affluent ladies favored. It seemed that fortune smiled upon him this time, as he was bound to reap rewards even in the wilderness. After being escorted by the guards into the carriage, Lin Long had scarcely settled inside when a stick struck him sharply on the back of his head. Thud! His head collided heavily against the carriage, rendering him unconscious. "Kid, isn't it better to be alone in the wilderness? Why did you have to deliver yourself right to us? You can only blame your misfortune." One of the guards, seeing Lin Long had fainted, swiftly bound him with ropes. "Behave yourselves, or you'll regret it." Inside the carriage, 5 young girls were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. The girls appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. Similarly bound like Lin Long, their clothes were disheveled, and they were covered in dirt, clearly having endured a difficult journey. "Can someone tell me what is happening?" After regaining consciousness, Lin Long opened his eyes to the sight of the young girls and inquired, casually untying the ropes that bound him. The girls exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. "Do not worry. I have cast a barrier here, so no one outside can hear us. No matter what we say, reassure them." Lin Long raised his voice deliberately. Indeed, there was no response from outside. One of the girls glanced around and whispered, "We were all captured. Where are you from? Why were you taken?" Lin Long had already deduced the answer in his heart. "I am from Xinhua Town. I am from Luolan Town. I am from Grand Town." 3 of the 5 girls hailed from Xinhua Town, while the other 2 were from nearby towns that Lin Long had passed on his journey to the Monster Mountain Range. "That I do not know why they captured us. I was wrongfully accused. They said I stole their money. Me too. I did not kill anyone. They framed me." Their experiences were strikingly similar. They had all committed minor offenses and were taken from prison to the carriage, apparently to be escorted to Tianshui City. Lin Long's gaze flickered. This situation mirrored that of the old man's daughter. "Are there more prisoners like you in the other carriages?" The girls nodded. After pondering for a moment, Lin Long retied himself with the ropes. Not worry. I will rescue you." Lin Long flashed a confident smile at the girls. He intended to discover where they were being taken while also seeking the whereabouts of the old man's daughter. The blood of the elder resonated within 1,000 meters, allowing him to sense his daughter's presence. If not for this consideration, surely Carlo, a level 4 warrior, could have subdued them with ease. Lin Long retracted the barrier and signaled for them to return to their original state. He then feigned unconsciousness once more. By evening, Lin Long awoke. The guards provided each girl with a small cake, insufficient to satiate hunger, but enough to prevent starvation. The cakes, made from some unknown substance, emitted an unpleasant odor. Lin Long opted not to eat. Observing his decision, a guard chuckled, "Go ahead, just keep not eating." He then collected the cakes, watching the young girls devour their meager portions eagerly, some even licking their lips. Lin Long retrieved some dried biscuits from his spatial ring and distributed one to each of them. "These were made by my mother before I set out." The girls dared not speak, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thus, 3 days passed in the carriage. The city of Bai, the second largest city following Tianshui, was vast and grand. Its walls stood tall, fortified with robust defenses. 1,000 miles north of Bai lay the westernmost edge of the Orc Canyon, where orcs frequently traversed, invading human villages. There had been instances where a group of orc soldiers had crossed 1,000 miles, pillaging and burning, only to return successfully. On this day, 5 carriages lined up at the city gates of Bai, waiting to enter. What do these carriages contain? A guard approached to inspect, but Carlo hurriedly stepped forward, producing a small seal he had confiscated from his father. Upon seeing the seal, the soldier's expression darkened. Yet he raised his hand to allow passage. Spit. Once the convoy departed, the soldier spat vehemently, prompting a nearby companion to restrain him, cautioning against drawing attention, lest they lose their positions as gate guards. Shall we just watch them commit their evils? Alas, a heavy sigh lingered in the air. Lin Long and the 20 or so young girls were taken to a dimly lit room, which was small and confined. That night, in the brightly lit chamber, 6 men were indulging in drinks. After several rounds of toasts, Carlo raised his glass to the man seated at the head, his gaze fervent. You lack the composure of your father." The man chuckled lightly, tossing Carlo a low-grade spatial ring. Carlo eagerly examined it, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "Thank you, Lord John. This toast is for you." He downed his drink in one gulp. "I also toast to Lord John. Let us all toast to Lord John." The other 4 echoed Carlo's sentiments, lifting their glasses and drinking deeply. "You all," John chuckled, tossing spatial rings to everyone. "Thank you, Lord John." The 5 were all smiles. "Lord John, I unexpectedly acquired a handsome young man. He is quite striking that I wonder if he could fetch a good price." Carlo recalled Lin Long and casually inquired, "A youth is certainly desirable. You may not know that certain orc tribes have a penchant for young boys, indulging in them nightly, often to the point of tormenting them beyond endurance. A handsome lad is even more valuable." John replied with a smirk. Then, Carlo's face glimmered with greed. "Once sold, I shall ensure you receive your share next time." John replied with indifference, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his eyes as he regarded the petty Carlo. "Thank you, Lord John." Carlo quickly expressed his gratitude. "Lord John, I possess a girl of exquisite beauty. What do you think?" A man leered at John. "Ha! Before being sent to the Orc Kingdom, she can still serve humanity. It will be her final contribution to our kind." John regarded the man with approval, further diminishing his regard for Carlo. "Bring her here, you. Come with me." A guard in the adjacent room pointed at a girl with a cold tone. No. The girl struggled, but her efforts were evidently futile. Smack. A resounding slap echoed. The girl, tears streaming down her face, resigned herself to her fate, ceasing her resistance. I end the room. Lin Long suddenly heard a commotion next door and quickly untied his ropes. Placing a finger on his lips, "Shh." The girl who had shared the carriage with Lin Long had already informed the others of his abilities. Lin Long whispered, "I will go see what is happening. Wait for me to return. Do not worry. As long as I am here, you will not come to harm." With a stealthy demeanor, Lin Long approached the next room, seizing the opportunity while the guard was distracted to incapacitate him with a swift strike. Gazing at the 20 or so girls in the next room, Lin Long's eyes turned icy. It seemed Carlo was not the only one involved in this scheme. He traversed several rooms, discovering that in total, nearly 100 young girls were imprisoned here. Lin Long's gaze hardened, a terrifying killing intent surging within him. Looking at the girls, who were not much older than his sister, he had never felt such a murderous urge before. He approached the unconscious guard and delivered several slaps, rousing him from his stupor. Who are you? What do you want?" The guard trembled at the sight of Lin Long's murderous intent. "Take me to your master." Lin Long's voice was devoid of warmth as he gripped the guard's neck, rendering him helpless despite his frantic struggles. "Move again, and you die." Lin Long's patience wore thin as he felt the guard's continued writhing. Sensing that the boy was not jesting, The guard finally ceased his struggles and led Lin Long to Carlo and the other's chamber. Upon reaching the door, Lin Long tightened his grip, silencing the guard in an instant. The Daoist philosophy emphasizes the benevolence of heaven and the earth's capacity to bear burdens. However, in the face of this group of executioners, Lin Long had no intention of letting any of them escape. Listening to the cacophony within the room, Lin Long pushed the door open and entered. "Who are you? Who permitted your entry?" John furrowed his brow as he glared at Lin Long. "Why, Lord John." "Hey, this is the young man I mentioned to you," Carlo interjected from the side. "How'd he get in?" "Guards, guards," John shouted toward the outside. Outside, 30 guards converged from all directions. Yet before they could fully assemble, Lin Long casually unleashed a palm strike. The wind from his hand howled like divine retribution. The 30 guards were sent flying in unison, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. The 6 individuals within the room gazed in horror at this scene. All rising from their seats in unison, with a flick of his hand, Lin Long closed the door behind him. "Sit," Lin Long said with a slight smirk as he found an empty seat for himself. The others were suddenly pressed down by an overwhelming force, compelled to sit. At this moment, John's eyes were filled with intense fear. After all, he was a level 6 warrior, yet he found himself utterly incapable of resisting. Forced to comply, the remaining 6 sat obediently in their chairs, akin to frightened mice, not daring to move. Lin Long poured himself a drink from a pristine cup, savoring a sip before addressing John. "I will ask, and you will answer." John furrowed his brow, uncertain of what was to come. "Where are these young women ultimately being taken?" Lin Long set down his glass, scrutinizing John intently. John hesitated, yet remained silent. Whoosh! A golden flash shot through the air, and a blood hole suddenly appeared on the forehead of the man to John's left. Thud! The man's head struck the table heavily, lifeless. "You have 4 more chances to refuse," Lin Long remarked nonchalantly, glancing at the corpse. I know. These young women are ultimately to be sold to the Orc Kingdom." Before John could speak, the man on his right hurriedly interjected. "You!" John was incensed, astonished at the cowardice of his companions. "Now for the second question. Who are you?" Lin Long took another small sip of his drink, narrowing his gaze at John. "He is a trusted aide of the Deputy Lord of Night City. We abduct young women from various places, and he compensates us handsomely, ultimately delivering these girls to the Orc Kingdom for sale." The man on the right, under the threat of death, spoke rapidly. Whoosh! Another golden flash pierced the air, and the recently speaking man slumped over the table. He died without comprehending why Lin Long had struck him, believing he had disclosed all he knew. "Since I did not ask you, refrain from answering," Lin Long stated coolly. The remaining 4 trembled in fear, eyeing Lin Long, whose mood was as unpredictable as the weather. They finally understood true terror. Except for John, the others regretted coming here. Carlo, among them, felt the deepest remorse, never imagining he would have unwittingly brought a harbinger of death along the way. "I doubt you alone can orchestrate such a grand transaction. So for the third question, has the Deputy Lord been involved? Or is the Lord himself the mastermind?" Lin Long fixed his gaze on the tense John, inquiring once more. At this point, John was no longer the obstinate figure he had been at the beginning. "I will never betray the Deputy Lord." "Do as you will," John declared loudly, filled with righteous indignation. Lin Long smiled faintly. Since the other party had already confessed, the remaining individuals were of no further use. 2 golden flashes zipped through the air, leaving only Carlo and John among the 6. Carlo, witnessing the fallen 4, was consumed by extreme dread. He hastily pleaded for mercy from Lin Long, hoping to secure his own life. "Carlo, we are old acquaintances. How could I ever harm you?" Lin Long replied with a smile. "What? You are Carlo's friend?" John exclaimed in surprise. Carlo, equally bewildered, scrutinized Lin Long, confirming he had never encountered Lin Long before. He asked, "Who are you?" Lin Long waved his hand, and a visage from his past flickered across his mind. "ITSU." Carlo recognized him, yet bitterness filled his heart. While they could be deemed acquaintances, they were far from friends, especially since he had nearly lost his life at Lin Long's hands last time. Observing Carlo's genuine recognition, John chuckled, Isn't this a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? Young man, what brings you here? Seeking to claim a share. Lin Long's eyes flickered. You are not worthy. Summon your superior. John's face lit up with joy as he found himself able to move again. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the deputy lord immediately. With that, he hurriedly dashed out. The room was left with only Carlo and Lin Long. Carlo's face turned pale, unsure how to engage with the capricious Lin Long. He knelt and repeatedly bowed, pleading for his life. Lin Long took a leisurely sip of his drink before speaking. Do you think her family is not anxious right now? Over 20 young women. Over 20 shattered families. Give me a reason not to kill you today. I will send them home at once. I swear I will never engage in such deeds again. Carlo stammered. Lin Long suddenly recalled the old vendor at Crescent Moon Town. Shaking his head, you are not new to this line of work. Now that you have encountered me, you could save these young women. What about the past? Carlo faltered, unable to respond. Previously, in his pursuit of profit, he had disregarded such considerations that it is known that a young woman sold here fetched a price of 100 gold coins from John. 100 gold coins, an amount comparable to that of a level 4 magical beast. Hunting magical beasts was nowhere near as easy as trafficking young women. That I will compensate them. I will make amends. Please, spare me. Carlo suddenly devised a plan to they are mere commodities, quantifiable by money. Yet to their families, they are priceless. Lin Long thought of his little sister, then grew weary of listening to Carlo's ramblings. A golden flash swiftly pierced Carlo's skull. Lin Long continued to drink alone, patiently awaiting the arrival of his opponent. He knew John had gone to summon someone, yet Lin Long was indifferent, as he had not yet quenched his thirst for blood. Half an hour swiftly passed. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of figures surrounded the room, leaving no escape for Lin Long. John returned with a man clad in silver-white armor. The man plopped down into the chair that John had occupied earlier, his gaze cold and menacing as he focused on Lin Long. You wish to see me? Speak your purpose directly. The man's voice was deep, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Lin Long ignored the man's piercing gaze. His jug of wine was now empty, and he suddenly felt disinterested. He had intended to say something, but now found himself at a loss for words. You deceive me, the man bellowed, and outside, 100 men drew their bows in unison. Why? Lin Long's voice dropped to a whisper. What? The man failed to grasp Lin Long's meaning. Why resort to such underhanded methods to abduct those young women? Lin Long pressed again. The man's gaze turned frigid. There was no need for why. The weak were born to serve the strong. I see. So you are members of the Dark Church, Lin Long exclaimed, recalling what Kay had mentioned about the Dark Church's doctrine of the strong subjugating the weak. The man's eyes sharpened, appearing surprisingly intrigued to hear the name of the Dark Church from Lin Long's lips. We are not of the same ilk. After a moment, the man shook his head dismissively. It matters not. Whether we are or aren't, we all face death, Lin Long murmured. Arrogance, a terrifying aura emanated from the man. A level 7 Earth Knight. Lin Long sensed the man's power, reminiscent of the 2 white-clad figures who had previously come to capture him in Luome Town. Oh, since you recognize my strength, why not surrender? The man taunted. I am no longer the person I once was. Lin Long murmured to himself. Bang! A deafening explosion shattered the building, and Lin Long leapt onto the roof. The man, seeing the gaping hole above, followed suit. Landing opposite Lin Long, their gazes locked, and the man struck first, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Lin Long's face, a torrent of fighting spirit surging forth. In the night, a streak of light shot forth with incredible speed, poised to engulf Lin Long. Observing the Earth Knight's full-force assault, Lin Long merely raised his arms to shield his face. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the night, causing the soldiers below to hastily cover their ears. Whoosh! Lin Long was sent flying through the air, and the man shouted to the soldiers below, Fire! Whoosh! 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 A multitude of arrows propelled by a fierce gale surged toward Lin Long. You are suspended mid-air. Let us see how you evade them. The man chuckled with arrogance, yet his smile quickly froze upon his visage. Lin Long floated effortlessly in the air, and as he confronted the onslaught of arrows, he merely flicked his fingers, causing the barrage to halt abruptly suspended in mid-air, as if time itself had ceased. A sky knight? How could this be possible? The man gazed at Lin Long in terror, for soaring through the skies could only be achieved by an 8th-tier sky knight or a wizard wielding levitation magic. Return, Lin Long commanded lightly, and the arrows, having originated from a certain point, were compelled to retrace their path. The force, speed, and superiority were overwhelming. Ah! A chorus of anguished cries erupted, quickly succumbing to silence. Lin Long stretched his arms, his gaze shifting slightly. Truly, he was a terrestrial knight, with a formidable aura. Yet, Lin Long pondered whether he had misjudged the situation. The man's eyes glowed crimson as he fixed his stare upon Lin Long. It was crucial to note that these 100 men were his most trusted subordinates. And in an instant, they had all perished. He refused to accept that his adversary was a sky knight. Even if he were, the man cared little at this moment. "You shall die," the man bellowed, brandishing a colossal sword in his grasp, invoking the great Sumru sword technique. A golden radiance illuminated the dark night, and a grand manifestation abruptly materialized. Lin Long's expression turned solemn. Curse it, the great Sumru sword technique had been unleashed against him. Lin Long felt as though he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. The colossal blade sliced through the night sky, obliterating all obstacles in its path. Lin Long's demeanor shifted from ease to gravity. The great Sumru sword technique, a treasure of the Buddhist sect, was indeed powerful. He gazed upward, his expression tense at the impending colossal blade. "Summon the winds." Lin Long gradually extended his right hand, his lips parting slightly, as a tornado materialized instantly within his palm. The vortex expanded rapidly, transforming into a 100-foot whirlwind in the blink of an eye. The 100-foot tornado roared in the night sky, akin to the wrath of a wind deity. "Go," Lin Long commanded softly. The 100-foot tornado, imbued with the might of thunder, crashed violently against the colossal blade. There was no thunderous clash, no evenly matched confrontation. The colossal blade was devoured in an instant, vanishing without a trace. How could this be? The Vice Lord stared in disbelief at this spectacle, for this was a heavenly tier technique. How could it be defeated in the blink of an eye? Since he had begun practicing this heavenly tier technique, he felt evenly matched with the City Lord. That it was essential to remember that the City Lord was an 8th-tier Sky Knight. Lin Long was also taken aback by the scene. Surprised at how ineptly his adversary wielded the great Sumru sword technique, did Raylan fail to inform the buyer of its shortcomings? Lin Long gathered his thoughts. Dismissing distractions, he directed the tornado toward the man. Intent on annihilation, great Sumru sword, 3rd form. The man rasped, invoking the technique. Due to his innate talent, he had only mastered up to the 3rd form. He was unwilling to believe that a heavenly tier technique could not harm his opponent in the slightest. With the Vice Lord's furious cry, the manifestation solidified further, and the colossal blade reappeared in the night sky, hurtling toward the 100-foot tornado. However, it was once again obliterated within the swirling winds. Curse it! What could possibly be the reason? The Vice Lord's mind roared. He gazed at the tornado, now mere inches away, his complexion ashen. He had just raised the colossal sword, attempting to resist, but the center of the tornado had already approached him. And before he could evade, he was ensnared by its formidable pull. Ah! The screams echoed from within the tornado, reverberating through the heavens and earth. At that moment, every household in the nightless city flung open their doors, staring in awe at the tornado above, all shouting in unison, "Good heavens! It is a tornado! How could there be a tornado out of the blue? Old woman, run! The tornado is coming!" An elderly man grasped his companion's hand, fleeing from their home. After a while, they realized the tornado remained suspended in the sky, not moving, prompting the elder to gradually halt. "Strange, the tornado isn't moving," the elder mused curiously. "What on earth is happening? Can anyone tell me what is going on?" A voice cried from the crowd. "That it must be magic. Who knows who has provoked a powerful magician?" Someone speculated in the street. Most people nodded in agreement, gazing at the tornado with reverence, for in their eyes, wizards were beings not to be trifled with. That a streak of golden light traversed the skyline from the Lord's residence, arriving in an instant. Cease at once. A booming voice resounded, deafening and echoing through the heavens. It was the city lord. Who would have thought that even the city lord would be roused? Could it be that the city lord was battling a magician? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves upon hearing the voice. Lin Long lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the newcomer. Adorned in a golden robe that exuded nobility and elegance, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. With a handsome visage, albeit his complexion was slightly pale, his eyes sunken, and his gaze unfocused, giving the impression of someone who had indulged excessively. Lin Long suddenly contemplated whether this individual had encountered the great Sumeru sword technique. What use was it for someone in such a state to practice the great Sumeru sword technique? Lin Long formed a hand seal, and the tornado gradually dissipated, not due to the identity of his opponent, but because maintaining the whirlwind consumed too much energy as the storm subsided. The Vice Lord lay battered and on the brink of death at the center of the tempest. "Are you the City Lord?" Lin Long flashed forward, placing a foot upon the Vice Lord. "Indeed, you have quite the audacity to attempt to assassinate the Vice Lord of the Empire. Surrender at once." The man landed before Lin Long, admonishing him without reservation. Suddenly, Lin Long glanced skyward, and with a whoosh, another flash of light streaked through the air, revealing an elderly figure hovering above, radiating an immense aura. His hair and beard were already gray, and although he was aged, he appeared vigorous compared to the indulgent City Lord. He observed Lin Long and the City Lord, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. The City Lord of the Nightless City nodded toward the Elder, then turned to Lin Long with a stern expression. "Now that the Holy Enforcement Hall's office reporter is present, do you still wish to resist? Release the Vice Lord at once." Lin Long disregarded the City Lord, instead lifting his head to address the Elder with indifference. "Are you from the Holy Church?" The Elder nodded slowly, descending as the three stood in a line, with Lin Long caught in the middle. "Does this business also involve you?" Lin Long inquired coldly. Lin Long suddenly recalled the saintess of the Holy Church, the woman who perpetually spoke of humanity and righteousness. He wondered if she ever considered that there were individuals within the Holy Church engaging in such nefarious dealings. The Elder, upon hearing this, slowly shook his head. Lin Long frowned, his tone growing colder, realizing that this was merely a case of detachment. What a splendid officer of the Holy Church! The Elder refrained from countering. After a moment, the Elder spoke in a hoarse voice. "How about we let this matter rest? If you release the Vice Lord, I assure you the City Lord will not trouble you." The City Lord of the Nightless City, upon hearing this, did not refuse. Many citizens were watching this affair. He simply wished to resolve it quickly. He could not allow the public to uncover the truth. "What are the maidens?" Lin Long's gaze dropped low. "I will ensure they are returned home." The Elder quickly responded, sensing Lin Long's concession. "And what of the City Lord and Vice Lord?" Lin Long pressed again. The Elder fell silent for a long while. "What a masterful job of muddying the waters." Lin Long taunted the Elder. "Young man, I care not who you are. This ends here. Should you attempt to push your luck, do not blame me for suppressing you." The City Lord's voice turned icy, laden with threats. The Elder, upon hearing this, neither agreed nor disagreed. Lin Long lifted his foot and delivered a heavy kick to the Vice Lord. Bang! The Vice Lord soared through the air like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground, his already feeble body extinguished for good. "You seek death." The City Lord of the Nightless City turned ashen, his eyes seemingly ready to spew flames, just as he was about to act. A booming voice interrupted him. "Enough. This matter ends here." The Elder's expression was grave, his gaze sharp as he directed it at Lin Long. The demise of one Vice Lord sufficed as resolution for this incident. This was not a matter for negotiation, but a decree. The Elder's eyes were icy. Had it not been for the fact that he was in the wrong, how could a mere boy be so brazen? In stark contrast to the Elder's fury, Lin Long spoke calmly. "What if I say no? In that case, do not blame me for my actions." The Elder closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a palpable aura of murder enveloped him. The City Lord, witnessing this, felt an unexpected surge of joy within. Alone, he would not have dared to confront this enigmatic youth, but if the young man sought his own demise by provoking the holy law enforcer, then he could hardly blame anyone else. A fierce killing intent permeated the air, causing even the bright moon to retreat behind dark clouds, as if seeking refuge. You heard that. An incongruous voice erupted from Lin Long's lips. I heard it. Let him wait. A voice filled with fury, belonging to a young girl, pierced through the night sky. Upon hearing this voice, the elder law enforcer appeared to recall something, his face contorted with astonishment, tinged with a hint of fear, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The city lord observed this with intrigue, perplexed by the elder's sudden distraction at the sound of merely a girl's voice. Before long, a disturbance rippled through the sky. Buzz. A colossal magic circle materialized in the night, drawing the gaze of all the citizens of the city, who had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. A man clad in a cherry-red robe, appearing to be in his 30s, stood motionless within the magic circle, his face etched with profound fatigue. The elder law enforcer's lips trembled, and he bowed deeply to the man in the cherry-red robe, uttering, "I pay my respects, Master." The man descended without lifting his eyelids, weariness evident in his voice as he inquired, "What is happening?" The elder's lips quivered, as if his throat were constricted by an unseen force. Rendering him speechless, he had encountered the illustrious Grand Magus. This was the very lad who had not only slain hundreds of soldiers, but had also brought about the demise of the vice lord. The city lord, upon hearing the elder refer to the man as master, deduced his identity. In the law enforcement hall of the Holy Church, there was but one master, the fearsome Grand Magus. Is that so? The Grand Magus scrutinized the elder. Just as the city lord was about to speak, he was abruptly silenced by the Grand Magus's thunderous command. "Silence! I am addressing him." The city lord was stricken with fear. Aware of the Grand Magus's notorious temper, "Is that so?" The Grand Magus's voice rose in intensity. The elder's eyes reddened, yet he remained mute. When Liana had informed me earlier, I had constantly urged myself to remain calm. I could not fathom how you, after 60 diligent years, could commit such an egregious error. I still recall at 18, when you solemnly impressed upon me that as the last bastion of human law, we must uphold fairness and justice. The Grand Magus gazed at the elder with profound sorrow, lamenting, "Now, so many young girls have been abducted, and your first thought is to pacify the situation. Tell me why." "Why?" At this moment, tears streamed down the elder's face as he gazed at his junior, stammering, "I did not wish for this. I truly did not." The city lord hurriedly interjected, "Grand Magus, this must be a misunderstanding." Boom! A colossal pillar of flame descended from the heavens, resembling divine wrath. The citizens of the city stared in shock at the inferno, rendered speechless. Witnessing such a wrathful blaze revealed why mages were regarded as humanity's favored. The pillar struck swiftly, and before the city lord could react, his body was instantaneously reduced to ash. "I told you to be quiet, yet you insisted I assist you." "A misunderstanding. 100 young girls were under my very nose. And you dare claim this is a misunderstanding?" The Grand Magus roared, venting his pent-up fury. "Heavens, the Lord is dead?" The citizens whispered amongst themselves, astonished at the audacity of the mage to slay a city lord. However, they were not particularly fazed by his death, as it felt distant from their everyday lives. Lin Long stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fiery pillar that had fallen from the sky, marveling at the sheer power of this individual, whose casual display of strength rivaled his own in a past life. After releasing his frustration, the Grand Magus wearily addressed the elder by the decree of the master of the law enforcement hall. "You are commanded to proceed to the Orc Valley. You shall not withdraw until a decade of conflict has passed. Should misfortune befall you, then so be it. I do not wish to be a target for future generations." The elder ceased his weeping, uttering, "I am sorry." He then transformed into a streak of light, not daring to cast a glance at the Grand Magus. Watching the elder depart, the Grand Magus turned to Lin Long and inquired, "Are you Lin Long? The little whale often speaks of you. Come, walk with me." Observing the fatigue etched on the Grand Magus's face, Lin Long gently suggested, "Do you not need a moment of respite? You appear quite weary." The Grand Magus chuckled lightly. "No need. Being away from the battlefield is already a rare moment of rest." As night fell and the city illuminated with vibrant lights, the bustling expanse of the city buzzed with life. named the city that never sleeps. Its nocturnal beauty was undeniable. Most citizens remained indifferent to the death of the Lord, for they believed that one death would simply lead to another. Their lives would not alter significantly with a new ruler. And perhaps they would fare even better. As Lin Long and the Grand Mage strolled down the luminous streets, the latter sighed internally. "What troubles you, Senior?" Lin Long promptly asked. The Grand Magus shook his head. "The populace here remains blissfully unaware. Thousands of our kin perish on distant battlefields, yet they continue to revel, their enjoyment built upon the corpses of countless others." Contemplating this, the Grand Magus felt an unusual sorrow. Lin Long sensed his melancholy, but was at a loss for words to console him. "If one day you were needed to save humanity, would you be willing?" the Grand Magus suddenly posed. Lin Long pondered for a long moment, unwilling to deceive the Grand Magus. He knew he could not. The Grand Magus did not press, patiently awaiting Lin Long's response. After a long silence, Lin Long finally replied, "I cannot deceive you, Senior. If that day were to come, I would undoubtedly be reluctant." "Why?" The Grand Magus's expression remained inscrutable. Since the words had been spoken, Lin Long felt compelled to speak candidly. "I previously told the little whale that my strength is lacking. If the sky were to fall, it would not be my place to hold it up as long as I can protect my family. That is sufficient." Lin Long's response might seem selfish, yet it was the raw truth of his feelings. His sense of belonging to this world was not particularly strong, aside from his family and friends. He held little concern for humanity at large. "Then why did you save so many today?" "They cannot be family to you," the Grand Magus queried, his expression still impassive. "Simply because I wish to. Within my capacity, I naturally hope for a better world," Lin Long replied without hesitation. "Are you not afraid that I might kill you for such an answer?" The Grand Magus's tone turned icy, anger flickering across his face once more. "Senior would not harm me, and to speak frankly, I doubt you could even do so." Lin Long dismissed the Grand Magus's fury, knowing that the latter bore no intent to kill him. As for the latter part, he regarded it as mere bravado. "Are you so certain?" The Grand Magus smirked, his smile devoid of warmth. This was the first time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lin Long fell silent, fearing that if the conversation continued, the Grand Magus might truly take action to The Grand Magus chuckled, producing a gleaming object that flew into Lin Long's hands. Upon inspection, Lin Long discovered it to be a crystal token inscribed with the words Law Enforcement Hall, Senior. "Such a precious item. I cannot accept." Lin Long immediately intended to return it, perceiving it as a significant burden. The Grand Magus frowned slightly, displeasure evident in his demeanor. "Do you know how many have sought it in vain? And you would simply disregard it." Lin Long replied earnestly, "Precisely because I'm aware of its value, I hope to return it to someone in greater need. What do you say this item is?" The Grand Magus raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Long found himself momentarily at a loss. He had merely followed the Grand Magus's lead, unaware of what it truly was. Could it be that the law enforcer of the city that never sleeps has sent me to do this? Lin Long speculated, his eyes darting. The Grand Magus wore an expression that seemed to affirm Lin Long's suspicion. Silently thinking how unlikely it was for this impudent lad to recognize its significance, he did not offer any explanation, but instead queried, "You killed so many today, including a vice lord. How do you plan to address this?" Lin Long found himself in a predicament. Previously, he had only killed a town mayor and was already wanted nationwide. Yet today he had taken the life of the deputy city lord. He was at a loss as to what course of action to take. If he were to be pursued once more, it would be exceedingly difficult to explain to his parents. Contemplating this, Lin Long felt a twinge of anxiety. If all else failed, perhaps he could once again beseech the whale for assistance. After all, if it had happened once, it could happen again, he mused quietly, casting an awkward glance at Rongyao, wondering if the elder could feign ignorance. If Rongyao were to act as if nothing had transpired, then those who had encountered Lin Long today would have met their demise, and the old man would have ventured into the Orc Valley, leaving no one to uncover Lin Long's actions. "I'm the head of the enforcement hall of the Holy Church. Are you suggesting that I break the law?" Rongyao scoffed. "But you just casually eliminated a city lord. Is that not a violation of the law?" Lin Long retorted, exasperated. If my killing is against the law, does that mean yours is exempt? Ah, it is indeed not a violation. I merely executed a criminal. Rong Yao replied with a light chuckle. How impressive. You declare anyone a criminal. And so they become one. You can kill at will. Lin Long exclaimed in sheer frustration. The other party held dominion over the law, able to take the life of a city lord without consequence, while he himself had to clean up after his own mess. You can do so in the future as well, Rong Yao said softly. What? Lin Long's heart raced, a sudden spark of realization igniting within him. This token? Rong Yao nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, you still find it to be burdensome. Lin Long promptly grasped the token tightly, eagerly assuring, not burdensome at all. Witnessing Lin Long's reaction, Rong Yao smiled faintly. Let's conclude our discussion for today. I must take my leave. Such rare moments of respite. He sighed. I hope we have the chance to meet again. Wait, Elder, what about those young women? Lin Long inquired hastily. Oh, not trouble yourself. I shall send someone to escort them back to their respective homes. With that, a colossal magic circle reappeared in the sky, and Rong Yao stepped into it, vanishing from sight. In the Orc Valley, at the front lines, Rong Yao entered a tent where a man clad in pure white armor was fervently writing. The man glanced up at Rong Yao and smiled. You have returned. How did it go? Finding a place to sit on the ground. Rong Yao replied, I met someone. It was quite satisfactory. The man maintained his smile. A companion on the journey. Rong Yao shook his head. Not yet. The man appeared slightly disappointed, halting his writing, for he had praised this individual to the heavens. Observing the man's dejected demeanor, Rong Yao chuckled, do not worry. Lu Huang, they will inevitably become an ally. Confidence sparkled in Rong Yao's eyes. The man nodded and resumed writing. An envoy from the orcs is set to arrive soon, specifically requesting a meeting with Raquel. Rong Yao's expression darkened, his hands clenching involuntarily as he seethed. Over the years, how much contraband has Raquel smuggled? You cannot fathom the horrors I witnessed in the city of eternal night. Hundreds of young women, in wretched despair. How can they bear it? Were it not for the orcs, I would have undoubtedly slain him myself. The man paused, staring blankly at the night sky. He is still of use. With him, we can save many lives. After a lengthy silence, the man murmured, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, it is those children who suffer. Rong Yao remained silent for a long while in Tianshui City. At the Duke's residence, a woman hurriedly rushed to the Duke's study. Madam, the master has instructed that no one is to disturb him. A servant quickly interjected. Step aside. The woman struck the servant across the face and stormed into the study. Inside, Raquel was holding a swan feather, nodding and bowing. When he heard the door swing open and quickly concealed the feather, he turned to the intruding woman, barking, Who permitted you to enter? Get out. However, the woman immediately burst into tears. You shout at me, yet my brother is dead. You shout at me, and I wish for nothing but to perish. Her weeping was heart-wrenching. Someone, hang her. Raquel ordered coldly to several servants if she wishes to die. Then let her. The servants restrained the woman, preparing to drag her away. Hearing Raquel's intention to execute her, the woman, disregarding her sorrow, pleaded, I was wrong. Your Grace, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me, for my brother died at the hands of the great Mage Rong Yao. At that moment, the woman was filled with regret. She had hoped to leverage her brother's death for some advantage, but she never anticipated that the Duke would seek her life so swiftly. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to accompany her to the grave? Raquel roared at the servants. The mere concubine dares to disregard my rules, now that even the Sky Knight's brother is dead. What use is she, since she is useless? Let her join him in the afterlife. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. The woman cried out in desperation, but the servants dared not delay any longer and took her away. Humph! Raquel grunted heavily. This time, you are on the blacklist. I shall see how you choose. Lin Long lingered in the city of eternal night for 2 days, as the start of school was still some time away. Thus, he did not rush. During these 2 days, he scoured the shops in the city of eternal night for advanced magical beasts. Yet he only managed to collect fewer than 10 fourth-tier beasts. To the spiritual energy within him, this was negligible. Nevertheless, every little bit adds up. Feeling the slight expansion of his golden core, Lin Long could only console himself. 2 days later, Lin Long resumed his journey to Tianshui Academy. Traveling westward, crossing mountains and rivers. After a day of travel, Tianshui City was drawing near. In the evening, Lin Long intended to find a place to rest when suddenly his gaze fell upon a small town ablaze. After some contemplation, he resolved to investigate. The town was neither large nor small. It could not compare to the secondary city of Eternal Night, yet was significantly larger than his hometown of Luomei Town. The dilapidated town sign bore the name Jelin. As Lin Long walked through the town, his astonishment grew. Since entering the town, he had not seen a single living soul, nor even a corpse. Yet bloodstains were pervasive on the houses and streets. Yet no bodies were to be found. Lin Long lightly dipped his finger into a bloodstain. It had already congealed, indicating that it had been spilled for quite some time. Observing the blood on his finger, Lin Long closed his eyes, as if he could hear the wretched cries of the deceased in their final moments. Strolling around the town, he encountered flickering flames on the verge of extinguishing and smoke billowing into the sky. The moonlight filtered through sparse leaves, casting its glow upon the blood-soaked ground, enveloping him in an indescribable atmosphere of terror. It was August now, and one would expect the night breeze to be cool and refreshing. However, the wind in the town was cold and chilling, leaving Lin Long feeling quite uncomfortable. After searching the vicinity, he found nothing of note. Standing still, Lin Long wore a contemplative expression, when suddenly he bit his right middle finger, letting drops of blood fall to the ground. Soon, a crimson aura began to spread. In an instant, the red glow enveloped the entire town, and the blood that had brushed against the aura seemed to come to life. Lin Long closed his eyes, his fingers sweeping across his vision. Upon reopening his eyes, the scene before him ignited a fury within Lin Long. The entire town, thousands of souls, appeared before him. However, each individual was but a mangled remnant of their former selves. Regardless of age or gender, their deaths were harrowing. The blood-formed inhabitants of the town each bore 2 streams of blood tears, gazing at Lin Long with silent, haunting sorrow. Every blood resident stood immobile, their blood-red eyes filled with a plea. Lin Long remained silent for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, he nodded solemnly and softly reassured them. "I understand. Leave it to me. Rest assured." As if comprehending Lin Long's words, the townsfolk finally ceased their lamentations. Lin Long sought refuge in an unscathed resident's home, pushed the door open, and reclined upon the frigid bed, surrounded by countless vengeful spirits, while the chilling winds howled outside. Nevertheless, Lin Long slumbered peacefully. At dawn the following day, he rose and departed the town, continuing westward. After a day of travel, he arrived at the gates of Tianshui City just before they closed. As one of the 5 grand cities of the Gaolan Empire, Tianshui City was truly magnificent. Towering walls, each constructed from the formidable sky-blue stone, seemed to cascade like a waterfall from the heavens when viewed from afar. Named after the Tianshui River of the Gaolan Empire, which stretches thousands of kilometers and encompasses an area of over 1 million square kilometers, the river flows through numerous towns, descending from the sky. Lin Long noticed that the number of people entering the city had dwindled as the gates were about to close. The guards at the city gate regarded Lin Long with awe, clearly mistaking him for a sorcerer or a sky knight, both of whom were not to be trifled with. Thus, Lin Long passed through the gates without enduring much scrutiny. Upon entering Tianshui City, he settled into an inn. The next morning, instead of heading directly to Tianshui Academy, he aimlessly wandered through the city. It was not entirely aimless, for the blood in his forehead would react within 1,000 meters of his daughter, Ellen. Therefore, Lin Long intended to explore Tianshui City first, in case his daughter was still alive. However, after roaming for most of the day, the blood in his forehead showed no signs of response. Reluctantly, Lin Long decided to proceed to Tianshui Academy. Located in the far west of Tianshui City, Tianshui Academy is one of the 5 prestigious academies of the Gaolan Empire, steeped in rich heritage. As Lin Long approached the main entrance of the academy, he gazed up at the ancient institution, whose entrance stood nearly 10 meters high, exuding a solemn and elegant charm. The sign above bore the characters Tianshui Academy. As Lin Long stepped forward, ready to enter, he was halted by an invisible barrier. A protective enchantment? Lin Long pondered. Who goes there? An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, materialized before Lin Long, his gaze scrutinizing that I am a new student. Here to register. Lin Long narrowed his eyes, assessing the disheveled old man, whose unkempt appearance suggested he had not bathed in quite some time, emanating an unpleasant odor. Upon hearing Lin Long's response, the old man's wary demeanor softened slightly. What is your name? Leon Sori. Lin Long replied honestly, sensing something peculiar about the somewhat stooped old man. The elder suddenly produced a small ledger, flipping through its pages before nodding. After closing the book, he smiled warmly. Come with me. Most newcomers arrive 3 to 5 days early. It's rare to see someone arrive this early. Lin Long smiled but offered no reply. Every student at Tianshui Academy possesses their own badge, allowing free entry and exit. That I will take you to the administrative office to obtain your badge. Otherwise, you won't be able to come and go at will. The old man led Lin Long through the barrier, which offered no resistance this time. Upon crossing the barrier, a narrow path came into view, flanked by rows of yellow-leaved trees similar to the grand tree at Lin Long's home. Beneath a massive Huangya tree stood a signpost reading Huangya Road. Following Huangya Road led him to a vast open square. To the right of the square stood the first-year classroom building, with the administrative office located on the first floor. After verifying his details, Lin Long received his badge, which was the size of a gold coin, inscribed with the characters Tianshui. Lin Long was not unfamiliar with this, having seen similar badges in the town at the foot of the Beast Mountain Range. Exiting the administrative office, the old man escorted Lin Long to the freshman dormitory, located on the left side of the square, adjacent to a dining hall. All food within the academy is free, as long as there is no waste. You may stay in this dormitory for now, and once classes are assigned, you can move to your class dormitory, the old man explained with great care. Where is the second-year dormitory? Lin Long inquired, intending to visit his elder brother and second brother. It had been a year since they last met, and he could not deny his desire to see them. Just follow the path you came from, cross the square, and you will find another square. The second-year dormitory is on the left side. You have any other questions? The old man asked kindly. Thank you, not for the moment. Lin Long replied gratefully, his gaze warm. The old man nodded and suddenly extended a hand. Observing the old man's gesture, Lin Long was taken aback. What does this mean? A gold coin. The old man grinned widely. Lin Long had just been pondering how considerate the academy was, only to discover that he would need to pay upon arrival. And it was a gold coin. Lin Long rolled his eyes. I heard the academy provides food and lodging without charge. The old man chuckled as he clarified, the academy does provide food and lodging, but that does not mean a guide comes without a fee. But I don't have that much. Lin Long feigned innocence. He was unsure if everyone was required to pay this fee, or if it was just him. The old man's expression turned dangerous. So you intend to refuse payment? Lin Long, unperturbed, adopted a demeanor that conveyed indifference to the old man's threat. Just then, the sky above Tianshui Academy, which had been an azure blue, suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a fierce wind swept through, rustling Lin Long's garments. Lin Long raised an eyebrow at the old man, realizing he had indeed not misjudged him. A sorcerer of considerable power, Lin Long could not help but marvel at the strength of a mere gatekeeper in such a prestigious academy. Are you certain you won't pay? The old man's voice boomed like thunder, as if the dark clouds above were responding to his fury. Now standing at the entrance to the dining hall, Lin Long was unwilling to engage in conflict there. This place is not suitable for a confrontation. Let us move to that open square. Lin Long suggested to the old man. He was eager to ascertain whether this academy was truly worth his time and wished to seize this opportunity to test himself against a sorcerer. Confident that the old man would not kill him, the old man regarded Lin Long with surprise, not expecting such resolve from a newcomer. Under the weight of the academy's prestige, how could he remain so unflustered? Annoyed, the old man accompanied Lin Long to the open square. At this moment, since the semester had yet to commence, the first-year arena was relatively empty, with only a few second-year students passing through. Kid, let me give you one last piece of advice. Pay up, and I won't harm you. The old man stood in the center of the arena, his aura suddenly shifting, darkening the sky even further. Here, I only have 10 copper coins. Would that suffice? Lin Long jested, his demeanor relaxed. Very well. Since you refuse to pay, I shall stretch my legs and teach you the meaning of respecting your elders. The old man replied, visibly furious. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of resentment. After all, it was merely a gold coin. How could a person with such a premium spatial ring refuse to part with even a single gold coin? Now, he found himself in a predicament. Should he strike, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Yet if he refrained, that young brat would undoubtedly mock him. Please. Lin Long gestured gallantly for the old man to strike first. In his mind, he mused, if you claim I do not understand respect for my elders, then I shall let you take the initiative. What will you do? Humph. I do not wish to bully newcomers. You may attack first, the old man retorted, exasperated. A mere newcomer could only rank at level 3, yet he dared to demand that the old man strike first. Did he think himself a Sky Knight? Lin Long wasted no more words. He sensed the old man's formidable strength, far exceeding that of the lord of the Nightless City, yet lacking the overwhelming pressure exerted by K, the boss, and Glory. Lin Long's eyes deepened, suddenly turning a silvery hue. Lightning danced around his body, especially in his palms, where it manifested with a sharp crackle. In an instant, Lin Long's figure appeared before the old man, unleashing a thunderous strike aimed at his face. Lin Long showed no mercy. A level 4 or 5 warrior could very well meet their end from such an attack. The old man's eyes widened in shock, not expecting Lin Long's speed to be so astonishing. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed throughout the Tianshui Academy Square, but Lin Long wore no expression of joy. He felt as though his strike had met a formidable wind barrier, which stood resilient against his onslaught, confining the earth as my prison, Lin Long declared, channeling the thunderous power within his palm, encircling the old man, and forming a cage that trapped him inside. Windblade, the old man murmured, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. That a colossal wind blade surged toward Lin Long, and wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart. Gazing up at the colossal wind blade in the sky, Lin Long felt a stirring in his heart, and in an instant, his body appeared within the thunder prison, observing the astonished expression of the elder. Lin Long chuckled, let's go. With a swift kick to the elder's chest, he sent him tumbling beneath the wind blade. Despite taking Lin Long's forceful strike, the elder remained unscathed, and, as the wind blade loomed closer, he exhibited no signs of panic. The immense wind blade sliced through the elder's form, yet Lin Long furrowed his brow. As the blade passed through the elder, it split perfectly in two, narrowly avoiding him while maintaining its formidable momentum towards Lin Long. With a resigned expression, Lin Long remained undeterred. Raising his right hand, he softly uttered, summon the winds. A tornado erupted from his palm, expanding instantaneously to several hundred zhong, intertwining with a massive wind blade. The blade could not pierce through the tornado, and the tornado could do nothing to halt the wind blade. The elder, filled with astonishment, had not anticipated that a newcomer could withstand a 5th-tier spell. He sensed the unusual prowess of Lin Long from the moment he made his move, prompting the elder to resort to a 5th-tier spell, yet he was astonished that even that could not contend with Lin Long. The elder regarded Lin Long with admiration, secretly acknowledging, it seems our Tianshui Academy is about to produce an extraordinary individual. The fierce clash between the wind blade and the tornado sent gusts of wind swirling, causing the Huangya trees to rustle ominously. Ultimately, both forces dissipated into the ether that a few figures appeared outside the arena. Gazing in astonishment at the elder and Lin Long, the elder caught sight of them from the corner of his eye, and a faint flush crept onto his face. Suddenly, he vanished without a trace. Lin Long surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the elder had inexplicably disappeared, leaving a few individuals casting curious glances in his direction. Wishing to avoid unwanted attention, Lin Long discreetly slipped away, heading towards the second-year arena to meet his elder brother and second brother. Had he not seen correctly? Was the Dean of Thunder truly engaged in a spar with someone? The crowd murmured in uncertainty that IT should be the Dean of Thunder, but who was that youth? They seemed unfamiliar from their time at the academy. Surely, he couldn't be a newcomer. Ha ha, newcomer. How could that be? Laughter erupted among the crowd, with one voice shaking his head and chuckling, questioning how a newcomer could possess the strength to spar with the Dean of Thunder. Arriving at the second-year dormitory, Lin Long stopped a passerby to inquire about the whereabouts of his elder brother and second brother. The individual, taken aback by Lin Long's presence, initially considered leaving but then decided to respond, saying, "Jenny and Aura have gone to undertake a mission. Their return time is uncertain." Lin Long felt a twinge of disappointment, thanked the person, and departed. Settling into Tianshui Academy, Lin Long ventured into Tianshui City each day at dawn, traversing various streets and alleys in hopes of discovering news about Aaron's daughter. However, after many days of searching, he had yet to uncover a single clue. During this time, Lin Long also visited the Jialan Chamber of Commerce, successfully clearing out the high-tier magical beasts within. Thus, the commencement of the new academic year at Tianshui Academy swiftly approached. By the end of August, the number of students at Tianshui Academy suddenly surged. Today marked the final day for registration, with the freshman assembly set for the following day in the evening. After Lin Long moved into his designated dormitory, he noticed a youth across from him arranging his bedding. Upon hearing the noise, the youth turned to face Lin Long, but upon seeing his attire, lost interest in conversation and continued to tidy his bed. The dormitories at Tianshui Academy housed 2 students per room, resulting in a relatively spacious environment due to the limited number of enrollees. Noticing the other youth's disinterest in conversation, Lin Long kept silent as he organized his own sleeping area before lying down. Earlier, he had inquired again at the second-year quarters, only to find that his elder brother and second brother had yet to return. However, Lin Long did observe that the individual he questioned today bore a peculiar resemblance to the one from before. A look of unspoken strangeness in their gaze. Shaking his head, Lin Long dismissed the thought and drifted into slumber, the night devoid of dreams past, and upon awakening the next day, Lin Long first enjoyed breakfast. In contrast to the previous day's solitude, the dining hall was now bustling with students, each mouthful filled to the brim. Most of the youths came from modest backgrounds, much like his own. Watching the students, Lin Long couldn't help but recall how his elder brother and second brother had once been just like them, prompting a smile and a shake of his head. Finding an empty seat, Lin Long settled down. After breakfast, he made his way to the square, which was already filled with students. That a platform had been erected at the forefront, adorned with tables and chairs. The once vast square was now divided into 10 areas, each designated for a class. Lin Long located his class, Year 1, Class 3, and sought out a discreet corner to rest his eyes. Before long, the expansive area was filled with newcomers. Some students engaged in conversation, while others, like Lin Long, remained solitary. At the forefront of the 10 designated areas stood 9 individuals, akin to fireflies in the night, basking in the attention of all. Think that our cohort comprises only 9 mages. This is hardly surprising. Mages are inherently rare, and each class typically shares a similar number. The 9 individuals at the forefront appeared visibly excited, an experience they had never encountered before. Amongst over 1,000 participants, only they were afforded such honor. Each clenched their fists, revealing their inner turbulence. Cough, cough, silence. A voice rang out from the platform, prompting the newcomers to cease their chatter and quiet down. The freshman assembly at Tianshui Academy is about to commence. I am your host for today, Hai Yang. First, let's welcome a few esteemed guests, beginning with His Highness, the second prince of the Jialan Empire, Jialan Shun. Upon hearing this, Lin Long's expression shifted, and he glanced towards the stage. Jialan Shun, just as he had seen previously, donned a black robe embroidered with gold. He sat in silence, emanating an unspoken pressure that enveloped those around him. It's the second prince. He is so handsome. A girl nearby gazed at Jialan Shun with starry eyes. Are you out of your mind? I've heard he has a reputation for being ruthless, someone whispered beside her. Lin Long observed Jialan Shun, feeling a mix of curiosity and concern. Is he not hot in that attire? Just then, Jialan Shun's gaze shifted towards him, their eyes meeting for a brief moment, caught off guard by the strange yet familiar gaze. Jialan Shun hesitated before seemingly recalling something, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he averted his eyes. I at you, Lin Long. It truly is you. Jialan Chun confirmed in his heart. The host continued, "Next, let us invite the Lord Duke of Tianshui City, Duke Laker, to the stage." As Duke Laker approached, Jialan Chun acknowledged him with a nod, indicating that the second prince was in good spirits today. Jialan Chun offered a faint nod in response. Recognizing an unexpected acquaintance, he scrutinized Duke Laker, noting how much he had changed since their last meeting. Duke Laker, with a beaming countenance, replied, "Thanks to your highness." Not wishing to pry further, Jialan Chun refrained from asking more. Lin Long assessed the duke, noting that he was not particularly tall, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, and wore an extravagant robe adorned with a gleaming emblem featuring a massive sword. His golden curls were impeccably styled, revealing his emphasis on social etiquette. As the host concluded the introductions, the stage was filled with invited guests. Now, let's welcome the president of Tianshui Academy, Dean Thunder. To deliver a speech, an elderly man stood up, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for all to hear. "First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you students arriving at Tianshui Academy." Lin Long's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the elder, the very same who had guided him a few days prior, leading to a brawl over a single gold coin. Yet the elder on stage now appeared invigorated and elegantly dressed, a stark contrast to the disheveled figure Lin Long had encountered before, leaving him momentarily incredulous. "I heard my brother say that our Dean Thunder bathes only once a year, right before the freshman assembly. This has been the case for 10 years. Someone nearby whispered, gossiping. "Why only once a year?" Another voice chimed in, curiosity piqued. "I'm not sure, but my brother mentioned it might have something to do with a great competition of the 4 empires. Beyond that, I have no idea," the person replied, lacking further details. Lin Long's ears perked up, surprised. "Very well, we shall soon commence this year's freshman competition. Let teacher Haiyang explain the rules and rewards to you." Dean Thunder gestured, and Haiyang nodded, projecting his voice. "For the freshman competition, some may be familiar while others may not. Allow me to provide a brief overview in the grand competition for new students. Each class consists of 100 individuals, and the top performer will be designated as the class leader. Each class leader will be rewarded with 3 bottles of life spring water." "Teacher, what is life spring water?" a student inquired, as they had not encountered it before. "In simple terms, life spring water can enhance your cultivation without any side effects. It is advisable to use it when attempting to break through to level 4, as it can increase your chances by 10%. Each bottle is valued at 3,000 gold coins," Haiyang explained. "Wow, such an exorbitant price. 3 bottles amount to 9,000 gold coins. I've never seen so much money in my life." "You overestimate yourself. It will be hard for you to see such wealth even in your next life." The crowd erupted in a clamor. Silence. Upon noticing the students settling down, Haiyang continued, "The top 10 class leaders will select one among themselves to be crowned as the top of the grade. Receiving 10 bottles of life spring water, a collective gasp arose from the students. 10 bottles would equate to 30,000 gold coins. Everyone eagerly prepared for the impending competition. Lin Long felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the rewards. Unlike in the Beast Mountain range, where he could enhance his abilities at Tianshui Academy, he had no beast corpses to draw from, merely wasting time. Yet he never expected that Tianshui Academy would possess a liquid capable of elevating one's cultivation. Then, Lin Long glanced apologetically at his classmates. "Now, allow me to explain the rules of the competition." After a brief pause, Haiyang stated that there were no rules. The 10 designated areas would serve as battlefields. Students could form alliances or fight solo. So long as one person remained standing, they would become the class leader. However, there was one stipulation. Crossing the boundaries would result in elimination. "Teacher, what if we lose control and accidentally injure someone fatally?" Some students voiced their concerns that as level 3 warriors, their punches could possess nearly 1,000 pounds of force. If they were not careful, they could cause serious harm. "Rest assured, with me here, it will be quite difficult for you to meet your demise." Haiyang, as a 6th-tier mage, spoke with confidence. The students nodded in excitement. As long as death was not a concern, they felt no trepidation. "Are there any further questions?" Seeing no one respond, Haiyang prepared to announce the commencement of the competition. However, at that moment, Dean Leiting interjected, Leon from Class 3, You need not participate in the competition." Lin Long, having readied himself, felt a surge of anger at the dean's words and retorted, "By what right?" The students had been curious about who Leon was. But hearing one of their own challenge the dean, who was an 8th-tier mage and a figure of great respect, was shocking. In response to Lin Long's inquiry, Lei Tang stammered, failing to provide a reason, merely reiterating that Lin Long was not permitted to compete. Yang looked at the dean in surprise, unsure of the latter's intentions. However, since the dean had spoken, he felt compelled to relay, "Leon from Class 3. You are not included in this competition." Fuming, Lin Long could not accept losing the chance to enhance his strength. The opportunity lay before him. He coldly declared, "If you do not allow me to participate, then I will make it so that none of the new students can stand. Let everyone withdraw." His calm tone belied the simmering agitation within. This statement was directed at Dean Lei Tang, dripping with menace. "Ha ha! This student certainly has a grandiose sense of self." A fellow newcomer laughed beside Lin Long. "Indeed. Does he think himself a noble mage?" Others chimed in, mocking him. Even among the students, there was disbelief. After all, not even a mage would dare to speak so recklessly upon entering. Lakel observed Lin Long with amusement, turning to Jiao Lancheng. "This student from Tian Shui Academy possesses quite the spirit, though perhaps he is a touch too arrogant." He was evidently unaware that the Lord of the City of Eternal Night had indirectly fallen at Lin Long's hands, as most who had seen Lin Long were now dead. Jiao Lancheng remained silent, fully aware of Lin Long's strength. After witnessing the prowess of that sword strike, he considered himself no match for Lin Long, though that was only true of the past. Jiao Lancheng's eyes fixed on Lin Long, eager to discover how Lin Long's current capabilities compared. Unfortunately, Dean Lei Tang's expression darkened, yet he felt a headache coming on at the thought of Lin Long's capabilities. He certainly did not believe Lin Long was jesting. If he truly forbade Lin Long from participating, it could lead to unforeseen complications. "Leon, if you refrain from entering the competition, I will personally reward you with 5 bottles of life spring water," Dean Lei Tang stated, exasperated. Lin Long shook his head. Between 13 bottles and 5, he was quite aware of the disparity. "Dean, this seems rather inappropriate." Yang interjected softly. "Indeed, Dean, your favoritism is rather evident." The majority of students voiced their discontent. "How can one reward a newcomer upon arrival? Is he a favored, illegitimate child? Even if so, public cheating is unacceptable." The crowd erupted into uproar. Dean Lei Tang, "While I have no authority to intervene in your school's decisions, the students' concerns must be acknowledged. That I feel that preventing Leon from competing lacks fairness," Lakel remarked with a smile. Dean Lei Tang found himself in a dilemma. He aimed to conceal Lin Long's strength to prepare for next year's imperial competition, as well as to maintain fairness in the current competition. However, observing the new students who failed to grasp his good intentions, he sighed and waved his hand. "Since you insist on facing hardship, so be it. Let him participate." Yang. "Thank you, Dean," Lin Long graciously replied, a smile gracing his face. "Do not forget your promise of 5 bottles of life spring water." Dean Lei Tang's fury flared as he retorted, "I just stated you would not compete. My personal reward was contingent upon your non-participation. Now that you've chosen to compete, what is the point of the life spring water?" He slammed his hand on the table. Seething, Lin Long smiled at Dean Lei Tang, parting his lips to utter a phrase, though no sound emerged. Dean Lei Tang deciphered Lin Long's lip movements and grinned wickedly, thinking, "I shall see how you manage to compel me to oblige." Indeed, Lin Long had silently conveyed to him, "You will certainly provide." With no further issues at hand, the competition for new students commences now. Yang proclaimed loudly, In the 10 designated areas, the students dispersed, some forming alliances to collectively defeat others, while others were determined to fight alone from the outset. The battles ignited instantly, fueled by youthful fervor, with little regard for strategy. It was a raw display of aggression, with combatants targeting those they deemed unsatisfactory. In the forefront of the arena, 9 new mage students observed the chaos with indifference, as they were not required to participate in this competition. Their physical prowess was not significantly superior to that of the new students, and they may even have been outmatched by some. Meanwhile, Lin Long found himself besieged by the greatest number of students. Nearly 100 from Class 3 surrounded him, when Dean Latang intended to offer him the life spring water. This scenario had already been set into motion. Wherever one finds themselves, exceptional individuals often attract envy and resentment. Seeing the throng attacking him, Lin Long smiled serenely. This is quite agreeable. A swift resolution shall ensue. He planted himself firmly, his left hand forming the 5 thunder finger, and calmly declared, "Command, thunder." As the word thunder left his lips, the once clear sky darkened ominously, filled with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Dark clouds instantly enveloped the square above, casting shadows not only over Class 3's area, but across all 10 class zones. How is this possible? He can summon thunder. Doubt and disbelief rippled through the onlookers. This cannot be real. The new students exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lin Long could actually summon thunder. I could see that moment. The Thunder Dean abruptly stood up, realizing why Lin Long had stated he would certainly provide him with spring water. This young man intended to strip all 10 class leaders of their positions, that if he did not acquiesce under the thunder, no one else would be able to stand. This was Lin Long's intention, and the Thunder Dean understood it well. Lin Long paid no attention to his classmates, instead gazing at the Thunder Dean with a silent smile, seemingly awaiting his decision. The Thunder Dean remained silent. He did not wish to be so easily manipulated by Lin Long. Raquel looked up at the thunderous sky, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Jialon Chun pursed her lips, astonished at Lin Long's current strength. Seemingly deciphering the Thunder Dean's inner thoughts, Lin Long flashed a mischievous smile and casually declared, "Falling thunder." Dozens of bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking those students who had charged towards Lin Long. Fortunately, Lin Long had no intention of killing. Those struck merely had their hair standing on end, their faces charred, and smoke billowing from their mouths. The few students who were hit barely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, the remaining students, witnessing this scene, suddenly found themselves at a loss, unable to advance or retreat. Again, Lin Long softly commanded. Dozens of bolts of lightning fell once more, many students having lost their capacity to think. Staring blankly at the lightning, "Run!" Those who regained their senses shouted loudly, awakening many others who hurriedly sought shelter from the thunder. Dozens of bolts struck another 10 students at that moment. Approximately 80 students remained in Class 3. They gathered together, united in their resentment towards Lin Long, as if he were a devil incarnate. Many regretted allowing Lin Long to participate in the competition, pondering if it might have been wiser to heed the Thunder Dean's advice. Lin Long observed the students of Class 3 huddled together and couldn't help but find it amusing. "You all should group together," he called out. "Humph, Leon, do not be too arrogant. Summoning thunder consumes energy. And with so many of us, we could wear you down." A student from Class 3 spoke up, evidently planning to exhaust Lin Long through sheer numbers. Lin Long shook his head with a smile and turned away. "What I meant was, you all should group together, along with the students from the other classes. How dare you be so presumptuous?" Other students shouted in anger. "If it weren't for the boundaries, I would make you find your teeth all over the floor." Someone spat, glaring at Lin Long, eager to rush into his class's territory to beat him senseless. "Indeed, just don't let us cross paths, or we will teach you a lesson," a small faction declared vehemently, harboring a deep disdain for such pretentious students. "You cannot cross the boundaries, but I can." Lin Long laughed heartily, as his laughter echoed. The sky became alive with thunder, hundreds of bolts raining down indiscriminately across all 10 areas. Cries of despair erupted simultaneously from all 10 zones. Facing hundreds of bolts of lightning, nearly 1,000 students scrambled in panic, some even unknowingly fleeing beyond their class boundaries, instantly losing their qualifications. That moment, the students of Class 3, hearing the surrounding screams, felt an inexplicable glee, even if it was irrational. Observing the plight of the other classes made them oddly happy. It was then they realized how naive their thoughts had been. The sheer number of them seemed to hold no significance against that devil. Had the hundreds of bolts of lightning only fallen upon their area, they surely would have all collapsed. As this realization dawned, most students wore expressions of bitter regret. Lin Long looked up at the still pensive Thunder Dean, quietly lamenting. The dean had an impressive ability to endure. Just then, Teacher Hang interjected, "Leon, you have violated the rules." Lin Long questioned, perplexed. "I adhere to the rules you just outlined. Where have I transgressed?" Hai Yang stammered, "You cannot attack students from other classes." Lin Long smirked playfully. "Teacher, my technique has a wide range. I cannot control it. Are you suggesting I restrain my abilities and submit? Must I simply endure being attacked without retaliating?" A series of questions left Hai Yang speechless. Well, Hai Yang had only stated this under the dean's directive, glancing nervously at the tempestuous thunder, unsure of how to proceed. Primarily, the Tianshui Academy had never encountered such a situation. Which virtuous individual would interfere with the election of class leaders in other classes? Since there is no issue, teacher, prepare to save the students. This strike will conclude the battle, Lin Long stated nonchalantly, casting a glance at the Thunder Dean. "Divine thunder summoning," Lin Long exclaimed as millions of lightning bolts flickered within the dark clouds, instantly forming a colossal thunderous hexagram. The hexagram hovered visibly in the air. 1,000 students stared at the gigantic thunderous symbol above them. Speechless, it was at this moment they comprehended the dean's reluctance to allow this individual to participate in the competition. It was all for their own good. Regret washed over them for not heeding the dean's well-meaning intentions earlier. So, which fool insisted on letting this devil enter the freshman competition? Was this truly a freshman? Even second-year students would struggle against him. The multitude of students were filled with remorse. The thunderous hexagram spun relentlessly, the endless lightning rumbling ominously. The immense power of thunder seemed poised to devour the very fabric of space itself. Lin Long cast a glance at the Thunder Dean, who also wished to avert the impending deluge, that if he lost control, he feared that even Teacher Hai Yang, a sixth-tier mage, would be unable to intervene. Hai Yang trembled, gazing at the dean, his eyes filled with a plea. With this storm of divine thunder, what can I possibly do to save anyone? He could hardly believe that a freshman competition would present such a dilemma that left him. A sixth-tier mage, feeling cornered. The Thunder Dean's heart was heavy, and with a resigned expression, he cast Lin Long a meaningful glance. Understanding the dean's silent message, Lin Long smiled and reduced the thunderous hexagram to encompass only his class's territory. Upon seeing the diminished hexagram, the students from the other classes breathed a sigh of relief, some even wiping the sweat from their brows. Yet the students of Class 3 wore grim expressions. While the thousands of bolts might have previously been shared among nearly 1,000 students, now only their class would bear the brunt. Leon, how about expanding it just a bit more? A student suggested hopefully. Lin Long shook his head with a smile. Since we shall be classmates from now on, I will present you all with a welcome gift. I hope you enjoy it. Thousands of bolts of lightning erupted from the hexagram, akin to ancient beasts selecting their prey. The students of Class 3, at this moment, were cursing internally. While the other classes were spared, they were left to suffer. Students scrambled to escape the lightning, but with their third-tier abilities. They stood no chance against the lightning's swift force. Leon, you bastard. Leon, I concede. Just stop striking us. Students from Class 3 shouted in both curses and pleas, such is the nature of humanity. Witnessing this scene, the students from the other classes could not help but swallow hard. Thank goodness they were not placed in the same class as this devil. All the students nodded in agreement as thousands of bolts rained down. All but Lin Long in the Class 3 area lay sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, Lin Long raised an eyebrow, noticing one student still standing, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. That student grinned foolishly at Lin Long, his face pale, yet boldly taunted. "Is that all you've got? Come at me with everything." Though the students of Class 3 lay incapacitated, their consciousness remained, and upon witnessing such a fierce individual, they instantly admired him. "Well done. Our Class 3 shall never succumb to Leon." "Indeed, well done." "Ha ha. Leon, do you see? Although you knocked us down, we shall never yield. I, Alvin, will never submit to you," the young man declared proudly. Feeling like a hero among his peers, while Lin Long appeared as the villain. "Alvin, from Tianshui City," Lin Long murmured, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Who is Clark Camus to you?" Alvin, surprised, replied, "You know my grandfather's name." "Grandfather, you say?" Lin Long gritted his teeth and slowly approached Alvin. You, don't come any closer, Elvin shouted vehemently. Miss Lin Long drew near. Elvin felt an oppressive force surging towards him like an oncoming tide. At a distance, the pressure was imperceptible, but as Lin Long closed the gap, Elvin found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on Elvin's chest. The immense force caused Elvin to collapse to his knees instantaneously. But before he could hit the ground, Lin Long seized Elvin's arm with his left hand and delivered another heavy blow, as if driven by an insatiable fury. Lin Long maintained this position, relentlessly raining down over 100 punches before finally releasing Elvin. The classmates from Class 3 were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless as they gaped in disbelief at Lin Long's brutal assault on Elvin. The other classes were preoccupied with their own matches, having reached the final stages, and paid no heed to the chaos unfolding nearby. Ugh! Elvin bent over and retched, feeling as though the meal from the previous night was about to be expelled by Lin Long's relentless blows. I admit, but Lin Long would not allow Elvin to finish a sentence. With a swift movement, he delivered a forceful kick to Elvin's back that a deep crater appeared in the center of the arena as Elvin lay motionless within it. Lin Long raised his foot and began to stomp down upon Elvin, cursing vehemently as he did so. Although no one could decipher Lin Long's exact words, the sight of his frenzied demeanor made the classmates of Class 3 silently vow never to provoke this demon. It was the first time Lin Long had lost control to such an extent, and the reason was simple. His grandfather's name was Clark Hamoud. If Lin Long's suspicions were correct, this Elvin was likely his second cousin. All the grievances his mother had endured over the years were unleashed upon his cousin. Lin Long understood that this situation had nothing to do with Elvin, yet he could not restrain himself from striking out. However, despite Lin Long's fearsome appearance, he had not truly intended to inflict serious harm. After all, it was impossible that after over 100 punches, Elvin was still standing. After a lengthy assault, Lin Long too began to feel fatigued and finally ceased his onslaught.